Traversing the Douluo continent, Xian has become Xue Qinghe, a character who merely wishes to live as a leisurely prince. Your Majesty, the crown prince spends his days indulging in frivolous pursuits. He must be sternly reprimanded. Your Majesty, the crown prince has been stagnant in the Soul sect for years. He cannot be named heir apparent. Son, what do you say? Emperor Xue Yi gazes at Xian. What they say, alas, your highness. The crown princess is unwell. Xian is suddenly alarmed, dragging Douluo away as if he were a mere chick, leaving a bewildered assembly of court officials behind. Chapter 1. The system, this cunning merchant. Have I truly crossed over and become Xue Qinghe, that unfortunate good man who perished against the backdrop of the wall? Gazing at the immaculate, intricately adorned palace, Xian is momentarily stunned. He merely dozed off while using the restroom, and yet here he is, inexplicably transported. As if that were not enough, why must he become Xue Qinghe, the prince who never even encountered the protagonist before being dispatched by Xian Rengshuat, a tragic fate? Is this fate worse than being a mere bystander? At least the others had their moments in the limelight, while he has been entirely usurped. I can't believe this. Others traverse realms to be born in the Xian sect, or within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, or even in the novice village of Holy Soul Village. The first three are all endowed with supreme martial souls from birth, while even the novice village is backed by a formidable force, allowing one to rise effortlessly to greatness. Yet here I am, reduced to a mere prince. And my martial soul is a swan? Is this some sort of jest? The thought of potentially being eliminated at any moment, coupled with the political machinations and treachery of the court, sends a chill down Xian's spine. Damn it, I want to return. Is there any formidable compatriot who can assist me in this endeavor? Ding. The instant purchase feature is now activated. The host may acquire any item from the shop at 1/10th of the price, with no limit on quantity, until the time expires. A system? Xian's expression momentarily freezes, only to revert to calmness. In this day and age, systems have become standard fare, akin to a buy on edit one free deal. What is there to be elated about? If only it were a buy on a gettin'. What use is a system like this? With patience, Xian perused the system's information, feeling utterly bewildered. Having already reduced prices, couldn't it lower them a tad more? A billionth would suffice. If that's not possible, they'll take charge and make it free. As a system, you ought to be extravagant, otherwise you risk being looked down upon. Ding. Playing a lute to a cow. Seeing that the shop prices remained unchanged, Xian realized that his grand strategy had been summarily dismissed by the wretched system, prompting a long sigh. Alas, he was left to bear the burden of all expenses alone. 10th Sanir Shadow Leopard Soul Bone, 800 gold coins. Fragrant Silk Immortal Item, 3,500 gold coins. 300 level 8 fixed soul guidance cannons, 188,000 gold coins. Silver Moon Divine Light Shield, 200,000 gold coins. Damn it, a swindler, truly a swindler. Upon seeing the exorbitant prices, Xian felt an acute pang in his heart. How exorbitant. Those are gold coins. Gold coins. I have never even seen one in my lifetime. Woe is me. I truly wish to weep. I really do. The system then continued to pretend. If you can endure, the world is yours. Bring forth all the gold coins from the estate and convert everything of value into gold coins. A resounding roar erupted from the palace. Xian's gaze resolute. He is certainly not doing this for the system's sake. He merely wishes to slap the system with gold coins. Indeed, just like that. Before long, murmurs emerged from the palace chambers, occasionally punctuated by exclamations of frustration. Damn, this 10th Sanir Soul Bone is so unappealing, and yet it costs hundreds of gold coins. A true swindler. Ugh, how can these herbs be so distasteful? How do Ning Rong Rong and the others manage to consume them? Gosh, I've already spent 200,000 gold coins. It's painful. Few, fortunately. I still have a pile left. Not much. Perhaps around 3 million gold coins? Watching the room fill with ever more items, some so large they could only be sealed in boxes, Xian now comprehended that he had come to bask in victory. With his current gear, even the most formidable Douluo would find defeat, and even deities could be challenged. Cultivation? What is there to cultivate? Just lie back and enjoy the show. Being a good baby is sufficient. Chapter 2. Young Master, my name is Xue. Before long, the limited time offers on the system interface were swiftly depleted by Xian, leaving not a single item behind. Alas, He had only managed to procure a mere 2 million gold coins to flaunt before the system, and now it was rendered out of stock. What a disappointment. However, the anticipation of a new shipment arriving next month invigorated Xian. He felt a sense of duty to challenge the system with his gold coins. No one could rival him. Why he encountered a martial soul yet? Wouldn't it be splendid to possess dual martial souls? Gazing at his collection of worthless trinkets, Xian felt utterly out of place in this world of Douluo. Others commenced their journeys with twin martial souls, while he was left with a solitary one. Was that fair? Although he had no intention of cultivating his martial soul, possessing more than one would undoubtedly be impressive. Indeed, Xian had no aspirations to train in martial arts. With this exclusive system at his disposal, why bother? He preferred to relish in the leisurely life of a prince, occasionally inviting a beautiful companion for heartfelt conversations, or rather, to engage in delightful exchanges and perhaps take leisurely strolls through the streets with a dog. Why would he even consider training? That was utterly out of the question. Instead, he could simply spend a little each month to acquire an assortment of odds and ends to pass the time. The greatest sorrow in life is suddenly losing one's ambitions, feeling as though one is blind amid the brightness of day. Yet, this was certainly not a matter of laziness. No, absolutely not. After rummaging through the pile of miscellaneous items, Xian gathered the scraps and stored them in his storage ring. This wretched life of indulgence. Glancing at the opulent palace before him, Xian sighed, yet soon left with a cheerful demeanor. Your Highness, His Majesty summons you. Just as he stepped out of the palace, Xian was intercepted by two soldiers clad in silver armor. The Emperor seeks my presence? Xian was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized he was now Xue Qinghe, the Crown Prince. However, what did this have to do with him, Xian? I refuse. I want to go. He was determined not to miss the opportunity to explore this extraordinary realm. Tell my father that I am preoccupied and that he can summon me another day. With that, he waved his hand dismissively and departed, leaving the soldiers astounded. Goodness, he actually refused the Emperor's summons and asked to postpone the meeting. One soldier exclaimed incredulously, Is he the Emperor, or is it the other way around? Has the Crown Prince become this audacious? As Xian disappeared from their sight, the two soldiers exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and despair. Isn't the Crown Prince supposed to be gentle and amiable? The plump soldier remarked, looking at his lean companion, whose bewilderment was palpable. Without a word, the lean soldier kicked him. What are you doing? The plump soldier retorted with anger. Seeing you in pain reassures me that I'm not dreaming. The lean soldier replied earnestly. Curse it. I can't decide whether to curse you or not. After leaving his princely abode, Xian found himself on the bustling streets of Tiando City. He had to admit, Tiando City was indeed vast. Even the streets were astonishingly wide. The ground was paved with neatly arranged grayish-white stones, which even surpassed the roads of his previous life in terms of order. The towering Gothic architecture, with its sharp spires, exuded an opulence that, if transported to modern times, would befit luxury villas. Of course, compared to his palace, those structures were mere trifles. He was not boasting. He was merely stating a fact. Yet, where should he go? Observing the throngs of people, Xian stroked his chin in contemplation. Gourmet food? The exotic delicacies were nothing particularly special. Plus, he had plenty at his residence. A martial arts academy? No need, as the mere sight of a school would make him uneasy. Entertainment? Now that was an option. The forms of entertainment in this realm were unparalleled, offering experiences unseen in the modern age. For instance, the spirit arenas and the valiant young women striving for their livelihoods. His mouth watered at the thought. As he ambled along, a sudden uproar of shouting and crying reached his ears. Xian turned to see a disheveled man dragging a young girl by her arm, wielding a stick in his other hand. The girl appeared to be no older than 11 or 12, her hair unkempt, tears streaming down her cheeks, evoking a sense of pity. The onlookers seemed indifferent, merely glancing at the scene before quickly averting their gaze. The apathy of humanity was truly disheartening. Alas, he was too compassionate for his own good. Shaking his head, Xian quickened his pace towards them. Release that girl. Let her go, he shouted. No, let her go. And if you have a grievance, direct it at me. Kid, I advise you not to meddle. The man snarled, glaring at him. Think you're tough? I can be scarier than you. With a serious expression, Xian produced a gold coin and hurled it at the man. Internally, he felt a pang of regret. Losing even a fraction of his soul bone was painful. Consider yourself lucky. The man glanced fearfully at Xue Qinghe before tossing a dismissive remark at the girl and fleeing with the coin. All right, young lady, you may return home now, but refrain from stealing in the future. Xue Qinghe prepared to leave, only to be unexpectedly tugged back by the girl. I have no home now. Please, young master, take me in, she pleaded, dropping to her knees, tears streaming down her face, stirring Xue Qinghe's heart. Indeed, there are always unfortunate souls in every corner of the world. Very well, you may accompany me, but you must obey my commands from now on. After a moment's contemplation, Xue Qinghe helped the girl to her feet. Thank you, young master, she said, forcing a smile as tears glistened on her delicate cheeks. Her eyes wide with gratitude. Since you are with me, there is no need for thanks. Look at you, you've turned into a weeping mess. With a smile, Xue Qinghe wiped her tears and tidied her disheveled hair. To his surprise, you are quite lovely. Observing her features, delicate, tender, and adorable, Xue Qinghe couldn't help but jest. By the way, what is your name? You may call me Xue, young master. The girl replied shyly. Xue? What a lovely name. It suits you well. Suddenly, his expression darkened, and in a stern tone, he asked, I grant you the chance to rephrase that. What did you say your name was? Chapter 3. I truly am a talent. I implore you to take her away. I shall never again play the hero to save a damsel in distress. Alas, the unfortunate truth is that these words shall never reach my companion. Oh, how dreadful! At this moment, Xue Qinghe felt utterly despondent. It was akin to finally acquiring a home, only to discover on the wedding night that the bride is a man. Beyond exasperation, Xue Qinghe could feel no other sentiment. How lamentable it is that my tongue is so reckless. I wish I could give myself a couple of slaps. My heart, why must it be so tender? Now, it is utterly shattered. Reflecting on my foolish act of heroism, believing I had gained a maid, I genuinely wished to punish myself. Yes, I saved Xian Ruxue, only to end up as her maid. Once she unravels my true character, she will graciously send me to paradise. I am merely trudging deeper into a self-destructive narrative. Ruthless and merciless, Xue Qinghe believed himself incapable of such cruelty. What choice do I have? If Xian Ruxue were to perish at the outset, the author would promptly render me a eunuch. Such a suicidal approach is utterly unacceptable. I'm called Xue. Is there a problem? Upon observing Xue Qinghe's erratic demeanor, devoid of regal poise, Xian Ruxue felt a flicker of doubt within, though she maintained an expression of innocence, replying softly. Is there a problem? Indeed, there is a monumental one. It seemed the only viable solution was to prevent Xian Ruxue from becoming a maid. With determination, Xue Qinghe devised a plan. Having a ticking time bomb nearby was far too perilous. In the original narrative, both the second and third princes met bizarre fates, and even the Emperor of Snowy Night was poisoned. I have no desire to follow suit. You mentioned you are homeless, correct? Somewhat awkwardly. Yes. Xian Ruxue nodded, her expression turning somber. I possess 2,000 gold coins, sufficient for your sustenance in Heavendo City. We shall part ways indefinitely. From his ring, Xue Qinghe produced a violet card and promptly placed it into Xian Ruxue's hands, preparing to depart. Wait! Gazing at the gold card in her hand, Xian Ruxue was momentarily stunned, her face a picture of bewilderment. What? Did you not promise to take me as your maid? How can you renege on that? With urgency, she pursued Xue Qinghe, seizing his leg, and lamented, I am not ungrateful. Since I have received your kindness, I must repay it as your servant. If you deem me unworthy, I would rather perish than live in this world, for I have no family left. Tears streamed down her face, her despondency palpable. Xue Qinghe thought, Oscar, I truly owe you an accolade. Witnessing Xian Ruxue's exquisite performance, he felt compelled to applaud. Yet life is often fraught with disappointment. Why must one always seek death? There remains so much beauty yet to behold in this world. Is living not preferable? Xue Qinghe, though exasperated, endeavored to console her internally, feeling like the true victim in this scenario. Even someone as benevolent as you cannot find merit in me. What significance does my existence hold? Xian Ruxue gazed at Xue Qinghe, allowing her tears to fall, her heart heavy with despair. Do you truly mean that? Xue Qinghe's expression darkened. Yes, Xian Ruxue asserted resolutely. With a clatter, a dagger clinked to the ground, its silver blade glinting ominously. If you feel you have no reason to live, perhaps you should reunite with your parents. In another realm, you might find a better existence. I wish you well. He handed her the dagger, his expression a mixture of sorrow and resignation. Staring at the dagger in her hands, Qian Rushua was taken aback, disbelief etched on her face. What? I threatened to take my own life. And you offer me a dagger? Are you devoid of humanity? Was it not said that the crown prince is compassionate? As if awakening from a dream, Qian Rushua looked at the dagger, the helplessness clear on her visage. What now? Should I end my life or not? I await your guidance. Resolutely, she bit her lip, steeling herself, and thrust the dagger toward her abdomen. Wait. Seeing her resolve, Xian was taken aback and immediately intervened. With a slight smile, Qian Rushua's eyes sparkled with an unexplainable radiance, then returned to her previous demeanor. She lifted her gaze, her tear-streaked eyes shining with hope, her pitiful smile brimming with longing. You have won. You may stay. Xian Saif, conceding. Such a fierce person, truly formidable, especially this tenacity, yet she sought to end my life. I am genuinely moved. Do not thank me just yet. If you wish for me to accept you, I have conditions. Seeing Qian Rushua smile, Xian felt a twinge of discomfort. We are both seasoned in this game. I am a master of manipulation. Now it is my turn. If you desire me to accept you, you must marry me. What say you? What? Her mind spun. Qian Rushua stood frozen, her pupils dilating as she stared at the man before her, incredulous. Did he truly just propose marriage? She was here to fulfill a mission, not to sacrifice her own happiness. Absolutely not. However, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and she hesitated. 2 years. Just give me 2 years, and I shall surely uncover the depths of this man. This was her confidence. Furthermore, she was only 12. Marriage was still far off. Moreover, as the esteemed daughter of the crown prince, it was improbable that the emperor would allow her to wed a mere orphan. Thus, her prospects appeared favorable. Perhaps it would be wise to acquiesce. Seeing Qian Rushua's indecision, Xian smiled. Regardless of her choice, it would benefit him. Even if she intended to harm him later, he would bear the title of her fiancé, and he doubted she could bring herself to act against him. As the saying goes, love develops over time. He did not believe he could not win over this young woman. Not only am I saving myself, but I also seem to have inadvertently acquired a promising partner. I truly am a talent. I must document this in a novel titled My Enigmatic Princess Consort. It is bound to be a bestseller. Chapter 4. Oh, the Trials of Father. As long as you promise to take me in, I am willing to marry you. Biting her lip, Qian Rushua found it difficult to speak, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Indeed, from now on, you shall be my wife. Xian was exhilarated within. After all, this was Qian Rushua, a future angelic figure. Marrying her would allow him to avoid a lifetime of struggle. How charming. Just look, less than a day after traversing here, he had already secured a wife. Who could be quicker than him? How could a man claim to be swift? Such folly. Wife. Qian Runshua's lips twitched, her heart resisting this term vehemently. She was here to execute a mission, not to sell herself. This is our token of affection. You must take good care of it. With that, Xian produced another storage ring from his own and placed it on Qian Runshua's finger. A token of affection? Qian Runshua's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of indescribable emotion surging within her. Could it be that he truly intended to marry her? Gazing at Xian's tender and caring smile, her heart trembled, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Kawaii, Kulme, my husband will take you to enjoy Tiando City. Observing Qian Runshua lost in thought, her adorably naive demeanor made Xian's lips curl into a smirk as he took her hand and departed. In the Tiando Imperial Palace, what did you say? The Crown Prince has declined my summons and suggested I come another day. The imposing figure of the snowy Knight Emperor glared at the kneeling soldier, his eyes glinting with cold fury, resembling a lion on the verge of a roar, causing the surrounding guards to tremble in fear. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince did indeed say so, the soldier replied, chilled by an ominous aura that enveloped him, his limbs quivering in trepidation. Upon hearing this, the snowy Knight Emperor did not speak further. He tapped his fingers on the throne, lost in thought. He was well aware of his eldest son, Xue Qinghe's gentle and courteous nature. He would never disregard his father's orders. Could something urgent have occurred? Reluctantly, he chose to trust Xue Qinghe. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Qinghe, what have you been up to lately? Taken aback by the tone, the soldier faltered, uncertain of the crown prince's activities. Before he could respond, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared within the palace and bowed slightly to the snowy night emperor. An oppressive atmosphere erupted instantaneously, chilling and terrifying. The soldier trembled further, instinctively lowering his head. "Your Majesty." The crown prince gathered all the wealth from his residence today and then remained alone in the palace for 2 hours. After refusing your summons, he went to the east side of Tiando City. At this, the black-clad man paused, causing the snowy night emperor's brow to furrow, his gaze growing colder. The sudden accumulation of wealth, coupled with the refusal to heed his summons, immediately sparked thoughts of rebellion. However, considering it was Xue Qinghe, the snowy night emperor shook his head, his expression softening. Among his 4 sons, he could suspect any of them of treason, but not Xue Qinghe. He was the eldest prince, and he had even hinted at him inheriting the throne. His benevolent character would never lead him to revolt. But what could be the reason? Furrowing his brow, the snowy night emperor felt perplexed. Yet, noticing that Night Shadow seemed to have more say, he urged, "Speak plainly. I shall not hold it against you. Your Majesty, 10 minutes ago, the Shadow Guard reported that the Crown Prince appeared to have gone to Qinghe Courtyard." At this revelation, the snowy night emperor's mind reeled, staring blankly at Night Shadow, as if he had misheard. "What on earth? What kind of place is Qinghe Courtyard?" "It is the largest brothel in Tiando City. This rebellious son, to refuse my summons and go to such a place. How infuriating!" An overwhelming and tyrannical aura swept through the palace. The snowy night emperor's face turned purple with rage, his roar echoing throughout the halls. "Bring the crown prince back immediately. Should there be any resistance, force him back." "Yes." Watching the soldiers depart, the snowy night emperor sat down, exhaling deeply to suppress his inner fury. "Night Shadow, you know the types of women other noble families possess. This rebellious son would rather go to such a place. It is a disgrace to the royal dignity." The snowy night emperor's anger was palpable. Upon hearing this, Night Shadow opened his mouth but ultimately swallowed his words. This matter was beyond the purview of a mere subject to interject. "You have watched Qinghe grow. You could be considered his half-uncle. Just speak directly." The snowy night emperor said, displeased. "I dare not." Night Shadow quickly clasped his fists in respect and gratitude, organizing his thoughts before he spoke. "I believe the crown prince ventured to such a place without the intent to reveal his identity. Perhaps he simply wished to experience something new and relax. Are you suggesting that he feels too constrained within the palace, even shying away from matters of romance?" The snowy night emperor raised an eyebrow at Night Shadow's implication. Night Shadow remained silent, his silence speaking volumes. "I understand." The snowy night emperor fell into contemplation, increasingly recognizing the possibility. Qinghe was already 14, yet he had not been married, nor had any rumors of a romantic interest surfaced. Being royal meant that one could not act according to their own desires. Perhaps Qinghe had been stifled for too long. Otherwise, with his character, how could he dare to act so recklessly? Sighing softly, the snowy night emperor felt a pang of concern. Gazing at Night Shadow, he spoke in a fatherly tone. "Night Shadow, do you think I should seek a marriage for Qinghe among the nobility? Your Majesty, can you truly be so capricious?" Night Shadow was taken aback by the sudden shift in the snowy night emperor's attitude and topic. "Indeed, it is time to seek a marriage." The snowy night emperor chuckled, enjoying Night Shadow's bewildered expression. "A man must establish a family to achieve greatness. By providing Qinghe with a sense of belonging, he can concentrate on state affairs, elevating his masculine intellect to new heights. More importantly, it means I may soon embrace grandchildren." The more he contemplated, the more feasible the idea appeared to the snowy night emperor, his complexion flushing with excitement. "Ah, what a brilliant notion. How clever am I to conceive such a plan. Alas, my restless paternal heart." Chapter 5. The Shameless Royalty. In Qinghe Courtyard, at the center of the elegant pavilion, several alluring women clad in scant attire danced enticingly, surrounded by laughter and merriment, reminiscent of paradise. At a private table, Xian sat with Xian, quietly observing the dance. How shameless! Gazing at the surrounding flirtatious figures, vying for attention and affection, Xian felt a wave of revulsion sweep over her. Indeed, men were all lustful creatures. Her disdainful glance towards Xue Xian extinguished the remaining flicker of goodwill she had harbored. Such a prince was of no use. It would be better to take advantage of him. What are you staring at? Xue Xian raised an eyebrow, perplexed by Qian Rinxue's mix of shyness and anger. How dare he? He had not come here for debauchery, but rather to rescue a fallen maiden. Even if he were to indulge, it would be done discreetly. Who would brazenly bring their wife along? Was he courting death? Yet, Xue Xian had always prided himself on his uprightness. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to marry me? Why bring me to such a place? Qian Rinxue expressed her dissatisfaction. At that moment, she was forced to feign a different identity, so even in her anger, she held back her emotions. She did not appear truly furious, but rather as if she had suffered an injustice, her brow furrowed in a delicate display of vulnerability akin to that of a fragile woman. It's my first time here too, and I thought it best to bring you along. Lest I come here one day and you can't find your way to drag me back. Xue Xian chuckled. He was merely here to observe, not to indulge in the allure of these women. Indeed, that was absolutely not the case, though Qian Rinxue recognized the teasing nature of his words. The playful tone made her cheeks flush, leaving her somewhat flustered. The ambiguity of his statement felt too intimate, resembling flirtation, and she found herself overwhelmed. Likewise, she was engulfed in confusion, her inner turmoil rendering her uncertain about her next steps. She could sense Xue Xian's genuine intention to marry her, treating her as a beloved wife. Yet, she was a spy from the spirit hall, meant to replace him. Was she truly destined to kill this man? To slay her fiancé? Perhaps even her husband? A chill coursed through her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Are you cold? Xue Xian raised an eyebrow as he observed her tremor. He promptly removed his pristine cloak and draped it over her fragile form. The warmth enveloped her, alleviating some of her internal chill. Qian Rinxue gazed at him with a complex expression, her thoughts tangled. Silently, she curled up, hugging her knees, as if that posture could allow her to escape everything and think of nothing. The pursuit of romantic conquests was indeed a daunting journey. Seeing her in such a state, Xue Xian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. From her earlier gaze, he only discerned confusion, not a hint of surrender. Xue Qinghe had kept her as a servant for several years, treating her exceptionally well. Yet, he too had been sent to the heavens. Qian Rinxue's confusion stemmed from his desire to marry her, which only deepened her conflict. This was indeed his best opportunity. Bibi Dong's icy demeanor towards Qian Rinxue made the latter cherish familial affection all the more. And therein lay his chance. Just as Xue Xian intended to summon some dishes for Qian Rinxue to sample, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the elegant courtyard. The royal guards in silver armor. Xue Xian's pupils dilated in alarm. No way. Could the old man have come here to apprehend him? Was the royal family not concerned about their reputation? Such a grand display. Were they not afraid of others discovering his presence here? Damn it. Wife, we must flee. My father has sent someone to capture me. He informed Qian Rinxue, and, as she screamed, he swiftly scooped her into his arms. With a crash, his pristine wings unfurled from his back, and he leaped through the window, intent on making his escape. Ideals may be grand, but reality is often harsh. Captain, you have come as well? Xue Xian awkwardly greeted the imposing figure blocking his path. As for fleeing, he hadn't even entertained the thought. The man before him was the captain of the royal guards, a formidable expert. Unless he intended to engage in battle in Tiando City, it would be wise to reconsider. By the Emperor's command, bring the crown prince back. Should he resist, we are authorized to take him by force. I hope you will not make it difficult for me, Captain Yu Qinxing said, his voice cold and lethal intent emanating from him. Not difficult, not difficult. I was just on my way to see father, and I took a shortcut. Xue Xian quickly waved his hands, smiling innocently. A wise man knows when to submit. He spoke from the heart, not out of cowardice. Qian Rinxue, Yu Qinxing, is your shortcut to jump out of windows? Your Highness, please. Seeing Xue Qinghe's disheveled appearance, devoid of royal dignity, Yu Qinxing frowned slightly before gesturing for him to proceed. Return home and wait for me. I'll be back shortly. Reluctantly setting Qian Rinxue down, Xue Xian smiled gently, tidying her disheveled hair. Are you truly the crown prince? Qian Rinxue exclaimed, covering her mouth in feigned shock. Xue Xian, this act is getting old. Am I not the crown prince? You should know better. He shot a glance, not bothering to clarify, turning to Yu Qinxing with an undeniable tone. Captain Yu. This is the future crown princess. Please send someone to escort her home. Crown princess? Xue Qinghe's eyes widened as he scrutinized Xian Renshua, then quickly agreed. I'm off. Wait for my return home. With a smile, he ruffled Xian Renshua's hair before heading towards the palace, leaving her momentarily dazed as she departed with the guards. After walking for a while, he suddenly spotted a flower shop and halted, causing Xue Qinghe to hastily follow. Do you have any thorny flowers? Susianin. Your Highness, the thorny ones are unprocessed and unsuitable for gifting, the shopkeeper replied cautiously. Let me see them. Su Xian waved his hand. The shopkeeper, not daring to delay, quickly brought out several pots of flowers, their long stems indeed covered in thorns. Su Xian raised an eyebrow, immediately abandoning any thoughts of using them as an apology. Carrying those would be far too painful. Forget it. I'll choose the thornless ones instead. Also, send some to my residence, saying they are for the crown princess. Of course, I will take care of it right away. Chapter 6. Being emperor is too humbling. Watching Su Xian leisurely carrying 3 pots of flowers ahead, Xue Qinghe's eyelids twitched, his expression laden with incredulity. Brother. When others offer apologies, they do so with genuine thorns. And you? You're carrying flowers. Are you sure you're here to apologize and not to profess your love? Captain Yu, when I meet my father later, please report the truth. In the serene courtyard, I merely observed the dance without engaging in anything else. Su Xian could not help but turn and remind. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's lips curled into a sardonic smile, yet he chose to remain silent. What on earth? You have ventured to the elegant courtyard and claim to have done nothing. What? Are you waiting to emerge from the courtyard in a few days with a royal grandchild, infuriating the emperor before realizing your folly? Brother, how could you be so foolish? Just as he entered the imperial palace, an impassioned voice echoed nearby, and a resolute-looking youth approached swiftly. Brother, as the crown prince, how can you go to such a place? Are you not afraid of displeasing father? The youth, clad in light armor and resembling Xue Qinghe, bore a face full of concern. Xue Qinghe, the second prince, a battle enthusiast since childhood, endowed with remarkable talent in martial arts. Hearing this, Su Xian retorted indignantly. Second brother, how can you speak like that? What nonsense is this? What? Xue Qinghe's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the foul-mouthed Xue Qinghe. I'm merely looking out for you, and you turn it against me? Brother, are you all right? Examining Su Xian closely, Xue Qinghe furrowed his brow. What could possibly be wrong with me? Su Xian rolled his eyes, expressing his displeasure, saying, Is now the time for you to worry about me? Can you not engage in something more meaningful? How could I lack brain power? Observing Xue Qinghe's infuriating demeanor, Xue Qinghe clenched his fists, ready to erupt. However, contemplating that his elder brother might have a different strategy that he failed to grasp, Xue Qinghe relaxed his fists and lowered his voice. Brother, if you have any tasks, please assign them to me. I assure you, I will handle them well, striving to persuade father to release you. Clang! Ouch! Brother, why did you hit me? Holding his forehead in pain, Xue Qinghe glared at Su Xian, filled with indignation. Is this the behavior befitting a person? Seeing that Xue Qinghe still lacked awareness, Su Xian felt a pang of sorrow. Under Xue Qinghe's bewildered gaze, he elucidated the stakes at hand. You are the second prince. Could you not aspire to something greater? If I were to fall, father would undoubtedly choose between you two as the successor. A mere 50 chance of becoming the emperor. How can you not cherish this opportunity? You come here to plead for me. Are you out of your mind? Instead of taking this chance to step on me while I am down, do you not owe it to your royal robe? Su Xian felt a deep sense of disappointment. This foolish younger brother displayed no awareness of his princely status. Does he not covet the throne? Look at Yongzheng, consider the Xuanwu Gate, and then take a glance at Zhu Di. This is the ambition suitable for a prince. Alas! Apologies, he was unaware of such matters, perhaps beyond his comprehension. Therefore, when we enter, remember to criticize my faults thoroughly. The harsher, the better. Do not spare my feelings. Watching Xue Qinghe's dazed expression filled with existential doubt, Su Xian patted his shoulder, offering a kind reminder. As for Xue Qinghe, he was utterly flabbergasted, staring at Su Xian in disbelief. What the heck? The crown prince is instructing the second prince on how to undermine himself, encouraging his dear brother to stab him in the back. Goodness, the weight of this information is overwhelming. How ruthless. It's beyond cruel. with tears threatening to fall. Xue Qinghe wished to cover his ears, pretending he had heard nothing. Yet, alas, he heard every word clearly. Woe is me. Brother, are you jesting with me? Terrified, his hair standing on end, Xue Qinghe trembled in disbelief as he questioned. Who has the time to joke with you? Remember to articulate your thoughts well. Do not allow brother to look down on you. With a swift strike to Xue Qinghe's forehead, Xian scolded him, irritable. He had no desire to be the crown prince, let alone the emperor. Only by distancing himself from such perilous roles could he safeguard his mental and physical well-being. What is so appealing about being an emperor? Rising before dawn and sleeping after dusk, never knowing when one might meet an untimely demise. In times of peace, one must guard against assassination. In times of trouble, the headaches are relentless. In a word, life is fraught with anxiety. As for the emperor's supreme authority, were this ancient times, Xian might have felt a tinge of envy. Yet in the Douluo continent, the emperor of the Douluo Empire is more akin to a mere decoration. The spirit hall holds unparalleled power, and the empire relies on the 3 great sects and the 4 lower sects, who also depend on the spirit hall, disregarding the emperor. Even the 5 kings are secretly betraying him. What supreme authority is this? He can only command ordinary people. Even a platinum bishop from the spirit hall dares to confront you. What is there to be proud of? Aside from the emperor's authority, there remain only the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. What? The 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? It would be better not to mention this. The very thought made Xian more incredulous. The emperor's harem, nominally consisting of 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, in reality, only includes wives and concubines. Just like his father, who has only 3 wives, and the 2 concubines were only taken because his mother interceded. Otherwise, his father would not have dared to marry them. The entire history of Douluo is a tale of a husband under the wife's control. What 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, 72 beauties. In summary, being a prince is the best choice. He harbors no grand aspirations, merely wishing to live a leisurely life in this foreign realm. This way, he need not worry about Xian Rushua and the spirit hall plotting against him, allowing him to gradually warm her heart. To achieve this goal, for a future of happiness and contentment, Xian felt it necessary to put forth diligent effort. Indeed, it is time to strive. Who do you intend to look down upon? Can you have a word with father? Just as Xian was basking in his own self-satisfaction, a cold voice suddenly erupted beside him, startling him. Xian, father. What on earth? I have met his Majesty. I pay my respects to father. Watching Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe bow in reverence, the last remnants of Xian's fantasy shattered. Ah, father, when did you arrive? And why did you not inform me? The corners of his mouth stiffened with resignation as he turned to smile awkwardly. I have just arrived, merely observing Qinghe as he came over. Fixing his gaze upon Xian, the Emperor Xue's expression remained inscrutable, leaving one unable to decipher his current emotions. Xian, woe is me. Is this what you call just arrived? Do you think that a stroll to the elegant courtyard with me counts as a lengthy visit? What should I do if father discovers I was teaching my kind-hearted younger brother how to ruthlessly vie for the throne? I am anxiously awaiting your guidance. Woe is me. My situation is dire. Chapter 7. I have laid my cards on the table. My name is Xian. Father, I have come to sincerely express my contrition. Hastily flipping to the next page, Xian pointed to the bouquet behind him, his large eyes earnest and sincere. Ah, my son, you truly show sincere remorse. The Emperor Xue immediately scoffed, his tone laced with a chilling sarcasm that swept through everyone's hearts like a cold wind. This is contrition? Is this how I have raised you? As the eldest prince, venturing into the filthy depths was one thing, but inciting my younger brother to vie for the throne? Is this truly the conduct of a human being? Now he has completely disregarded his dignity, coming here to plead for forgiveness? I could slap him, and he would believe it. In an instant, Xue Qinghe's heart trembled, and he hastily signaled his subordinates to leave, while Xue Qinghe also sensed the situation and dared not linger any longer. In a blink, the vast palace square was left with only Xian and the Emperor of the Snowy Night. The atmosphere was chillingly silent. How pitiful this plastic brotherhood is. Seeing Xue Qinghe abandon him and flee, Xian couldn't help but scoff internally. However, recalling that a significant matter remained before him, he quickly regained his focus. With no one around, it was time to reveal to father the truth of what had transpired, the drastic changes in temperament. his gaze sharp as a blade. The Emperor of the Snowy Night fixed his stare upon Xue Xian, an invisible pressure descending upon him, causing even Xue Xian's heart to shudder. It appeared the moment to showcase his acting skills had arrived. With a slight sigh, Xue Xian organized his thoughts before speaking. Father, I am no longer the original Xue Qinghe. What? Upon hearing this, the Emperor of the Snowy Night was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across his features. You are not the original Xue Qinghe? Who then is? Has your mind gone awry to utter such nonsense? As his expression softened slightly, the Emperor's focus sharpened. Yet he could discern nothing from Xue Xian's countenance, prompting him to bark. I shall grant you another chance to articulate your words. If you fail to explain yourself, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Father, do not be hasty. Allow me to explain. Xue Xian quickly reassured the Emperor, recounting his extraordinary experiences, leaving the Emperor in a state of stunned disbelief. You mean to say you traversed into a world thousands of years ahead? The Emperor of the Snowy Night's jaw nearly dropped, shock and horror painting his features, even causing his resilient form to tremble slightly. I never anticipated that merely by sleeping, I would experience decades in the future. With a somber expression, Xue Xian bore an air of maturity. Ah, life truly is but a play, fraught with performances. After gazing intently at Xue Xian for a moment, the Emperor recognized that this was not mere folly, and his spirit appeared quite normal. Could it be that Qinghe truly did not deceive him? As this thought crossed his mind, the Emperor remained skeptical, for the notion was utterly preposterous. How could one possibly travel to the future and return? Mere hours had passed, yet decades had elapsed in that realm. It was perplexing. Father, if you doubt my words, I possess something to show you. Aware of the Emperor's skepticism, Xue Xian lowered his voice, signaling that significant news was about to unfold. Let us proceed to my study. We shall discuss it further there. The Emperor's expression shifted, and he quickly gestured for silence. Very well. The two swiftly made their way to the study, where the guards were dismissed by the Emperor. No one was to approach without his command, lest they face dire consequences. Present your evidence. For I cannot take your word alone, the Emperor commanded in a low voice. Aware that the Emperor would not be convinced without tangible proof, Xue Xian grinned, for he had plenty to offer. Father, behold this, a level 5 soul cannon, a weapon from millennia hence, capable of unleashing extraordinary power from lower-ranked soul masters, potent enough to fell a soul king. As he spoke, Xue Xian produced a long, black tube from his storage ring. It bore a resemblance to a firearm, albeit larger, particularly at the opening, which resembled a basin. A soul cannon. The Emperor's eyes locked onto the weapon, his expression shifting dramatically. He could sense a faint aura of threat emanating from it. While it posed little risk to him, it was undeniably a remarkable armament. Could it be that everything he claims is true? This weapon can indeed slay a soul king. With such an arsenal, would the Empire need to fear other factions? A treasure, an unequivocal treasure. The appearance of the soul cannon was akin to a depth charge, creating a considerable breach in the Emperor's mental defenses. My son, could you demonstrate its power for me? The Emperor inquired, his eyes gleaming with urgency. This was a matter of utmost significance for the rise of the Empire. But it requires a soul sovereign to unleash its full potential. Xue Xian began, but was swiftly interrupted by the Emperor's commanding tone. Bring it here. I shall test it myself. The words barely left his mouth before Xue Xian was cut off, the Emperor's gaze fierce and expectant, tinged with a hint of disdain. Disdain. Indeed, disdain. Father, did you just look down upon me? Xue Xian's expression darkened as he queried coldly. You misunderstand, my son. I harbor no disdain for you. Now, please, allow me to see the soul cannon. The Emperor replied, his demeanor shifting to a forced cordiality. Really? Xue Xian rimand skeptical. Indeed, the Emperor nodded, his smile strained, while internally he was seething with frustration. How dare my son resist my commands? If it were not for the allure of the soul cannon, I would ensure he experienced the true meaning of paternal affection. Very well, but be cautious. This device operates much like a soul tool. You merely need to channel your soul power into it. Xue Xian cautiously handed the soul cannon to the Emperor, promptly retreating behind him, fearing potential repercussions. Wait, that was not quite right. It was not fear of harm. The cannon posed no threat to him. He simply wished to avoid the heart-pounding experience of the demonstration. Do you truly doubt my capabilities? The Emperor's eyelids twitched in irritation, feeling wounded by Xue Xian's retreat. Yet, this was not the moment for such thoughts. With a booming sound, white soul power surged into the soul cannon, and the Emperor focused intently on the weapon's transformation. A faint golden pattern flickered across the cannon's surface, and a torrent of immense energy coalesced at the muzzle before erupting forth with ferocity. Boom! The sturdy palace wall was instantly obliterated, a massive hole gaping where it once stood. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Chapter 8. Life is a play, constantly accompanied by performance. Gazing at the gaping hole in the Grand Hall, the surrounding guards hesitated to advance, only to be firmly rebuffed by the Emperor's command. With eyes ablaze, the Emperor panted, "My son, how many of these weapons do you possess?" Having witnessed the soul cannon's might, he was utterly astounded. Its strength was unparalleled. A soul king would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it, and even a soul emperor would suffer grievous losses. With such weaponry, the might of the imperial army would experience an unprecedented leap. And since it could threaten a soul emperor, surely there were weapons capable of threatening even the soul saints and soul Douluos. Indeed, the emperor immediately contemplated researching this weaponry, secretly bolstering the empire's strength. When the time is ripe, the Douluo Empire may unify the entire continent, and he shall become the sole ruler. The mere thought of this ignited a surge of emotions even within the heart of the Snow Knight Emperor. Such a grand achievement would be forever etched in history, a legacy that could overshadow the annals of time. Perhaps it might manifest in his hands. Indeed, every emperor indulges in such fantasies. Observing the gleam in the Snow Knight Emperor's eyes, exuding brilliance and fervor, Xian could only roll his eyes in exasperation. However, as long as he was hooked, it was all good. With a slight smirk, Xian then retrieved 50 soul-guiding cannons from his storage ring. Suddenly, his expression twisted into one of anguish, and tears streamed down his face as he lamented, "Father, you have no idea how I have suffered in the future these past decades, bullied relentlessly. These weapons cost a fortune, 100,000 gold coins each. Where could I possibly find such wealth? I finally clawed my way to success, even married a princess. And then suddenly, here I am. My fate is truly tragic." Tears flowed like pearls from a broken string as he continued his sorrowful tale. Xian's heart-wrenching cries were enough to move anyone to tears. The Snow Knight Emperor's eyes reddened as well, especially upon hearing the price of each weapon. His heart felt as if it were being sliced with a knife. There were 51 of them, that amounted to over 50 million gold coins. It was unfathomable how his son had endured such hardships to acquire these weapons in the future. The soul-guiding devices represented the Empire's rise and were also the fruit of his son's blood and sweat. No wonder he had undergone such a drastic change in temperament. It all made sense now. "My son, I now understand the burdens you have carried over the years," the Snow Knight Emperor said. His voice choked with emotion as he gently lifted Xian to his feet. "Father," Xian threw himself into the Snow Knight Emperor's embrace, tears and snot mingling as he unleashed his long-suppressed emotions. "It's all right now. It's all in the past," the Snow Knight Emperor reassured him, patting Xian's shoulder gently, his tone resembling that of a caring father, devoid of any imposing authority. After a while, Xian's emotions began to stabilize. "My son, you mentioned marrying a princess in the future. That means she is your descendant." Suddenly, the Snow Knight Emperor's expression darkened as a troubling thought struck him. However, considering Xian's plight, he refrained from reproaching him, though he felt a pang of discomfort within. What descendant? Xian was taken aback, but soon realization washed over him, and sorrow filled his heart. "Father, you do not understand. The Empire was already destroyed by then." The Snow Knight Emperor gasped. "What? The Empire was destroyed? My heaven-do gone?" Nearly choking on his words, the Snow Knight Emperor's complexion turned ashen, his crimson eyes ablaze with an unquenchable fury, his heart aching. This was his empire, destined for eternal existence. How could it possibly have fallen? Absolutely impossible. Speak to me. Tell me how this came to pass. Why did our Heaven-do Empire fall? His heavy hands gripped Xian's arms tightly, his gaze burning with intensity, resembling a furious lion. In response, Xian hastily recounted the events of the Douluo world, embellishing the tale. The Heaven-do Empire was conquered by the overseas Sun and Moon Empire, which posed no resistance against the soul-guiding devices. The Snow Knight Emperor's jaw clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. "The Sun and Moon Empire, I shall not forgive you. He had never imagined that Heaven Do would fall to an overseas power. This was an utter humiliation, to be bested not by the Spirit Hall or the Star Luo Empire, but by foreign invaders was completely intolerable to him. Oh dear, I have finally been duped. Witnessing the Snow Knight Emperor's furious demeanor, Xian felt a sense of delight within. This is the cunning emperor, yet he falls prey to my exceptional acting skills. With everything smoothed over, he can now comfortably assume the identity of Xian. Alas, such is the power, there is nothing he can do. After a while, the Snow Knight Emperor finally calmed down, contemplating deeply before solemnly advising, "My son, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone else. Keep it buried within you. You have not returned to the future. Consider it as if you merely took a nap. Understood?" Yes, Xian nodded earnestly, like a chick pecking at grains. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded in satisfaction, his gaze fixed intently on the soul-guiding cannons on the ground, his tone turning conciliatory. "As for these weapons, may I take possession of them?" "No, these are the fruits of my labor over decades. You cannot simply take them." Xian's eyes widened in vigilance, shielding the soul-guiding cannons with his arms like a protective hen. "I am your father," the Snow Knight Emperor growled through gritted teeth. "Why is it that no one in the future called me my son? Now you come seeking to take advantage of me?" Xian stared defiantly into the Snow Knight Emperor's eyes. As their gazes locked, the Snow Knight Emperor felt a pang of guilt and tenderness, his face flushing slightly. "If you have any requests, you may voice them to your father. I shall grant them." "What does that sound?" The Snow Knight Emperor softened. "Finally, we have arrived at this point. All my efforts have not been in vain. First, I have my eye on a girl and wish for her to be my royal consort." The Snow Knight Emperor's expression shifted, revealing a hint of hesitation. However, upon witnessing Xian packing the soul-guiding cannons into his storage ring, his resolve solidified. "I shall issue a decree shortly, appointing her as your royal consort. The wedding can be held when you both come of age." He was not yielding, but rather considering the loneliness Xian had endured for decades. As a father, his heart ached for him. "Indeed, that's how it should be. I also wish to establish a recreational enterprise to earn some extra income, and I require your financial support." "Father, how much do you need?" "If you lack funds, you may request them from your father," the Snow Knight Emperor replied, somewhat reluctant. Despite the Empire's apparent wealth, it was, in reality, quite impoverished. The soul-guiding cannons cost 100,000 gold coins each. Was he truly planning to buy them? The Snow Knight Emperor. What in the world? That amounts to 50 million gold coins. Cough, cough, build it. Commence the construction. I shall issue the orders shortly. Chapter 9. The Hidden Brother. Do you wish for the throne? Old man, I shall part with these weapons for you. Reluctantly handing over the weapons, Xian felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Each of these 51 had cost him nearly 60 gold coins. He was left with merely 4,949. Darn, losing even one is like losing them all. Rest assured, your father will safeguard these items well. No one shall know of them, the Snow Knight Emperor assured him gravely, recognizing that these items were crucial to the future of the Empire and must not be disclosed to outsiders. Even if they were to be studied, it must be done by those utterly loyal. Otherwise, if news leaked, the Empire would face the wrath of various factions, and the soul-guiding cannons would be utterly beyond preservation. Do not entertain thoughts of encouraging Wuji and the others to ascend. Some things are inherently yours, and you cannot escape them, nor can the Empire. Observing Xian's departing figure, the Snow Knight Emperor could not help but offer a reminder. In his view, Xian's vehement aversion to the throne likely stemmed from his awareness of the Empire's impending doom. However, as the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, he would ensure that such a fate never came to pass. Clenching his fists tightly, the Snow Knight Emperor silently vowed to himself. Xian, in a state of bewilderment, nodded absently, admitting to himself that he barely understood the statement. If he did not dissuade Xue Wuji and the others, how could he comfortably embrace his role as the idol king? As for becoming emperor, that was an unattainable dream. Such a burdensome task should be left to his dear younger brothers. Sighing, he mused that he was indeed unique among his peers, being able to relinquish the throne so willingly. Furthermore, for the sake of the Empire's future, he had even chosen to marry Bibi Dong's daughter, living a life filled not with joy but with unending hardships. For the sake of both country and family, he had exerted himself to the utmost. If those two foolish brothers dared to shun the throne, he would not hesitate to knock some sense into them. At the palace gates, two figures shivered in unison, feeling an icy chill wash over them. "Do you think our elder brother has lost his mind, asking me to frame him?" Xue Wuji looked at the frail Xue Mingtong beside him, unable to suppress his thoughts. Perhaps he simply does not wish to be emperor, or there might be other reasons. Xue Mingtong replied with a smile, appearing far more mature than his brother, his expression calm and inscrutable. "Does not wish to be emperor?" Xue Wuji was taken aback, contemplating this notion, and a smile crept onto his face. It seemed that his elder brother shared similar sentiments. What was so appealing about being emperor, when one could instead enjoy the freedom of a general? "You two do not wish to be emperor?" Xue Wuji exclaimed incredulously. "Why does the throne suddenly seem so unappealing? Aren't you afraid of what father might do if he finds out?" After glancing around to ensure no one was listening, Xue Mingtong responded, "I am not afraid. Father knows I'm ill-suited for the role. You are far more suitable than I." Xue Wuji shrugged dismissively. Being a prince was already exhausting enough. Every action had to embody royal grace, and he could not even visit the spirit arena, let alone engage in battle. "If you keep talking nonsense, I swear I'll cover your mouth," Xue Mingtong exclaimed, alarmed. "Though I know you speak the truth, such words should not be uttered so freely. What would the ministers think if they heard? What would father think? Even if I secretly coveted the throne and wished to contest it with our elder brother, such thoughts should not be spoken aloud. You are truly digging your own grave. What are you two doing, sharing a secret kiss?" Xian remarked, feeling a chill as he observed the oddly intimate stance of Xue Wuji and Xue Mingtong. "Get away from me." Upon hearing this, the two immediately distanced themselves, disgustedly brushing off their clothes. "What secret kiss? Can't you speak properly?" They shot a glare at Xian, relieved that no one else was present to witness the misunderstanding. The thought of rumors spreading through the city about a bizarre love affair among the princes sent shivers down their spines. "Elder brother, seeing you like this, father hasn't punished you, has he?" Xue Wuji asked, curiosity evident in his eyes. Having committed such a grave error and still emerged unscathed, it was clear that their elder brother was indeed exceptional. "Do you wish for me to be confined or punished?" Xian replied somewhat irately. As he gazed at Xue Wuji and Xue Mingtong, he could not help but chuckle inwardly. These three unfortunate brothers had all been ensnared by Qianren Xue, and together they could form a complete hand for a game of cards. However, now that he was here, such occurrences would surely not repeat. "Elder brother is merely jesting. He is fine, and we are elated," Xue Mingtong quickly interjected, with Xue Wuji nodding in agreement. Xian rolled his eyes. If Xue Wuji had said that, he might have believed it. Yet Xue Mingtong, the epitome of a cunning prince, was known for his clever schemes, making his words far less trustworthy. Despite lacking impressive cultivation talent, Xue Mingtong was indeed the most suitable candidate for the throne, sharing the same bloodline and fate. Xian felt a profound connection to both brothers. Thus, the monumental responsibility of safeguarding the Douluo Empire would rest upon your shoulders. Shifting his gaze away from Xue Wuji, Xian looked intently at Xue Mingtong and solemnly inquired, "Third brother, do you desire to be emperor?" Xue Mingtong's expression changed dramatically, startled by the question. He glanced at Xian and then at Xue Wuji, wondering if perhaps he had misread the day's omens. "What the heck? Both of you are talking about the throne. Are you trying to get me killed? Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood as plotting rebellion? Moreover, what do you mean by asking me this? How am I supposed to respond? Am I to be roasted on a spit here? At just 12 years of age, burdened with thoughts heavier than anyone else, just say if you want it or not." With a playful slap to Xue Mingtong's forehead, Xian pressed on. Facing the intense gazes of the two, Xue Mingtong took a deep breath and slowly uttered a single word. "I want." His voice was deep and resonant, revealing his true feelings. "That makes things simpler." Xian clapped his hands in delight. Under Xue Mingtong's perplexed gaze, he shared his innermost thoughts. "Third brother, I have little desire for the throne. My plan is to live freely as a carefree prince. From here on, it will be up to your efforts to win Father's approval. Therefore, young one, strive diligently, for the future of the empire belongs to you, and ultimately, it is yours to claim." Chapter 10. The Man of the Angel God. "Elder brother, you cannot be jesting with me," Xue Mingtong exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom Xian's words. "That is the supreme throne. How many have fought tooth and nail for such power, risking their lives. As the eldest prince, you are the most favored heir. How can you suddenly say you do not wish to be emperor? Are you joking? If it were our second brother Xue Qinghe, perhaps I might believe it, as he has always been more inclined to battle than power struggles. But you, the most favored successor, the one with the highest prestige in Tiando City, how could you say such a thing? Who is joking here? If I had the time for that, I would be home caring for your sister-in-law. Xian retorted with exasperation. This is my genuine sentiment. Can't we have a little cooperation? For instance, could one vow before oneself, pledging to pursue the goal of becoming an emperor? Yet, you dare to doubt my sincere intentions. Am I the kind of person who would betray my own brother? Sister-in-law. Upon hearing this term, the attention of Xue Qinghe and his companions was instantly diverted. Even Xue Mingtong ceased contemplating the throne, staring at Xian in sheer astonishment. Brother, you are merely 14 years of age. You don't even have a girlfriend. So where do you conjure the idea of a wife? Such boasting is utterly unfounded. Moreover, without a decree from the emperor announcing your intentions to the world, how could you possibly marry? Oh, I forgot to mention, I have my eye on a girl. And my father has already issued a decree. We shall wed once I come of age, Xian explained. How come we had no inkling of this? Xue Qinghe was puzzled, wondering how his sister-in-law had suddenly appeared out of thin air. Brother, does mother know about this? Xue Mingtong quietly inquired. You needn't concern yourselves with such matters. Let us return to our previous discussion. Xian hastily waved his hand, insisting that this matter must be settled today. These two fools must not escape. No. Brother, do tell us more about our sister-in-law. We are curious about which noble family she hails from that could capture your heart so profoundly. Xue Qinghe waved his hands excitedly, his eyes ablaze with curiosity. Is now the time to discuss trivial matters such as the throne? Could we not exhibit a modicum of professionalism? Indeed, brother, please enlighten us about our sister-in-law. Xue Mingtong echoed, eager to divert the conversation from the throne. Xian's insistence made him increasingly vigilant. His instincts warned him that a trap lay in wait, and one misstep could lead to a steep downfall. Although he harbored aspirations for the throne, he was not foolish enough to fall into a ploy. What is this talk of a sister-in-law? Is this even a question for you two? Seeing them jesting, Xian felt a surge of anger and did not wish to engage in frivolous banter. Pointing a finger at Xue Mingtong, Xian threatened fiercely. Should you dare speak of not becoming emperor, or of failing to do so, I shall break your legs. Xue Mingtong, what the hell? Are you forcing me into a corner? This is not a decision I can make. It's not like you can push me onto the stage. Brother, aren't you going to ask if I even wish to become a prince? Feeling his own insignificance, Xue Qinghe could not help but speak up. You? Xian cast a scornful glance in his direction, full of derision. Do you think you can compete with the third brother? Unless you achieve the rank of title de law, you wouldn't even know how he would defeat you. With that, Xian chose to ignore the two fools and left without another word. Xue Qinghe, what the hell? Am I really that pathetic? Do you look down upon me, so? His gaze seething with indignation, he turned to Xue Mingtong. Third brother, I've been itching for a fight lately. How about we have a little contest? Clenching his fist with a smile, Xue Qinghe appeared rather friendly. If one overlooked the gritted teeth, bulging veins, and cold, murderous glare. Damn, while I may not match your intellect, my fists will surely prevail. If I don't take the opportunity now, while you are still fledgling and without power, to show you a bit of care, I may not have another chance in the future. Your second brother is indeed your second brother. Second brother, you jest, for I am no match for you. At the sight of Xue Qinghe's fierce demeanor, Xue Mingtong felt a shudder run through him and prepared to leave, only to find himself caught by Xue Qinghe. Third brother, why the haste to leave? It's merely a friendly contest. We are brothers after all. Don't take it too seriously. Xue Mingtong, am I not being beaten? How could I not take it to heart? Damn, you truly mean to strike me. Xue Mingtong dodged, filled with rage. I never speak falsehoods. Do not blame me for bullying you. I shall grant you 3 moves. Very well. In that case, I shall not hold back. Let us begin. Father, what brings you here? Xue Mingtong's expression turned pale with shock. Ahem, father? Xue Qinghe halted his movements, eager to explain, but turned to find that the mighty Emperor Xue Yi was nowhere in sight. Damn, I've been tricked. Second brother, I must return to the manor. We shall share wine and duel another day. With those words, Xue Mingtong hastily departed in his carriage, leaving Xue Qinghe behind. You cowardly wretch, I spit on you. Leaving the palace, Xian headed straight for his residence, his face aglow with joy, brimming with smiles. From this day forth, he too would have a wife. Although this wife might harbor impure intentions and perhaps even contemplate replacing him, what did it matter? A love devoid of challenges is hardly love at all. He relished the thrill of adversity. Moreover, this wife was not only beautiful, but also possessed a formidable background and extraordinary potential. To be able to marry her was a fortune accumulated over 8 lifetimes, and others could only envy him, though his insistence might seem somewhat despicable. From the moment she acquiesced, her fate was sealed. She was destined to be Xian's woman. From this day forth, and for eternity, I shall ensure your happiness and shield you from any harm. With unwavering resolve, Xian silently vowed that he would never allow her tragedy to unfold again. Though Xue might not currently return his affections, he firmly believed that one day she would realize that her heart had space for someone beyond the spirit hall, a shadow that could not be erased or replaced. Her true and singular love. He, Xian, was destined to become the man of the angel god. Chapter 11. Let us go. Seeking recommendations and rewards. Your attire is truly stunning. I scarcely recognized you. In the back garden, observing Xue quietly seated in the pavilion, gazing at the fish, Xian laughed as he approached. The palace gown, with its flowing skirt, accentuated her graceful figure. The golden embroidery shimmered with a regal allure, complemented by her long, lustrous golden hair, creating an enchanting tableau. You've returned. The emperor hasn't troubled you too much, has he? Xue turned to Xian, her expression complex and inscrutable as she stepped forward to greet him. As she turned, Xian was utterly captivated by her beauty. Her exquisite features were sculpted to perfection. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, her lips delicately contoured, radiating a noble yet playful charm, exuding an air of both aloofness and sweetness. To have such a wife, I would willingly forfeit 50 years of my life. Yet, Xian had no desire to relinquish even a single year, for she was his wife. Now and forever. What can he do to me? With a light chuckle, Xian fixed his gaze upon her and proclaimed, I bring you good news. After my relentless pleading and threats, my father, albeit reluctantly, has issued a decree to confer upon you the title of imperial concubine. Reluctantly indeed, were it not for the 51 soul-guiding cannons threatening him. Would he have consented? Those cannons are worth tens of millions of gold coins. TSK, marrying this wife has cost a fortune. Yet, it is worth every penny. With a slight pause, Xian observed the dazed expression on Xue's face and couldn't help but chuckle. Thus, from this day forth, you shall be my wife and the grand princess of the Douluo Empire. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had erupted in her ears, leaving Xian momentarily stunned, her limbs growing weak. Had she truly become a prince's consort? What on earth? She had come here as an undercover agent, and now everything had changed so abruptly. As the emperor of the Douluo Empire, how could he allow his legitimate son to marry a lowly orphan whom he had only met once? Was this the behavior of an emperor, of a father? Goodness, she wanted to escape. She wanted none of this. Don't be so agitated. There are many days ahead of us. Xian quickly steadied Xue and gazed tenderly at her, teasingly stroking her cheek. In an instant, her face blushed like a cherry, and Xue, resembling a startled rabbit, hastily fled from his embrace. Your little face is so flushed. She shot Xian an indignant glare, her heart racing with confusion. Throughout her life, she had never been so intimately close to a man. Seeing the adorable panic on Xue's face, Xian couldn't help but smile, deciding to refrain from further teasing her. After all, one must proceed with caution. If you find it uncomfortable here, please do not hesitate to let me know. Do not suffer in silence. His tone was warm and his gaze gentle as water. Xian took a deep look at her, then commanded without room for argument. Yeshing, from this moment on, you are to protect her at all costs, ensuring she suffers no harm. Yes, your highness, came a cool female voice from an unknown source. Xue immediately snapped back to reality, her gaze sweeping across the courtyard, her expression subtly shifting. A quick glance revealed that Xian had vanished without a trace. Just as she began to search for him, a bright, hearty laugh echoed, followed by a melody she had never heard before. Delicate clouds weave, flying stars convey love. The silver river stretches endlessly in shadow. When the golden wind meets the jade dew, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm. Tenderness flows like water, and dreams of blissful meetings linger. Who would think of the return path to the Magpie Bridge? If two hearts are destined to be long-lasting, what does it matter if day turns to night? Understanding the meaning behind these words, Xian Rinchue's cheeks flushed crimson, her shyness overwhelming. Was this verse speaking of her and him? It indeed surpassed all earthly encounters. Whispering the phrase to herself, her heart raced, feeling an intense embarrassment. Such blatant affection was a first for her. Lothario, I would never harbor feelings for you. She stomped her foot, her face a mixture of shame and anger. How reckless for a grand prince to behave so. Despite her indignation, a smile crept onto her lips, but recalling her own status, the smile quickly faded, leaving a bitter taste in her heart. Xue Qinghe, you have fallen for someone you should not. It is destined that we cannot be together in this lifetime. You should give up. I will never love you, never. Taking a moment to steady herself, Xian Rinchue's gaze hardened once more. She had come here to prove a point to that woman. And for the future of the Spear Hall, she must not allow personal feelings to entangle her. Absolutely not. Writing poetry to charm women, and then leaving them to their imagination. This was the ultimate skill learned by countless transmigrators. Just like he did, moving lightly and gracefully, waving his sleeve, leaving behind only an impressive and captivating silhouette. Without a doubt, Xian could guess the expression on Xian Rinchue's face at that moment. Her heart must have been bursting with joy, longing to offer herself in return. Ah, the allure of a transmigrator like a firefly in the dark night, illuminating the dawn while turning its back to the eternal night, an unstoppable force. Don't be infatuated with me. I am merely a humble bed. He sighed himself, hands clasped behind his back as he slowly departed, not returning to his palace, but wandering through the estate. Although Tiando City appeared secure, who could guarantee that no mishaps would occur? For the royal family, safety was always a concern. Thus, for his own security, Xian had to prepare in advance. Within the system, he purchased numerous magical formations, determined to fortify his residence like an impenetrable fortress. Having set up a multitude of formations, encircling the entire estate, Xian clapped his hands, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes, wondering who would become the first unfortunate victim of his traps. Even a title Douluo would find it challenging to breach these formations, not to mention lesser foes. At that moment, Xian found himself eagerly anticipating a confrontation with a title Douluo, relishing the opportunity to demonstrate his prowess. The idea of a 30th level Soul Master vanquishing a title Douluo was thrilling just to contemplate. After completing his preparations, Xian returned to his study, beginning to draft plans for the entertainment city. He had come to Tiando City primarily to amass wealth, as the system required substantial investments. He could not afford to be caught unprepared if a Pangu axe were to emerge. Staring at the string of zeros following the one, he would weep uncontrollably. In the future, there would be countless ways to accumulate wealth, yet in the Douluo continent, entertainment options, such as Dahan, remained exceedingly monotonous. So he had no fear of failing to generate income from the entertainment city. Furthermore, Xian aspired to transform Tiando City into the most formidable fortress. Not even a title Douluo or an ultimate Douluo would be able to stand against him, forcing them to kneel in submission. Only then could he comfortably bask in victory, leisurely cherishing his beloved wife while enjoying a blissful life together. Chapter 12. Your affairs are mine to decide. Knock knock. Hearing the sound of knocking, Xian raised an eyebrow, interrupted before he could even put pen to paper. What is it? He inquired directly. Your Highness, the Queen Mother summons you to the palace. She wishes for you to bring the Grand Princess along. She wishes to meet her. My mother? At this, a gentle and graceful figure materialized in Xian's mind, warming his heart. No one cared for him quite like his mother. This was especially evident. Whenever he erred, his mother would step in, and his father would not dare utter a word. In this world, she was the one who cared for him most. This was the most profound memory retained from Xue Qinghe's recollection, one that even he envied and cherished. A mother meeting her daughter-in-law? This was a must for both emotional and logical reasons. Moreover, Xian Rinchue had never experienced maternal love. Perhaps his mother could offer her some warmth. He did not want his wife to be cold and distant. I will enter the palace shortly. Please have the messenger return, Xue Qinghe replied. Yes. With the design for Entertainment City temporarily set aside, Xue Qinghe ceased writing and made his way to the back garden once more. Qian Renxue had not yet departed. Leaning against the railing, her delicate hands stirring the clear water, playing with the goldfish, radiating a serene and harmonious aura. Those lines, did you truly write them? Noticing someone approaching, Qian Renxue glanced over before turning away, speaking to herself. If you like them, I could compose a new one for you every day, never to repeat. Xue Qinghe smiled. All right. It was a boast, for his skills in imitation were not that refined. However, before a young lady, a man could not admit to limitations. He had to maintain the facade. No longer, although it is beautifully written, it does not quite resonate with me. Qian Renxue paused, then shook her head. Xue Qinghe, what are you making a fuss about? Observing Qian Renxue suddenly transform into a cool and composed figure, Xue Qinghe was bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Sister, your character is that of a downtrodden orphan. Having just been conferred as a prince's consort, shouldn't you be displaying astonishment and anxiety? What gives? On the very first day, you reveal your true self and restore Qian Renxue's character? Aren't you afraid I might question your origins? As an undercover, shouldn't you possess some professional integrity? Truth be told, Xue Qinghe would rather face that gentle and fragile Xue than confront the current Qian Renxue. The latter posed too great a challenge. But, as a man, would he capitulate? When faced with an aloof and composed beauty, such as the present Qian Renxue, he must persist relentlessly. To win a girl's heart, first, one must be shameless. Secondly, absolutely shameless. Thirdly, never relent in shamelessness. The Empress has summoned us to the palace. If you have no objections, we shall depart now. Having already formulated a plan in his mind, Xue Qinghe maintained a stoic expression and spoke plainly. I am feeling somewhat unwell. Could we perhaps postpone our visit? Qian Renxue frowned slightly, then outright refused. She did not wish to entangle herself too deeply with the royal family at this moment, fearing she might find it difficult to act later. Unwell, Xue Qinghe is me to give. Then approached Qian Renxue. No worries, the palace has imperial physicians. I shall take you to see one. What do you intend to do? Noticing Xue Qinghe's mischievous smile, Qian Renxue's expression tensed, and she quickly distanced herself. I shall take you to see the physician. With that, Xue Qinghe quickened his pace, sweeping Qian Renxue into his arms. A wave of fragrance enveloped him, and her delicate form felt pleasantly warm against him, stirring a tumult within Xue Qinghe. What are you doing? Put me down. The robust scent of masculinity radiated from his solid chest, and Qian Renxue's face flushed crimson as she struggled to break free. You are now my wife. What is wrong with a little embrace? Besides, you mentioned you were unwell. I can't very well let you walk, can I? With a tone of unwavering certainty, Xue Qinghe regarded it as a matter of course, leaving Qian Renxue to grit her teeth in frustration, yet feeling powerless. I feel better now. Please put me down. Qian Renxue exclaimed. Don't worry, I'm not tired. Xue Qinghe resolutely shook his head. The maids in the mansion observed Xue Qinghe carrying Qian Renxue, their faces adorned with envious smiles, whispering amongst themselves. This rascal. Hearing the laughter around them, Qian Renxue's face turned even hotter. Her lips pressed tightly together as she glared at Xue Qinghe, her expression a mix of embarrassment and anger. I assure you, I am well. If you don't believe me, put me down and see. Unable to endure the peculiar gazes of those around them, and noting the exit was imminent, Qian Renxue implored. Biting her lip, put you down? If I truly do that, I would be a fool. Not a chance. Today, I will cast aside all shame. You're not well. No need to say more. He carried Qian Renxue straight into the mansion, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xue Qinghe boarded the carriage. Whether you're well or not, who decides that? Qian Renxue, what the heck? Was that not the crown prince just now? I never imagined the usually polite and humble crown prince could act so recklessly. It is truly astonishing. You know nothing. The crown prince is already 14. I suspect that girl is someone he favors. That is indeed a joyous occasion. We have all benefited from the crown prince's kindness, and we ought to show our gratitude. Congratulations, your highness. Suddenly, someone spoke up, and a resounding cheer erupted in the streets. Xue Qinghe, damn it. Thankfully, I am a prince. Otherwise, with this commotion, I might have been executed that very night. Can you please put me down now? Hearing the voices from the street, Qian Renxue felt utterly embarrassed. her earlier composure completely shattered. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly reminded him. No way. I enjoy holding you. Xian did not hesitate, shaking his head. Enjoy holding me? Xian, what the heck? As the crown prince, could you not maintain a shred of dignity? Xian's ears burned with anger. At this moment, she fully comprehended that this fellow was doing it on purpose. You must put me down. I am uncomfortable like this. Unable to freely use her soul power, she found it impossible to break free. Although Xue felt humiliated and furious, she was left with no choice but to plead. Oh, just as she thought Xian would set her down, he adjusted his grip, drawing her into his embrace once again. The solid sensation of his chest pressing against her back as he leaned back against the carriage seat. She was still in Xian's arms, only in a different position. Indeed, a more comfortable position. Xian, oh, this is not how I envisioned it. Chapter 13. Shall we demonstrate once more? Holding Xian's slender waist, observing her flustered and furious expression, yet knowing she was powerless, a slight smile graced Xian's lips as he leaned his head gently against hers. Do not go overboard. With a vexed glare at Xian felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her face aflame. In the future, you should refer to me as husband or lord. Regarding Xian's annoyance, Xian feigned indifference, pinching her cheek and pretending to be displeased. You can forget it. We are not wed yet. Nothing is decided. Just as Xian was about to retort, she suddenly recalled that she had indeed agreed to marry this scoundrel. She quickly responded, "It is just a matter of a few years. If you are anxious, I can prepare for the wedding in advance." Xian chuckled. You. Seeing that Xian still intended to object, Xian swiftly interrupted her, stating that some matters, once verbally agreed upon, could never be changed. Even if I were to die, you would still be my wife. Of course, with you by my side, I will strive to live a few more years. I certainly will not die before marrying you. His gaze was deep, tender yet fervent, as he stared directly at Xian, causing her to shudder slightly and fall silent. Her eyes fixed ahead, her thoughts complex. Before long, the carriage came to a halt in front of the palace. Do not move. Seeing Xian preparing to rise, Xian quickly instructed her to stay put, then lifted her up once more. Just as they disembarked, two figures immediately approached. Ahem. Observing Xian Qinghe. Xue and Xue Mingtong were momentarily stunned, unsure how to begin, their eyes filled with envy and a hint of bitterness. For heaven's sake, you are entering the palace while carrying your sister-in-law. You are truly doting. Where is your dignity and decorum as the crown prince? Put me down at once. Hearing Xian's charming cry and noticing her flushed cheeks, Xian promptly set her down. Greetings, your highness. Greetings, your highness. Xue and Xue Mingtong cleared their throats before finally offering their respects. Your highnesses, in future encounters, do not concern yourselves with these formalities. Should they express displeasure, simply convey it to me. As Xue sought to return the courtesy, Xian gently grasped her hand, remarking on the futility of such ostentatious rituals. With a warm gaze, he surveyed the pair, causing a tremor of apprehension in the latter. Indeed, elder brother speaks wisely. There is no need for excessive formality, replied Xue Mingtong with a smile, while Xue nodded in agreement. Let us depart. Mother must be waiting anxiously. Ignoring Xue's reluctance, Xian firmly held her hand, and she, unable to resist, acquiesced to his pull. By the way, third brother, what happened to the bruise on your face? Oh, it's merely a minor injury. I accidentally bumped into something while ascending the steps. Oh, I'm quite curious as to how that occurred. Perhaps we could reenact the scene later? Xue Mingtong interjected. Reenact? You, my dear uncle? Indeed, I share your curiosity about how it happened. Shall we do it again? Xue chuckled, his shoulders shaking with mirth, unafraid of the mischief. Xue Mingtong exclaimed, What the devil? I have yet to settle the score with you. Ent you der to jest. Your curiosity is misplaced. This injury was inflicted by none other than you. Such an embarrassing matter. I shan't speak of it. Yet you still believe yourself justified? In the palace, the empress said, Your Majesty, why have you suddenly allowed Qinghe to wed without consulting me? What is the background of this person? As his mother, I deserve an explanation. Dressed in a resplendent phoenix gown, Nangong Ling's piercing gaze bore down on the Snow Knight Emperor, her words laced with authority. The Snow Knight Emperor, feeling the weight of her scrutiny, hastily clarified. This was Qinghe's request, and he even threatened me, his father. What could I do? Qinghe is already 14 and ought to find a wife. It is rare for him to find someone he likes. I cannot refuse him. Besides, have you not longed to be a grandmother? The emperor deftly shifted responsibility, diverting attention as he continued. Is it not what you desired? I am fulfilling your wish. Perhaps in a few years, you will be cradling a plump grandchild. Upon hearing the mention of becoming a grandmother, Nangong Ling's expression softened, a smile blossoming on her face. The girl who caught Qinghe's I must possess both charm and character. Pray tell, how old is she? The Snow Knight Emperor exhaled in relief. She is not a noble's daughter, but rather a girl rescued by Qinghe, a solitary child. Night Shadow remarked that she is quite attractive. A solitary child? Nangong Ling's expression shifted momentarily, then softened. She was not particularly concerned with lineage, as long as her son was happy. If Night Shadow believed her to be beautiful, she must possess considerable allure. Else Qinghe would not have been so captivated at first sight. By the way, how old is she? A thought struck Nangong Ling, her face growing serious as she regarded the Snow Knight Emperor. Age is pivotal for future marriage and childbearing. While marrying young may be acceptable, childbearing requires maturity to avoid harm. According to Night Shadow, she is likely a year or two younger than Qinghe, around 12 or 13. The Snow Knight Emperor replied with a hint of trepidation. 12 or 13. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ling's brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. This age implies she will not bear a child for at least 6 or 7 more years. Even if she were a couple of years older than Qinghe, it would not trouble her. However, this age is far from what I anticipated. There is no need to rush. The future stretches before us. Qinghe himself is eager to marry her. Do you fear he will not pursue her? Wait a few more years and see when your daughter-in-law's belly begins to round out. The Snow Knight Emperor chuckled. What a frivolous notion. Nangong Ling shot the Snow Knight Emperor a disapproving glance, yet his words eased her concerns regarding her daughter-in-law's age. The Snow Knight Emperor grinned. What would it mean to act like an emperor before you? I have no intention of courting death. Clang. The palace doors swung open as Nangong Ling craned her neck to observe Xian leading a girl, a smile breaking on her face. This rascal. He is just like his father, quite devoted to his beloved. Upon seeing Qianren Xue's visage, Nangong Ling's eyes sparkled, and she instinctively nodded in approval. Her beauty was striking, exuding grace and nobility. It was clear that her son possessed discerning taste. Greetings, father, mother, as Xue Wuji and his companion bowed. Xian playfully pulled Qianren Xue closer. Winking, mother, this is the daughter-in-law I found for you. My taste is rather commendable. Wouldn't you agree? Oh, you little rascal, benefiting while pretending to be modest. Disregarding Xian's boldness, Nangong Ling's face brightened with a knowing smile as she turned her attention to Qianren Xue, beckoning. You must be Xue. Come here so I can have a good look at you. Noticing the warmth in Nangong Ling's smile, which melted her previous resistance, Qianren Xue slowly approached. You little scamp, I have already smoothed things over for you. Do not let anything slip, Xian's father subtly advised. Impressive, father, Xian silently commended, earning a look of self-satisfaction from the Snow Knight Emperor. Alas, this is his forte. In matters of taming his wife, no one in the Douluo Empire could rival him. My child, this shall be your home from now on. If you find anything amiss, feel free to confide in me. Gensli Puling Qian Su sit beside her. Nangong Ling's gaze softened, as if she were observing her very own daughter, growing more pleased with each glance. As Nangong Ling held Qianren Xue's hand, a warm sensation flowed through her arm, penetrating her heart and lungs, leaving her momentarily breathless. Her small hand instinctively recoiled, yearning to break free, yet she hesitated, her emotions in turmoil. Do not be too restrained. Today is a family gathering for me to meet my daughter-in-law. You surpass my expectations. Marrying you is this young man's fortune. Noticing Qianren Xue's subtle movements, Nangong Ling smiled, her heart swelling with pride as she gently patted her hand. Let us serve the meal. Everyone is famished. Observing Qianren Xue's silence, Nangong Ling mistook her quietness for shyness. So she refrained from further conversation and signaled the Snow Knight Emperor, bring forth the meal, let 2 remain to attend, and the rest may withdraw. At once, the Snow Knight Emperor complied, yes. In a short while, the feast was laid out, and as everyone took their seats, Qianren Xue was invited to sit beside Nangong Ling. My son, come sit with your father. Noticing Xu Xian's inclination to sit next to Qianren, the Snow Knight Emperor raised an eyebrow and spoke forth. What? Hearing this, Xu Xian halted, casting a displeased glance at the Snow Knight Emperor. What the devil? I sat beside my wife, sharing our emotions, while you intrude. This is undoubtedly retaliation for this morning's events. Are you so afraid of losing your wife that you cannot bear to leave her side? Just as Xu Xian was grinding his teeth in frustration, Nan Gongling's teasing voice rang out, her face adorned with mockery and mirth. She still had some daughterly matters to discuss with her daughter-in-law, and naturally could not allow Xu Xian to linger nearby. It's a mixed doubles match. I concede, all right? He shot an indignant glare at the Snow Knight Emperor before taking a seat beside him. What? You dare glare at me? The Snow Knight Emperor raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of grievance within. For heaven's sake, I'm considering your welfare. Can't you see your mother is trying to convey something to your wife? Indeed, the Snow Knight Emperor's intentions stemmed from a sense of debt. Believing Xu Xian had endured too much in the future and wishing to foster a closer bond between father and son. Second brother, come a little closer. Do not disturb Xue and the Empress Mother. Upon noticing that Xue Wuji's seat was too close to Qianren, Xu Xian instinctively raised his brow, speaking with undeniable authority. Xue Wuji glanced at the two empty seats between him and Qianren, his mouth twitching in disbelief. Brother, you've gone too far. At this rate, you will have no brothers left. Under Xu Xian's cold gaze, Xue Wuji, intimidated, moved his seat alongside Xu Xian. A peal of laughter, like silver bells, erupted from Nan Gongling as she beheld her son's domineering protectiveness over his wife, clearly delighted. The Snow Knight Emperor shook his head, smiling silently. My eldest son, indeed, takes after me. A blush spread from Qianren's neck to her cheeks, her ears burning with embarrassment as she shot Xu Xian an aggrieved glare. Stop dawdling. Let us dine, the Snow Knight Emperor reminded them. Yes, yes. Xu Xian, however, wore a troubled expression as he surveyed the food laid before him, suddenly finding it difficult to partake. This was not due to pickiness, but rather that the dishes on the table were unfamiliar to his palate. Bread, porridge, chicken, milk, lamb, and silverfish, primarily fried, roasted, and baked, constituted a menu that leaned heavily towards Western cuisine, with scant vegetables such as radishes and spinach, some of which he did not even recognize. Though well presented, the Western dishes typically prioritize nutrition over flavor. To Xu Xian, this feast resembled a bland broth lacking in substance. Were the spices the variety? The sight of the food, so pale and uninviting, left him disheartened. Taking a tentative bite of the fish, a wave of fishy taste surged into his throat, nearly causing him to spit it out. Goodness, they don't even know how to eliminate the fishy taste with yellow wine, scallions, ginger, and garlic? How am I supposed to eat this? Noticing Xu Xian's subtle grimaces, the Snow Knight Emperor inquired, Is the food not to your liking? At this, Nan Gongling, who was busy serving Qianren, looked over, displeased to see that Xu Xian's bowl held no meat. Qinghe, how can you not eat meat? Here, take this chicken leg. She promptly rose and thoughtfully served him some dishes, finally settling back down to continue her quiet conversation with Qianren. Mother, I truly appreciate it, Xu Xian murmured, eyeing the bowl of food, particularly the chicken leg that still oozed a faint hint of blood, appearing undercooked, which made his stomach churn. Cough, cough. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Please go ahead and eat. After bidding them farewell, Xu Xian swiftly left the palace, leaving the Snow Knight Emperor and the others in a state of confusion, but they did not pursue the matter further. Outside the palace, he mused, indeed, only through my own efforts can I ensure abundance. Rubbing his stomach, Xu Xian sighed resignedly and made his way to the kitchen. Chapter 15. The collision of Eastern and Western culinary traditions. Is it true that upon crossing into another world, one can indulge in delightful feasts? Xu Xian, through his audacious actions, proved that such a statement is utterly fallacious, having misled countless dreamers yearning for a journey into another realm. The dishes of Douluo were indeed fragrant, as they had been fried and roasted, which would be a surprise if they were not. However, the allure of that fragrance was wholly unmerited. Just look at the roasted chicken of the future. The seasoning and meat are nearly equal in proportion. Now consider Douluo's bear roasted chicken, adorned with perhaps a pinch of spice. Otherwise, one might think it was simply cooked over an open flame and served. As for spice, I regret to say, my taste buds were not awakened. The notion of adapting to local customs? Nonsense. Having traversed realms, why should I subject myself to such indignities? One must eat and drink well, never settling for mediocrity. Otherwise, what was the point of the journey? My prince, what brings you to the kitchen? Upon seeing Xue Qinghe approach, the head chef, Yaka, hurriedly greeted him, apprehensive about the prince entering the culinary domain. I intend to prepare a few dishes for my father and mother. Please gather some ingredients for me, Xian commanded. You cannot cook yourself, Yaka exclaimed in alarm, swiftly gesturing to prevent him from entering. What? Did you not hear my command? Xian's voice turned cold. Understood, understood. I shall arrange it immediately. Yaka shivered at the authority in Xian's tone and hurriedly stepped aside. Prepare a fish and gather scallions, ginger, and garlic as well. Remember the chili peppers. The commanding voice resonated through the kitchen, leaving Yaka momentarily stunned, puzzled as to why Xian required such ingredients, as they were not typically needed for their cooking. However, these were not questions he could pose, so he promptly dispatched someone to procure the scallions and ginger. What are you all staring at? Get back to work. Yaka barked angrily at the other cooks who lingered to watch the spectacle. If word spread that the prince was cooking, surely the emperor and empress would have his head. Yes. The others quickly snapped back to reality, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, and hastily vacated the kitchen, vowing never to mention today's events. You will assist me, Xian said, casting a glance at Yaka. Yes, yes. It would be my honor. Yaka, overcome with excitement, eagerly agreed, fearful that someone else might take the opportunity from him. Though he oversaw the royal kitchen, Yaka was still a commoner, merely holding a minor official title. In this world, titles mattered little. It was the nobility that signified land and power. To put it bluntly, he was a private servant to the emperor, while Xian's status as a prince was worlds apart. Being able to assist a prince was a source of pride, one that he would recount to his descendants with great esteem. Xian was pleased with Yaka's attitude, and even more delighted to discover that this world possessed scallions and ginger, albeit as medicinal herbs. Scallions and ginger were originally from the Xia kingdom, and, logically, should not have appeared in the predominantly western Douluo world. Perhaps the vastness of Douluo, coupled with the uncharted forests and regions, allowed these seasonings to take root. After all, Douluo is a fantasy realm, where even cannonballs exist. Is it so far-fetched to have a bit of scallion and ginger? Wait a minute. His interest in these matters is puzzling. Isn't it enough that they are delicious? Just thinking about the delectable dishes of the future made Xian's mouth water. Particularly, he felt a sense of injustice for the fate of scallions and ginger, which were being turned into medicinal ingredients instead of being appreciated as the fine seasonings they are. It is indeed a travesty. Why not toss them into the pot with the meat, allowing their fragrant essence to mingle? Scallions and ginger replied, "Thank you for the invitation. We believe a pharmacy is a better fit for us." Soon enough, ginger and other ingredients were procured. Xian donned his chef's attire and commenced his inaugural culinary performance in this unfamiliar realm. Yaka, prepare the fish and bullfrogs. Keep the fish whole and chop the frogs into pieces. Your Highness, they are ready. Excellent. With that, Xian hurried over to begin his stir-fried bullfrogs and steamed fish. He added onions to the pan for flavor, followed by the bullfrog meat, chili peppers, and of course, some cooking wine. Your Highness can actually cook. Yaka was taken aback by Xian's swift and skilled movements in the kitchen. Cough, cough. The aroma is quite overwhelming. It can't be burnt, can it? Oh, how spicy. Tears are uncontrollably streaming. Is this truly cooking? Can scallions and ginger be used in such a manner? However, Yaka soon found himself in a state of uncertainty. Xian's unfamiliar techniques and the peculiar scents wafting from the dishes were challenging his perceptions, especially when he witnessed Xian chopping ingredients typically reserved for medicine and tossing them into the pot. His eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Those items, known for their pungent spiciness, could actually be consumed. Once finished, the dishes were plated. How enticing they appeared, gazing at the two steaming plates filled with aromatic delights. Xian couldn't help but revel in the moment. Thankfully, he had previously learned to cook. Otherwise, he might have been utterly lost in this new world. It became evident that mastering a foreign language was trivial compared to acquiring such invaluable skills. Alas, many protagonists in novels rely solely on their system's advantages for development, rendering them inept in all other areas. They cannot compare to someone as multifaceted as himself. Cough, cough, modesty is key. Packing the dishes into a food container. Xu Xian leisurely strolled towards the palace. Was it just him, or did it sound as if he had a harem, or was on his way to establish one? Qinghe, are you all right? Why have you been gone for so long? As soon as Xu Xian stepped into the palace, he was met with the voice of Nangongling, filled with a mixture of confusion and mild anger, seemingly reproaching him for his absence. What do you have in your hands? Before Xu Xian could respond, Nangongling continued, her attention fixated on the food container he held. Cough, cough, it's just a family gathering. I personally cooked 2 dishes for you to try, Xu Xian replied. Indeed, he is not dissatisfied with the food on the table. Rather, he wishes to express his filial piety. You can cook. Nangongling was momentarily stunned, utterly oblivious to the meat that had slipped from the grasp of the Snow Knight Emperor. Her astonished gaze fixed upon Xu Xian, before her expression softened somewhat. As for Xue Qinghe and Xue Mingtong, they looked as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes wide in disbelief, seemingly thinking, Big brother, please don't jest. What can you possibly cook? Being princes, they had never set foot in a kitchen, let alone attempted to cook. Truly, you are remarkable, big brother. They exchanged glances at the steaming food container, unable to suppress their admiration. Why must you be so exceptional, big brother? Can't you grant us a chance to show off? Chapter 16. Conquering with Culinary Delights. Qinghe, you can really cook? Nangongling asked instinctively, swallowing hard at the enticing aroma. Just a little skill, nothing worthy of note. Xu Xian waved his hand dismissively. This is merely the beginning. I possess much more knowledge. Please don't praise me too highly, or you may find yourselves at a loss for words in the future. Come, try it. Saying this, Xu Xian placed the fish and stir-fried bullfrogs on the table and sat beside Xian Rinxue. The enchanting aroma exploded in the air, and even Xian Rinxue's eyes lit up, involuntarily inhaling deeply. These dishes certainly look exquisite. Qinghe, you must have put in a lot of effort to learn. Moreover, your methods are rather unique. Nangongling exclaimed in delight, admiring the steamed fish adorned with red and green garnishes, the delicate, white meat peeking through, appearing incredibly appetizing. You probably learned this from somewhere else. It's certainly not a local specialty from Tiano City. Upon hearing Nangongling's observation, the Snow Knight Emperor quickly interjected. His appetite piqued as he eagerly anticipated tasting these dishes from the future. Come, everyone dig in. With a slight smile on his lips, Xu Xian beckoned, then picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in sauce, and placed it in Xian Rinxue's bowl, gently reminding her, the fish is sweet. Though the seasoning may carry a hint of spiciness, try it and see if you like it. I can cook for you every day at home. His tender and considerate demeanor left the 4 of them momentarily speechless. Truly, he has forgotten his mother after marrying. Nangongling mused inwardly, while the Snow Knight Emperor felt a twinge of jealousy, sensing his son was being swept away. Amidst the sweetness of this romantic atmosphere, Xue Qinghe and Xue Mingtong felt a pang of hurt, silently resolving to find a girl of their own, thinking, so this is how it is, huh? Just wait. I'll find someone I like and show you what love looks like. Could you not be like this? Xian Rinxue's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed with a fiery embarrassment, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Please try it. It's quite delightful, Xu Xian urged, oblivious to the atmosphere. With a soft reply, Xian Rinxue shyly picked up a piece of fish and placed it in her mouth, an extraordinary flavor bursting forth. Delicious. Xian Rinxue's eyes sparkled, unable to contain her astonishment. She had never tasted fish so delectable. There was not a trace of fishiness. The fish was tender, dissolving like tofu, and the sweetness and richness exploded in her mouth. Compared to the grilled fish she had eaten before, this preparation was far more flavorful, making it impossible not to indulge further. I'm glad you enjoy it. Xu Xian smiled gently, causing Xian Rinxue to blush once more. Just as he intended to offer her some bullfrog meat, discontented coughs interrupted him. Mother, you should also try it. It tastes wonderful. Xue has already tasted it for you. Gazing at the resentful yet indignant expressions of Nangongling and the Snow Knight Emperor, Xu Xian hastily served them fish, his face alight with innocent joy, prompting them to roll their eyes in annoyance. She tasted it for us? The first bite went to your wife, and now you're pretending to be generous. Truly insufferable. Though dissatisfied with Xu Xian, Nangongling and the Emperor wasted no time sampling the food. Indeed, it is incredibly fresh. Why have we never encountered such cuisine before? Nangongling exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement at the sight of the fish. Before Su Xian could speak, Xue Wuji and Xue Mingtong had already fully immersed themselves in the meal, devouring it with gusto. Witnessing their exaggerated enjoyment, the Snow Knight Emperor wasted no time in joining the feast. Though Qianren Xue had satisfied her hunger, she could not resist indulging in a few more bites. In the blink of an eye, the fish was nearly devoured. Su Xian remarked, "It seems I have yet to eat." The Emperor of the Snowy Night raised an eyebrow and ominously reminded, "You too should learn filial piety like your elder brother. Don't you agree?" Noticing the dwindling fish, the two continued to feast, prompting a warning from the Emperor. "Indeed, Father, your eloquence is impressive. If I did not know you were hoarding the fish, I might feel guilty. However, this cannot continue. Your fish is simply too delectable. Its intense flavor may affect your health. Allow my brother and me to take on that burden." Xue Mingtong showed no sign of yielding to the Emperor's authority, as their haste in eating stemmed solely from concern for his well-being, not merely from the fish's exquisite taste. "Indeed, Father, you usually do not enjoy fish." Xue Wuji chimed in. "Oh dear, you two ungrateful children." Nanguang Ling chuckled at the sight of the Emperor playfully competing for food with his sons, a heartwarming scene she had not witnessed in quite some time. "Qinghe, you should eat as well. You have worked hard." Under the watchful eyes of the Emperor and his sons, Nanguang Ling placed the last piece of fish directly into Su Xian's bowl, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. With Nanguang Ling's intervention, the Emperor and his sons had no choice but to cease their antics and settle down. "Mother, this frog meat is also quite delightful. You should try some, though it may be a bit spicy, so do be cautious." Su Xian, feeling a warmth within, pointed to another dish of frog meat, speaking softly. "All right, I shall taste it." Nanguang Ling nodded, and though it was indeed slightly spicy, the flavor was exquisite, and she could tolerate it. "You three gentlemen need not just stare. If you wish to eat, please help yourselves." Seeing the Emperor's eager gaze, filled with anticipation yet hesitant to speak, Nanguang Ling encouraged them. "Hold on." As the three gluttons reached for the food, Su Xian quickly halted them. "How dare you? I have yet to eat, and you three have consumed all the fish. Now you wish to ravage this dish as well? Do not forget, I prepared this meal." "Qinghe, brother, what are you doing?" Seeing Su Xian take the plate away, the Emperor and his sons glared at him, their eyes aflame with indignation. "I have not eaten yet. What are you trying to snatch? That last plate was for the three of you, and now this one belongs to us three. Do you three men have the audacity to steal?" Su Xian replied disdainfully. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Emperor and his sons darkened, and they reluctantly put down their chopsticks. "That's right. Mother, you all should eat more." Satisfied, Su Xian then served more dishes to Qianren Xue and Nanguang Ling before finally digging into his meal. "Delicious." Chapter 17. Captured. "I'm full. You all can have this." Just as Su Xian was enjoying his meal, a pair of chopsticks suddenly reached into his bowl, grasping a succulent frog leg. Surprised, Su Xian followed the movement and saw Qianren Xue, her cheeks flushed, gazing shyly downwards. Witnessing her bashful demeanor, Su Xian felt a rush of excitement. This was the first step in their long journey. She had finally taken the initiative. It was worth it for a prince to cook in the kitchen. "I've set aside my portion for you. Do try it. We can always have Qinghe cook again on another occasion." Observing Qianren Xue's actions, Nanguang Ling smiled knowingly and, noticing the Emperor and his sons watching eagerly, relinquished her own share. "Thank you, Mother. How inconsiderate. You all are too quick to snatch." Su Xian exclaimed. "Father, you are accustomed to delicacies. Do not be so concerned. Is that even a fair statement? So I enjoy gourmet food, while you as princes are to eat nothing but scraps. How infuriating." The family enjoyed a delightful dinner together, a scene they had not shared in quite some time. As night fell, the four departed the palace. "If you enjoy my cooking, I shall prepare more for you tomorrow." Grasping Qianren Xue's hand, she initially resisted but soon relented, and Su Xian held her hand tightly, unwilling to let go. MHM. Seeing her reflection in Su Xian's gentle gaze caused Qianren Xue's heart to flutter, and she instinctively nodded. "Hee, brother, I wonder if you would welcome my frequent visits for meals?" Xue Wujie suddenly appeared, mischievously inquiring, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Scram! The distance to the Tiando Empire is as far as you should be." Su Xian shot back without hesitation. "To disrupt our private moments over mere food. Do you think I would hesitate to cut you down? Whoa, how ruthless." In the prince's residence, It was midnight, and Xianren Xue, clad in her nightgown, had yet to sleep. Leaning her head against the window, she gazed at the moon, her mind replaying the scenes from dinner, captivated by the warmth of the gathering. In the past, she had longed for a family meal to share joy and sorrow as one, simply to be together. However, as she grew older, her hopes faded into disappointment, then desire, and finally despair. Her parents seemed like enemies, her father indifferent, her mother dismissive. Apart from her closeness to her grandfather, she had never felt warmth from her parents. Yet now, it seemed she had begun to feel it. Not only that, but she had someone who cared for her even more. Remembering Xu Xian's gentle demeanor, as if he wished to cradle her in his palm. A warm current flowed through her, and a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. This feeling was exquisite, so delightful that it felt like a dream, causing her to momentarily forget her true purpose in being there. For a moment, she wished to be an ordinary girl, to remain in that blissful state, cared for by that foolish boy forever. Alas, she knew that was impossible. She could not change her identity as Bibi Dong's daughter, nor could she alter the enmity between the Spirit Hall and the Tiando Empire. The thought of her identity being revealed tightened her heart. She could not fathom how that foolish boy would react upon discovering the truth. Would he feel betrayed and furious enough to wish her harm? Or would he lose his sanity from the shock? She dared not continue down that path of thought. Perhaps I should return and admit to that woman that my plan has failed. After a moment of inner turmoil, Xianren Xue displayed a bittersweet smile of resignation. Reason told her that perhaps this was the best outcome. While she had not yet sunk too deeply into her predicament, and while Xu Xian remained unentangled, it would be prudent for her to extricate herself before their fates inevitably collided. Yet, did she truly wish to depart from this place? Casting her gaze around the room, Qian Ruxue felt a wave of nostalgia. Although it was her first day here, she had glimpsed the shadow of a home. The thought of returning to the Spirit Hall, to that fragmented and despairing icy abode, was unappealing. Just as Qian Ruxue wrestled with her thoughts, a subtle sound of footsteps drifted in from the doorway. Unlike the usual sounds, these footsteps were almost deliberately muted. A chill ran down her spine. Fearing an intruder, she quickly lay back down, squinting her eyes and keeping a vigilant watch on the entrance. The door creaked open silently, revealing a figure who stealthily entered and then closed the door behind them. It was him. Qian Ruxue's pupils dilated in surprise, joy flickering in her eyes as she recognized Xu Xian. However, was it necessary for him to be so secretive in her own residence? Not wanting to reveal herself immediately, Qian Ruxue decided to observe his intentions. He truly appeared to be asleep. Quietly approaching the bedside, Xu Xian let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Qian Ruxue resting peacefully. His late-night vigil had not been in vain. As he beheld her serene slumber, a smile graced his lips, and he gingerly climbed onto the bed. Boom! What are you doing? Qian Ruxue's heart raced, and she shot upright, clutching the covers tightly, her eyes wide with alarm as she stared at Xu Xian. Goodness! Xu Xian was equally startled, astonished that she was still awake, nearly tumbling off the bed in his surprise. Haha, I merely came to check if you were asleep. He chuckled, but upon noticing her frown and the furious glare she cast upon him, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was quite the predicament. How to justify his intentions of sharing the bed with his future wife. He was genuinely anxious now. Then why are you on the bed? Qian Ruxue demanded. Her lips pressed together in disbelief, her complexion flushed crimson. Isn't it because I feared you would be uncomfortable alone? I came to keep you company. Xu Xian's face tinged with a slight blush as he swiftly rolled onto the bed before she could retort. You. Qian Ruxue's heart skipped a beat, pulling the covers away to create distance between them, clearly anxious about his next move. Do not worry. I will stay on this side. I promise I won't touch you. Sulhin asurit head earnestly. At just over 15 years of age, he was certainly not a brute. Such matters could wait for another day. Really? Indeed, I swear. In the wake of Xu Xian's earnest pleas, Qian Ruxue relented, allowing him to remain on the bed. Yet, the sensation of being watched made her heart race. And sleep was elusive. What are you staring at? She turned to confront the bright eyes fixed upon her, her heart fluttering as she spoke shyly. In response, Xu Xian merely smiled, his gaze unwavering, filled with warmth and affection. With such a beautiful and endearing wife, what more could he desire? He intended to cherish her for a lifetime, never letting go. Boredom crept in. Qian Rushue's heart raced as she clutched the covers tightly, then turned away from Xue Qinghe. Her gaze drifting out the window, lost in thought. Time passed slowly. Are you asleep? A cool breeze swept through the window, causing Qian Rushue to shiver slightly. She turned her head to glance back at Xue Qinghe, unable to suppress her curiosity. After a brief pause, noticing no response, she turned fully around. Asleep? Observing Xue Qinghe curled up like a baby, a sweet smile playing on his lips even in slumber. Qian Rushue was momentarily taken aback before a gentle smile broke across her face. Perhaps you will come to resent me, she murmured softly, closing her eyes. Her inner turmoil momentarily quelled as she savored the tranquility of the night. Outside, the stars shifted, and before long, dawn's faint light began to filter in. Qian Rushue felt a heaviness in her body, her eyelids fluttering open, and the sight before her left her utterly astonished. Xue Qinghe was entangled with her like an octopus, his limbs wrapped around her, his head resting on her shoulder. In that instant, Qian Rushue's gaze went blank. Ah! A piercing scream erupted, as if thunder had cracked the sky. What happened? What is going on? Xue Qinghe jolted awake, his mind still hazy, staring at Qian Rushue in confusion. Xue Qian's eyes widened, a hint of heat flashing within them as he instinctively swallowed hard. What are you staring at? Turn around, quickly. Another scream echoed, Qian Rushue's face a tumult of embarrassment and anger as she kicked at him, hastily closing her nightgown. Goodness! The unexpected kick knocked Xue Qinghe off balance, sending him crashing to the floor, his head spinning. Ouch, my head! It hurts! Clutching his head with both hands, Xue Qinghe struggled to his feet, his face contorted in pain, a crimson trickle slowly oozing from his scalp. Are you all right? Alarmed at the sight of blood, Qian Rushue rushed to support him. Who are you? Xue Qinghe opened his pained eyes slightly, bewildered, instinctively retreating a few steps. Furrowing his brow, Xue Qinghe regarded her with confusion, his expression cold and distant, as if a sudden chill had swept through the air. The tension hung thickly in the air as Qian Rushue observed him, the unfamiliarity in his gaze piercing her heart. What if he truly had lost his memory? The thought sent a wave of panic through her, draining the color from her face as she stammered, You don't remember me? Em Suat? Fixated on Xue Qinghe, her eyes brimmed with hope, yearning for any recognition, even the slightest flicker of acknowledgement to that name. Yet, despair washed over her as his expression remained unchanged. I do not know any Xue. I only recall having a wife who promised to marry me. Do you know her? His brow furrowed deeply, his gaze fixed on Qian Rushue, his innocent and curious eyes seeming to take in the world anew. At his words, Qian Rushue's face turned a kaleidoscope of colors, caught between laughter and tears. He did not even recognize himself, yet he still remembered he had a wife. With tears welling in her eyes, Qian Rushue felt as though her heart was being pierced by 1,000 needles. Just when she had encountered someone who cared for her, she had inadvertently caused him to forget everything. This could not be. It absolutely must not be allowed to happen. Tears cascaded down like pearls that had slipped from their string. Qian Rushue sat slumped on the bed, her hollow eyes reflecting a soul seemingly drained of all vitality. Her frail and helpless appearance tugged at the heartstrings. Do not move. I'll take you to find Grandpa. He will surely heal you. In the depths of despair and confusion, Qian Rushue appeared to discover a glimmer of hope, her face breaking into an excited yet bitter smile as she assisted Xue Qinghe, intent on seeking out Xian Douluo. Suddenly, Xue Qian's heart jolted. Xian Douluo, his empty gaze transformed, filled with trepidation. What have I gotten myself into? How will I extricate myself from this situation? If I confess now, will I be struck down on the spot? Initially, he had intended to feign madness to mask his earlier embarrassment and to amuse Qian Rushue, curious about her reaction. To his astonishment, she took him seriously. Could it be that his acting was too convincing? Yet, in this world, there was no golden statuette awaiting his performance. If he ventured to the spirit hall, he would face Bibi Dong in front and Xian Douluo behind, a formidable duo composed of a mother-in-law and a grandfather. Just as Xue Qinghe contemplated finding a moment to recover, a sudden dripping sound interrupted, causing Qian Rushue to halt and glance at the blood pooling on her arm. The blood appeared to be congealing, unmoving as it dripped onto her hand. It was unnaturally viscous, prompting Qian Rushue to frown, her nose twitching at the familiar scent, which darkened her expression. Tomato sauce. she uttered, her lips pressed tightly together, her eyes blazing crimson as if a volcano on the verge of eruption, filled with fury. Xian thought, is it too late to beg for mercy? Surely, I won't be killed on the spot. My dear wife, spare me. I was wrong. He clung to Rinchue's legs, pleading pitifully. However, before he could finish, a fierce punch came hurtling towards him, unrelenting. What? You're actually going to hit me? His pupils dilated as he instinctively rolled aside to evade the blow. Chapter 19. Xue Qinghe, what concern is it of Xian? My dear wife, let us discuss this calmly. Please do not resort to violence. Panic-stricken, Xian implored, not wishing for this turn of events, yet his acting skills dictated otherwise. As he begged for mercy, he cautiously stepped backwards, fearing Rinchue's sudden outburst. Do you think I am foolish and easily deceived? Tears glistened at the corners of Rinchue's eyes as she suddenly smiled, her voice catching in her throat, transforming into a hoarse whisper as the bitterness of her tears filled her heart with sorrow. Perhaps only a girl truly in love would feel this way, while he was the one inflicting pain upon her heart. I was wrong, my dear wife. A deep ache resonated within him as Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he knelt beside the bed, resting his body against it. If you wish to strike me, do so. This time, I will not evade. His deep, soulful gaze locked onto Rinchue as he spoke with sincerity, then retrieved a whip from his storage ring, extending it toward her. Taken aback by the whip, Rinchue's tears flowed more freely. Did you know that I truly thought you had forgotten me? Her voice quivered with heartache. She collapsed against Xian's back, lightly striking his shoulder in a fit of frustration, tears streaming down her cheeks and landing on his back. I was wrong. I will never deceive you again. Feeling the coolness of her tears on his back, Xian, too, could not hold back his own tears. Guilt etched upon his face as he turned to embrace Rinchue's fragile form. This time, she did not resist, merely crying like a child, using her tears to express her inner fears. Their sobs echoed through the palace, as Xian and Rinchue held each other, quietly awaiting the passage of time. The couple seemed to form the most exquisite tableau, hearts shattered yet sweetly envious in their intimacy. All that remained was a wish for their enduring companionship. After a while, Rinchue ceased her crying, her eyes narrowing as she suddenly bit down on Xian's shoulder. Ouch, that hurts, he yelped, his expression contorting in agony as the pain seared through him. Why do women always find joy in this? Clenching his jaw, Xian stifled further cries. But Rinchue abruptly stopped. If you dare deceive me again, I will not let you off easily. With tearful eyes, Rinchue gazed at Xian's bleeding shoulder, her heart aching as she feigned anger. I wouldn't dare. I promise never to do it again. Suin hastidi asurite. Having learned his lesson the hard way, he was determined not to tread the same treacherous path. Do you think it will be next time? Rinchue retorted, her eyes glinting dangerously. Xian estamedith. What does this have to do with anything? Are we filming a drama here? I swear there will be no next time. Seeing Rinchue smile in satisfaction, Xian sighed in relief, enduring the pain in his shoulder as he helped her up, unable to resist smiling at her tear-streaked visage. Ultimately, he felt victorious in this world. What are you grinning about? Does your shoulder not hurt? She cast him a sideways glance. It does. I feel like my arm may never recover. From now on, I shall need your assistance, my dear wife. He placed his hand on her waist, his face contorted in pain, which elicited an eye roll from Rinchue at his poor acting. Keep pretending. Take off your shirt. I will bandage you up. Noticing the blood still flowing from Xian's shoulder, Rinchue said, her heart aching for him. Is that appropriate? After all, we are not yet married. Suyin viklirimindither. How dare you bring up marriage now? Where did you sleep last night? Don't you have any self-awareness? Rinchue snapped. I'll take it off, but be gentle. I'm afraid it will hurt. He exclaimed, wincing. Seeing your foolish grin, you look utterly ridiculous. As they prepare to eat breakfast, Rinchue chuckled, noticing Xian's silly smile. I can't believe my wife just called me foolish. Xian thought, indignant. As a proud man, how could he tolerate such an insult? How about some porridge? It's lighter in the morning. Noticing Xian's sulking expression, Rinchue smiled, then brought him a bowl of porridge. My hand is injured. Why not feed me? He suggested, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. You have another hand, don't you? She rolled her eyes at him, but did not refuse, slowly sitting beside him. Open wide. As Qian Rinxue tenderly fed him, Su Xian felt an overwhelming joy within, knowing he had succeeded. In merely a day, he had stolen a girl's heart, a feat that could only be described as miraculous. Indeed, the three great treasures of men pursuing women live up to their reputation. However, his heart was entirely bound to hers. Your Highness, it's time for your class. Qin, who attended to his daily needs, couldn't help but remind Su Xian as he observed the prince's affections towards the princess, seemingly unperturbed by the passage of time. Class. Su Xian paused, as the memories belonging to Xue Qinghe surfaced immediately. Indeed, being a prince was no bed of roses. With a soft sigh, Xue Qinghe, the crown prince, had to not only attend etiquette lessons at the Moon Pavilion daily, but also manage various affairs in Tiando City. This included supervising the royal guard's training, financial audits, judicial jury duties, and administrative oversight. In summary, it encompassed finance, military, and judiciary matters, truly cultivating him according to the standards of a crown prince. However, most of these responsibilities were merely supervisory, not decisive, which meant that his actual power was rather limited. Nevertheless, it was evident that Emperor Xue Yi had high expectations for Xue Qinghe. But what did Xue Qinghe's affairs have to do with Su Xian? He was not Xue Qinghe. Why should he attend class? Absolutely not. Under no circumstances will I go. You must go to Moon Pavilion and request a leave for me, saying my arm is injured and I cannot attend lessons. Also, please ask for leave at the Royal Academy and the Royal Guard for me. In short, I am injured today and cannot go anywhere, Su Xian instructed with utmost seriousness. Understood, Your Highness. Chapter 20. The Reformation of Qian Rinxue's Ideology. You aren't worried about your father blaming you for not attending? As Su Xian spoke with his eyes wide open, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but remind him. Su Xian shot a surprised glance at Qian Rinxue, who seemed to understand his reasoning, offering a gentle smile without shying away. Su Xian wore a knowing smile. His father wouldn't dare to blame him, for his mother would not let him off easily. Having a powerful mother afforded such liberties. Moreover, he continued, pausing slightly, I only wish to be a leisurely prince, accompanying you each day, taking strolls with dogs and meandering through the streets, rather than aspiring to be an emperor. If I do not dissuade my father, he will never abandon his desire for me to ascend the throne. Alas, this misfortune stems from my predecessor's excellence. Born to be an emperor, what could he do? With unambitious younger brothers, I can only resign myself to indulgence. Indeed, I, Su Xian, am not evading responsibility for my own sake, but rather to ignite my brother's ambition for the throne. In a royal family, how could one not contend for the crown? Yes, you. This is not an act of laziness. Important matters must be reiterated thrice. Qian Rinxue, you say you do not wish to be an emperor? Qian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback, her tone slightly peculiar. But what could be wrong with being an emperor? Her large, glistening eyes fixed on Su Xian, puzzled by his thoughts. An emperor, after all, stands above millions, wielding immense power, commanding the world, and revered as the supreme authority. In a continent, they belong to the most powerful stratum, a position that is often coveted yet seldom attained. History is rife with bloodshed over thrones, with royal kin turning against each other, all for the sake of reaching the pinnacle. Now, you suddenly declare that you do not wish to be an emperor? This seems utterly absurd. Not only could she not believe it, but surely no one would accept such a notion. What merits could possibly lie in being an emperor? Su Xian shook his head, feeling it was time to enlighten Qian Rinxue with a modern perspective. We bear no responsibility for this. You simply wish to be lazy. Observing Qian Rinxue's curious gaze, Su Xian began to explain. Being an emperor entails an overwhelming amount of state affairs requiring attention, waking early and sleeping late, leaving no time for rest, and eventually leading to exhaustion. Just look at my father. He rises before dawn, and now, not yet 50, his hair has turned nearly white. Indeed, the burdens of an emperor are quite formidable. Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement, not wishing for Su Xian to meet such a fate, yet she remained unconvinced. The power of an emperor, revered across the realm, surrounded by wealth, is something to be envied. Qian Rinxue gazed earnestly at Su Xian, her eyes shimmering with longing. Her ultimate goal in coming to Tiando City was to ascend the throne, thus enabling the Spirit Hall to assimilate the entire Tiando Empire. Supreme authority? A sardonic expression crossed Su Xian's face, leaving Xue even more perplexed. Such authority is merely significant to commoners. If my father were to decree that the spirit hall submit to the empire, would they comply? Xian spoke slowly, amusement dancing in his features. Upon hearing this, Xue was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. This question was indeed a critical one. The notion of the spirit hall yielding to the empire? How audacious! This was akin to daydreaming. With the spirit hall's current strength, annihilating the Tiando imperial family would be as easy as child's play. Had it not been for the fear that the other top sects of the continent would unite against the spirit hall and incite a war, leading to widespread animosity and hampering public sentiment, the spirit hall would have already annexed the realm. In the eyes of that woman, the Tiando imperial family was merely a larger ant, a balance to maintain public favor. The struggle for power has always been dominated by absolute strength. Yet the Tiando imperial family lacks even a title d'oeuvre, relying on the support of the seven treasure glazed tile school, rendering them pitifully weak. You see, even you find it implausible. With a sigh, Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Emperor Xue. Both were emperors, yet their outcomes were worlds apart. In an ordinary world, an emperor's word is law, executing without a second thought. In a fantastical realm, emperors are mere puppets, groveling before their sex, enduring torment from protagonists and antagonists alike, a truly tragic existence. Though perhaps overly dramatic, it reveals the emperor's awkward predicament. In 2 words, utterly pathetic. So, to be an emperor? It is a path I shall never tread. Even if I were to unify the continent, I would not hesitate, let alone the spear hall. Even if my father decreed that the lower 4 sects submit, would they heed his call? Being an emperor involves endless bureaucratic matters, the need to navigate human sentiments, manipulate power plays, and live in constant fear of assassination, never a moment of peace. Thus, the life of an emperor is hardly superior to that of a prince. In conclusion, Xian spoke with unwavering conviction, his gaze sharp and resolute. A prince who does not aspire to be an emperor is not a true brother. Upon hearing this, Xue seemed to grasp the situation. Indeed, the emperor of the Tiando Empire appeared somewhat pitiable, while being a carefree prince seemed rather appealing. However, what if one day the spirit hall is willing to align with the empire? Would you still think being an emperor is undesirable? Xue asked with utmost seriousness. Undesirable. Xian was acutely aware of what Xue implied. Only she could facilitate such a scenario. Nevertheless, his convictions remained unaltered. Why? Xue inquired, furrowing her brow. If Xian aspired to be emperor, her ascension to the angel goddess throne would undoubtedly compel the spirit hall to heed his command. A unified empire. A supreme throne. Was that not enticing enough? Do you wish for me to become emperor? This time, Xian refrained from answering directly, instead gazing at Xue with a hint of confusion and incredulity. Her heart trembled at this, leaving her at a loss for words. Truth be told, she did not desire Xian to become the crown prince or even emperor, for the perils were too great. Even if she could not take action herself, the spirit hall would surely find a way to eliminate him, never permitting the royal family to harbor hope. What troubled her further was the certainty of an impending clash between the spirit hall and the Tiando Empire. If Xian were to be emperor, what would she do? Would she assist him in confronting her mother and grandfather, or would she aid her family against him? It was evident that the losing side, even if not facing death, would be reduced to ruin. Yet, if he were merely the carefree prince, the outcome would differ significantly. She could shield him from the war, regardless of who triumphed. He would sustain no harm. Perhaps you should remain as the carefree prince. Regardless, I will support your decision. With a silent sigh, Xue sincerely replied. Yet, as she uttered those words, an odd feeling washed over her. What wife does not yearn for her husband to achieve greatness? Here she was, urging her legitimate heir not to ascend to the throne. It was truly unprecedented. Throughout history, she might well be an anomaly. After breakfast, Xue visited the palace to pay her respects to Nangongling. She wished to engage in heartfelt conversation, as some matters had remained unaddressed the previous night due to the late hour. Additionally, she cherished the warmth and comfort of conversing with her mother-in-law, Nangongling, and thus sought to visit early as a form of courtesy. Moreover, she intended to request leave for Xian. Being the crown prince, his idleness at home might invite gossip among the court officials, and she served as the perfect excuse one that would likely draw little dissent from the ministers. With the approval of her mother-in-law, even the Snow Knight Emperor, despite any inner displeasure, would find it difficult to reproach Xue Qinghe. Though she was aware of Xue Qinghe's desire to be a carefree prince, wishing to dissuade the Snow Knight Emperor, she did not wish to witness him bear the weight of heavy responsibilities. Taking a gradual approach was advisable. Nangongling welcomed her prospective daughter-in-law with warmth, engaging in conversation until midday. Nangongling originally intended to invite her to dine within the palace, but was ultimately disarmed by a single remark from Qian Rinxue, leaving her both amused and envious, and thus allowed Qian Rinxue to depart. This rascal, after all these years, has never prepared a meal for me as a mother. He has truly forgotten his roots. Watching Qian Rinxue leave, a bittersweet feeling settled in Nangongling's heart. Had it not been for Xue Qinghe's presence during yesterday's meal, it was likely that he would have concealed his culinary skills. It has been ages since I left the palace. Perhaps I shall visit Qinghe Mansion. The more she contemplated, especially regarding the dishes Xue Xian had prepared, the more impatient she became, for such delectable meals were unattainable within the palace. Bring forth the carriage. I intend to venture outside the palace. Seemingly struck by inspiration, Nangongling's voice resonated with both kindness and authority throughout the palace. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue had returned to her residence, her face aglow with a sweet and warm smile, as if she had just received splendid news. Upon hearing that Xue Xian was in the garden, she hurried over, observing Xue Xian enthusiastically sketching something. Qian Rinxue tiptoed closer, curiosity piqued. Is this a tower or a castle? Gazing at the triangular structure on the blueprint, she covered her mouth and murmured in wonder. Sensing her presence, Xue Xian turned with a smile. You're back. What do you think of the blueprint for my entertainment city? Entertainment city? Taking the blueprint into her hands and examining the architectural design closely, Qian Rinxue asked, perplexed, what compels you to design such a thing? And why is the center of the building empty? Pointing to the hollow section of the tower, her face was alight with curiosity, eager for answers. Xue Xian Qinghe, brimming with pride, this entertainment city will feature a plethora of fun attractions. I am certain it will generate substantial revenue. Generate revenue? Taken aback by this revelation, Qian Rinxue could not help but inquire, are you in dire need of money? The notion that a prince would concern himself with wealth seemed incredulous. Desperately, he nodded somberly, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. There are only 70,000 gold coins left at home. They won't last long. 70,000? Qian Rinxue was taken aback, her voice rising in disbelief. Although 70,000 gold coins might appear to be an unimaginable fortune to an ordinary person, it seemed sadly insufficient for both her and Xue Xian. Without even considering the daily expenses of the residents, in Tiando City, anything of true value could vanish in moments, costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Furthermore, as the crown prince, various formalities, receptions, and rituals were unavoidable. Even birthdays of marquises and dukes required his personal attendance, with gifts that could not be trivial. When all was calculated, such a sum of gold was woefully inadequate. Where have you spent all the money? Qian Rinxue placed her hands on her hips, adopting the demeanor of an exasperated housewife as she glared at Xue Xian, her expression practically screaming wasteful. Even a prince's residence cannot be reduced to such meager funds. I spent a couple of million on some items yesterday, Xue Xian admitted, somewhat sheepishly. He had indulged in a shopping spree within the system, buying everything indiscriminately, relishing the feeling of a sudden windfall. Yet, naturally, he could not divulge the details to Qian Rinxue, as the existence of the system was not something to be broadcasted. While he believed Qian Rinxue would not betray him, one could never be too cautious. He had no desire to become the protagonist who, upon traversing realms, exposed his system and met an untimely demise. Otherwise, when he eventually arrived in the underworld, he would find himself unable to boast about his adventures. More than 2 million. What on earth did you purchase to spend so much gold? Pouting, Qian Rinxue was thoroughly enraged. The realization that she had only been absent for a couple of hours, and he had squandered over 2 million gold coins, made her apprehensive about the household's future. Wasteful, utterly wasteful, she declared, her lips trembling with anger. If I do not discipline you today, you shall never learn the meaning of a wife's authority. Qian Rinxue was taken aback by the challenge she faced as she sought to take charge of their home. Was this some form of karmic retribution for a debt owed from a past life? The items I bought were quite valuable, perhaps worth tens of millions of gold coins. But upon witnessing Qian Rinchue's furious reaction, Xian felt increasingly sheepish. Her demeanor suggests she is well prepared to manage the household finances. While I seem to be lacking in that regard, as a man, is it not essential to set aside a substantial fortune for a devoted wife? What does it mean to be a man if one cannot provide for their beloved? Upon hearing the substantial worth of the treasure, Qian Rinchue's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she promptly inquired about its whereabouts. I presented it to my father yesterday. Otherwise, he would not have consented to our union, Xian replied, his gaze filled with a blend of helplessness and innocence. If he were to sell that soul-guiding device to his father, the Snow Night Emperor, he certainly wouldn't be in want of money. Spending tens of millions of gold coins on a bride is quite the burden. He could only weep with joy, affirming internally that it was indeed worth it. In terms of currency exchange, on Douluo continent, an ordinary family requires 1 gold coin to sustain themselves for a year. Conversely, on Earth, a typical family might need around 10,000 renminbi for the same duration. Therefore, 50 million gold coins would equate to 500 billion renminbi in the modern world. 500 billion renminbi for a bride. His blood pressure was nearly unbearable. He needed to take a moment to breathe. Realizing Xian's sacrifices were for her, Qian Rinchue was momentarily taken aback. It made sense why the Snow Night Emperor would allow her to marry him. It was for this reason. A blush crept across her cheeks as her heart swelled with sweetness. My mother just gifted me 1 million gold coins. We can manage our expenses wisely, and I will keep an eye on things, she offered, guilt lacing her words as she produced a golden card from her storage ring and placed it before Xian. Chapter 22. Forming a team for a meal? Observing Qian Rinchue, who seemed like a dutiful wife presenting the golden card, Xian couldn't help but chuckle. You should keep this for yourself. Running a household is no easy task. I shall find ways to earn money, he insisted, pressing the card back into her hands and urging her to sit down. His gaze softened as he looked at her, a satisfied smile sweeping over him like a gentle spring breeze. With such a wife, what more could a man desire? The household had numerous financial needs, yet with his capabilities, he had no fear of scarcity. Moreover, the money his mother had given to Qian Rinchue clearly indicated the intention for her to take charge. He could not claim it for himself. But aren't you planning to build that entertainment city? Qian Rinchue hesitated, her voice tinged with concern. The scale of the entertainment city appeared grand, towering at least 100 meters high. It was indeed a massive undertaking. Xian's lips curled into a smirk. Rest assured, the construction costs will be covered by my father. Should it truly come to fruition, it may require nearly 10 million gold coins. That's a relief. Then I shall hold on to the funds for you, Qian Rinchue said, her worries dissipating as she obediently tucked the golden card away. Shouldn't we be having lunch now? Just as Xian intended to finish the remaining drawings, a clear, plaintive voice interrupted, catching him off guard. Turning to see Qian Rinchue pouting, her eager gaze fixed on him, she resembled a lively little foodie. Unable to stifle his laughter, Xian took her hand and pulled her into an embrace, affectionately caressing her cheek. All right, my dear wife, I shall go prepare a meal for you. With that, he headed straight for the kitchen. Beaming with joy, Qian Rinchue felt 2 rosy blooms blossom on her cheeks as she carefully gathered the drawings from the table. The princess consort, the queen mother, and concubine Yang have arrived at the residence. You should go greet them. As soon as Xian left, a maid promptly delivered the news. Hearing that the queen mother had come, Qian Rinchue felt a flicker of confusion. Hadn't she just exited the palace? Why was she visiting the residence again? With curiosity in tow, Qian Rinchue hastened towards the grand hall. In the grand hall of the prince's residence, 2 gentle and virtuous women sat conversing quietly, one of whom was naturally Nangongling. The other, dressed in a flowing purple gown and appearing around 40, exuded elegance and grace. Her alluring eyes sparkled like lightning, and her well-proportioned figure radiated a mature charm. My sister is truly fortunate. It won't be long before she holds her grandchild. Observing Nangongling, Yang Xuenning's eyes brimmed with envy, her smile genuine and heartfelt, genuinely pleased for Nangongling, akin to sisters. Jealousy or resentment was entirely absent from her heart. After all, considering the Snow Night Emperor's favoritism and the royal lineage, she held no competitive advantage. Moreover, had it not been for Nangongling's matchmaking efforts, she would not have ascended to the status of a favored concubine. With Nangong Ling's warm and amiable demeanor, the three women shared a sisterly bond within the inner palace. Nangong Ling smiled knowingly, then shook her head. Xue heir is still young. This matter can be discussed in a few more years. At least there is hope. Yang Xuanning sighed, suddenly remembering that today was a day of celebration. She quickly changed her tone. I wonder what kind of beauty has captivated the crown prince of Qinghe to such an extent that the emperor issued a decree that very day. Had I not heard it from you, I might not have believed those servants' words. Yang Xuanning gazed at Nangong Ling with great curiosity, for she had watched Qinghe grow up. While gentle in nature, he possessed an extraordinary discerning eye. What kind of beauty could evoke such impulsiveness in him? She is here. You may see for yourself, Nangong Ling said, gesturing towards the entrance with a smile, beckoning Qian Rinxue to approach. Concubine Yang also quickly rose to look towards the doorway. Clad in a perfectly tailored white palace gown that harmonized beautifully with her golden locks, she emanated an ethereal and sacred aura with every movement. Her features were exquisite, her complexion as translucent as jade, and her elongated eyes conveyed an air of cold elegance. Particularly, the refined and noble essence she exuded resembled a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, rendering others ashamed and reluctant to intrude. Upon seeing Qian Rinxue, Concubine Yang's eyes lit up, and she inwardly marveled at Su Xian's taste. I pay my respects to the Queen Mother. Qian Rinxue greeted as she hurried to Nangong Ling and performed a respectful bow. This is Aunt Yang Xuanning. You may call her Aunt Xue, Nangong Ling clarified, noticing Qian Rinxue's uncertainty as she looked at Concubine Yang. Xue heir, meet Aunt Xue. Qian Rinxue attempted to bow, but Concubine Yang immediately halted her with a gentle pull. Smiling, we are all family. There is no need for such formalities. Now that you are officially the crown prince of Qinghe's consort, Aunt Xue has nothing to bestow upon you, but this bracelet given to me by the emperor, I now present to you. As she spoke, Concubine Yang produced a box from her sleeve and placed it into Qian Rinxue's hands. This, thank you, Aunt Xue. Although hesitant, Qian Rinxue accepted the gift after receiving a reassuring glance from Nangong Ling. That's the spirit, Concubine Yang said, satisfied as she gently patted Qian Rinxue's hand, her gaze warm and approving. Noticing Su Xian's absence, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, by the way, where has Qinghe gone? Why isn't he here with you? At this, Qian Rinxue's face flushed, and feeling shy, she could only cast her eyes towards her mother-in-law. Nangong Ling's sister, you have no idea. Nangong Ling leaned closer, whispering an explanation to Concubine Yang. With a chuckle, Yang Fei was taken aback to hear that the noble prince was actually cooking for his wife. She teasingly glanced at Nangong Ling, realizing why her sister had left the palace at noon. She had been strolling in the palace when she noticed Nangong Ling heading towards Su Xian's residence. As a concubine, it was only fitting for her to come and celebrate this joyous occasion while also getting to know Qian Rinxue. To her surprise, the mother of the nation had come for this very reason. What is wrong with a mother wanting to taste the dishes prepared by her son? She mused. Despite Yang Fei's playful remarks, Nangong Ling remained unperturbed, responding earnestly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Yang Fei's curiosity was piqued. Could Qinghe's culinary skills be that extraordinary? Nangong Ling burst into laughter. You should have seen those two children. They nearly wrestled with his Majesty for the food. At this, Yang Fei could hardly contain her excitement. Turning to Qian Rinxue with a grin, today, I plan to join you for a meal. You want tea, mind? Will you, Xue? Oh. Chapter 23. The Importance of Companions. In the kitchen, Su Xian was fervently preparing a variety of dishes, each a humble home-cooked meal, yet imbued with an unparalleled flavor. Big brother. Suddenly, a sweet, innocent voice chimed in, as if draped in honey. He turned to see a little girl shyly standing at the door, adorned in an elegant palace dress, her exquisite porcelain-like features and dewy skin captivating. The girl, no more than 3 or 4 years old, bore a hint of baby fat, yet her vibrant spirit hinted at her future beauty. Kur, what brings you here? Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, but his face quickly broke into a warm smile as he approached, pinching her chubby cheek with affection. Mother said to come see big brother, Kura replied, her big, pure eyes sparkling as she gripped Su Xian's hand. Su Xian raised an eyebrow and probed, is your mother here as well? Hum. Kura blinked her long lashes earnestly, her innocent charm flooding the air like a gentle breeze. unable to resist. Xue Qian affectionately ruffled her hair. At that moment, Qinghe interjected, "Your Highness, the Empress has come with her Majesty, and they should be in the main hall." The princess insisted on visiting His Highness, so I brought her along. "My mother is here too?" Xue Qian's expression turned curious. It seemed rather sudden for her to arrive after Snow had just returned. Could it be she is here for a meal? Indeed, it is quite likely. Xue Qian thought to himself. Generally, palace matters were attended to after meals, and those who ventured out around noon typically dined outside. This is supposed to be our first day of solitude. Mother, are you really coming to mooch off a meal? And bringing friends along? Thank goodness there aren't 72 concubines in the harem, or I'd be utterly exhausted. Yaoer, please inquire if my mother intends to dine here, he instructed earnestly. Your Highness, the Empress's personal maid has informed me that is indeed the case, Qinghe promptly replied. Xue Qian exclaimed, "What? You really are here for a meal?" Could it be that she felt remorse for giving Snow a fortune and wanted to recoup her losses? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and turned to Kur. "Kur, I need to cook now. The kitchen is quite messy. Why don't you go play with your sister in the front yard?" Gripping Xue Qian's arm, Kur's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Can Kun stay here for dinner too?" Xue Qian playfully pinched her nose, his heart melting at her adorable demeanor. "Of course. Soon, you will see all the delicious food." "Yay." Kur nodded eagerly, turning to grasp Qinghe's hand. Just as they were about to leave, the little one paused, glancing back at Xue Qian with a worried expression. "Big brother, will sister not like Kur?" Unable to suppress a laugh, Xue Qian reassured her, "Don't worry. Your sister is very nice and will surely adore little Kur." "Okay, I'll go find sister." With that, Kur dashed off. Watching her leave, Xue Qian sighed. Returning to the kitchen, the task ahead suddenly seemed daunting. But who was he to be daunted by such trivial challenges? A man must never utter the words, "I cannot." In the grand hall, the three women engaged in casual conversation. "Kur, come here, dear." Upon seeing Kur return, Yang Fei beckoned her with affection, scooping her up in her arms. "Is your big brother cooking right now?" "Yes." Big brother said he would make something delicious for Kur. Heir swallowed heart. Her gaze wandering around the hall until it landed on Xian. "Kur, this is your big brother's wife. Greet her as sister." Yang Fei smiled. "This is your Aunt Xue's daughter, named Kur." Noticing Xian's puzzled expression, Nangong Ling quickly explained, her gaze warm. This little one insisted on finding her big brother as soon as she arrived. We couldn't stop her. "Sister-in-law, you are truly beautiful." Leaping from Yang Fei's embrace, Kur dashed to Xian, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration. Faced with the endearing child, Xian felt a bit flustered. Growing up alone in the martial Soul Hall, she had little experience with children. However, Kur's innocent charm stirred a protective instinct within her, and she gently tousled the girl's hair. "You're lovely as well. When you grow up, you will surely outshine your sister-in-law." Hee, Kur giggled, looking up at Xian with wide-eyed innocence. Can Kur be Big Brother's wife when she grows up? At this, the hall fell silent. Staring blankly at Kur, Xian's cheeks flushed, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. A 3 or 4-year-old was already vying for a future husband. Nangong Ling burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. "You little one, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yang Fei's face turned crimson as she quickly pulled Kur into her arms, gently patting her head. "You're your big brother's sister. How could you ever be his wife? You must never say such things again, understood?" Seeing Yang Fei's stern expression, Kur's face showed confusion and a hint of grievance. She dared not question further, merely nodding obediently. "Children speak without thought. Don't take it to heart, dear sister." Nangong Ling consoled. "It is my fault for not educating her properly. I apologize for the embarrassment caused to you, Xue," Yang Fei said with a smile, though her demeanor remained serious. "It's nothing, mother." Just as Nangong Ling was about to speak, she was interrupted by 2 figures who hastily approached, one vibrant and vigorous, the other gentle and composed, both faces aglow with joy, as if they had encountered a delightful event. "Greetings, mother." Ani. Upon noticing Yang Fei's presence, Xue and his companion quickly bowed, while the former rose promptly, raising her delicate hand in acknowledgement, not daring to act casually. "Greetings to you both. Please, do not stand on ceremony. If Big Brother finds out, he will surely reprimand us." Upon witnessing Xian prepare to pay her respects, Both Xue Qinghe and Xue Mingtong felt a shiver run through their hearts, prompting them to immediately intercept her. There was no other choice. They could not afford to offend her, given the current circumstances of their elder brother's fervent devotion to his wife. They would rather confront him directly than allow her to be wronged. It was bewildering how their once amicable elder brother had suddenly transformed, prioritizing romantic entanglements over familial bonds. They felt utterly despondent. "Why have you two come here?" Nangong Ling inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips, clearly aware of their intentions, yet feigning ignorance. "We heard that mother has left the palace, so we came to accompany her," Xue Mingtong promptly replied. "Oh, how intriguing," Nangong Ling remarked, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "It seems the hour is late. Perhaps you should return and have your meal." Xue Qinghe and Xue Mingtong exchanged incredulous looks. "We have come all this way. How can we possibly leave so easily? Are we to be so shameless? We refuse to depart. We shall stay here and chat with you, mother," Xue Mingtong declared, maintaining a calm demeanor despite the tension. "As for lunch, let us dine with our elder brother," Xue Qinghe quickly added, eager to affirm their resolve. "Why are you pinching me, third brother?" Xue Qinghe's face turned pale with sudden fury as he realized his brother had inadvertently revealed their true intentions. Xue Mingtong sighed in exasperation, lamenting, "Why must you speak so candidly? I regret ever teaming up with you." Chapter 24. That kitchen knife is only 1 centimeter away. What? Those two rascals are here too? Upon hearing that Xue Qinghe and Xue Mingtong had also arrived, Xian was immediately engulfed by a burning fury. His eyes ablaze with indignation, as if ready to consume the very air around him. How dare they? After 800 years of absence from my residence. Now, they come prancing about just because they catch a whiff of food. Is this what brotherly affection has come to? I scoff. Do they believe my abode is a communal dining hall, where meals come without a price? Glaring at the 3 dishes already prepared, Xian felt a surge of frustration, unable to contain himself. Initially, he had only intended to prepare 4 dishes, sufficient for himself and Xian Renxue. However, with mother and auntie Xue, not to mention Xue Qinghe, he would need to add a few more, at least 6 dishes and a soup. Now, there were 7 people in total, and judging by the veracity of Xue Qinghe and Xue Mingtong. How absurd. Even if I added a few more plates, it would hardly be enough for their appetites. He thought to himself in disbelief. Am I to spend the entire afternoon slaving away in the kitchen? Oh, it seems I should at least make an appearance in the main hall as the protagonist. Yet here I am, relegated to the role of a mere cook. Do they not realize I am the author's beloved son? This is an outrageous affront, fury igniting within him. Xian brandished a kitchen knife and stormed towards the grand hall. You may possess great skill, but behold my kitchen knife. Mother, we merely wish to keep you and Auntie Xue company, concerned you might be bored, Xue Mingtong retorted, casting a fierce glare at his brother, who had been a poor ally. Yet he maintained his composure, exuding an air of calm amidst the chaos. Before he could finish, Nangong Ling shot him an incredulous look. During my time in the palace, I hardly see you 4 or 5 times in a month. Now, you suddenly act so filial? Her tone was tinged with sorrow, as if a cold wind had swept through a long-deserted valley, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. Mother, you know we have been busy with our studies at the academy and managing imperial affairs. We simply do not have the luxury of time, Xue Mingtong explained, his face filled with guilt. We will make a concerted effort to visit you more often. Indeed, sister, the two of them are not without their struggles. Do not hold it against them, Auntie Xue interjected, recognizing that Nangong Ling's frustration was but a fleeting emotion. Seeing that Auntie Xue is advocating for you, I shall forgive you this time, but do remember your promises, Nangong Ling acquiesced, understanding their busy lives. Both brothers nodded vigorously, eager to appease her. You two gluttons, cool me fort. Today, I shall teach you how to conduct yourselves properly. Just as they were about to take a seat, a thunderous voice erupted, freezing them in their tracks. Not only were they halted, but Nangong Ling and Auntie Xue were equally taken aback. In an instant, before they could comprehend the situation, Xian stormed into the grand hall, brandishing a kitchen knife, his gaze fixed resolutely on Xue Qinghe and Xue Mingtong. A chilling breeze swept through the atmosphere, sending shivers down their spines. Grabbing both by the scruff of their necks, as one would a chick, Xian dragged them out, leaving only their cries for mercy echoing within the grand hall. Is that really Qinghe? Auntie Xue gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. In her memory, Xue Qinghe was the epitome of royal decorum, a prince of noble bearing who had never uttered a single foul word. Was she dreaming, or had she encountered a ghost? Ling, equally astonished, nodded uncertainly, her own heart racing in shock. Observing their astonished expressions, Xue's demeanor shifted momentarily before she broke into laughter, responding nonchalantly. Perhaps he has been too busy lately, causing his temper to flare. I apologize if we have caused you any amusement, Mother and Auntie Xue. At her words, Ling and Auntie Xue burst into laughter, clearly entertained by the couple's antics. Seeing their teasing smiles, Xue felt a flush of embarrassment, lowering her gaze shyly. Xue, you must learn to care for Qinghe. You should also learn to cook, Ling advised earnestly, her tone warm and considerate. With Mother and Auntie Xue present, they won't mind, and it would please them to see you two in harmony. However, remember that as a prince, Qinghe must maintain his dignity in the presence of outsiders. Ling bore no resentment towards Xue Xian's impolite behavior. The emperor had hinted that Qinghe might undergo changes in appearance and personality, yet his essence and emotions remained unchanged. She understood that the individual before her was still her child, and that was more than enough. Moreover, the current Qinghe brought her joy and comfort. Excessive kindness within royal circles could be a liability. Indeed, Xue replied earnestly, fully aware that she could not allow Xue Xian to bear all burdens alone, or she too would feel remiss. Let us go check on them, lest they create further trouble, Ling concluded, rising with satisfaction before heading towards the exit, with Xue and the others following closely behind. In the kitchen courtyard, a fierce confrontation was unfolding. Second brother, shall we join forces? Elder brother is surely no match for us. I believe that could work. Upon witnessing the exchange of glances between the two, Xue Xian quickly discerned their intentions. So you wish to engage in a 2-on-1, do you? Do you truly believe you can prevail? With a swift motion, a silver glint flashed through the air, slicing it as though it were mere paper. Accompanied by a soft thud, a kitchen knife embedded itself deep into the floor, mere centimeters from Xue Mingtong's feet. A shiver ran through Xue Mingtong, cold sweat pouring down his brow as his eyes darted nervously to the knife, his heart racing in terror. Years later, when he reflected on that fateful day, he would lament, at that moment, the knife was a mere centimeter from my foot. Yet, after a single breath, its master would completely forgive me, for I had made the wisest decision of my life. Though he had made countless correct choices, I considered this one to be the most impeccable. Brother, it was all second brother's idea. I had no part in this, Xue Mingtong exclaimed, his face a portrait of grievance, tears welling in his eyes. Xue Wuji interjected, you coward. Brother, don't listen to him. This rascal is full of deceit. Otherwise, how could I have come here? Chapter 25. The culinary wizardry in the kitchen, have you already given in? Xue Xian observed with disappointment as Xue Wuji and Xue Mingtong deflected responsibility onto one another. We are all brothers. How can you shirk your duties this way? This is quite troublesome for me. Are you not aware of your indecision? Your antics are giving me a headache. Since you both claim it is the other's fault, let's share the punishment. He sighed heavily. What? Hearing this, Xue Wuji and Xue Mingtong were taken aback. They had been bickering, only to find that a shared punishment was the resolution. What the hell? If you have concerns, we could discuss them at length. Rest assured, I am not one to stir trouble. I prefer to reason with logic. Noticing their lingering discontent, Xue Xian donned an innocuous smile, producing a golden long sword that cleaved the ground with a sharp sound. Xue Wuji and Xue Mingtong's faces turned ashen, akin to having swallowed a fly. Is this your version of reasoning? They exclaimed in unison. We may lack education, but do not attempt to deceive us. No objections. Whatever brother says goes. The sword before them radiated a peculiar power. Should it erupt suddenly, they would find themselves utterly defenseless. Truly, they respected the logic of their elder brother. That's the spirit, Xue Xian replied, satisfied, as he sheathed the sword. Now, both of you, head to the kitchen and assist. Do not expect to dine without contributing. What? Do you wish to have a word with my sword? Cough, cough, no need for that. We shall go at once. Good, that's settled. Observing the two cheerfully entering the kitchen under his persuasion, Xue Xian smiled broadly. A few minutes later, as feathers began to fill the kitchen, Xue Xian's expression darkened, and he hurriedly covered the dishes. Second brother, is this what you call plucking a chicken? He exclaimed, staring incredulously at the whole chicken that Xue Qinghe brought forth. His face a mix of indignation and disbelief. While the outer feathers were gone, a considerable amount of fine down remained. If this were to go into the pot, I swear I wouldn't eat a single bite today. How could one possibly consume such a thing? The down is too tightly attached. I simply cannot pull it off. Xue Qinghe protested, looking pitiful, on the verge of tears. He had never engaged in such tasks before, and found it both filthy and unpleasant. Wah! I came here for a meal, not to do menial labor. Can't pull it off? Xian post. Looking at the area where Xue Qinghe was attempting to pluck the feathers, then at the dry chicken, feeling utterly disheartened. You're pulling it off raw, without hot water? Why would I need hot water? Can it be done without it? Xue Qinghe replied, utterly confused. Truly, you are the epitome of primitive chicken plucking. Xian exclaimed in exasperation, covering his forehead in disbelief. The thought of the chicken meeting such a cruel fate only added to his dismay. Second brother. Plucking chicken feathers requires scalding them with hot water first for a clean job. Xue Tong felt a pang of pity for Xue Qinghe, realizing he was utterly lacking in basic knowledge. You spend all your time competing with others, and yet your brain never seems to be engaged. Unlike myself, though my talents and cultivation may be lacking, I excel in many areas. For instance, the moment the topic of plucking chicken feathers arose, I understood it required hot water the instant brother mentioned it. And as for these cabbage leaves, I am undoubtedly skilled. Just look at how pristine they are. Alas, some things are innate. I wish to remain humble, yet my abilities do not allow it. Third brother, spare us the condescending remarks. If you have the skill, come and do it yourself. Xue Qinghe retorted angrily, feeling overwhelmed by the task at hand. Hearing this, Xue Tong fell silent, obediently tending to the cabbage. Mindful of the consequences, he was no fool. Arranging the cabbage leaves was a simple task, and with this pile, he could easily occupy himself for half an hour. By the time the vegetables are nearly done, I can make my exit. Perfect. Continue with your work. I shall focus on the cabbage first. Xian, utterly speechless, replied. Moving over to Xue Tong's side. The cabbage was relatively easy to handle, and given Xue Tong's capabilities, he should have completed it by now. Brother, I have finished the cabbage. Look how clean and neat it is. It rivals the purity of jade, and it will surely taste delightful. Xue Tong boasted, glancing at the bowl of cabbage that was pale with a hint of yellow, then at the pile of fresh green leaves beside it. Xian forced a smile. Third brother, let us chant a slogan. The king covers the earth like a tiger? What do you mean by this, brother? Xue Tong queried, bewildered. Confirmed. You're not a time traveler. You are a local. Xian declared, leaving no room for further discussion. Thud. He struck Xue Tong on the forehead, producing a sharp sound. Ouch. Brother, what are you doing? Xue Tong exclaimed, clutching his head in agony. I did nothing wrong. Why the personal attack? Do you only eat the hearts of the cabbage while discarding the leaves? Xian gritted his teeth, his frustration palpable. You have no idea how precious these ingredients are. Do you expect me to prepare stir-fried noodles with just the hearts? If I didn't know better, I think you were a time traveler trying to serve a banquet of boiled cabbage. These leaves can be used. Xue Tong stared in disbelief at the vibrant green leaves on the ground, as if struck by a revelation. He had pondered this question while separating the leaves. But upon discovering their purity, he had ceased to worry. You don't eat cabbage normally? Xian's expression darkened as he interrogated. Have you never tasted pork or seen a pig run? How can you lack such basic knowledge? Goodness, you are princes, not celestial beings untouched by the mundane world. I generally enjoy eating spinach, Xue Tong explained weakly. Xian, I am utterly astounded. I am completely at a loss for words and have no energy left to argue. Brother, what are you doing? Upon seeing Xian pick up a kitchen knife, Xue Tong's face turned ashen, and Xue Qinghe rushed over to hold him tightly. Brother, please calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. We are all brothers. Bang! Moments later, two figures were kicked out of the kitchen, and with a loud thud, the kitchen door was shut. Chapter 26. Are they shameless? One does not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a teammate as foolish as a pig. At this moment, Xian finally comprehended the depth of this saying. Having those two assist in the kitchen was truly a challenge to his mental fortitude. After expelling them, Xian resumed his tasks, knowing he had already prepared 6 dishes and only needed to make 2 more. In the backyard, Mother, you must take our side. Brother is bullying us. Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe, covered in dirt and with footprints on their chests, complained tearfully to Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling's expression remained impassive as she waved her hand. You two should go wash up. What? Wash up now? We have just been bullied. Can't you show a bit of sympathy? They protested. Brother not only threatened us to help with the cooking, but also kicked us. You must advocate for us. Their eyes were resolute. They demanded justice, for how could they hold their heads high in the future if they were treated this way? As princes, if they were beaten and dared not utter a word, how could they survive in Tiando City? They could afford to be humiliated, but not to lose face. Seeing Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe complain, Qian Renshua's heart tightened, and before she could speak on their behalf, Nan Gongling's voice rang out. Qinghe, what do you think about this? She curiously looked towards the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Yang Fei and Qian Renshue turned to look. Even Xue Qinghe widened her eyes in surprise. However, where was brother? Xue Qinghe felt utterly puzzled. A cold wind swept past, making Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe shiver. Their angry expressions quickly transforming into excitement and joy. Mother, the dishes brother prepared are exceptionally fragrant. We saw it all just now. Yes. Helping brother in the kitchen. We learned so much. We should follow his example more closely. They harmoniously praised Su Xian with utmost sincerity in their hearts. After all, they were brothers. How could they betray him behind his back? Even if others had opinions, they would never allow it. Seeing how quickly Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe changed their tune, Yang Fei and Qian Renshue were left dumbfounded. Are you two joking? Your Highness, the prince has said the dishes are ready, and everyone can go to the main hall for dinner, Qin Yao reported respectfully. What? A woman? Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe were instantly stunned. And when they turned their heads, it felt as if a stampede of wild horses rushed through their minds. Goodness, it wasn't he brother who came. Watching Nan Gongling and the others laughing mockingly, the two wished they could find a hole to hide in. It was simply too embarrassing. Mother. They looked at Nan Gongling with tearful eyes, never expecting her to set them up. Is this what a mother should do? Do you have any questions? Or should I fetch Qinghe to discuss this with you? Nan Gongling teased. She had clearly witnessed their embarrassing behavior in the kitchen and felt a mix of embarrassment for them. Although she couldn't cook either, it reflected poorly on her if her sons couldn't, indicating a failure in her guidance. Look at your brother. He's also a prince. Yet the difference in conduct is astounding. No, we don't need that. Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe quickly shook their heads, not wishing to provoke Su Xian any further. Right now, their brother resembled a ticking time bomb. Whoever lit the fuse would regret it. All right, let us head to the main hall and see what food your brother has prepared. With that, Nan Gongling took Qian Renshue by the hand and left, followed by Yang Fei and Xue Qinghe, leaving the two of them in a despondent state. In the main hall, the aroma wafted through the air, and the maid nearby was swallowing her saliva. Su Xian looked at the 7 dishes and a soup on the table, nodding in satisfaction. Such culinary skills are wasted if not put to use in a restaurant. Indeed, I can promote this culinary delight. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Su Xian, as if a magnificent path opened before him. With such delicious food, customers would undoubtedly flock to him. He could easily establish a gourmet area in the entertainment district. Brother, what food have you prepared for Coeur? Just as Su Xian was deep in thought, Xue Qinghe joyfully ran over, her adorable face brimming with excitement, especially as she caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma. Ruffling her little head, Su Xian picked her up and brought her to the table. Look, there's your favorite chicken leg. Saying this, he picked up a chicken leg and handed it to Xue Qinghe. Mother said I can't eat first. Xue Qinghe quickly shook her head, her eyes fixated on the chicken leg, her little mouth watering. Don't worry, with brother here, it's fine. Su Xian disregarded the royal etiquette and directly placed the chicken leg in Xue Qinghe's hands. This chicken leg smells so good. After some hesitation, Xue Qinghe could no longer resist, opening her mouth to take a bite, her eyes sparkling with joy. At that moment, Nan Gongling and the others arrived, and upon seeing Xue Qinghe eating the chicken leg, Yang Fei's face immediately darkened. Your aunt hasn't even spoken yet. How can you eat first? Aunt, I let her eat. Please don't blame her, Su Xian hurriedly interjected. All right, everyone sit down and taste Qinghe's cooking. Nan Gongling was not one to dwell on trivial matters, waving her hand as she took her seat at the head of the table. Xue Qinghe and Xue Qinghe, feeling disgruntled, cast a glance at Su Xian before taking their seats at the end. This chicken seems to resemble the fish from last time. It's also steamed. Isn't it? Knowing no one would touch their chopsticks until she did, Nan Gongling picked up a piece of chicken and curiously inquired, "Is it indeed steamed?" "It is steamed, making the meat tender and juicy. Aunt, you should try it too." While speaking, Xian served a piece of chicken to his aunt, adhering to the necessary etiquette for elders. The flavor was indeed exquisite. No wonder Wujia and the others were so keen. This visit to Qinghe was truly a culinary delight. As the juices burst in her mouth, the chicken was as tender as a soft-boiled egg, and Yang Fei's eyes lit up with admiration. Xian smiled, choosing not to respond, allowing Yang Fei to care for Xue Qinghe while he attended to his own wife. As for Xue Wujia and Xue Mingtong, they remained focused on their meal, displaying a resolute demeanor. "Ha ha, I wonder where the queen had gone. Turns out she was here at Qinghe's residence." Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed through the air, and the snowy night emperor entered with a broad smile. Everyone remarked that while one might occasionally be tardy for a meal, they would never be absent. Chapter 27, Snowy Night, Mine All Mine. In the backyard, having finished lunch, the snowy night emperor did not leave. His initial intention was to engage in a heartfelt conversation with Xue. However, upon hearing Xue's grand vision for the entertainment city, his expression drastically changed, and he sputtered out his tea, his face reflecting sheer anguish. 1,000,000 gold coins. Despite the empire's wealth, with substantial tax revenues, the total treasury reserves only amounted to 300 million, which was already strained by military expenditures and monthly payments for soul masters. As long as no natural disasters or calamities occurred, all would be well, but should an unexpected event arise, the imperial finances would plunge into turmoil. 300 million was a precarious figure. Increasing it would prove challenging, and preventing a decrease would be equally difficult. This 300 million gold coins represented the empire's long-term treasury reserves. To suddenly part with 1,000,000 gold coins, while it seemed merely 1/30th of the total, was still an astronomical sum. Moreover, it was solely intended for the construction of a high-rise. What a loss. He had thought that Xue's plan for the entertainment city would only require a few 100,000 gold coins. Now, he exclaimed in disbelief. After having just acquired a soul guiding device worth 50 million gold coins from Xue, he was now being asked to return 1,000,000. Absolutely not. He had never agreed to such a condition. After all, it was merely a verbal agreement. Denying it could save him 1,000,000 gold coins. Why wouldn't he seize the opportunity? Noticing the change in the snowy night emperor's expression, Xue remained unfazed. What emperor was not shameless? It was simply a matter of no one daring to voice it. You are aware that the treasury is not abundant. 1,000,000 is truly excessive, the snowy night emperor said, awkwardly rubbing his nose. The current state of the continent was far from optimistic, particularly with the looming threat of the Spirit Hall, which would inevitably lead to conflict. These funds were more crucial for military reserves. "How much do you think you can offer?" Xue inquired coldly, narrowing his eyes. 500,000. How does that sound? The snowy night emperor pondered for a moment before awkwardly suggesting. "Does your heart not ache?" Xue retorted incredulously. "Bargaining like this is absurd. That's merely 1/20th. How miserly. Father, if you truly lack funds, I could approach the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. They would likely be eager to purchase soul guiding devices." Xue reminded him with a disdainful glance. "Absolutely not." The snowy night emperor erupted in anger, his eyes reddening. He had fully grasped the power of soul guiding devices. They were indeed formidable weapons. A typical soul king wielding a level 5 soul guiding cannon could threaten even a soul emperor. This was a strategic asset he could not part with. Wait, seemingly realizing something, the snowy night emperor turned to Xue with an enigmatic expression. "My son, do you still possess soul guiding cannons?" "I believe I have around a dozen left." Upon hearing this, the snowy night emperor could no longer contain himself. His enthusiasm ignited as he gazed intently at Xue, a gleeful grin spreading across his face. He envisioned the empire gaining several new soul emperor-level experts once more. How delightful. Yet just as the snowy night emperor was about to concede and request Xue to relinquish the soul guiding cannons, he noticed Xue was already deep in thought, muttering to himself about prices. A level 5 soul guiding cannon should fetch at least 2 to 3 million gold coins. Otherwise, it feels like a loss. As for a level 6, 5 million should be reasonable. Perhaps I should sell 2 level 6 soul guiding cannons to them. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School desperately needs self-defense capabilities. I doubt they would refuse. The audacity. The Snowy Knight Emperor thought, feeling a surge of anger. Is this truly a small business? Did you learn your economics from an art teacher? As a prince, you contemplate selling to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School without offering me a share? The Snowy Knight Emperor seethed with indignation, wishing to cleave Xue in two to discern whether his heart was truly red. Such ruthlessness, such coldness, such unreasonable behavior. Although the Douluo Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were allies, and even shared familial ties, public and private matters must remain distinct. My son, did you just mention a level 6 soul guiding cannon? Do you truly possess them? The Snowy Knight Emperor suddenly appeared invigorated, eyes gleaming with excitement. A level 6 soul guiding cannon? When did I ever claim to possess one? Father, do not overthink it. Xue immediately shook his head, sincerity lacing his expression. The Snowy Knight Emperor tightened his fists in frustration, feeling a knot of anxiety in his chest. If you produce 5 level 6 soul guiding cannons, I shall give you 1,000,000 gold coins. What do you say? He gritted through clenched teeth. 5? Have you lost your senses? Do you expect me to give away my level 5 soul guiding cannons for free? If I were to approach the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, 2 level 6 soul guiding cannons would surely yield 1,000,000 gold coins. Xue mused aloud, seemingly disregarding the Snowy Knight Emperor's presence. The Snowy Knight Emperor was left aghast. I could cleave this impudent child in two right now. Just give it to me for 1,000,000 gold coins, he proclaimed, forcing the words through gritted teeth, his forehead veins bulging. The level 5 soul guiding cannon hasn't even been paid for yet. What is wrong with people these days? Can we not trust one another? Xue lamented, shaking his head, feeling genuinely hurt. Do you wish to climb higher on the ladder? I am your father, the Snowy Knight Emperor roared. Father, I will negotiate a significant deal with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I shall return and give you 200,000. Suriplay, batting his eyelashes exaggeratedly, emphasizing the last 3 words before preparing to leave, provoking the Snowy Knight Emperor's murderous intent. 200,000 is acceptable. The Snowy Knight Emperor inhaled deeply, his gaze icy. He was the Snowy Knight Emperor, and had anyone else dared to threaten him, they would have perished countless times over. I knew my father valued integrity. Now let's draft the contract and seal it. Xue exclaimed, producing fabric and grinning at the Snowy Knight Emperor. Do you not trust me? The Snowy Knight Emperor retorted incredulously. The financial system of the Heavenly Empire can be summarized as follows. 1 gold coin is roughly equivalent to a family's annual living expenses. This is somewhat comparable to 1 tael of silver during the Song dynasty in ancient China, where the annual revenue of the treasury was around 4 to 5 million taels. In contrast, the sum of 10,000,000 gold coins is extraordinarily substantial. This is merely an explanation, devoid of any ulterior motive. Chapter 28. As long as you run fast, they cannot catch up. After bidding farewell to the weary yet ever-smiling Snow Knight Emperor, Xian gazed at the fabric in his hands, unable to suppress a smile. Clearing his throat, he glanced left and right to ensure no one was watching. Then his eyes fell upon the numerals 1 and 2, representing 2,000,000 gold coins. A wave of perplexity washed over him. Should he add a horizontal line to make it 10, or perhaps alter it to 5 or 9, or even turn it into a vertical line? The choices were indeed daunting. However, adding a vertical line would result in 10, which could be misleading. Ultimately, he decided to forego changing the 1 and simply transform the 2 into a 5. It was rare for someone like him, who considered the feelings of others to exist. A modest sum of 3 million should be well within his means, especially since the additional 5 million rightfully belonged to him. To attempt to evade payment would be folly. After all, who did they think he was? My dear wife, let us venture to the treasury and retrieve our funds. With a grand gesture, Xian led Xian toward the treasury. In the Heavenly Empire, there exists no bureaucratic system akin to the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. The governance is relatively loose, directly accountable to the emperor. The royal treasury is primarily overseen by the Minister of Finance, specifically the overseer of the treasury. As they traversed the streets of Heavenly City, a lavish carriage sped past, vanishing around a corner in the blink of an eye. Inside the carriage, upon hearing Xian's audacious declaration, Qian Rinxue gasped in shock and asked anxiously, "My husband, are you not concerned about incurring your father's wrath for committing the crime of deceiving the emperor? Altering a royal decree is a grave offense, tantamount to rebellion, and even as the crown prince, you cannot escape its consequences. When did I ever alter a decree? Dearest, do not speak such nonsense." Xian replied innocently, adopting the demeanor of a dutiful child. Was he truly the type to tamper with imperial edicts? The decree clearly stated 15 million, and it had nothing to do with him. Qian Rinxue nearly burst into laughter at Xian's shamelessness. She had never encountered someone so brazen, refusing to acknowledge his own alterations. "What are you doing?" Startled by an unexpected embrace, Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed slightly. "Please, give my back a gentle rub. I am utterly exhausted from this afternoon." With a playful tug at her arm, Xian blinked his eyes imploringly and found a comfortable position to lie down. "All right, I shall massage you." Amused by his antics, Qian Rinxue smiled and began to massage his back, her technique clearly unpracticed, revealing it was her first time. "Oh, that feels delightful. My dear wife, do feel free to increase your pace." "Yes, just there a little lower." "Oh, how indecent." Upon entering the imperial palace, Xian made a beeline for the treasury, knowing that if he delayed until the Snow Knight Emperor regained his composure, he would be left with nothing. In this day and age, fortunes could change in an instant. The treasury was heavily guarded, surrounded by the royal guard. Both the royal guard and the Royal Knight Order serve as the primary protective forces of the Heavenly Empire, embodying the collective strength of soul masters. The treasury openly displayed 3 layers of defense, though the clandestine measures remained unknown. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" The captain of the first gate greeted as Xian approached. "I am here on royal business," Xian replied impatiently, leading Qian Rinxue inside. Recognizing them as a prince and his consort, the captain did not impede their entry or conduct a search. The second gate was guarded by a general, who similarly did not inquire further. "Did you not mention there were 3 layers of protection?" Qian Rinxue raised an eyebrow, curious as they arrived at the treasury entrance. "We have only encountered 2 guards, and it was quite easy to pass through. Where is the third?" "There is indeed a 3rd layer of defense, though it is seldom seen," Xian replied, shaking his head without elaborating. The treasury, being the empire's primary resource, surely required formidable guards. The overt 3rd layer consisted of a soul saint, but their passage indicated they had already passed scrutiny. They simply remained unaware of any anomalies. Once inside the treasury, Xian located the treasury overseer, Sidamo. "This is my father's decree, permitting me to withdraw 15 million gold soul coins. Please expedite the process, as I have urgent matters to attend to." He presented the fabric to Sidamo, his expression serious and authoritative. 15 million. Sidamo was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. After inspecting the fabric and confirming it bore the royal seal, he wasted no time. "Your Highness, I shall attend to this immediately. Please wait a moment." Sidamo bowed slightly before entering the restricted area of the treasury. Ordinarily, he would need to report to the Minister of Finance, who would then verify with the emperor. However, such procedures were typically reserved for common ministers. Princes, especially the virtuous crown prince, were often exempt from these protocols. Thus, Sidamo harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of the decree. The thought of forgery or altering the decree never crossed his mind. That would be courting disaster. "Are you not concerned about being discovered?" Qian Rinxue inquired, her voice lowered, a hint of anxiety evident. "If they discover it, we shall simply flee. As long as we run swiftly, they cannot catch us." Xian shrugged, his demeanor relaxed and carefree, showing no signs of worry. Had he not maintained a level of restraint, he would have long since emptied the treasury. There would be no need for such a quiet approach to obtain funds. His presence here was merely a courtesy to the money itself. "You truly possess a bold heart." Taken aback by Xian's response, Qian Rinxue found herself at a loss for words. It was indeed a carefree existence. Flee? Where could we possibly run? We would only be captured and beaten. Unless we escape to the Spirit Hall in Soul City. Your heart may be vast, but it contains only you. It cannot encompass others. Xian chuckled. "Be serious. Do not jest with such reckless words." Qian Rinxue chided him, casting him a sidelong glance. Yet, her slightly flushed cheeks and the corners of her mouth betrayed her amusement. "Your Highness, here are the 15 million gold soul coins." Moments later, Sidamo emerged with a box. Xue Qian did not bother to count them. He simply accepted the box containing the gold cards. 15 million gold coins in hand. The winds are favorable. Chapter 29, Another Reward. In the carriage, Xue Qian felt an exhilarating thrill. Indeed, the sensation of making off with money was quite delightful. It seemed that he would have to return for more visits in the future. Upon opening the exquisite box, he beheld 5 gold cards and 1 diamond card, all capable of being redeemed at any bank in the empire. The gold cards typically held values ranging from 1 million to 5 million, and he surmised they were all worth $1 million, while the diamond card was valued in the tens of millions. "Take these 3 gold cards and enjoy your life as a wealthy lady. I will handle matters at home," he said, handing 3 gold cards to Xian Rinxue, who accepted them with a graceful smile, her expression a mix of delight and seriousness. Her heart now belonged to him, and who could foresee the future? It was better to cherish the present. After all, managing the household was a task she felt confident she could undertake. "By the way, what is your martial soul?" Xue Qian feigned ignorance, seemingly recalling something. He was determined to ensure that Xian Rinxue did not suffer any setbacks, as he had aspirations of becoming the man of an angelic goddess. "Well, my martial soul is a white goose, but I lack soul power, so I cannot cultivate," Xian Rinxue confessed, her gaze flickering slightly. A twinge of guilt washed over her, yet she felt compelled to lie to avoid being exposed. "How could you lack soul power? I know your innate level is 20, Xue Qian exclaimed, though he found her cleverness admirable. He was pleased that she had the wit not to claim her martial soul was a swan, as that would likely lead them to an encounter with the German orthopedics. Embracing Xian Rinxue, Xue Qian held her delicate, snowy hands, a soft smile gracing his face. "Not having soul power is not a significant issue. I simply ask if you wish to cultivate." Her bashful expression momentarily froze as she lifted her head slightly, realizing that Xue Qian spoke with purpose. She stared at him in astonishment, her sapphire eyes wide with wonder. "Do you have a way for me to cultivate?" "Of course. What do you think your husband is capable of?" "To me, this is but a trivial matter," he replied, his confidence apparent. With a flourish, he produced a bound book from his storage ring. "This is the Xiantian skill. Even ordinary individuals can cultivate soul power using its instructions, enabling you to swiftly reach the rank of title Douluo." He continued, "Oh, and I have Human Meridian Studies in Taoist 5 Elements miscellany for you to accompany it. You should find them quite comprehensible, considering that the Xiantian skill belonged to the Taoist sect and was distinct from the church." He retrieved 2 more books from his storage ring. These were acquired at a bargain, mere trinkets in the realm of martial arts. "You're giving me techniques capable of cultivating soul power?" Xian Rinxue stared at him, her nose tingling with emotion, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. For soul masters, the speed of cultivation through meditation was excruciatingly slow. This technique was a priceless treasure in their eyes. "You're simply giving it away. Such items are merely trifles." "There is no need for tears," Xue Qian replied nonchalantly, wiping the corner of her eye with tenderness. "Trifles? This is a priceless treasure," Xian Rinxue retorted, her irritation evident. Gazing at the techniques before her, she felt immense gratitude. Such treasures could only be offered by the sincere fool standing before her. Yet she continued to deceive him. Realizing this, Xian Rinxue felt a deep sense of indebtedness to Xue Qian and resolutely pushed the techniques back toward him, determined not to accept them. "What are you doing?" Xue Qian's brow furrowed. With tear-filled eyes, Xian Rinxue looked at him, her voice slightly choked. "You should keep this. You only have 30 levels of soul power, and it could help you cultivate to title Douluo sooner." Surprised that she knew his level, Xue Qian recognized her strength must be considerable. He remained silent regarding the flaw in her statement, knowing that with her innate level of 20, even at 14 years old, she likely surpassed 50 levels. "What you possess is sufficient for my self-defense. You should keep it," he insisted, shaking his head. "I have more to give you later. Just use this for your own cultivation." "More things?" Xian Rinxue's eyes sparkled with curiosity. However, seeing the earnestness in Xue Qian's gaze, she hesitated to refuse further. "From now on, I will protect you." As she gazed at him, a silent vow formed in her heart. She would strive diligently to cultivate, ensuring that he would never suffer harm. "Do you not have anything to express to me?" Xue Qian inquired, sensing a pang of disappointment at her acceptance of a gift. Isn't it customary for girls to be a bit bolder when they are happy or moved? What should I express? Xian stared blankly. Confusion etched across her face. Not only are there straightforward men, but there are also straightforward women. Xian exclaimed. Since you won't offer it, I shall take it. He reached around her neck. A sweet smile on his lips, his gaze trailing from her eyes to her nose, finally resting upon her pink lips. Before she could react, a jolt of electricity surged from their lips to her brain, and Xian face flushed bright red, akin to a ripe apple. After a moment of shy resistance, her strength seemed to dissipate, and she gradually wrapped her arms around Xian. In that instant, time appeared to stand still. 2 minutes passed, and they slowly parted. Xian nestled her head against Xian's chest, her face aflame with embarrassment, her eyes slightly dazed. Now do you understand what I meant by expressing? Xian teased, stroking her golden, silky hair with fondness. I don't know. She pouted, her lips tinged with a hint of sulkiness. That was an obvious hint, he affirmed, blinking playfully. Shall I teach you again? No, you 1 minute later. Do you understand now? Yes, yes. You are quite clever. I shall reward you once more. Don't. How embarrassing. Chapter 30. A delightful experience, unstoppable. You are truly incorrigible, always taking advantage of me. Xian playfully punched Xian's chest, her cheeks still flushed. In a strict sense, we are both at a loss here. How can you call it taking advantage? Xian replied earnestly, prompting eye rolls from Xian, who marveled at his audacity. Fearing further mischief might be observed by passers-by, Xian swiftly changed the subject. Do you not have other things to give me? The mystical herb, known as the water immortal jade bone, possesses the remarkable ability to aid in one's cultivation, even to the extent of elevating one's soul power by several levels. Even within the soul sovereign realm. As he spoke, Xian retrieved a transparent jade vial from his bosom, revealing a pristine white flower that resembled a pure lotus, unblemished and ethereal. Indeed, this is a rare celestial herb, and Xian had several more, but this particular specimen would be most beneficial for Xian's cultivation. The water immortal jade bone nourishes the muscles and bones, facilitating the flow of vital energy through the 8 meridians, which aligns perfectly with the requirements of the Shintian skill, thereby allowing her to avoid many detours in her practice. Several levels of soul power. Xian gazed at Xian in disbelief. The cultivation of a soul master emphasizes a gradual progression, and reaching the soul sovereign level requires months of arduous training, even for prodigies. With her current soul power at level 50, she had naturally started at level 20, and the subsequent 30 levels were attained over 8 long years of diligent effort, averaging merely 4 levels per year. Could a single herb truly equate to a year's worth of cultivation? Xian found it hard to fathom, realizing that if others were to learn of such a herb, they would surely go mad with desire. While the water immortal jade bone may not be as precious as the Shintian skill, it is undeniably a rare treasure. You're only at level 30 now. You should keep it for yourself. Gaining a few levels would certainly be advantageous, she pondered, once again declining the offer. Given Xian's current soul power, it seemed improbable for him to catch up to her. It would be wiser for him to enhance his own strength to ensure his self-preservation in the future. Still refusing? My temper is flaring. I detest it when my gifts are spurned. Xian exclaimed, thrusting the vial into Xian's hands. Do you think I'm in need of this herb? What I truly lack is a wholesale market for celestial herbs. Xian stood there, momentarily stunned, before regaining her composure. You have more than one? Her voice soared in astonishment, rife with excitement. Well, the taste isn't particularly pleasant. If you consume too much, it becomes a bit cloying. Xian replied earnestly. Xian, how can you say it becomes cloying? This is hardly a matter of taste. Observing Xian's pretentious demeanor, she felt an impulse to rob him, wondering just how many treasures he had concealed from her. Without hesitation, she accepted the herb again. But when she saw Xian about to make another move, she quickly blocked him with her hands. Don't do that. My mouth feels swollen and numb right now. I'll make it up to you later, she insisted. Xian, what on earth? When did I ever say I wanted to kiss you? I thought I was already quite self-absorbed, but it seems you are even more so. Who's planning to kiss you? Xian sighed deeply. Who are you calling self-absorbed? Xian retorted, baring her tiger-like teeth in a mock ferocity. Hurry and give me your hand. It hurts. Not letting go. Who told you to insult me? I surrender. I surrender. Please loosen your grip. 3 minutes later. Did I make a mistake? Xian asked with an irritated expression. Yes, Xue admitted, her cheeks flushed and radiating warmth, her gaze dreamy as she slumped in Xian's embrace. Will you dare to pinch me again in the future? Siempre. I won't dare, Xue quickly assured him. Now that's more like it. Xian nodded in satisfaction before giving her a gentle pat on the backside. Why did you hit me again? Xue's eyelashes fluttered as she exhaled, her voice soft as if it had melted into water, soothing and delightful. It feels rather nice. I might not be able to stop. Xue, shameless. All you do is bully me. At the prince's mansion. Your Highness. Lady Tang from Moon Pavilion has arrived. As soon as Xian returned to his residence, the butler rushed over. What does she want? Xian raised an eyebrow. Feeling puzzled, the lady seldom visited his estate, and her presence likely heralded no good news. Go ahead and cultivate. I shall see what she wants in the main hall. After pinching Xue's delicate face, Xian proceeded toward the main hall, while she obediently retreated to her room to practice. In the main hall, a beautiful woman clad in a silver palace gown sat gracefully, exuding an air of elegance akin to a hidden orchid in a secluded valley. Her countenance was regal and exquisite, appearing no older than 18 or 19, yet her mature allure was effortlessly captivating. Lady Moon, what brings you to my humble abode today? It is quite uncommon. Xian's voice echoed before he even entered the room, and Tang Yuehua's eyes were drawn to the door. Upon seeing Xian, Tang Yuehua's brows furrowed slightly, her eyes flickering with suspicion. I heard that the crown prince had sustained injuries, so I came to check on you. Tang Yuehua replied with a gentle smile. It's merely a few minor injuries. There is no need for concern, Lady Yuehua. Xian waved his hand dismissively, then took a seat beside her. As his gaze roamed over the enchanting woman, Xian couldn't help but marvel at her figure and beauty. Her allure was undeniable, and her presence incited a desire to hold her close and cherish her. Had he not known that Tang Yuehua was already in her 30s and a cultivation failure, he would have found it hard to believe that her skin could remain so flawless. Beauty loves heroes, even though Tang Hao had vanished for 2 years. He remained an idol among soul masters on the continent. Tang Yuehua was no exception. Unfortunately, Tang Hao was her older brother, and he had become infatuated with the soul beast. What a melodramatic tale. It could easily be the plot of a film titled Brother, I Love Grass. Sister, please don't. Noticing Xian's gaze, curiosity, astonishment, sympathy, and a myriad of complex emotions, Tang Yuehua's expression shifted, displeased by his impudent demeanor. I see that your noble aura has diminished significantly. If this continues, you may struggle to graduate. If your injuries are not severe, you must still attend lessons at the Moon Pavilion daily, Tang Yuehua stated with undeniable authority. Initially perplexed by the emperor's command, Tang Yuehua seemed to comprehend after observing Xian. His demeanor was far too casual, as if he had forgotten the stringent etiquette befitting the royal family. Were it not for the remnants of nobility lingering in his presence, Tang Yuehua might have suspected he was an impostor. Chapter 31. Ingenious strategies have been implemented. Oh, if I don't graduate, so be it. I never intended to continue my studies anyway. Xian shrugged nonchalantly at her remark. He loathed the aristocratic etiquette, finding it superficial. Just because one is different from others does not make them superior. After all, even the mightiest can be vanquished with a single blow. Furthermore, he had always relied on reason to persuade others, ensuring they were genuinely convinced, achieving the state of subduing others without conflict, rendering such superficialities unnecessary. What? You don't intend to continue studying at the Moon Pavilion? Tang Yuehua's eyes widened, nearly popping out of her head in disbelief as she stared at Xian. As a noble, etiquette was the foundation of social interaction. Otherwise, one would be looked down upon by other aristocrats. The crown prince of all people dared to dismiss the importance of court etiquette? Was he jesting with her? She had only taken over Xian for less than 2 years. And if the sudden withdrawal of the first prince were to occur, how would the other nobles perceive Xian? Even the benevolent first prince dropping out would be a laughingstock, and Xuan's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Aunt Yuehua, how about you draft a certificate of inability to graduate for me? I need something to explain to father. Xian tentatively suggested. A certificate of inability to graduate? I will be slapping my own face. Even someone as gracious as Tang Yuehua felt her composure fracturing at this moment. her chest rising and falling with agitation. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her inner fury and inquired, "Could you enlighten me as to why you are unwilling to continue your studies at Xian?" Her tone, though cool, was tinged with profound curiosity. She prided herself on not being arrogant, yet it was undeniable that under her management, Xian had flourished, earning an excellent reputation in Tiando City. Even when Xian had been her student, he had displayed a humble eagerness to learn without a hint of laziness. It was perplexing how he had suddenly undergone such a drastic transformation. It was akin to receiving an acceptance letter from Tsinghua University and then declaring one's intent to return home to tend cattle, something far beyond the ordinary. It seemed he had an epiphany, deciding to devote the remainder of his life to meaningful pursuits. After a brief pause, Xian, seemingly inspired, lamented, "When I reflect on my past, I shall not regret the years squandered nor feel shame for a life of mediocrity. Even at the moment of my death, I will be proud to say that my life was dedicated to the most magnificent of endeavors." As he lifted his gaze, an enigmatic aura enveloped him, reminiscent of an ancient monk who had traversed the world. Tang Yuehua's eyes brightened, her voice slightly hurried. "Could you share what meaningful and magnificent pursuits you wish to undertake?" "Of course, I shall cultivate my character at home, gather my strength, strive to be a good husband, and endeavor to be an exemplary father. Even in my final moments, I can proudly declare that my life was devoted to the grand enterprise of ensuring the Empire's peace and stability for centuries to come." Xian replied with an assertive demeanor. Tang Yuehua retorted, "What a farcical notion of Empire stability. You merely wish to bask in domestic bliss with your wife, while you believe you can play the role of a grand figure. Ridiculous." It was evident that the prince had indeed changed. He would never have uttered such self-indulgent words in the past. Shaking her head, she chose not to press further, recognizing that her persuasive skills were no match for the current Xian. "Your Highness, I shall take my leave," she said. "Farewell, do visit often." Xian waved with enthusiasm, his face alight with a smile, showing no intention of seeing her off. Tang Yuehua thought to herself, "I truly wonder if I should express my frustrations." After bidding Tang Yuehua farewell, Xian summoned the housekeeper, old Xian, and the commander of the guards. "Your Highness, may I inquire why you have summoned us?" Old Xian bowed, his weathered face etched with respect, while the guard commander looked on with curiosity. "Old Xian, go to the southern city or the vicinity of Tiando City and gather some construction craftsmen for me. I need to build a tall building," Xian stated plainly. "Your Highness, does the palace not have imperial builders? Why hire others?" Although uncertain of Xian's intentions, old Xian voiced his thoughts. "Because what is available now may not be in the future. Just do as I say." Xian waved his hand, his tone serious. At present, his father remained oblivious to the 6th-level soul-guided cannon being secretly constructed, but when he discovered the state of the treasury, he would undoubtedly explode with rage. It was improbable for him to come here to seize funds, but he would not let it slide easily. Once he learned that Xian had employed the imperial builders, he would certainly demand compensation, turning free labor into a costly affair. Thus, Xian needed to close off that avenue. Apart from the palace builders, there were others in Douluo, a continent capable of erecting tall buildings, such as the Yu family. Old Xian nodded, not pursuing the matter further, and asked, "How many craftsmen does your Highness require?" "I shall make arrangements. Let us start with 1,000 for now," Xian pondered. Given the vast scale of the entertainment city, he aimed for swift completion. Thus a substantial workforce was essential. "So many." Old Xian's expression tightened, astonished and intrigued by the scale of the construction. The middle-aged man beside him also exhibited a change in demeanor. Xian turned to the military officer, the guard commander, and instructed, "Please set off immediately for Longxing City and speak with the head of the Yu family. I wish to hire them to construct my building." "Understood." The guard commander responded promptly. "I have 3 scrolls here, each containing sequential instructions. If their leader refuses, open the first one. If they still refuse, open the second. Each will guide you on what to do." Xian gestured, and the scrolls shot forth from the table, landing securely in the guard commander's grasp. Curious about the contents of the scrolls, the guard commander knew he must fulfill Xian's orders and quickly agreed. As old Xian and the others departed, Xian shook his head, feeling a wave of loneliness wash over him. The 3 scrolls held secrets of monumental significance. He had no doubt that the Yu family would comply. "Huh, truly, I am a genius," Author S note. The previous section was misplaced. Indeed, you read that correctly. This book has once again been published. Ahem, let us get to the point. It's time for the sob story segment. Xian Rushua. Husband, we have no rice to cook. Why hasn't anyone subscribed or donated? Xian, what? You spendthrift. I've given you so much gold. And you say we have no rice? Xian Rushua. It's because we have so much gold that the granary is full, leaving no room for rice. Xian, so we're left with only gold to eat? Ahem. Xian raised an eyebrow. My dear wife, now is the time to play the pity card. We have no gold, right? Yes, yes. Xian Rushua nodded in agreement. Xian, satisfied, said, good. Go fetch a broken bowl. Let us take advantage of the daylight to teach everyone how to beg for a living. A minute later, Xian Rushua returned with a broken bowl. Looking at the golden bowl in her hands, Xian was speechless. My dear, with that, no one will sympathize with our plight. Xian Rushua pouted. But this is the most broken bowl we have. Xian, filled with indignation, declared, I announce our pity card has failed. Just then, a slipper flew through the air, knocking Xian to the ground. The author, wielding an axe, approached with a fierce expression. Sell your pity properly. If the results are poor, don't blame me for making you a eunuch. The author glanced at Xian's lower half, leaving an ominous implication. Xian, what? You're forcing me into a corner. I beg for subscriptions. If we reach 700 initial subscriptions, there will be at least 4 updates daily, rewarding 100 for an extra chapter with no limit, begging for a living. To my dear friends, if you enjoy the genre, I recommend the book Douluo's Strongest Ancestor, which is entirely free. Chapter 32, External Soul Bones, truly delightful. In the palace, Nan Guoling was tending to her flowers when she noticed the Snow Knight Emperor approaching in a fit of anger. Your Majesty, why do you look so displeased? It's that ungrateful son of mine. The Snow Knight Emperor's expression darkened as he drank from a teacup on the stone table, unable to suppress his inner fury. Ungrateful son? Upon hearing this, Nan Guoling set down her kettle and took a seat at the stone table, her expression turning to concern. Is it possible that Wuji has caused trouble again? No, it's Qinghe. He audaciously altered my edict and took 15 million gold coins from the treasury. The Snow Knight Emperor's chest heaved violently, and he slammed his hand on the table, startling Nan Guoling. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The Snow Knight Emperor felt as though smoke were billowing from his ears. He was accustomed to scheming against others, yet today he was outwitted by his own son. Damn it, if it were anyone else who dared to alter a royal decree, I would have ordered them to be torn apart by 5 horses. That's 3 million gold coins. Revenge. This was undoubtedly an act of retribution. The Snow Knight Emperor deduced that Xian, feeling wrong for not receiving any funds, had deliberately devised this scheme to extract money from him. Very well, you've decided to challenge me. Haven't you? You've successfully piqued my interest. Qinghe? Nan Guoling exclaimed and quickly inquired. How could he do such a thing? Besides, without your Majesty's command, he could not possibly withdraw such a sum from the treasury. 15 million gold coins. At that moment, Nan Guoling understood the reason behind the Snow Knight Emperor's fury and grew increasingly anxious, fearing severe punishment for Qinghe. He has my decree. The Snow Knight Emperor gritted his teeth, squeezing out that sentence, then bitterly explained. That ungrateful son altered the 12 million on the edict to 15 million, taking an additional 3 million from the treasury. 3 million. Mentioning that sum felt like a knife to the heart for the Snow Knight Emperor, who had tirelessly endeavored to provide the royal family with solid foundations. Now, someone had struck back, directly taking away 15 million gold coins. This is half a year's tax revenue for the empire. Nan Guoling was equally shocked, not expecting Xian to dare engage in such actions. But your Majesty, that was 12 million gold coins. Why did you grant Qinghe such a large sum? Nan Guoling asked with furrowed brows. The Snow Knight Emperor was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had let something slip. Knowing Nan Guoling's character, she would undoubtedly probe deeper. He claimed he wanted to build some kind of entertainment city and specifically requested it from me. The Snow Knight Emperor's expression shifted slightly as he responded. You just gave it to him? Over 10 million gold coins. As expected. The moment the Snow Knight Emperor finished speaking, Nan Guoling's relentless interrogation ensued. Do you think I wanted to give it to him? But I had no choice. That brat openly threatened me. Woe is me, being an emperor is so constraining. Despite his inner indignation, the Snow Knight Emperor maintained his composure. He had no intention of divulging to Nang Wuling the matter of Xu Xian's return to the past, at least not at this moment. Otherwise, if the news of the soul-guided cannon leaked, the Empire would suffer irreparable losses. I thought he was getting older and wanted him to accomplish something to gain the minister's trust. His expression softened considerably as the Snow Knight Emperor sighed, embodying the visage of a father concerned for his son. Life is indeed a performance, reliant on one's acting skills. Now I understand. Nang Wuling nodded slightly. However, the money has already been given. What is 3 million more? I believe Qinghe felt the amount was insufficient, which is why he altered the decree. Since he has taken it, you might as well let him keep it. Nang Wuling had formed her own conclusions, and her gaze towards the Snow Knight Emperor shifted, revealing a hint of disdain. 12 million is granted, and 15 million is granted as well. What is an extra 3 million? Upon hearing this, the Snow Knight Emperor nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean? An extra 3 million is no big deal. This is a matter of 3 million. Is he directly challenging me as a father? If he dares to alter decrees now, will he not soon ride over my head and defecate on me? Originally, he had considered asking Nang Wuling to retrieve the money, but now the Snow Knight Emperor had completely given up hope. Indeed, a mother always stood by her son. Woe is me. Being a father is so difficult. In the prince's residence, Qian Rinxue immersed herself in her cultivation, leaving Xu Xian feeling rather uninspired without her company. Forget it. I shall also cultivate, he sighed, shaking his head as he returned to his chamber. Readers, damn. You said you wouldn't cultivate. If you can, then truly don't cultivate. The protagonist's words are indeed deceitful. I disdain you. In the bedroom, alas, during these days of my wife's seclusion, I can only pass the time by absorbing soul bones. With a deep sigh, Xu Xian leaned against the headboard, gazing thoughtfully at the 3 boxes on the bed. The box on the right contained a pair of miniature, pure white wings. Xu Xian's first thought was that he finally had use for his Zhuge fan. The middle box held a pair of sharp claws, gleaming with a cold light. Even through the box, the overwhelming power emanating from them sent chills down his spine. These will be quite handy for cracking walnuts. As for the left box, it contained a single eye, appearing exceedingly eerie, sending shivers down Xu Xian's spine. Indeed, expensive items have their reasons. Looking at the 3 items, Xu Xian took a deep breath, his eyes glimmering with fervor. He had spent 50,000, 10,000, and 100,000 gold coins to acquire them, respectively. In total, each item's value surpassed 100 million gold coins. Indeed, the 3 items before him were all external soul bones. The wings and the eye would be challenging to absorb given his current circumstances. Although soul bone absorption is not contingent upon spirit power levels, and with good fortune, a first-level spirit master could absorb a 10,000-year soul bone. Such occurrences only appear under ideal conditions. The attributes granted by a 10,000-year soul bone are immense, and the terrifying energy contained within could very well tear him apart. However, the 2,000-year dark golden claws in the middle box could be attempted first, serving as a medium to try other external soul bones. Nevertheless, before that, for safety's sake, he would need a soul ring. After storing the wings and the eye, Xu Xian retrieved a crystal box the size of a pencil holder from his storage ring. Inside the crystal box, a small black bird appeared to be asleep, silver patterns coiling around it, evidently a result of being sealed. Iron juice, if you remain silent. It will be considered your tacit agreement to my decision to end your life. Muttering to himself, Xu Xian observed the bird's lack of response, indicating it had likely lost hope in this world. Therefore, adhering to the noble tradition of performing good deeds without seeking recognition, he sent it on its way to the afterlife. Alas, there is no need for thanks. It is merely my duty. The 2,000-year soul ring. I'm coming for you. Chapter 33. Reduced to nothing but wealth. How delightful it is, having absorbed the soul bone and soul ring. With the dawn of the second day breaking, Xu Xian stretched lazily, feeling invigorated, utterly free from fatigue, despite the late night. However, it was indeed time for slumber. How could it be permissible to forego resting beside Qian Rinxue Ano? How could he neglect to sleep with his wife? As he stepped out of the room, Xu Xian's attention was immediately captivated by a figure in the courtyard. There lay Qian Rinxue, resting on the stone table, clad in a thin shawl, fast asleep. Why is this girl dozing off here? Would it not be better to await my return in her own room? shaking his head, gazing at her devotedly beautiful face. Xue Xian felt a pang of tenderness. Such a wonderful wife. One is more than sufficient. Without waking her, he gently supported her leg and back, lifting her with care. Qian Rushue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her arms languidly wrapping around Xue Xian's neck. "I'm sleepy. Let us go to your room," she murmured softly, her voice barely audible, akin to a whisper of a mosquito. Clearly exhausted, she merely opened her eyes a fraction before closing them again. "All right, to my room we shall go." Without any ulterior motive, Xue Xian smiled and nodded, carrying Qian Rushue to his chamber. He laid her down on the bed, observing as she curled up like a contented cat. Xue Xian couldn't help but smile softly, settling quietly beside her and sweetly embracing her. She nestled slightly, searching for a comfortable position, a satisfied smile gracing her face as she drifted back into peaceful slumber. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was midday. Qian Rushue stirred, her nose twitching as she rubbed her sleepy eyes. The hazy black mist before her faded, and everything came into focus. Upon awakening to find Xue Xian holding her, she puffed her chin, her clear eyes sparkling with delight. The energy expended during her training had been considerable. She hadn't expected to fall asleep while waiting. She vaguely remembered a familiar figure appearing and bringing her back to her room. And perhaps due to their familiarity and reliance, she had offered no resistance. "It's already noon, and you're still in bed. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed?" Mischievously, she pinched Xue Xian's nose, carefully loosening his grip. "You're awake." Although her movements were gentle, they roused Xue Xian from his light slumber. He smiled slightly and, amidst her exclamations, once more embraced Qian Rushue, pulling her back onto the bed. "Don't be like this. It's already noon. You ought to get up quickly." Gently pushing her, but unable to free himself from her grasp, Qian Rushue's cheeks flushed, looking helplessly at Xue Xian. "Since it's noon, let us just indulge for a little longer. Let us wake up the lazy bug." Qian Rushue's waist was delicate, gentle as water, smooth as silk. Xue Xian could not help but tighten his embrace, playfully acting a rogue. Qian Rushue felt utterly helpless, yielding to Xue Xian. Yet a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Xue Xian teased her waist, inquiring, "By the way, how is your absorption of the celestial grade herbs going? Stop fooling around." She shifted slightly, casting him an amused glance before her expression shifted to one of excitement. "Following the Xian technique, I've indeed been able to cultivate soul power. Especially with the assistance of the herbs. My soul power has already reached level 3. If I complete the absorption, I may even exceed level 10. Qian Rushue's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The effects of the celestial grade herbs were beyond her expectations, particularly with the enhancement of her physique, making her mastery of soul power more fluid. Even though she had absorbed less than half, her soul power had already reached level 52, and completing the absorption might push her beyond level 53. "You must strive hard. I'm already at level 37. If I finish absorbing the celestial grade herbs within me, I might soon break through to level 40. Xue Xian's lips curled in a feigned air of superiority, though inside he felt a twinge of bitterness. In his previous life, he had faced challenges due to his background, but he never anticipated that this world would be even more judgmental of one's origins. Despite his extreme absorption of the 2,000-year soul ring and soul bone, coupled with a bottleneck at level 30, he had only managed to reach level 37. Yet, Qian Rushue, at merely 14, had already surpassed level 50. Born with innate level 20, it truly felt as though she had a cheat code. Thankfully, the author had bestowed upon him a similar boon. Otherwise, how would he fare? Cough cough. I extend my profound gratitude to the author for their support. This accolade today is not solely due to my efforts but also to... Alright, I digress. Let us return to the matter at hand. Witnessing Xue Xian's smug demeanor, Qian Rushue felt a sense of inner satisfaction and, following his lead, replied with a smile. "I know you're impressive. No one else can compare. However, we truly should get up." Xue Xian shook his head, insisting, "You get up first. Then release your grip," Qian Rushue retorted, tapping on the arm that encircled her. "I will let go once you rise." Xue Xian responded in earnest. Qian Rushue exclaimed, "What? How can I get up if you don't release your hold? It seems you don't want to get out of bed at all." "Humph. Lazy winter melon." An hour later, Xue Xian, content, finally agreed to rise. As for what transpired in between, Let us simply say it was not suitable for children, less than beastly. Readers, honestly, write it out for me. Do you think I am short of this little bit of currency? Hurry, arrange it. Afternoon had arrived, and Xian had no intention of preparing an extravagant lunch. He merely cooked a simple sweet porridge, refreshing and cool for the summer heat. In the garden pavilion, the two were enjoying their meal. Oh no, their lunch. Xian Ruxue exhibited grace, her demeanor poised and refined, seemingly more like a noble than Xian at that moment. Meanwhile, Xian was heartily chewing on bread, occasionally sipping sweet porridge and nibbling on the prepared cold dishes, thoroughly content. Gazing at Xian Ruxue, a smile perpetually adorned Xian's face. Everything about her seemed delightful. He mumbled, "Will you accompany me to a place later?" "Where to?" Xian Ruxue's expression clearly showed surprise. She thought she had misheard, but upon seeing Xian's inquiring gaze, she quickly asked, "To visit some relatives and introduce you to a few people," Xian replied. "All right, but I need to prepare first." Upon hearing relatives, Xian Ruxue appeared to understand Xian's intention and readily agreed. "Just prepare a small gift. It need not be extravagant. What matters is the thoughtfulness and practicality." "My grandfather's family lacked for nothing," Xian advised. Xian Ruxue nodded, then remembered that their household was now destitute, responding with a hint of helplessness. "But haven't you exchanged everything in the house for gold coins?" Xian, woe is me. Indeed, we are reduced to nothing but wealth. Chapter 33, My Aunt, the Female General. Tiando City is indeed a place where every inch of land is precious, with most of it occupied by various nobles and factions, leaving the royal family with very little land at their disposal. Moreover, even if the royal family possessed land, the old man Xue Yi would never grant it to himself. He is likely still contemplating how to exact his revenge on me. That old rascal, truly a cunning one. However, if he thinks this will thwart me, and that is to meet Xian, I'm not boasting. In due time, he will have Xue Yi kneeling and singing conquer. I traversed the path unobstructed into the Nangong residence. And before encountering my grandfather, I unexpectedly ran into someone I wished to avoid, my aunt, Nangong Xiao. She is my mother's sister, but a rather peculiar one. While my mother, Nangong Ling, is gentle and elegant, Nangong Xiao is as cold as a block of ice, seemingly never showing warmth to anyone. Furthermore, she is one of the commanders in the Imperial Army, a true heroine, compelling even the most talented young men to bow their heads. My aversion to Nangong Xiao does not stem from her character, but from the indelible marks she left on me during my childhood. I was merely 6 years old at the time, a truly beastly experience. Ahem, do not misinterpret. I was just taken to the military camp. Nothing else occurred, and life was quite bearable, training for a day and resting for 3 or 4 days. Truly, I am not lying. Alas, I can no longer deceive myself. It was a day of training, followed by 3 or 4 days of lying in bed, exhausted to the point of fainting. Those days were a profound shadow over my childhood. In the courtyard, a woman dressed in men's attire was practicing swordplay. She was strikingly beautiful, with refined brows and clear eyes reminiscent of a pristine spring, her flowing hair dancing freely, exuding an ethereal charm. Her tall and slender figure was taut, her curves graceful, and her swordsmanship resounding and powerful, exuding a heroic demeanor. However, her demeanor was excessively frigid, her face seemingly encased in unmelting ice, making her difficult to approach. Upon noticing me, the woman halted. Nangong Xiao furrowed her brows and inquired, "What brings you here?" Her voice was chilling, akin to the biting wind that sweeps through melting glaciers, exuding an air of hostility towards my presence. Nangong Xiao glanced at me before her gaze shifted to Qian Renqiu, particularly at our tightly clasped hands, her otherwise impassive expression showing a hint of change. In the past, I might have been intimidated by her, but I'm no longer that Xue Qinghe. Life and death are trivial. If you challenge me, do not think I truly fear you. What are you staring at? I'm not here to seek you out. I shot a glare back at Nangong Xiao, exuding irritation as I tugged at Qian Renqiu's hand, my expression shifting from gloom to brightness. This is my mother's sister. You simply need to address her as aunt. Qian Renqiu, are you certain you just called her aunt and not that I have momentarily lost my hearing? It was evident that I bore a strong dislike for this aunt, and naturally, Qian Renqiu sided with me, coldly addressing her as aunt. No self-introduction was made, and her brief words conveyed her stance clearly. Is this truly the royal consort bestowed by His Majesty? Nangong Xiu's brow furrowed, her complexion darkening slightly. How uncouth. Her gaze was blank, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, and she coldly chuckled, adding, I had thought you had become a true royal. I did not expect you to still behave so recklessly. Do you realize you may one day become the emperor? With the mention of emperor, Nangong Xiu's tone grew significantly more intense, revealing her disdain for the world. Upon hearing her remark about my upbringing, Xian Rinchue's face flushed with anger, her fists clenched tightly, a glimmer of cold murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Noticing the surge of hostility, Nangong Xiu's gaze flickered towards her, yet Xian Rinchue quickly regained her composure, concealing her emotions. Were you just insulting her upbringing? Releasing Xian Rinchue's hand, I fixed my gaze on Nangong Xiu, my blood-red eyes icy, my spirit energy becoming agitated. No one has the right to harm my wife. Upbringing. This was a deep wound in Xian Rinchue's heart. She might choose to endure, but as her husband, I could not let this go unchallenged. Though I understood that Nangong Xiu meant well, her insistence on imposing her will upon me was perplexing and repugnant. From now on, I shall forge my own path. Sensing my escalating spirit energy, Nangong Xiu was momentarily taken aback, yet with her spirit as a Soul Emperor, she was foolishly overconfident. Her face was laced with disdain as she coldly inquired, What? Do you intend to strike me? How audacious! You, a mere Soul Emperor, dare to challenge me. Ignorant of the harsh realities of society. Do you truly believe victory is assured? With a dismissive wave towards Xian Rinchue, signaling her not to intervene, I shot a piercing glare at Nangong Xiu. Under my frosty gaze, a flicker of fear momentarily crossed Nangong Xiu's heart, quickly replaced by renewed confidence. If you wish to fight, then let me see what capabilities you possess. With a flourish, her sword transformed into a silver gleam, embedding itself into a nearby boulder. Her hair billowed, black spirit energy erupting forth, crackling like exploding beans, as 6 spirit rings gradually emerged beneath her feet. 6 rings Soul Emperor. I narrow my eyes, a black card appearing in my hand, poised to integrate it into my body when suddenly a voice resonated. Show her, though Qinghe is a junior, he is still prince. As a general, how could you display such rudeness? The voice was gentle, akin to a refreshing breeze rustling through a bamboo grove, invigorating the spirit. Upon hearing this, both Nangong Xiu and I immediately retracted our spirit energy. You have been fortunate this time. Should I hear you insult her again? Do not expect me to show you respect as an elder. Coldly uttering this remark, I took Xian Rinchue and departed towards the depths of the Nangong residence. Fortunate? Disrespect me? Nangong Xiu raised an eyebrow, a cold smile emerging. Were it not for my father's intervention, would you have been able to leave with dignity? Despite her internal disdain, as she watched my departing figure, a flicker of inexplicable brilliance sparkled in her eyes, seemingly unfazed by my rudeness. Chapter 33. This grandfather is unbelievably generous. In the rear courtyard, winding paths led to a serene spot, where the aroma of tea wafted among the floral greenery. There sat an elderly gentleman clad in simple garments, savoring a warm cup of tea. Strands of white mingled with his dark hair, yet he appeared ageless. Exudino envitinoha. Grandfather, I exclaimed, rushing over with a smile. But Nangong Yinshan seemed to pay me no heed, his attention focused on Xian Rinchue. A gentle smile graced Nangong Yinshan's lips, akin to ripples spreading across a tranquil pond. Unable to contain his delight, he nodded. I heard yesterday that you have gained a royal consort. I thought Xue Qinghe had lost his senses as emperor, but it seems your taste is quite good. To dare to directly address the name of Xue Qinghe the Great, Nangong Yinshan was indeed a notable figure in Tiando City. After all, my father-in-law was exceptionally impressive. Hee, I chuckled, appearing somewhat foolish as I tugged on Xian Rinchue's sleeve. Xue, greet your grandfather. Xian Rinchue immediately understood the situation, offering a respectful bow to Nangong Yinshan. Good. Nangong Yinshan's face broke into a hearty smile, clearly pleased, and he beckoned to Su Xian and his companion, who promptly approached. The sound of hot water cascading down filled the air as tea leaves swirled in the bowl. Nangong Yinshan did not ask Su Xian for assistance, but instead poured a cup of tea for each of them himself. Taste the tea I had someone bring back from the Star Luo Empire. He extended his hand and raised his cup. Xue Xian took a sip, unable to suppress his admiration. The Douluo Empire, situated in the northwest, had a climate less favorable than that of the Star Luo Empire, and the tea reflected this. Under Xue Xian's commercial flattery, Nangong Yinshan felt his cheeks flush, attributing it to Xue Xian's filial piety, and quickly waved his hand to dismiss the compliments. The exchange of glances between them was not lost on him, prompting Nangong Yinshan to tease, "You rascal. It seems that after some time apart, your eloquence has only grown. No wonder your granddaughter is utterly captivated by you. Low-key, I merely rely on my looks. What can I do if I am too handsome?" Xue Xian waved his hands dismissively, feigning helplessness. He was not one to rely on mere words. Had it not been for Qian Rinxue's infatuation with his appearance, would she have succumbed so easily? Seeing Xue Xian's unabashed self-admiration, Nangong Yinshan was taken aback and then burst into laughter. "You are quite bold to say such things. Unconcerned about how others might perceive you." After the laughter subsided, Nangong Yinshan nodded earnestly, stating, "Xue was never as handsome as you in his youth. Look at your grandfather, and then at your mother. If not for the genetics of the Nangong family, you would not be so striking." "Wow, grandfather, you are cleverly complimenting yourself," Xue Xian exclaimed, "Shameless old man." Following some light banter, Nangong Yinshan did not immediately inquire about Xue Xian's intentions, but instead brought up Nangong Xiao. "Your aunt has a personality that is difficult for others to warm up to. It's no surprise you have never liked her. To be honest, I prefer your mother's temperament. Reflecting on it now, I regret allowing her to join the Imperial Legion, as it has led her to become who she is." With a soft sigh, Nangong Yinshan appeared somewhat melancholic. He had 2 daughters. His eldest was happily married and fulfilled as the mother of a nation, which brought him great satisfaction. However, his youngest daughter, at over 40, remained unclaimed, a source of concern for him. In terms of family background, strength, and beauty, few in Tiando City could compare to Nangong Xiao. Yet, she had no interest in romance, solely focused on martial pursuits and warfare. How could a girl be like that? As his expression softened slightly, Nangong Yinshan turned his gaze to Qian Rinxue, apologizing. "Do not take offense at what transpired earlier, Xue. Xiao is simply straightforward and did not mean any harm. It's all right. I want to take it to heart." Seeing Nangong Yinshan apologize, Qian Rinxue felt flustered and quickly waved her hands, her previous grievances dissipating. "It is a blessing to have you, Qinghe." Nangong Yinshan nodded in satisfaction, praising her, causing Qian Rinxue's cheeks to flush as she stole a glance at Xue Xian, her eyes sparkling. Xue Xian thought, "Indeed, grandfather is remarkable. This round of support is truly impressive." With a gracious smile, Nangong Yinshan turned to Xue Xian. "Now, let us discuss why you have come to visit. You are not one to come without a purpose." With a somewhat melancholic tone, Xue Xian chuckled awkwardly before revealing his intentions. "Land?" Nangong Yinshan's expression grew peculiar. "In this realm, land is not something your family solely controls. Shouldn't you be consulting your father, Xue? Why come to me?" "Well, I might have borrowed some money from him yesterday, and I doubt he will calm down for at least 10 days to half a month. That is why I sought you out, grandfather," Xue Xian explained, scratching his head sheepishly. "Oh!" A surprised exclamation escaped Nangong Yinshan, who suddenly became interested. "Pray tell, what transpired?" Concealing the details about the soul-guided device, Xue Xian only mentioned that he had taken 3 million from the emperor. Alas, such a marvelous feat. I must keep it hidden. It does not sit well with me, he thought, chuckling to himself. Nangong Yinshan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "You executed that beautifully. Your father rarely faces setbacks. I did not expect him to fall into your hands this time." He patted Xue Xian on the shoulder, clearly satisfied, relishing the satisfaction of seeing his daughter's husband experiencing hardship. "Now you understand how it feels to be on the receiving end, huh? I support you in this matter, grandfather. The Nangong family may lack in many areas, but we are certainly affluent." With a grand gesture, Nangong Yinshan readily agreed to Xue Xian's request. "If your father has any objections, let him come to me. I shall have a word with him. If it displeases Xue, it pleases me as his future father-in-law. I cannot help but relish this. After all, he only had 2 daughters, and the family legacy would eventually belong to them. If it fell into the hands of that little rascal, Xue, it would be better suited for his grandson." Xue Xian exclaimed, "Wow, grandfather, you truly are remarkable. I must have inherited my temperament from you. Grandfather is impressive," Xue Xian declared, filled with admiration and gratitude. Today, I shall prepare a meal for you. Allow me to showcase my culinary skills. Please know, the last time your mother cooked, I nearly choked to death. I still wish to live a few more years. Nangong Yinshan quickly waved his hands, his face paling at the mere recollection of the previous experience. He could not endure another round of her devilish cooking. Even if he were to starve, he would rather leap off the city walls of Tiando than suffer through that again. In the evening, within the grand hall of the Nangong residence. Did you truly prepare this? Nangong Yinshan gaped at the aromatic dishes before him, as if he had seen a ghost, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. His grandson, a prince, possessed such culinary prowess? How had he never been informed of this talent? Indeed, it is undoubtedly my grandson's handiwork. Others cannot compare. The Nangong family's genetics are truly remarkable. Just mediocre, really. It is merely a meal to sustain us. Xian shrugged nonchalantly, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. This is just the beginning. He was not boasting. He had attended the prestigious New Oriental Academy in the Xia Kingdom. And aside from those who graduated from Lanxiang, he had never bowed to anyone. Nangong Yinshan felt an overwhelming urge to punch him for his egotistical attitude. This shameless demeanor had no connection to the Nangong family. It must have been inherited from that young rascal, Xue. What an unfortunate fate. Kia, come join us for dinner and sample Qinghe's culinary skills. As Nangong Xiu approached, Nangong Yinshan hesitated for a moment before waving her over. He understood the tension between Xian and Nangong Xiu, but as family, it was wise to ease the relationship. Still here? Noticing Xian's continued presence, Nangong Xiu frowned slightly, her gaze shifting to the dishes on the table. As she caught a whiff of the aroma, her frown deepened. Her eyes darted between Xian and Xianren, and ultimately, she shook her head. You all enjoy. I have matters to attend to in the military. Upon finishing her words, Nangong Xiu departed without leaving any face for Nangong Yinshan. Xian remarked, no wonder you're still unmarried. Who would dare to marry someone with such a temper? With a somewhat grim expression, Nangong Yinshan sighed internally, forcing a smile as he glanced at the two. Well, let us eat. She is usually quite busy and seldom dines at home. The aroma of the dishes was truly delightful. Naturally, Nangong Yinshan praised the food prepared by Xian, relishing every bite. Even at his age, he found himself leaning back in his chair, too content to move. After finishing dinner at the Nangong residence, the night had fully enveloped the surroundings. Xian and Xian took their leave. Before departing, Xian earnestly assured them that they would all come together next time, and that he would happily chat with him whenever he had the time, which finally allowed him to leave. The two did not take a carriage, but opted to walk back, dismissing the accompanying guards, leaving just the two of them. The night in Tiando City was enchanting. The Gothic architecture of the West shone under the illumination of the soul-guided lights, creating a layered, dimly mysterious ambience that seemed to conceal great secrets. Holding Xian in his hand, they strolled aimlessly through the streets, where the night was both bustling and serene. What are you thinking about? Noticing Xian's distraction, Xian could not help but inquire. After some hesitation, Xian finally voiced her odd question. Are my aunt and mother truly biological sisters? One is gentle and lovely, while the other is cold as ice. Their personalities are worlds apart. It was not just her disbelief. Anyone encountering such a situation would have the same reaction. Upon hearing this question, Xian burst into laughter. Xian, with a serious expression, pouted and asked, what are you laughing at? Facing each other, Xian embraced Xian, finding the situation amusing. I once asked my mother this very question. Would you like to know how she responded? And what did she say? With her hands resting on Xian's chest, Xian smiled sweetly, her gem-like eyes sparkling with curiosity. She said, you have eyes. Can't you see for yourself? As he said this, Xian mimicked Nangong Ling's eye roll, causing Xian to stifle a giggle. Their contrasting personalities indeed raised suspicions, reflecting on Nangong Ling's appearance. Xian attempted to clarify, Nangong Xiu resembles Nangong Ling, yet there are differences. The former has more pronounced features, as if sculpted by a master, with brows like swords and an icy allure, while Nangong Ling embodies elegance, reminiscent of a refined lady. However, there were indeed similarities, such as their lips and eyes. Yet these traits were easily overlooked compared to their overall appearances. Ruffling Xian Rushua's hair, Xue Qian chose not to pursue the previous topic, smiling as he asked, "Where shall we go next? I'm following your lead. Why return home when we have ventured out?" Xue Qian mused, "The thrills of Matsushita, Tanaka, and Watanabe are far more exhilarating than home." He coughed to halt the conversation. The reason for not returning was simple. He found it too dull and preferred to explore the city with Qian Ruxue. In this world devoid of phones and computers, and even electricity, nightlife consisted of entertainment venues and soul dueling arenas. Xue Qian had visited the entertainment venue a few days prior, and it was nothing special. So he decided against it. Did he fear Qian Ruxue would lose control? No. As a man, he could handle such matters himself. It was merely a matter of enduring a beating. As for the soul dueling arena, he had read extensively about it, but had never been to one in person. Qian Ruxue shook her head, staring intently at Xue Qian. "I'm not familiar with Tiando City. I will follow wherever you choose to go." With her chin resting against Qian Ruxue's forehead, Xue Qian smiled warmly, cherishing her presence. "Then let us go watch the soul duels. Once the entertainment complex is built, there will be even more fun to be had. I will take you out again." "Okay," Qian Ruxue softly replied, and with that, Xue Qian guided her toward the grand soul dueling arena. Beneath the flickering lights of the soul guiding devices, their silhouettes elongated, eventually merging with the darkness, much like their forms, fading from sight. The Grand Soul Dueling Arena in Tiando City was the largest of its kind on the continent, of course, alongside others. The arena hosted both ordinary soul duels and deadly battles. The former was commonly participated in, while the latter was often employed to resolve disputes among nobles. Be it over territory or women, only the surviving party could withdraw, making it particularly brutal and bloody. "What if we formed a team and participated in a duo soul duel?" Xue Qian proposed. "Watching from the sidelines is rather dull. We should teach them a thing or two about how to conduct themselves. Having crossed over, I might as well utilize my martial soul. Mixed doubles for husband and wife must be on the agenda. That may not be wise. My strength is quite weak, only at the 3rd level of soul power. I would only be a burden to you." Qian Ruxue quickly shook her head, worried that with her current soul power level, lacking soul skills, the arena would not allow her to participate. "Fear not. It's just 2 against 1. Just watch me fight." Xue Qian waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. "There's no way I would let my wife take the stage. That's beyond her level." He mused that if he did not flaunt his prowess now, what would happen if she discovered the truth? He would become the one relying on her. Oh, the plight of a humble male protagonist, seeking validation. What if you get hurt? Perhaps you should participate in a one-on-one duel instead, and I can cheer you on from the sidelines, Qian Ruxue replied with concern. With Xue Qian's current strength, he had a good chance of winning a one-on-one duel, and she truly did not wish to hinder him. Chapter 35, An Honest Heart. Before he could finish his thought, Xue Qian abruptly stopped himself, realizing the inauspicious nature of his words. He quickly added as a couple, "How can we let you sit idly on the sidelines? That simply wouldn't he do." Seeing Xue Qian so adamant, Qian Ruxue relented. "All right, I will defer to your wishes. However, you must promise not to take any risks. It's just a soul duel, and it's not worth it." Upon hearing her words, Xue Qian felt something was amiss. Her tone did not seem characteristic of her usual self. In his memory, Qian Ruxue had always been quite competitive. Could it be that he had influenced her? Though his phrasing might not be precise, the essence was there. "Do you not wish for me to be invincible? To defeat all opponents and become a hero of great stature?" Xue Qian looked at Qian Ruxue with an odd gaze, unsure whether to feel moved or exasperated. Move, indeed. With her words, it seemed he was destined to live a life of ease. Exasperated. It felt as though she implied he was inadequate. Had he been too modest in his daily demeanor? Clearly, he needed to elevate his game. Xue Qian internally resolved to participate in the soul duel, thinking, how else can I showcase my masculinity if not by defeating opponents with ease? Such embarrassing moments should not be witnessed by others, let alone by his wife. Of course, I hope so, Qian Ruxue replied without hesitation, adding, but more than that, I hope you stay safe. The smile upon her face rippled like gentle waves, while Qian Ruxue's gaze, filled with emotion, remained fixed on Xue Qian, as if he were the sole occupant of her world. Ahem, even with his thick skin, he found himself unable to bear the sweetness of her words, his face reddening slightly, a warm current flowing through his heart. With a giggle, Qian Renshua couldn't help but laugh at Su Xian's bashful expression, declaring, "It's the first time I've seen you shy. It's rather endearing." As she spoke, she reached out with her delicate hand to pinch Su Xian's cheek, her clear, aquamarine eyes sparkling with mirth. Su Xian mused, "Have I encountered a female rogue? Perhaps I should just surrender to her." He suggested, "Let us head to the Soul Arena," observing the fiery intensity in Su Xian's gaze. As if he were about to ignite, Qian Renshua's heart fluttered, prompting her to hastily pull him away, fearing he might tease her in public. "How can you just brush off my teasing? That's truly heartless." Su Xian's voice became soft, almost like a heartbroken maiden, filled with melancholy. Qian Renshua retorted, "Do you believe that I could easily dispatch a crying monster with a single punch?" Realizing she was unaware of what a crying monster was, she felt her cheeks flush with a mixture of embarrassment and amusement at Su Xian's shamelessness. "How can there be such audacity in this world? Could you please be a bit more serious?" She scolded, her face tinged with crimson. "Not a chance. Who told you to act so nonchalantly after having your fill and wanted to walk away?" Su Xian murmured, "What did you just say?" With flushed cheeks, Qian Renshua felt overwhelmed, warning him that if he continued, she would cease to acknowledge him. "Cease to acknowledge me? I find that hard to believe. Women always claim to resist, but their bodies tell a different story." He teased. "All right, no more jesting." Cradling her delicate, porcelain-like cheeks, Su Xian smiled gently, unable to resist pinching her face in a playful mimicry of her earlier actions. "Always teasing me. Why not share something about yourself?" Pouting, Qian Renshua looked at him with a mix of indignation and charm, her phoenix eyes narrowing in discontent. "Apologies, but I am inherently double-standard," Su Xian exclaimed, pulling her into an embrace, inhaling her sweet fragrance, and whispered, "Would you like me to continue teasing you in the future?" Her face turned a deep shade of crimson. Qian Renshua quickly pushed him away, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, stammering and unable to articulate a response. How scandalous, she thought, taken aback by Su Xian's audacity in expressing such bold sentiments. Yet, despite her embarrassment, a sweet warmth blossomed within her heart. "Since you are silent, I shall take it as consent," he quipped, swiftly lifting her into his arms. Onward, with a joyful cheer, Su Xian, like a carefree child, beamed with delight as he ran down the street. "Let me down. I can walk on my own," she protested. "Not a chance. I won't let go, even if it costs me. If you don't let me down, I shall cry. Cry all you want. Your tears will change nothing. This city is my domain. I really will cry, and you shall regret it. Should I truly set you down? You mustn't. Now hurry." Su Xian chuckled. Indeed, the lips may protest, yet the heart remains honest. Upon entering the Soul Arena in the Heaven-Do City, which boasted 50 arenas in total, Su Xian produced 2 masks from his storage ring. "Put these on, otherwise you might be recognized." There was no issue with the prince attending the arena, as his brother, Xue Qinghe, often did. However, bringing his wife could attract unwanted attention from the nobility of Heaven-Do City, which could lead to embarrassing situations he could not endure, especially under Nan Gongling's scrutiny. Furthermore, given his own handsome appearance, he feared that some lovely lady might take a fancy to him, complicating matters further. Qian Renshua had no objections and was eager to wear the mask to avoid any scrutiny. "This mask is exquisite and beautiful," she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the half-masked golden phoenix design. Yet, her expression turned serious as she felt a peculiar energy emanating from the mask. "This mask seems somewhat unusual. Is there something more to it?" "This is a defensive mask capable of withstanding a full force attack from Super Douluo. Should you encounter danger, it can be deployed," Su Xian explained. The full title is Emergency Defense Soul Guidance Device, which stores soul power and activates a protective formation upon receiving a major blow. It is an 8th-tier pinnacle soul guidance artifact. The reason it is not 9th tier is that it can only withstand 1 attack before being rendered useless. However, it can endure numerous strikes from an ordinary title Douluo. Upon hearing this, Qian Renshua was struck dumb, as if thunder had suddenly crashed around her. "You mean to say it can withstand attacks from a title Douluo? Where on earth did you acquire such a thing?" The mask's power was beyond her comprehension, and even with her soul bone, it would be impossible to achieve such protection. This tiny mask possessed immense capability. Alongside the heavenly herbs and Taoist techniques Su Xian had previously revealed, all of which left her in a state of astonishment. Anticipating her inquiry, Xu Xian sighed, seeing her curious and bewildered expression. He had countless excuses he could use, just as he had done with the Night Emperor. However, he did not wish to evade the truth. Looking sincerely into her eyes, he replied with regret, "I promised I wouldn't deceive you anymore. May I wait until I am ready to share the details with you?" His gaze shimmered with a depth of emotion, as if a river of time flowed within, stirring waves of guilt and sincerity. He was not yet prepared to lay everything bare, as he was fundamentally an outsider in this world. Fearing that Xian Rinxue might find it difficult to accept. Upon hearing his words, Xian Rinxue felt no anger. Instead, she was moved, grateful that Xu Xian remembered his promise and was not dismissive of her inquiries. He truly cherished his vow to her. With her eyes shimmering, Xian Rinxue's face blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to a garden in full bloom. Gently taking Xu Xian's hand, she cradled it as if it were a precious flower, looking deeply into his eyes, saying, "Then I shall wait until you are ready to share. I will not press you further." Agreed. A wave of warmth enveloped Xu Xian's heart, and he returned her smile with deep sincerity, nodding earnestly. This is the charm of a good wife. She never complicates matters, but quietly supports you, hand in hand, as you journey through life together. "I shall place it upon you," he said softly, taking the mask and delicately affixing it to Xian Rinxue's face. The eyes of the phoenix on the mask intertwined seamlessly with hers, while the golden decorative feathers nestled gracefully in her flowing golden locks, creating a harmonious image. "I'll put this on you too," she said playfully, a smile gracing her lips as Xian Rinxue took Xu Xian's mask, which depicted a magnificent golden dragon. As she reached for it, Xu Xian couldn't help but move his lips, lightly brushing against her palm. So sweet. A sudden flutter coursed through Xian Rinxue's heart as she shot him a playful glare, a mix of shyness and helplessness in her expression. Once she steadied herself, she placed a mask on him. "This is the Zhuge Divine crossbow. If danger arises, use this," she instructed, thinking that Xian Rinxue's fighting spirit would certainly conceal her true strength. Xu Xian then retrieved a Zhuge Divine crossbow from his storage ring. In battles at the Soul Master level, its power was sufficient for annihilation, and more importantly, it required no substantial soul power to wield. "Understood," Xian Rinxue affirmed without question as she accepted the Zhuge Divine crossbow and promptly stored away. The two then proceeded to the front desk of District 10 to register for the soul battle. After a brief registration and testing process, Xu Xian received an Iron Soul Battle Badge. However, the staff member in charge displayed a look of surprise upon seeing Xu Xian's martial soul, the Swan. Of course, this was beyond her jurisdiction, and prudence was essential for longevity, especially since the royal family was one of the owners of the Soul Battle Arena. Yet, when she glanced at the information Xian Rinxue had provided, 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind. Seriously? A level 3 soul power registration? Are you kidding me? With your abilities, you have no soul skills, and your participation relies solely on brute strength. Who can you possibly compete against? Internally, the staff member wore an amused smile. Realizing the predicament, it was rather embarrassing. The minimum requirement for participation in the Soul Battle Arena was to be a Soul Master. "Would you like to take part instead?" she suggested. Xian Rinxue, having anticipated this outcome, gazed at Xu Xian with a hint of disappointment. "No way. Absolutely not," Xu Xian exclaimed vehemently. "It's ridiculous. It would be like going to the movies and buying a ticket for the 5th row while getting a ticket for my girlfriend in the 13th row, thinking it's romantic, when in reality, it's just foolishness." He remained calm and composed, explaining, "The rules of the Soul Battle Arena are human-made. We are simply participating in a duo battle. I can take on 2 opponents on my own." The staff member hesitated but immediately recognized the course of action when Xu Xian produced a gold medal and some coins. "I will take care of this right away." After a series of operations, she swiftly entered Xian Rinxue's information into the database and promptly reported the matter to her supervisor after they left. Arriving at the 2v2 soul battle area, the duo registered for their badges and then moved to the side of the enclosure to observe the battles. On the field, 2 teams were locked in fierce combat, both comprised of great soul masters. One team's martial souls were a bear and a toothed dog, while the other featured a man-eating flower and a purple thorn. The defensive and agile soul masters clashed with the powerful attackers, creating an exhilarating spectacle. As the intense battle unfolded, despite Xian Rinxue's lack of interest, A joyful smile adorned her face as she nestled beside Xue Qian. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" A sudden voice broke through their moment of observation, filled with surprise. Turning to look, Xue Qian's expression shifted to one of intrigue. The newcomer was a young man in his 20s, with striking features and a tall stature. Sporting short brown hair that was slightly tousled at the front and tied in a short ponytail at the back. He wore the distinctive teacher's attire of the Tiando Royal Academy, looking sharp and disciplined. What struck Xue Qian as peculiar was that this man was Qinghe. Indeed, he was the most outstanding disciple to graduate from Shrek Academy for the time being, and 10 years later, the second youngest Soul Emperor on the continent. After graduating from Shrek, he joined the Royal Academy last year, and despite his youth, he had already begun to make a name for himself. At just 20 years old, he was a level 47 Soul Master, enough to command respect from the other teachers at the Royal Academy. "Are you here to watch the soul battles as well, Teacher Qin?" Xue Qian inquired with curiosity. Qinghe smiled and shook his head, stating that he had no time for such leisure, explaining, "The Soul Master competition is about to commence, and I am here specifically to train the students." "Oh, ise, so kian repliet, sutendi enliktenet." It appeared that among the teams participating this year, 2 would utilize martial soul fusion techniques, and it seemed the Academy had entrusted this responsibility to Qinghe, indicating their high regard for him. "Your Highness, why are you wearing a mask while watching the soul battles?" Qinghe asked, unable to contain his curiosity after a brief exchange. Xue Qian opened his mouth to respond without hesitation, but was abruptly struck by the absurdity of the situation as he realized he was indeed wearing a mask. "Wait, you recognize me even with this mask on? How is that possible?" he thought. In dramas, characters disguised as the opposite gender go unnoticed. Yet here I am, wearing a mask, and I'm still recognized. Qinghe, slightly taken aback, then pointed to the token hanging from Xue Qian's waist. "Your Highness's token is still attached to your side. It's quite difficult not to recognize you." Looking down, Xue Qian's face darkened. The token was something he had taken out during registration and had habitually worn since. Wearing a mask while having the token at his side was akin to a futile gesture, entirely pointless. Ugh, this isn't reflective of my intelligence. Author, please delete this part. It's so embarrassing. The atmosphere grew momentarily tense as Xue Qian discreetly tucked the token away. "What did you just say to me?" he asked, feigning confusion. Qinghe, slightly puzzled, replied, "Your Highness, I asked why you were wearing a mask. Not that. The one before." Xue Qian waved his hand, his demeanor turning serious. "The one before?" Qinghe furrowed his brow, contemplating. "It seems the first thing I asked was how you came to have the time to be here." "Yes." Xue Qian nodded in satisfaction. "That's the one. I'm afraid you've mistaken me. My name is not Your Highness, nor am I Xue Qinghe. You might want to search elsewhere," Xue Qian stated earnestly. Qinghe was taken aback. "What? You can take back words that have already been spoken? I've been chatting with you this whole time, and now you say you're not Xue Qinghe? What's going on? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" The atmosphere became awkward, but it was quickly broken by a giggle from Qian Rinxue, who was covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, her shoulders shaking slightly as she tried to contain herself. And who might this lady be?" Qinghe inquired, noticing Qian Rinxue by Xue Qian's side, feeling somewhat impolite. "Xue Qian remained silent. It seems that the mention of a wife has made it impossible for me to keep my secret any longer. I must reveal the truth. Alas, I am Xue Qinghe. It appears that you, Master Qinghe, have triumphed. It seems that Teacher Qin is still unaware of the recent imperial title. This is the princess consort of the Tiando Empire and my wife, Xue. As Xue Qian introduced her, Xue ceased her smile and offered a slight nod to Qinghe, acknowledging his presence. Qinghe's expression shifted in surprise as he hurriedly bowed, realizing his earlier faux pas, now understanding her royal status. He had been deeply engrossed in military tactics at the academy and had not kept abreast of the happenings in Tiando City. Thus he was taken aback by such significant news. Xue Qian waved it off, not holding any grudge, and then curiously inquired, "Teacher Qin, how is the strength of the royal fighting team now? In the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, the championship has predominantly been in the hands of the Spear Hall. Previously, the Royal Academy could contend with them, achieving a balance of sorts. However, Xue Qian knew that since his mother-in-law, Bibi Dong, assumed power, she has diligently transformed the Spirit Hall into an indomitable force. Perhaps, starting from this year's Soul Master Tournament, it will be entirely under the Spirit Hall's dominion. Even Feng Xiaodian and Yu Tianheng, when mentioning the Spirit Hall's team, spoke with trepidation, as defeat seemed inevitable. The sheer disparity in strength rendered even the most talented powerless, for their opponents possessed even greater prowess. With a slight sigh, Qin Ming's demeanor turned somber as he acknowledged the Academy's efforts to bolster the team's strength. Currently, the first team comprises 5 Soul Ancestors and 2 Soul Masters, and while their teamwork is commendable, their overall combat effectiveness still requires enhancement. If only the Soul Fusion technique could be executed by the 2 Soul Ancestors, the Academy's chances of victory would significantly increase. However, Qin Ming felt a sense of helplessness regarding the Soul Fusion technique, as it is a rare occurrence. The Academy is fortunate to have such students, yet regrettably, the explosive power of a Soul Fusion technique between 2 Soul Masters falls short. In the last Soul Master tournament, the Spirit Hall fielded a full team of Soul Ancestors, including 2 at levels 47 and 48. In comparison, the Royal Fighting Team holds no distinct advantage, even with the Soul Fusion technique. The Soul Masters can only suppress 2 Soul Ancestors, and victory is not guaranteed. Hence, Qin Ming has intensified the training regimen for the 2, aiming to elevate them to Soul Ancestor status swiftly. They still lack strength, he lamented. Upon hearing this, Xian could not help but shake his head, underestimating the situation. Based on his judgment, the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly feature a Soul King in this tournament. Even if the Royal Fighting Team consisted entirely of Soul Ancestors, there was a high probability of defeat. Furthermore, it is possible that the Spirit Hall's team might also possess the Soul Fusion technique, leading to an even more devastating loss, leaving them in a state of utter despair. As the eldest prince of the Tiando Empire, how could he tolerate such an outcome? No, it is imperative to assemble a troop of beautiful cheerleaders to rally their spirits. Even if the team loses, the cheerleaders must not falter. This is a matter of pride. Xian maintained a hopeful stance regarding the Soul Master tournament. Winning would be splendid, yet losing should not lead to despondency, as it was fated. Thus, the cheerleading squad is vital in maintaining morale, ensuring they do not succumb to despair after a defeat. Indeed, cheerleaders are as crucial as any other component. In the interest of the Empire's future, he strained his mind for solutions. This old man must reward him. At the very least, a few million would suffice. Shaking his head, Xian felt overwhelmed by the multitude of concerns weighing upon him. Of course, he was not eager to witness the cheerleader's performance. He is not that kind of person. Certainly not. Chapter 38, Dignity, what value does it hold? In the 5th match of the Soul Fighting event tonight, the Royue team will face off against the Xiuelian team. Royue is a newly established team this month, and despite being newcomers, they have already achieved 3 consecutive victories, showcasing formidable strength. Even more enviable, the Royue team consists of 2 stunning young ladies, and their combat performances are truly a feast for the eyes. One can only wonder what surprises they will bring us tonight. Pausing slightly, the host felt a shiver run down his spine and continued speaking as instructed by the higher-ups. As for the Xiuelian team, they're a recently formed squad, and we hope they can fight passionately tonight and achieve commendable results. Under normal circumstances, the host would have teased the new Xiuelian team, but he could only say so much now. Unfortunately, due to orders from above, all information regarding the Xiuelian team has been suppressed, leaving him with little to say. On the viewing platform, noticing that Xian seemed ready to depart, Qin Ming could not help but ask, "Your Highness, are you leaving now? Aren't you going to watch?" The outcome of this match seems predetermined. Watching further may prove futile. Xian waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence, leaving Qin Ming bewildered. How could the result be predetermined when the match had not even begun? Seeing Xian's self-assuredness, Qian Renxue could not help but chuckle. This fellow certainly has no qualms in boasting about himself. Xian departed with Qian Renxue, and Qin Ming chose not to comment further, continuing to observe the unfolding events below. Has the Xiuelian team arrived? With Xian and Qian Renxue still absent, the host eagerly inquired. They have arrived. As the words left his mouth, a melodious voice rang out, and Xian, hand in hand with Qian Renxue, made their entrance. Coughing upon seeing Xian and Qian Renxue, Qin Ming's eyes widened, followed by a fit of intense coughing, his mind racing. What? So you two are the Xiuelian team? Especially recalling Xian's earlier assertion that the outcome was predetermined, Qin Ming felt even more speechless, Was he not indirectly proclaiming victory? This is truly a level of self-admiration that is hard to fathom. What about your dignity as a prince? On the Soul fighting stage, Xian gazed at his opponents with keen interest, feeling a surge of excitement. This marked his first multiplayer competition in this foreign realm, and it was with 3 women. No less. The essence of the situation seemed right. The Royue team consisted of 2 sisters, approximately 17 or 18 years of age. The taller elder sister bore an oval face, her striking eyes exuding an alluring charm, with every movement radiating grace and captivating allure. The younger sister, with her round face and large, watery blue eyes, sported long silver hair cascading down to her waist, presenting a most adorable appearance. Upon their entrance, the duo elicited a chorus of gasps from the audience. However, in comparison to his wife Xue, they fell short. The more mature girl stepped forward, commanding attention with a sharp voice. I am Lin Ro, with a martial soul snow rabbit, a 33rd level agility type soul master. Subsequently, the younger sister, Lin Xue, took a step forward, her hands clasped in front of her, her sweet and gentle voice chiming in. I am Lin Xue, with the martial soul snow bear, a 31st level strength type soul master. Observing the two, Xian wore a peculiar expression. A line from a line in X echoed in his mind. Did these 2 little tadpoles take a wrong turn? The elder sister, with her cold elegance, bore the name Ro, yet her martial soul was the charming snow rabbit. Are you certain the name was given to you rather than your martial soul? The younger sister, exuding cuteness, bore the name Xue, yet her martial soul was the fierce snow bear. Therefore, will he witness a kawaii little loli going berserk next? Hiss, how could I possibly take action myself? Ba, it seems that I must rely on reason to persuade others once more. Do you look down upon us sisters? Observing Xian lost in thought without introducing herself, Lin Ro furrowed her brow, her expression seemingly shrouded in a layer of frost. Introducing herself, Xian, martial soul, swan, level 37 agility attack spirit master. At this revelation, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even Lin Ro and Lin Xue's expressions shifted to one of gravity. Level 37, an agility attack, flying martial soul swan. Could she possibly hail from royalty? The host seized the moment, exclaiming loudly, ladies and gentlemen, did you hear that? Xian from the Snow Love duo is actually a level 37 spirit master. For levels higher than Lin Ro from the Soft Moon duo, it appears we are in for a fierce competition. As for her martial soul, she was wise enough not to announce it loudly. Otherwise, she might find herself facing dire consequences. The masked figure above had already made it abundantly clear. Boom! Let the match begin. What are we waiting for? Cheered the audience, their faces flushed with excitement, their voices rising like a tempest, eager for the battle to commence. Amidst the clamor, Qin Ming observed from the viewing platform, his expression one of sheer shock as he fixated on Xian, as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. How could her strength have escalated so rapidly? He pondered, bewildered. He distinctly remembered that last time, Xue Qinghe had displayed a mere level 29 spirit master. Within just a month, she had catapulted to level 37. Was she riding a rocket to success? This was nothing short of astonishing. Pointing towards Xian, Xian kindly remarked, she will not participate in this soul battle. It will be a contest between me and the 2 of you. If I lose, I accept my defeat. What do you mean? Don't think that just because your spirit power is higher, you can look down on us. We do not require your concession, Lin Ro retorted, her anger palpable, her demeanor as cold as ice. As spirit masters, they held their dignity. 2 against 1, they would never resort to such tactics. We demand a fair contest, Lin Xue added, her tone icy, her cherubic face puffed in indignation. Alas, these Na'vi girls had yet to experience the harsh realities of life. Seeing their stubbornness, Xian could only shake her head in resignation. If it were her, she would have unleashed her powerful spirit abilities without hesitation. Fairness? Dignity? What value do those hold? Should you take action against her and suffer injury, I will not be held responsible, Xian cautioned, unable to resist the urge to remind them. The power of the Zhuge crossbow was formidable. The 2 spirit masters could not withstand it. If they were to be harmed, or worse, it was not his concern. This is none of your business. If we lose in a 2-on-2 match, We will accept our fate without blaming anyone else, Lin Xue firmly rebutted, her resolute countenance aflame with fury. In this day and age, being a nice person is truly challenging. Chapter 39. The Terrifying Spirit Bone Skill. With the commencement of the soul battle, Xue Qian's first fight officially began. She did not immediately summon her martial soul, but instead observed the unfolding events. Given their tendencies, it was unlikely they would attack her in her normal state. Otherwise, they would feel it was an unfair victory. Lin Ro's martial soul was a snow rabbit. Upon summoning it, a layer of white fur emanated from her, her ears transforming into pointed shapes adorned with snowy fluff. Lin Xue, meanwhile, grew taller and took on a plump appearance, her body also covered in white fur, her hands stout like barrels, her dainty features squished together, rendering her both adorable and fierce. Seeing Lin Xue's appearance, Xue Qian couldn't help but think of Majin Buu from Dragon Ball, for the resemblance was uncanny. Noticing Xue Qian's stillness, Lin Ro's brow furrowed. Are you not summoning your martial soul? Do you intend to concede? Concede? Xue Qian smirked, her lips curling as a pair of pure, delicate wings unfurled from her sides, ascending into the heavens as a radiant light enveloped her. Lin Xue. At her sister Lin Ro's call, Lin Xue immediately understood, the yellow spirit ring beneath her feet glowing as her once stout hands transformed into colossal, solid white claws. Boom! The two hands intertwined before her, perfectly shielding her vital areas as heavy footfalls echoed. Lin Xue charged towards Xian, eager to test her defenses. With Xue Qian able to fly, they could never reach her, making Xian their sole target. Thanks to Xue Qian's warning, Lin Xue proceeded with caution, employing her second spirit ability, Dual Arm Guard, to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. This fellow, so eager for a 2-on-1 battle, has taken to the skies. Lin Xue lamented as she approached. Looking at Lin Xue's charge, Xian felt helpless. She could not reveal her strength, so after a moment's thought, she decided to wield the Zhuge crossbow. Lin Xue retreat. As Xian brandished the crossbow, Lin Ro felt a dangerous aura envelop her, prompting her to shout urgently. Gazing at the Zhuge crossbow, Lin Xue felt a chill run down her spine, her instincts warning her of the threat it posed. Indeed, it could even claim her life. With a sudden stomp, she halted her advance, retreating swiftly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the air was filled with a slicing sound, and white beams descended from the sky like shooting stars. Upon closer inspection, one would see that the radiant white light was composed of countless feathers, sharper than any blade. Originally, Xue Qian intended for her first ability, Thousand Feathers, to shield Xian from Lin Xue's attack, but with Lin Xue's retreat, the new targets became the two of them. While Xian possessed a mask for defense, and could withstand their attacks for years without harm, such actions felt excessively unfair. Moreover, Xue Qian harbored concerns. What if an accident occurred and she was injured? Clang! Without further ado, Lin Xue's stout arms extended, shielding Lin Ro as feathers clashed against her hands, sparks flying like a dazzling display of fireworks. Suddenly, Lin Ro vanished from Lin Xue's back, darting towards Xian like a bolt of lightning, her second spirit ring illuminating beneath her feet. Not good. However, before she could reach Xian, Lin Ro sensed impending danger. With a swift push, she propelled herself away in a manner that defied the laws of physics. Boom! Xue Qian swung her fist, an expression of astonishment crossing her face as the glow of her purple spirit ring began to dim. Your spirit abilities are impressive. You managed to evade my third spirit ability, Xue Qian remarked, genuinely impressed. Her third spirit ring was derived from a 2,000-year-old peregrine falcon, significantly enhancing her speed. When utilizing her third spirit ability, Skyfall, her velocity during descent was unparalleled, reaching approximately 4 times her usual flying speed. In truth, the chances of someone evading it were minuscule, making Lin Ro's successful escape all the more astonishing. With a sigh, Lin Ro couldn't help but exhale deeply, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, and her expression grew increasingly grave. Your speed is indeed remarkable. Had it been anyone else, they would surely have failed to evade. However, her tone faltered slightly as a self-satisfied smile crept onto her face. My second soul skill, Early Warning, grants a 50 chance of successful evasion, something you did not anticipate, I presume. Understanding this, Xue Qian realized that the falcon could effortlessly capture hairs. Logically, its speed was indisputable. Nevertheless, the opponent's soul skill possessed a 50 evasion chance, which, although inferior to Xiao Wu's teleportation, remained exceptionally practical. Suddenly, a blinding white light surged forth, causing Xian to narrow his eyes and turn his head. Behind Lin Ro, a round white energy sphere rapidly coalesced before bursting forth with the ferocity of thunder. Hurtling towards him, the exterior of the snow-white energy sphere appeared quite ordinary, yet within it lay a terrifying power, masked by its calm facade, concealing a perilous explosion. Seizing the perfect moment, Xian tilted his gaze slightly, his heart silently praising the tactical acumen displayed. The three were aligned. Should he evade, the energy sphere would strike Qianrenxue. With such strength and battle awareness, it was no wonder they had achieved 3 consecutive victories in the talent-rich city of Tiando. Truly impressive. However, all things must eventually come to an end. Xian's eyes narrowed, golden light flickering along his arm as a colossal golden claw materialized in his palm, perfectly melding with his fingers. With a swift motion, the sound of tearing paper echoed as the golden claw, measuring a meter in diameter, erupted into the void. Wherever the golden claw passed, the space rippled as though it could be torn asunder at any moment, its sharp, cold gleam striking terror in the hearts of onlookers. This is a soul bone. On the observation platform, Qin Ming's pupils dilated in shock, his face a mask of horror as he stared transfixed at Xian's golden claw. Not only Qin Ming, but many in the VIP section also recognized it as a soul bone, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. The claw pierced through the energy sphere as effortlessly as slicing through thin paper, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of ice shards that filled the arena with a chilling aura, erecting towering icicles in an instant. Lin Xue quickly dodged. Lin Ro cried out urgently, realizing her sister was momentarily stunned. She was not aligned with them and could clearly discern the terrifying attack unleashed by the soul bone, far beyond their capacity to withstand. With a start, Lin Xue snapped back to reality, her eyes wide with dread as she beheld the impending claw attack, her heart racing in fear, feeling as if her martial soul was trembling in terror. Indeed, her martial soul was afraid. Chapter 40. Men sing of conquest, women sing of monstrosities. Boom! A thunderous collision erupted on the battle arena, and the two figures were sent flying. Although Lin Ro had not been directly struck, she chose to resist alongside her sister, fearing for Lin Xue's safety. Regrettably, the power of the Soul Bone's attack was overwhelming. Even their combined third soul skill proved futile against it. The Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear was a dominant soul beast, challenging even titled Douluo in its strength, surpassing the Forest King, the Titan Giant Ape. Moreover, the right claw bone was the most formidable soul bone of the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear, its might far exceeding that of any other soul bone. It was no wonder that even a soul master could not withstand the might of the Dark Golden Terror Claw. Even a soul sect would find it insurmountable. After all, a millennia-old Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear could hunt 10,000-year-level soul beasts, embodying terrifying power. Incredible. It managed to knock both of them off the stage in a single blow. What a formidable attack. Just what was that claw? To win in a 1-on-2 scenario is truly astonishing. Who is this person? Upon witnessing Lin Ro and her sister being cast off the battle arena, the audience fell in a stunned silence, only to erupt into fervent cheers moments later. Even Qin Ming was left speechless, especially recalling the earlier attack, a shiver running down his spine. Such terrifying, offensive power. Glancing at Xian, Qin Ming's gaze trembled slightly as he finally comprehended what Xian meant when he said the outcome had already been determined. Even as a level 47 soul master, he had no confidence in withstanding that earlier attack, let alone the two sisters. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ming regarded Xian, his mind racing with possibilities. If he could join the imperial fight, then it seemed this matter would require the involvement of the faculty. With his thoughts forming a plan, Qin Ming steadied himself, informed the two students, and hastily departed the battle arena. Above the arena, a skylight opened, revealing an elderly man with white hair and an ethereal presence, standing serenely, his calm, profound eyes sparkling with vitality. When did this young man become so formidable? Observing Xian below, the elder's expression conveyed a mix of astonishment and contemplation. Xue Mo, I hope today's events regarding your cousin at the battle arena do not circulate. You know what to do, right? The The elder turned to the woman behind him, his voice light, yet carrying a chilling undertone. "Grandfather, I understand what must be done." She replied with a slight smile, nodding, her demeanor appearing utterly unaffected. On the battle arena, Xian remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught the attention of others. Otherwise, he would never have set foot in the battle arena. This experience and its outcome left him feeling quite disillusioned. To achieve victory so effortlessly brought him no sense of accomplishment. He would rather summon his array of Italian cannons to coach them in performing extreme bliss on stage, which would be far more exhilarating. If next time I encounter a man, let him sing of conquest. If I meet a woman, let her sing of monstrosities. Should anyone dare utter a word of dissent, I would truly unleash the cannons. The battle concluded, and the Snow Love duo emerged victorious. Ignoring the cheers of the crowd, Xian departed the arena with Xian, ensuring that the two sisters remained unharmed. As night fell, Xian and Xian found themselves back on the bustling streets. "I shall not return to the battle arena again. It lacks any thrill," Xian remarked, glancing at Xian, feeling somewhat bored. While the one-on-two battle was impressive, it felt as though something essential was missing, a nagging discomfort. "Shouldn't you be pleased with your formidable strength?" Xian, her face adorned with a captivating smile, appeared even more cheerful than before, her eyes sparkling as they locked onto Xian. "Next time, let us together thrash our opponents. I would find that even more delightful." Xian raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of anticipation. "It seems I must diligently train, or else I shall not keep pace with you." Xian lips curled into a subtle smile as she responded earnestly. "Do your best. If you catch up to me, then we shall—" "Hey, why have my thoughts turned so awry lately? Is there a surge of male hormones in the air?" Suddenly, Xian's smile faltered, her expression growing icy as she cast a glance at the desolate street behind them. "Let us go. It is time to return home." Noticing the change in Xian's expression, Xian maintained an unperturbed demeanor as he gently took her hand and proceeded forward. Suddenly, a figure emerged from nowhere, directly blocking their path. The middle-aged man, clad in black, had greedy, sinister eyes, a hooked nose, and a smirk that suggested malevolence. Xian halted without any sign of panic and calmly turned to leave, exuding an air of composure. "Leave the soul bone, and I may spare your life." The man's cold voice echoed in the quiet alley, yet he did not pursue them, seemingly confident in his position. "Fool!" Xian glanced back at the man and slowly uttered a remarkably exquisite word before quickening his pace. "You seek death." The man's fury ignited, his eyes icy with murderous intent as he charged towards Xian. 1, 2. Xian silently counted, and before he could reach 3, the man abruptly halted. Bewilderment etched across his face as he beheld the swirling blue light around him. From above, a hexagonal pattern rapidly expanded beneath his feet, 6 beams of light shooting upwards, forming a closed energy barrier that enveloped him within the formation. The man's face blanched in terror as 5 soul rings erupted from his body, completing the manifestation of his martial spirit, transforming him into a wolf-like creature. He unleashed a powerful energy blast towards the barrier, but alas, his attack vanished into the void. And before he could gather his wits, an energy wave rebounded from the barrier. His pupils constricted as he recognized it was his own soul power, and he swiftly dodged. A resounding explosion echoed as a crater several meters wide formed in the granite street, black smoke billowing from the pit. Observing the formation, the man's expression darkened, his heart racing with dread. Just as he was consumed by anxiety, a mocking voice pierced the air. Well, if it isn't the fellow seeking a soul bone. How did you end up trapped?" Xian tapped the energy barrier, nodding in satisfaction. A mischievous grin plastered across his face as if daring the man to retaliate. "You despicable wretch, if you have the ability, let me out." The man's face twisted in rage as he yelled. "Fool, if you had the capability, why not come out and bite me? You were barking quite happily just moments ago. Now where are you?" The man was left speechless, his frustration boiling over. "I regret my earlier actions. If you release me, I will depart immediately." "What do you say?" The man, seething with anger at Xian's taunting demeanor, forced a smile, hoping to appease him given his current predicament. "Since you've erred, shouldn't you make amends?" Xian replied innocently. "Curse you. Am I the one robbing? Or are you?" The mention of amends caused Xian to blush, as if recalling something inappropriate. Here, take this 30,000 gold coins as my apology. How does that sound? The man, on the verge of tears, lamented his predicament, wishing he had never sought trouble, now left with nothing. 30,000 coins? What a pauper. Xian scoffed. I expected a notorious bandit, yet you're merely this pathetic. A soul king with only 30,000 coins. How dare you continue to linger in the Heaven Do city? Reduced to thievery. Bah! The man seethed inwardly, cursing Xian's audacity. Yet, he feigned a friendly demeanor, appearing as a meek individual. Are you performing for me? Xian exclaimed. Do you not know I graduated from New Oriental? The Oscars still owe me 100 golden statuettes. With disdain in his eyes, Xian gestured dismissively, revealing a gap in the formation. Hand it over, he commanded with a look of disdain. Seeing the gap, the man felt despair wash over him. Under the eaves, he had no choice but to bow his head and obediently present the black gold card. With a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, he pleaded, Can you release me now, brother? Release you? Of course. I'm a man of my word, Xian declared with feigned righteousness, before swiftly changing his tone. Not only will I release you, but I will also send you home for free. That one TB necessary. Just let me go. The sudden display of kindness from Xian made the man uneasy, prompting him to wave his hands in rejection. He distinctly remembered how he had fallen into this trap. This fellow was undoubtedly cunning. How ungrateful. You can't appreciate my kindness? Xian feigned disappointment. Very well, you decide. The man's voice trembled with frustration. Exactly. Xian nodded in satisfaction and tossed a black wooden box into the formation, where red numbers began to count down. 30, 29. In 30 seconds, this formation will open. With that, Xian quickly pulled Xian Rinxue away, leaving the man in a daze. As he stared at the wooden box, doubt flickered in the man's eyes, especially as he sensed the flow of soul power within, his unease intensifying. Meanwhile, Xian and Xian Rinxue had already distanced themselves significantly. Given the man's attempt to rob a soul bone, Xian felt no compassion. He could not let a threat escape. As for wealth, that was even less negotiable. It was not merely money, but his very life. A few thousand coins for a soul bone. A handful of coins for a level 5 soul-guided device. A single coin for a Zhuge Divine crossbow. Thus, his current principle was clear. No life, no money. Seeing Xian reveling in triumph, Xian Rinxue, exasperated, inquired, You're just going to leave such a powerful formation behind? It could withstand even a soul king's full force. Indeed, and now it's just abandoned? She lamented. Unfazed, Xian waved the black gold card in his hand. But I made a profit. This formation can only defend against the attacks of Soul Emperor. Its quality is too poor to keep. This formation, known as the 6-star formation, was a one-time consumable worth merely 20 gold coins in the system. He had gained 30,000 gold coins, making the return on investment remarkable. Wouldn't you agree? After this incident, Xian realized that earning money was far too troublesome. Robbing was simply quicker. Should he perhaps carry a few 9th-level fixed soul-guided cannons to the Pope's palace? Who knows, perhaps his mother-in-law, Bibi Dong, would take pity on him, sparing him from harm and generously gifting him billions of gold soul coins as New Year's money. What a brilliant idea. Yet, why did it feel like he was courting disaster? This was akin to carrying a nuclear bomb to rob a bank in America. On the other side, upon hearing that the formation could defend against the Soul Emperor's attack, Xian Rinxue's eyes immediately turned red, her teeth clenched in fury. That formation was a treasure, and it was simply discarded. What a waste. Wasn't it agreed that I would be in charge? What's wrong? Noticing Xian Rinxue's unusual expression, Xian felt a chill run down his spine and timidly inquired, How many such formations do you have? Xian Rinxue asked through gritted teeth. Can I choose not to answer? Xian pandev. No. Xian Rinxue firmly rejected, believing that good things should be kept close, otherwise they would certainly be squandered. Seeing her so resolute, Xian checked his storage ring and system space, then slowly replied, There are probably over 500 formations like the one just now. Over 500. With her eyes wide open, Xian Rinxue felt her mind go blank, as if her soul had been separated from her body, and her body went limp uncontrollably. Oh dear, my wife, are you all right? Xian hurriedly embraced Xian Rinxue, his expression turning tense. Boom! At that moment, a burst of sparks shot up into the sky, followed by a thunderous explosion. Qian Rinxue was jolted awake and looked towards the source of the flames, immediately understanding. Her face turned pale, as if greatly startled, and she exclaimed, "Did you just say you have over 500 of those formations?" "Yes, yes. Xian nadid bigerisli. Wife, what are you doing?" Seeing Qian Rinxue reaching out, Xian was utterly perplexed. "I want them," Qian Rinxue declared with righteous fervor. "Xian, eh? We are still on the street. Can't we discuss this later?" After a brief moment of misunderstanding, Xian comprehended what Qian Rinxue meant, his expression turning pained as he asked, "How many do you want?" Seeing Xian so agreeable, Qian Rinxue confidently raised 5 fingers, her expression unwavering. "Oh dear, my wife. You're being too greedy, asking for 500 right off the bat." Xian was on the verge of tears. This was too ruthless. It was his life at stake. "Just 50 will do." Seeing Xian's sorrowful expression, yet devoid of anger, Qian Rinxue's icy demeanor melted away, and she smiled sweetly. "If you had said so earlier, you wouldn't have made my heart race so wildly." With a delicate gesture, Xian feigned anger. Qian Rinxue, Chapter 42. The Birth of the Most Powerful Man. Having safely given Qian Rinxue 50 formation discs and scrolls, Xian did not play any tricks. He indeed had over 500 Soul Emperor level defensive formations. However, he also had 100 at the Soul Saint level, 50 at the Soul Luo level, and even 20 at the title Douluo level, of which 5 were deployed in the princess residence, leaving him with 15. Therefore, 50 Soul Emperor level formations were merely a drop in the bucket, a playful gift for his wife. If he didn't think of it this way, he would still feel a pinch in his heart. Now, however, he felt much better. "Do you have other formations as well?" Just as Xian sighed in relief, Qian Rinxue's voice rang out again, her smile directed at him reminiscent of a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's paycheck. Xian's expression instantly froze. "Oh dear, being a good man is so difficult. Author, how about giving me a scoundrel persona instead, with my 7 parts roguish charm and 3 parts flirtation, coupled with sweet words. Conquering all the beauties in Douluo would be a piece of cake. I could even share a couple of them with you for warmth. Wouldn't that be delightful?" Upon hearing this, the author clenches his fist and smiles slightly. "I want it all." Seeing Qian Rinxue gaze at him with a smile, Xian wore a face filled with despair, as if life had lost its meaning. "Just tell me directly. How many do you want? What level? I need to prepare myself." Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Do you have even more advanced formations?" Initially, she was merely guessing based on Xian's previous tone, but now it appeared there were indeed advanced formations, a significant windfall. Xian felt as if he had been ensnared. Observing Qian Rinxue's delighted expression, he wished he could slap himself. "Oh dear, it's true what they say. Wives have deep schemes, while husbands grind iron into needles." Silently nodding, Xian suddenly craved a moment of tranquility. Though he had no idea where that tranquility might be, he yearned for it immensely. Qian Rinxue knelt before Xian, holding him with both hands, her sparkling eyes fixed on him, playfully asking, "Do you have formations that can defend against tidal Douluo? So adorable." Cough, cough. A sudden tremor coursed through Xian's heart, and he nodded silently, then could not help but embrace Qian Rinxue, savoring the gentle warmth of the girl he adored. Others had treasures one by one, unlike his, which felt like a wholesale market. With eyes as brilliant as stars, Qian Rinxue gazed at Xian, her brilliance shimmering like autumn waters. "Then give me a couple. If you squander them, I still have some left, and they might help you in the future." Feeling warmth in his heart, Xian was pleasantly surprised that this silly girl was considering him. Truly, she is a thrifty and capable wife. "I'll give you 4. 1 for each season's piece." Xian waved his hand grandly. "What a joke. Gifts from my wife are still mine. When have I ever been stingy? Another day, I'll go to the system's wholesale market and pick up a few dozen more, arranging them into a heart shape for a romantic gesture." "No need. I'll just take 2. You should keep the rest for your own protection." Smiling slightly, Qian Rinxue chose 2 from the 4 formations and pushed the other 2 back to Xian. He didn't refuse. With Qian Rinxue's strength and status, her danger was almost non-existent. Unlike him, there were always people trying to harm him. Gently brushing his thumb across Qian Rinxue's lips, Xian raised an eyebrow suggestively, hinting, "Since I've given you so many good things, shouldn't you express your gratitude?" "Not at all." With a blush on her cheeks, Xian turned away and escaped Xue Qinghe's embrace, looking adorably flustered. I'm going back to the residence to sleep. You can take your time. Playfully sticking out her tongue, Xian made a face at Xue Qinghe, then turned and dashed towards the residence, bouncing along under the glow of colorful lights. Xian's graceful figure resembled a butterfly dancing among vibrant flowers, captivating to behold. Sleeping without me? Huh? She claims she doesn't want it. But her heart is honest. With a slight smile, Xue Qinghe immediately pursued her. Princess residence. There was nothing noteworthy happening without attending the Moon Pavilion for study. Ignoring the imperial affairs, nothing occurred. It seemed the Snow Knight Emperor had forgotten about Xue Qinghe, wishing he wouldn't show up. As for studying at the Royal Academy, Xue Qinghe initially thought he could escape, but clearly, he had overestimated himself. Just after Xue Qinghe and Xian finished breakfast, a member of the Academy's teaching committee arrived at the residence. Meng Xinji, vice chair of the Royal Academy's teaching committee, the 79th level control system spirit master, with the martial spirit of the Black Demon, exhibits a peculiarity and swiftness that rivals even the agility-focused classes. Naturally, he is also the future head of the Royal Academy. Is there something you wish to discuss, Dream Dean? Xue Qinghe asked directly, observing the seemingly kind yet sinister elder before him. Dream Machine smiled. I merely heard that your highness was injured, and I wish to check on you. Chuckling blankly, Xue Qinghe chose not to engage further, continuing to sketch on a piece of paper. These are seasoned foxes, engaging in idle tales with me? Dream Machine furrowed his brow. What do you mean by haha? Noticing Xue Qinghe's dismissive demeanor, he sensed a change in the younger man, though he couldn't quite articulate it. It seemed he had always been this way. Seeing Xue Qinghe remain silent, Dream Machine inquired, what are your highness's thoughts on the Spirit Hall? Remarkably powerful. The Empire stands no chance. Even 1,000 of you would falter, Xue Qinghe replied without hesitation. Dream Machine exclaimed, really? Did you have gunpowder for breakfast? Your words are fiery, suppressing his irritation. Dream Machine nodded in agreement. Indeed, with the Hao-Ian sect retreating, the Spirit Hall continues to grow in strength, its momentum becoming unstoppable. Shifting his gaze to Xue Qinghe, he pressed, do you not feel a sense of crisis? At this, Xue Qinghe cast a casual glance at him, still remaining silent. Crisis? The greatest crisis lies within his own home. Discussing crises with me? Ridiculous. As for the Spirit Hall, it merely favors my mother-in-law. Although he walked a precarious line, balancing on two boats, as long as he maintained equilibrium, he would remain the most formidable man on the continent, the Empire's crown prince, the future husband of the angel god, and the son-in-law of the illustrious limit Douluo Qian. Chapter 43. The ultimate game of wisdom, wealth, and spirit. Dream Dean, if you have something to say, please be direct. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger, Xue Qinghe stated, eager to conclude their conversation as he neared completion of his drawing. Very well, I shall be straightforward. We wish for your highness to participate in the upcoming Soul Master competition on behalf of the Academy. Upon finishing, Dream Machine fixed his eager gaze upon Xue Qinghe, anticipation evident in his eyes. Was it Qi Ming who informed you? Xue Qinghe raised an eyebrow, his tone turning frosty. Rest assured, your highness. Only the three of us are privy to this matter, and it will not be leaked, Dream Machine hastily assured him, internally convinced that Qi Ming spoke the truth. To his astonishment, the Crown Prince possessed such extraordinary potential, becoming a Soul Emperor at only 14, already exhibiting combat power on par with high-ranking Soul Masters. If he could join the Royal Academy's team, they might stand a better chance in the finals of the Spirit City competition in 3 months. The Royal Academy had suffered consecutive defeats in the past 2 competitions, held every 5 years, and simply could not afford another loss. This would not only tarnish the Academy's reputation, but also the entire Douluo Empire's honor. You want me to participate in the Soul Master competition? Xue Qinghe pondered momentarily before shaking his head vigorously. Absolutely not. I have no time for such nonsense. While participating would allow him to wield a 9th-level fixed-position soul guiding cannon before the Pope's palace and intimidate others, he prided himself on being a low-key individual, incapable of such shameless acts. Furthermore, the competition prohibited the use of soul-guiding devices, severely limiting his potential. If he could unleash a 7th-level soul-guiding bomb in a single match, creating a thunderous upheaval across the arena, that would be exhilarating. But engaging in a bare-knuckle fight? What was the point? You throw a punch at me. and I return it with a palm. Do you not understand the reciprocal nature of force? It was akin to warfare. He arrived with artillery, missiles, and nuclear weapons. Yet they expected him to engage in a knife fight? Ridiculous. Why should he heed such foolish demands? He could simply unleash his artillery upon them, obliterating them without further ado. Seeing Xue Qianghe's refusal, Dream Machine grew anxious. Your Highness, this is not merely an academy matter. It concerns the dignity of the Empire. As a prince, you ought to contribute. Indeed, I have contributed. I was just contemplating forming a cheerleading squad, Xue Qianghe replied, fluttering his large eyes earnestly. Dream Machine was taken aback. I could hardly contain my frustration at that. A cheerleading squad? What good is that? The louder they cheer, the more devastating the loss will be. This is not merely a show of support, but an invitation to humiliation. Are you truly so cold-hearted and unreasonable? Dream Machine sighed deeply, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him, profoundly disappointed in Xue Qianghe. This empire does not belong to us. It belongs to the royal family. If even the crown prince is so irresponsible, what future does the empire hold? Not at all. It is not that I lack compassion. Rather, I perceive the truth clearly. Xue Qianghe countered, completing the final stroke of his drawing and allowing a smile to grace his lips. Oh, Dream Machine's eyes narrowed, sensing a glimmer of hope. I would like to hear more. Very well. Let us assume I am indeed cold-hearted and unreasonable, Xue Qianghe replied, having intended to discuss deeper philosophies but finding no reason to prolong the conversation. He shrugged, feigning indifference. Dream Machine exclaimed, "What a jest! Your Highness, I take my leave." With a swift wave of his sleeve, he departed in a huff, leaving no room for further discourse. His patience had worn thin. Good riddance. I have my own pressing matters to attend to. Xue Qianghe sighed softly, not attempting to retain him. He had crucial tasks ahead. This was a game of strategy, intellect, and wealth, leaving no room for distractions. My dear wife, I have completed my creation. Come and play. A resonant shout echoed as Xue Qianghe hurriedly exited the grand hall with his finished invention. 3 minutes later, Xue Qianghe and Xue found themselves seated upon a soft, plush mink fur. Are you planning to read our fortunes? Xue asked, her small face set in a serious expression as she regarded the cards resembling tarot. This is not tarot. It is called poker, a most entertaining game, Xue Qianghe patiently explained, suppressing a smirk. Poker? Xue appeared taken aback, then picked up a card emblazoned with the words Big King, realizing how vastly different it was from tarot. What does this represent? She shook the Big King card, her curiosity piqued. Xue Qianghe, feeling a sense of pride, responded, "This is the Emperor, depicted with a scepter, the highest-ranking card among them all. The card below, it represents the Queen." Seemingly grasping the concept, Xue's eyes lit up. So these cards are ranked? Precisely. Xue Qianghe gave a thumbs up to Xue, who smiled silently in delight. He proceeded to clarify, this symbolizes a hierarchy, one person above all, indicating a prince, while the 4 kings represent the rulers of the 4 duchies of the Tiando Empire. These duchies are somewhat smaller and thus not included. The queen and concubines are also represented, while the generals and armies of the nation are depicted as well. The remaining numbers from 2 to 10 signify various levels of soul masters. The more I explained, the more I felt a sense of elation, admiring my straightforward interpretation of the Douluo card game. Hearing this novel explanation, Xue's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she clung to Xue Qianghe's arm, playfully requesting, "Just tell me how to play." All right, let us begin with the simplest version known as Jia Jin Huan. With a playful smirk, Xue Qianghe swept Xue into his embrace, and she did not resist, relishing the warmth emanating from his chest. Thus began Xue Qianghe's inaugural teaching session in the Douluo continent. Xue appeared as a curious child, her eyes sparkling with wonder as if a gateway to a new world was about to be unveiled. Why do 3 soul masters beat 2 princes or 2 concubines? Xue pouted, slightly dissatisfied. These 3 soul masters are all represented by the number 8, indicating their ability to unleash a Trinity spirit fusion technique. Ah, I see. But why can they still prevail over soul masters of the same number, such as 3, 4, and 5? She inquired. The numbers 3, 4, and 5 are consecutive, forming a sequence, symbolizing strong teamwork. In contrast, 2 princes or concubines may engage in internal conflict, Xue explained. Then why do 3 cards of the same suit outperform a united sequence? Doesn't that seem illogical? Xian Rinxue challenged. Cards of the same suit signify they are in the same season, thus acting collectively, whereas a sequence composed of different suits merely indicates a chance encounter. Su Xian responded. Stop. I'm running out of words. Please don't ask me any more. Su Xian exclaimed, feeding Overpowered. After much effort, Su Xian finally managed to help Xian Rinxue grasp the rules of the game. However, with a playful glint in his eye, he suggested, since we are playing a game, shouldn't we wager something? Otherwise, it feels rather dull. What do you wish to wager? Xian Rinxue, feeling restless at the prospect, became cautious upon seeing Su Xian's mischievous smile. Betting money harms our relationship and is pointless. After all, it's all our money. Su Xian, with a serious demeanor, began eliminating options, to which Xian Rinxue nodded in agreement, knowing she didn't need money, as he would always provide for her. How about this? If you win, you can kiss me, and if I win, I'll kiss you. What do you think? Her eyes brightening, Su Xian maintained an expression of complete openness, while Xian Rinxue rolled her eyes in embarrassment and irritation. After spending several days together, she was well aware of his cunning nature. I know you're trying to take advantage of me with your roundabout methods. There's no way I'll agree to that. After some thought, Xian Rinxue devised a plan. If I lose, I'll agree to one of your requests. If you lose, you must agree to one of my requests. And you cannot go back on your word. Is it anything at all? Su Xian raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. Not at all. We are still young and not yet married, so don't even think about it. Realizing Su Xian's intentions, Xian Rinxue felt a mix of shyness and indignation, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Su Xian, appearing astonished, looked at her incredulously. What are you thinking? I merely wanted you to give me a back rub. What? I've already taken off my pants, and you say this? You shameless scoundrel. Understanding that Su Xian was deliberately teasing her to provoke a reaction, Xian Rinxue, both flustered and furious, pushed him down onto the blanket. With an angry yet playful expression, she leaned against him, her hands instinctively resting on his waist. Just for that, I'll make you pay for trying to lead me astray. She began tickling him, and her once irritated face transformed into one of laughter. Stop it. That tickles. Ha ha. If you don't stop, I'll call for help. Go ahead. Let us see if anyone dares to come in. Oh, dear wife, I'm sorry. I promise I won't do it again. In just 3 minutes, roles were humorously reversed. Previously, she had been on top, and now he was. Am I wrong? Su Xian asked, holding her hands firmly, exuding an air of dominance. Please don't. I'm too ticklish. I've learned my lesson. Xian Rinxue pouted, feeling regretful for allowing Su Xian to regain control. Now aware of her predicament, it was too late for her to change her mind. You've tormented me long enough. Now it's your turn to experience it. Stop. I admit my wrongs. What do you want me to agree to if I lose? Sourin pide sither. I want to tell you if you don't stop. You're tickling me to death. Just tell me, and I'll let you go. Quickly. Fine. If I lose, I promise not to deceive you in the future. But you mustn't get angry. Xian Rinxue laughed joyfully, twisting and turning as she struggled, her laughter bringing a flush of color to her cheeks. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's movements froze, suddenly comprehending her concern. To his surprise, she was genuinely worried about this matter. A mysterious light flickered in his eyes as he felt a surge of emotion, gently smiling at the girl in his arms. Silly girl, you're overthinking it. With slightly reddened eyes, Su Xian embraced Xian Rinxue, lying down together, feeling a warm sense of affection wash over him. Sensing the sincerity in Su Xian's demeanor, Xian Rinxue, who had just been preparing to reclaim her dignity, was momentarily taken aback, confused by the shift in atmosphere. Ahem. Let's play the game of Jin Huan now. Fearing that Xian Rinxue might notice the shift, Su Xian hurriedly returned to normalcy, shuffling the cards as if nothing had happened. Noticing his demeanor, Xian Rinxue frowned, sensing something was amiss, but her attention quickly shifted back to the playing cards. As he shuffled, Su Xian continued to explain the game rules, ensuring she understood both winning and losing clearly. Each player receives 100 chips. Once they are gone, it signifies a loss. The rules are simple. Each round, a chip is placed as the ante, and if you believe your hand is strong, you may raise or go all in. If it is weak, you can fold. With that, Su Xian cut the deck and began dealing cards, placing chips for Xian Rinxue as well. Commencing the first game in this alternate realm, Jin Huan, a couple's battle. Let the games begin. I shall add 10 gold coins. As Xue Xian made the initial move, Xue had already tossed down her 10 gold coin chips. After glancing at her own cards, Xue Xian felt a jolt at the corners of his mouth. What the heck? Just when I wish to lose, you present me with this. Why had such fortune eluded him in previous games? Adding 10 more to her bet, he pondered that he couldn't afford to lose too evidently. Xue Xian decided to raise the stakes, planning to secure a few small victories before letting her win. I'm all in. No sooner had he spoken than Xue pushed all her chips forward with a gleeful smile, her gaze fixed on him, causing his eyelids to twitch. No way. Could she possibly have 2 kings in the first round? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. I fold, you win. Clinging to his disbelief, Xue Xian tossed his cards away, realizing that if he continued, she would definitely win this hand. His servants were always available to massage his back and legs, and he could easily command his wife. So winning seemed inconsequential. Yet losing would bring comfort to a certain someone, a calculation Xue Xian had made quite clearly. I have a pair and I've won. Seeing Xue Xian fold, Xue gleefully reclaimed her chips, revealing her pair of 5s. Xue Xian, should I be distraught? I'm anxiously waiting for guidance. A pair of 5s and you dare to go all in? Truly bold. Chapter 45. The Imperial and Queen's Mixed Doubles. Third update. Previously, while reading historical fiction, Xue Xian often witnessed protagonists triumphing in their self-created scenarios. At least in the first round, the protagonist would invariably emerge victorious. However, after today's experience, Xue Xian's worldview had been irrevocably altered. Indeed, he had lost, losing 600 chips to Xue. 600, but the chips were only 200. Where did the 600 come from? He was clueless, pretending to be confused. All he knew was that Xue went all in every round, and he had merely followed suit with low cards, resulting in her victory. How audacious she was to go all in. Initially, he thought Xue might have some hidden skills, trying to intimidate him. In reality, she was utterly clueless. What bewildered him further was that if luck favored him and he won all her chips, she would immediately summon another pile of gold chips, her big eyes feigning innocence and playfully pouting at him. Indeed, she was pretending to be pitiful to elicit sympathy. How could he endure this? When she was so brazenly bold, now she was acting like a little kitten, scratching at his heartstrings. After giving her a stern lesson, Xue Xian generously let her off. They reset the game, and ultimately, under his unrestrained indulgence, Xue finally won. Oh, it was too difficult to let her win. He nearly bit through his own lips. With a beaming smile, Xue, crescent moon eyes sparkled with joy, declaring, I won. Remember your promise to me. Rest assured, I, Xue Xian, always keep my word. He patted his chest, asserting his integrity, for he was not one to act shamelessly. If he were, it must be that the author, envious of his marital bliss, was deliberately crafting a slanderous narrative. Indeed, it must be so. Your Highness, the Queen requests your presence. Just as Xue Xian intended to discuss matters with Xue, the voice of the maid, Qin Yao, echoed from outside the door. Play at home as you wish, but remember to balance your leisure with training. Gently squeezing Xue's cheeks and pinching her delicate nose, Xue Xian teasingly reminded her before leaving under her flushed gaze. She was not that playful. In the palace, Xue Xian felt a surge of wariness at his mother's sudden summons. After all, he had swindled his father out of 3 million gold coins, and the lack of any developments in recent days was indeed suspicious. It was certain that his father was plotting something grand, lying in wait for him. Mother, may I inquire what brings you to seek me? Approaching Nan Gongling, Xue Xian feigned utmost innocence, curious about her intentions. Is it so unusual to desire your company for a chat? Nan Gongling retorted, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Of course not. Call upon me whenever you wish. I am at your service. Xue Xian responded robustly. At my service? Nan Gongling laughed heartily, her eyes filled with jest. Last night, someone had a splendid time at the Soul Arena, even dragging heir onto the stage to participate. Xue Xian, what the hell? Who's been gossiping behind my back? Which of your eyes saw me having a good time? I was clearly unhappy last night. Does no one possess even a modicum of spy-like discretion? His gaze sharpened as Xue Xian began to contemplate who might have betrayed him. Firstly, Yixing was not by their side last night, as it was impossible to bring a third party while enjoying romantic moments with his wife. Clearly, it was not her. Secondly, regarding the Grand Soul Arena, he had shown his badge there. The Grand Soul Arena was under royal control, managed by his second uncle, Lord Xuan, a staunch supporter of his family's main line. When Snow Knight and Snow Ming vied for the throne, he had been one of their greatest allies. However, given his uncle's character, it was unlikely he would consult Snow Knight on such matters. Thus, the only one left was Qin Ming. Recalling the previous encounter with Dream Machine, Xue Qinghe suddenly had an epiphany. A conspiracy, undoubtedly a conspiracy. It must be that Dream Machine had sought his father for assistance, and knowing that he could not be coerced directly, his father resorted to a roundabout approach. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Knowing that he held deep feelings for Nangongling, he would not refuse. Truly, the emperor was cunning. Therefore, mother, are you here to persuade me to join the imperial combat team? Xue Qinghe asked with a hint of despair. Mixed doubles? He hadn't even had the chance to enjoy that experience with Xian Rinxue, and now he was being thrust into it. Nangongling shook her head. Not quite. While the Soul Master competition does not permit lethal harm, there's still many accidents. Naturally, I am concerned about your participation. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's eyes brightened. Look at that. Now, that is a good mother, truly understanding her son's heart. I knew you would never agree, he said with a chuckle. Seeing Xue Qinghe's jubilant demeanor, Nangongling shook her head again, continuing, though you need not participate in the Soul Master competition, you must still attend the Royal Academy for your studies. You are not yet 15 and have already reached the level of a Soul Master, though I am uncertain what fortuitous events have led to your swift advancement. Such talent should not be squandered. Therefore, spend a few more days with Xue and then proceed to the Royal Academy. The future of the Empire ultimately relies on you four brothers. Nangongling gazed at Xue Qinghe with deep affection, her voice flowing like a gentle stream, captivating his heart. I must say, his father truly lives up to the title, maintaining a firm grip on himself, fully aware of how to charm the Empress with sweet words. Alas, the underhanded tactics employed are nothing short of despicable. Empress, is there truly no room for negotiation? Gazing longingly at Nangongling, Xue Qinghe attempted to struggle once more. Upon hearing this, Nangongling shook her head, her gaze unwavering. Taking a deep breath, Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled with determination as he boldly declared, Mother, as the eldest prince of the Douluo Empire, it is my duty to bring glory to our nation. I was previously short-sighted to decline the kind offer from the Dream Divine Machine. You need not persuade me. I shall certainly participate in this soul battle tournament. A true man stands tall and proud, never resorting to cowardice. With a steady heart and an unflinching demeanor, Xue Qinghe raised his gaze to a 45-degree angle, letting out a long sigh, his eyes brimming with tears. Oh, how difficult it is for me. Yet, a true man sheds tears only sparingly. With a wave of his hand, Xue Qinghe strode out of the palace, seeking solace for his wounded spirit with his beloved wife. Watching Xue Qinghe leave in such a dramatic fashion, Nangongling was momentarily taken aback, only to be amused by his shameless antics. Indeed, the Empress has her methods. A whisper of delight filled the air as the Emperor of the Snowy Night emerged, his gaze filled with satisfaction as he watched Xue Qinghe depart. Having experienced much in later years, does he wish to abandon his title as prince? I tell you, he should not even dream of it. Ha! Vengeance has been sweetly served. Chapter 46. Ingenious Strategies for a Stable Realm. Sighing as he glanced back at the receding palace, Xue Qinghe resignedly exhaled. He vowed never to enter this place alone again. He would surely bring along Xian Rinxue next time, making it difficult for Nangongling to deceive him. Indeed, a husband and wife form an unbeatable duo. He alone was simply too weak. Contemplating his upcoming participation in the Soul Master Tournament, Xue Qinghe felt a tinge of helplessness. However, compared to attending the Royal Academy, the former was undoubtedly the preferable choice. After all, if he did not participate in the preliminary rounds of the Soul Master Tournament, with the combat prowess of Team Royal Fight, he could merely step in at the end to clean up the mess. At least he wouldn't have to endure daily studies at the Royal Academy. Wait, at level 30, shouldn't he be graduating? Suddenly, a thought struck Xue Qinghe, and his face turned pale, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood. What the heck? He had been tricked. He could graduate right now without attending the Royal Academy. After a moment of contemplation, Xue Qinghe abandoned the idea of rushing back to confront Nangongling. Alas, under the instigation of his father and the cunning tactics of his mother, what could he, as a son, do but accept his fate? Should he go before his mother and act like a rogue, refusing to acknowledge the truth? Apologies, but he was a man of dignity and could not stoop to such behavior. After all, he was facing his amiable mother. Had it been his father, the Emperor of the Snowy Night, he would have had no hesitation. Betraying one's father is unavoidable, but betraying one's mother feels like incurring divine wrath. Snowy Night, I have a burning complaint that I'm unsure whether to voice. This is a classic case of double standards. Father, we shall see when you come seeking my aid. Casting a glance back at the palace, Xian imagined the loathsome Emperor of the Snowy Night laughing at him, gritting his teeth before hastily departing. His mother appeared innocent. This debt must be settled with the Emperor of the Snowy Night. We shall see. Longxing City, located in the eastern part of the Douluo Empire within the borders of the Star Luo Empire, serves as a borderland between the two great nations. In the main hall of the residence of the Yu clan, an elder sat in quiet contemplation. The elder had short hair resembling steel needles, his large, bright eyes radiating intelligence, and his broad shoulders giving him the appearance of a solid fortress. This elder was none other than the clan leader of the Yu clan, Niu Gao. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man clad in plain garments, his countenance stern and somewhat dull, his penetrating gaze exuding a chilling aura. Senior, I have conveyed the prince's intentions. May I inquire what your thoughts are? Leader Wei stood respectfully below, feeling an immense pressure, even from a mere exchange of glances with Niu Gao. Undoubtedly, this was the terror of a high-level soul master. Niu Gao's eyes held a glint of vigilance. Are you certain the prince merely wishes for us to construct buildings and not for the royal family to annex our Yu clan? Although the Xian sect had retreated, they had been subjected to severe oppression in recent years. Yet, no matter how dire their circumstances, they would never accept being assimilated by the empire. Their past glory would forever remain indelible. Senior, I assure you, there is no deception in my words. Upon my arrival, the prince had already instructed us to recruit craftsmen within the city. As for your concerns, Leader Wei's expression was earnest, though he hesitated slightly when addressing Niu Gao's worries, refraining from making further presumptions. Indeed, Niu Gao nodded in agreement. He and Titan were both Soul Duos, and the royal family of the Douluo Empire did not possess a title Douluo, so he was not overly concerned about falling into a trap. However, the absence of intrigue did not imply feasibility. Though Niu Gao may be simple-minded, he was certainly not foolish. The Yu clan had once been affiliated with the Xian sect, and openly constructing buildings for the Douluo royal family carried profound implications. What would the other three clans think? What would other forces make of it? What would be the future of the Yu clan? Would it improve or worsen? After pondering, Niu Gao finally waved his hand, prioritizing the stability of the Yu clan over an unclear crisis. Please inform the prince that the requests of the Douluo royal family are beyond our capabilities. I hope for your understanding. Seeing Niu Gao's unexpected refusal, Leader Wei was not surprised. He promptly produced the first scroll he had brought with him. The prince instructed that if the senior does not agree, we are to act according to the instructions on this scroll. After explaining to the perplexed Niu Gao, Leader Wei opened the scroll, revealing a brilliant strategy. Niu Gao immediately felt compelled to comply. All right, the preceding portion was concocted by me. Please excuse my presumption. Niu Gao's gaze remained fixed on the scroll, amusement glinting in his eyes as he anticipated how a mere youth would maneuver him into submission. As the scroll gradually unfurled, a purple card fell out, swiftly caught by Leader Wei. Staring at the purple gold card in his hand, Leader Wei was momentarily taken aback, soon becoming utterly bewildered. What the heck? Where's the ingenious strategy? Why is there only a purple gold card? Niu Gao's large, copper bell-like eyes widened in shock. His expression, dark as fury, simmered within him. How could this be a gold card, especially a purple one? Were they treating the Yu clan as beggars? This was an intolerable affront. Once, the Yu clan had been illustrious. Even the lower four sects had cowered before them. Now, they were subjected to such a humiliating disgrace. This was unbearable. Fuming with rage, Niu Gao's originally chestnut-red cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a volcano on the brink of eruption, while a surge of soul power emanated from him like an incoming tide. Captain Wei, how can one betray their comrades like this? Am I to vent my frustrations and sacrifice myself for the nation in vain? He swallowed hard, his complexion paling as he hastily produced a second pouch, hoping for a life-saving strategy. However, Disappointment washed over him as he discovered a black gold card within. The air grew eerily silent. Captain Wei, this is a farce. Everything is a delusion. I must be dreaming. Tears streaming down his face. Captain Wei's features contorted in despair as he retrieved a third pouch, revealing a red gold card. Captain Wei, I can hardly believe this. It suddenly dawns on me. Our clan, renowned for its architectural prowess, cannot refuse assistance when approached. If we decline, the prince may struggle to find others willing to help. Thus, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Just as despair enveloped Captain Wei, Niu Gao's voice resonated with conviction, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Young one, do you have any questions? Chapter 47. Xian Rinchue's plans. As the leader of the Yu family, how could he turn away those seeking aid, especially in a field where his clan excelled? However, the Yu family had fallen into dire straits, ravaged by the pressures of the Spirit Hall and other forces. They could now only afford to construct homes for weaker families in Longxing City, and the meager earnings were scarcely enough to survive. Not to mention that they had even aided the Qiming family last month, which was unfathomable for a Spirit Master clan. How could they not produce 1,000 gold coins? This was a situation no one would believe if spoken aloud. Witnessing Captain Wei unveil the black gold card, Niu Gao was initially intrigued, but upon seeing the red gold card, he knew precisely how to proceed. Craftsmen who willingly assist others without regard for their own needs are certainly not commendable, even if this decision would provoke reactions from other factions and carried inherent risks. The future of the construction industry depended on their resolve. After all, other forces were already eyeing them with suspicion. They could spare this trivial matter. Building was the mission of the Yu family, and even if it meant facing dire consequences, they would fulfill their duty. Of course, it was not for the sake of a mere 100,000 gold coins. He was not so base-minded as to be swayed by such trivialities. Captain Wei, astonished to see Niu Gao shift from indignant to noble, was left in disbelief. Were esteemed elders truly so capricious? Nonetheless, he felt a sense of relief. Since that was the case, he urged the elder to make haste to Tiando City, as the prince seemed quite anxious about the matter. Niu Gao, with an air of authority, waved his hand. Rest assured, I shall organize a team to Tiando City by tomorrow. We will not delay important matters. In that case, I shall wait for our departure tomorrow. I fear I may disturb your residence for the night. Captain Wei pondered aloud. Such words are unnecessary. You are a guest. My Yu family would never treat you with indifference. After pleasantries were exchanged, as Captain Wei prepared to take his leave, Niu Gao suddenly became anxious. Captain Wei, have you forgotten something? What do you mean, elder? Captain Wei inquired, puzzled. Seeing Captain Wei's confusion, Niu Gao felt disheartened but bravely pointed at the gold card, stating earnestly, in business, a deposit must be paid up front. It is customary. Upon hearing this, Captain Wei understood and glanced at the 3 gold cards in his possession. Ultimately, he surrendered the red card worth 100,000 gold coins to Niu Gao. Since you were so forthright, I shall boldly entrust you with the entire reward. 100,000 gold coins was no trivial sum, especially for labor fees in construction, which were already excessive. Captain Wei was wise enough not to misconstrue this as a mere deposit. Otherwise, upon his return, he would be compelled to supplement the remaining labor fees himself. Then he would be left with no choice but to sell a kidney. Since you are so generous, I shall gladly accept. Niu Gao laughed heartily, snatching the red card without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with avarice, causing Captain Wei's lips to twitch in annoyance. Indeed, it was a clever scheme. I am completely impressed. Someone, please escort our esteemed guest to a guest room for rest. After sending Captain Wei away, Niu Gao hurried out, heading towards the treasury of Longxing City. He couldn't rest easy without retrieving the funds. Wow, this is at least 100,000 gold coins. I must discuss my monthly income with that old gorilla titan in a few days. Within the prince's mansion, after Xian Rinchue's tender consolation, Su Xian's wounded spirit felt less agonized. Upon learning the circumstances, Xian Rinchue grew concerned, though her worry soon dissipated. Given Su Xian's current abilities, he was unlikely to encounter any unforeseen troubles in the Soul Master competition. Should he defeat the Spirit Hall team, it would be even better, allowing me to vent my frustrations in front of that woman. More importantly, if grandfather witnessed his prowess, he might appreciate and support him, aligning himself with their side. In that case, Xue Qian would not need to worry about the Spirit Hall's other members taking action against him. If Xue Qian knew what Xian was contemplating, he would undoubtedly laugh and cry or naive it. Douluo was no ordinary person. He was undeniably ruthless, although he spared Bibi Dong, likely out of concern for his granddaughter Xian. As the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, he would surely prioritize the interests of the Spirit Hall above all else. Upon encountering him, he might lead Xue Qian to a secluded alley or forest and deliver a sudden blow. The most probable outcome would be his immediate demise, ensuring Xian could focus solely on her training to inherit the angel god. Another possibility was for him to imprison Xue Qian for life, erasing him from the continent. Once everything was settled, and the Spirit Hall unified the continent, Xue Qian would be forced to don binding leather and serve as Xian's male companion. A shiver ran down his spine. That old man was truly cunning. Mother and the others are doing this for your own good. You spend every day in the mansion without any purpose. Participating in the Soul Master competition would provide you with practical experience. Just as Xue Qian began to voice his grievances, Xian's voice chimed in, her crescent moon smile directed at him. Xue Qian felt a wave of despair wash over him. His wife was even urging him to join the Soul Master competition. How can this be? I am here to accompany you, my wife. Is that not significant enough? Is there anything more important in the world than being with one's own wife? Does she think he is the type to keep a mistress? Tang San, only 2 years old, not interested. A hint of crimson crept up her cheeks, and Xian smiled helplessly, teasing, you only know how to sweet-talk me into happiness. However, a man of honor should have ambitions beyond the confines of his home. How could he spend all day coiling around his wife, unafraid of the ridicule? Thus, you ought to heed the Empress Mother's advice and focus on your training. Her laughter was laced with jest, yet her unwavering gaze sparkled with hope. In recent days, Xue Qian's revealed prowess had significantly bolstered her confidence. All they required now was time. In the future, she could ascend to the celestial throne, while he would command the Douluo Empire, and together they would reign over the continent. At that time, they would no longer fear any interference and could live in peace. Chapter 48. Never pretending, just exceedingly impressive. In the afternoon, an insufferable individual arrived at the estate. In the morning, he had left in a cloud of dust, but now he appeared full of vigor, brimming with self-satisfaction. His weathered face, like gnarled wood, bore a mischievous grin as Majesty jested. I knew His Highness would prioritize the greater good and not disregard the honor of the Empire. Xue Qian retorted, oh really? Do you believe me? The old man, who refused to fade away, certainly had a knack for being insidious. Observing Majesty's smug demeanor, Xue Qian was tempted to pull out an 8th grade soul-guiding cannon from his storage ring to teach him a lesson about the vibrancy of life. With an impassive expression, Xue Qian coldly inquired, Majesty, have you come to boast about your cunning? Your Highness is jesting. Majesty waved his hand dismissively. This cannot be termed as cunning. It should be called wisdom. Indeed, how could a kind and respectful instructor, who genuinely cares for the academy, be deemed cunning? Noticing Xue Qian's icy stare, Majesty promptly revealed his intentions. Your Highness is aware that there are only 3 months left until the Soul Master competition. As you are newly inducted into the team, it is inevitable that the chemistry is lacking. At this, Xue Qian's ire flared. Saliva nearly flew from his lips as he bellowed. And you think you can speak of chemistry? Knowing it is lacking, why drag me into this? Majesty replied, what do you mean by dragging in? This is about selecting the best, not rebellion. To his surprise, the usually polite crown prince had begun to curse. The enchantress truly led to national disaster. Internally attributing the changes in Xue Qinghe to Xian, Majesty patiently explained, thus, I have come to encourage your Highness to train at the academy, striving for seamless cooperation with the team before the competition. What? A shrill scream echoed through the hall, startling the nearby guards. Xue Qian regained his composure, narrowly avoiding conflict. You want me to train at the academy? He exclaimed incredulously, eyes widening. He had begrudgingly agreed to let Nangong Ling join the team for one reason, to avoid attending the Royal Academy. Now, having agreed to join the team, he was expected to train. What was the point of his earlier commitment to the Soul Master competition if it meant he would have to train? He longed to peacefully study alongside his wife in the academy. This was a convoluted scheme, layered upon layers, and he was still too young to see through it. But you have your strategies, and I have my own. Seeing Xue Qian's dramatic reaction, Xingji was taken aback and attempted to soothe him. Your Highness, since you have joined the team, training is essential. Otherwise, any mistakes in the competition could lead to irreparable consequences. Xue Qian's demeanor shifted as he smirked, confidently declaring, "What need is there for chemistry? Only the weak require it. The strong stand alone." Xingji was momentarily stunned by Xue Qian's audacious words, clearly at a loss for how to respond. "I do not need to train with them. I will not lose in the battle." Xue Qian is assertive, his youthful face radiating dominance and self-assurance. They should take care of themselves. Instead of practicing chemistry, they should focus on how to eliminate a few of the opposing team members to make my victory easier. With unwavering conviction, he proclaimed, "What nonsense! With my strength, do I need anyone's cooperation? Once I absorb the immortal herb and break through to the soul master level, what can even a soul king do against me? My martial soul is a swan, soaring high above, inherently undefeated." As for the 6 members of his team, if they could take down 3 or 4 opponents, the rest would be easy pickings for him. He held a sense of pride. Even winning a 7 versus 7 battle would feel beneath him. Looking at the protagonists of other stories, who defeated countless foes effortlessly, he felt a pang of frustration at the prospect of merely winning in a 7 versus 7 clash. Instantly, he felt he had nothing more to say. He did not require cooperation, for any collaboration should solely belong to his esteemed wife. This was his dignity and bottom line as a man. Of course, he was not shirking from training. He simply deemed it unnecessary. Indeed, it was unnecessary. He was nearly invincible, and battling against a group of lesser soul masters while restraining his own abilities felt like a farce. In a word, cooperation was absurd. Witnessing Xue Qiange's brazen demeanor, Xingji's expression darkened, and he began to curse internally. "Damn, I have seen arrogance, but this is a new level. So, the rest of the team are nothing but weaklings, and you're the sole pillar. Huh. You won't lose. Are you planning to take on 7 opponents single-handedly?" "Your Highness, confidence is commendable, but the spirit hall is not as simple as you think," Xingji cautioned with a sharp tone. "I do not perceive the spirit hall as simple. Rather, you are overthinking it," Xue Qian retorted bluntly, still seething from the morning's deceit. "Consequently, I urge you to visit the academy to demonstrate your strength, compelling someone to willingly withdraw from the team." Seeing Xue Qian's audacity, Xingji felt it necessary to ground him in reality. "Do you think you're strong? Then engage in a contest with the Royal Combat Team, and see if you'll still be so boastful. Why should others withdraw? Are you suggesting their efforts should go to waste? I am not a formal team member. The Royal Combat Team has reserve members, so just add me," Xue Qian stated with righteous indignation. Upon hearing the first part, Xingji pondered if he had indeed been in the wrong. However, after the latter part, he nearly choked on his own blood. "Damn, how can you, who were just boasting about your prowess, now talk about being a reserve? Is this even something a person would say? Did your belief in your inevitable victory just disappear?" With a smirk, Xue Qian exuded confidence, stating, "The finals are my battlefield. I have no interest in battling through the semifinals with a bunch of weaklings." Xingji was taken aback. "I have never encountered someone so adept at posturing." Under his commanding presence, he successfully dismissed Xingji and secured his position as a reserve ace. It was no wonder so many reveled in pompous displays. It felt utterly exhilarating. The tumultuous emotions gradually settled into calmness as Xue Qian murmured to himself, finally grasping the truth of the ostentation world. After a prolonged period of pretension, one may start to believe in their own grandiosity, with waves of pleasure cascading in succession. Alas, such is the peril of illusion. Unlike him, who has never donned the mask of pretense, for he is indeed remarkable. Chapter 49. Preliminary Planning for the City of Entertainment in the Backyard. A group of young women clad in white brocade cheongsams stood respectfully and orderly upon the grass, receiving admonishments from Xian Xue. Xue Qian sat quietly to the side, not disrupting anyone. The girls, aged between their teenage years and early 20s, exuded youthful vigor and beauty, a sight most pleasing to behold. Yet, each face bore an expression uncharacteristic of their age, either panic or bewilderment, resembling lambs ensnared in a wolf's den, filled with trepidation yet driven by a fierce desire to survive. Their eyes filled with pitiable longing, their entire beings taut with tension. They were slaves, their lives no longer belonging to themselves, having been purchased by the prince's mansion. The less costly among them fetched 1 or 2 gold coins, while those of greater beauty commanded merely 5. This was their sorrow and misfortune. Yet, fortune smiled upon them today, for they entered the Grand Prince's residence. It was said that the Grand Prince was benevolent and kind-hearted. At least they could live without fear of being slain over scraps, discarded like a mat in the wilderness, their deaths as natural as autumn leaves falling from trees. As you have become part of the prince's mansion, you must abide by its rules. As long as you are obedient, you may live here in peace. You are well aware of the Grand Prince's reputation. Though he is amiable and forgiving, there must still be regulations in place, and you must keep this in mind. Dressed in palace attire, Xue placed her hands upon her abdomen, gracefully moving among the crowd, her every gesture embodying the poise and authority of nobility. Her voice gentle, yet laced with firmness. Observing Xue's deliberate mimicry of Nangong Ling, with her cute yet serious demeanor, Xian could not help but chuckle, noting how she truly resembled a matron, albeit youthful and somewhat fierce in appearance. In the days to come, you will learn court etiquette from the matrons in the mansion. Those who qualify sooner will be awarded more significant positions and have their commoner status restored. Xue seemed oblivious to Xian's presence, continuing her speech with poise. Upon hearing that they could regain their commoner status, the girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, their previously fearful expressions transforming into radiant hope, their bodies trembling with anticipation. They controlled themselves with great effort, their hearts racing, tears brimming in their eyes, yearning to rush forward and inquire if it were true. Yet, they feared offending Xue and jeopardizing their long-awaited opportunity, thus biting down on their lips to suppress their voices. Although the difference between slaves and commoners is but a narrow divide, it is a chasm of disparity in both land and livelihood. Just like them, if the prince's consort were to be in a foul mood and strike them down, she would bear no blame, for they were slaves. While the nobility must answer for the deaths of commoners, allowing them the right to survive. Seeing the girls resist temptation, Xue felt a sense of satisfaction. Adherence to rules was commendable, making subsequent matters all the more manageable. Once they completed their studies in court etiquette, they would learn their forthcoming duties, and soon they would understand. Qingyao, take them to find the matrons. Keep an eye on things, Xue instructed with a serious tone. After she spoke, Qingyao led the girls away, and Xue excitedly approached Xian, clearly having anticipated his arrival. "My dear husband, let us continue our game of cards," she said, nimbly entwining her arm with his, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Xian, however, felt that the atmosphere seemed slightly off. "Is it just me? Or have I led you astray?" He mused. "Did we not agree to refrain from excessive play and focus on our training?" He feigned annoyance, not wishing for Xue to become enraptured by gambling. "Are you upset?" Xue asked, her expression shifting to one of concern as she pouted and gazed at him with her large, innocent eyes. "Yes," he replied, nodding stiffly, affirming his irritation. At the sight of his demeanor, Xue burst into laughter, unperturbed. "My fragile heart aches," Xian exclaimed dramatically. "You have changed." With a smile, Xue explained. "You wanted to use it to earn money, right? Others must be aware of the rules, so I thought to compile a small booklet for convenience. Besides, I am not yet familiar with the rules of the game. How could I write it without your guidance?" This was indeed a commendable wife. He felt compelled to reward her. "Ahem, let us return to our quarters and organize this properly," he said, his expression brightening. "You clearly have ulterior motives." Xue shot him a knowing glance, her cheeks flushed. "You have misjudged me this time. If I had ill intentions, I would have said, 'I am tired. Let us rest for a while.'" "Shameless," she retorted. "Come now, there are many card games beyond just this one. Let's take our time to organize them today." Xian stated seriously, for the training of the attendants required time, and he needed to outline the rules and regulations to prevent any blunders upon the opening of the City of Entertainment. Oh, what a tiresome fate I led. It seems that ill-gotten gains are far more gratifying. "What are you standing there for?" Xian queried, perplexed. "I am exhausted from lecturing." "You must carry me," Xue teased, playfully tugging at his arm and shaking it affectionately. "Absolutely not. What if someone sees?" He protested. "You would feel embarrassed?" "I have never seen that side of you," she challenged, pouting in disdain. "Very well. Then come here," he relented, realizing that his resolve was crumbling. "On my back." Xue Have you gained weight? You seem heavier. How dare you call me fat? I shall bite you. If you do, I shall not cook for you tonight. Oomph. You wouldn't dare. Don't even think about it. Then I am tired. I shall return to my room for a rest. That phrase sounds oddly familiar. Bah, you big oaf. Chapter 50. The noble mission of the transmigrator, the training of the maids in the city of entertainment progressed at a leisurely pace, while Xian dedicated these days to organizing the card games. As for the creation of various board games, Xian still requires specialized personnel. This matter will greatly benefit from the arrival of Niu Gao, the leader of the Yu clan. Although crafting board games may appear straightforward, one must not forget that this is a fantastical realm where mental and ocular powers can perceive all. Hence, he needs materials that can shield against such mental forces. At the very least, these materials should provide a warning whenever someone employs mental or soul energy. For this, it would be most appropriate to seek out Titan, the leader of the Li clan. However, he does not intend to approach him directly. Niu Gao will undoubtedly come, for he has little choice. He is impoverished. Titan, in due time, will have to come to him. While the Li clan enjoys a relatively better life due to Titan's identity as a divine craftsman, they too face oppression from the martial Soul Palace. In short, they are still, as the saying goes, quite destitute. With his own funds in hand, Niu Gao believes it is only natural to flaunt his newfound wealth to Titan, for as one ages, the importance of face becomes increasingly paramount. By subtly releasing news of his intentions to forge something, he is certain that Titan will come rushing to his door. This is a classic case of desire and restraint, or rather, the art of capture through feigned indifference. Indeed, learning a bit of military strategy in later years proves advantageous. Nevertheless, before that, he feels compelled to undertake a monumental endeavor that will echo through the ages and leave an enduring legacy. Precisely. He aims to establish a culinary school to showcase the pride of the New East and promote the exquisite cuisine of Huaxia, transforming the world through gastronomy and conquering this Western continent with delectable dishes. Clearly, the reputation of the New East and the culinary treasures of Huaxia rest upon his shoulders. Shaking his head, Xian senses the weight of his responsibilities. He bears a heavy burden indeed. Previously, the famed excavation school in Shandong, China, had its prominence bolstered by explosive promotions, while the latter even helped Xue Qinghe achieve fame in the realm of traversing worlds. It can be said that the name of this excavation school has already gained immense renown across both realms. Therefore, the time has come for the New East to rise. Summoning all 5 chefs from the residence, Xian approached with a rhythmic backdrop of music. However, upon witnessing the expressions of the 5, he was taken aback. They gazed at him with a mix of reverence and resentment, akin to long-suffering wives in a secluded chamber, their admiration tinged with astonishment, as if witnessing the return of a legendary hero. Most striking were their eager, almost fervent gazes, which sent a chill down his spine, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Were these fellows unwell? He certainly did not share such peculiar inclinations. Could it be that the previous Xue Qinghe had misinterpreted things? I have gathered you here today to impart some new culinary techniques. Soon, new chefs will join the household, and your task will be to teach them how to cook. Steadying himself, Xian spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, the light in their eyes intensified, with the head chef Motala almost moved to tears. Your Highness, rest assured, we shall not disappoint your expectations. Motala promptly stood up, his face flushed with excitement, responding with utmost sincerity. With that, Motala turned his gaze toward the others, his demeanor shifting to one of icy seriousness, resembling an emotionless machine of destruction. You all must heed the words of His Highness. Should anyone falter, do not blame me for being merciless. Afterward, Motala turned back to Xian and offered a hearty smile, his face adorned with flattery, which made Xian's lips twitch in response. What was going on today? Why did everyone seem so strange? Each one beaming as if they were flowers in full bloom, eternally radiant. Though he had indeed dressed impeccably today, there was no need for such exaggerated reactions. Unbeknownst to Xian, the changes in the residence had not gone unnoticed. Everyone was aware that he had recently undertaken significant initiatives. Particularly the previous day, Qian had publicly announced that future rewards would include the abolition of servitude, causing the household staff to erupt with excitement. The end of servitude meant that from that day forward, They would no longer work for the prince's household without compensation. They could earn wages and live their desired lives. Their fates would be in their own hands, no longer subject to the whims of nobles who could dispose of them as they pleased. They were beginning to possess the rights of humanity. While the other maids and servants awaited this change with bated breath, the chefs felt even more exhilarated. After all, it had been an eternity since they had last cooked in the prince's private kitchen. They had become mere idlers within the residence. To make matters worse, the prince's fiancée, Xian, was slowly learning to cook, which for them was akin to receiving a death sentence. Useless slaves had only two fates, to be given away or sold, and they certainly did not wish to leave the prince's household. Fortunately, they had persevered, and the first prince had finally decided to acknowledge them. Oh, they had endured so much. No need to elaborate. They were ready to provide 20,000 units of enthusiastic service to ensure satisfaction. Come forth. Today, I shall teach you Huayan cuisine. Observing the glow of excitement on their faces, as if they had consumed an aphrodisiac, Xue Xian's expression twitched. But he thought little of it and led them directly to the kitchen. Huayan cuisine, one of China's 4 traditional culinary schools, primarily uses aquatic ingredients. The dishes are largely based on river and lake delicacies, akin to the Western preference for poultry and meat. Its meticulous preparation and elegant style cater to the tastes of nobility, while its pursuit of authentic flavors offers a subtle and refreshing profile, devoid of the tanginess or spiciness found in other cuisines, making it suitable for the residents of the Douluo Empire, while also tantalizing their palates. This is precisely why Xue Xian chose Huayan cuisine. Meanwhile, unaware of the lurking schemes against him, he continued his culinary teachings, oblivious to the malicious intentions of some. In a bamboo grove within the Royal Academy, Meng Xinghe stood with his hands behind his back, patiently awaiting someone's arrival. After a while, a young woman clad in a silver gown approached. Meng Xinghe regarded her with a glimmer of admiration before stating directly, "Yu Tianmin, I have summoned you for a particular task. What matter requires my attention, esteemed instructor?" Yu Tianmin's cool voice resonated with curiosity. "I shall disclose the details to you, but for the time being, keep this matter to yourself to avoid inciting discord among the team." Meng Xinghe lowered his voice intentionally and proceeded to relay the events concerning Xue Xian to her. "So, you wish for me to temper the arrogance of the first prince?" "Precisely." Chapter 51, Xue Qinghe. "Who am I? Your Highness, trouble has arisen. The second prince has gotten into a scuffle. Just past noon, Xue Xian's tranquil existence with Xian was once again disrupted. Releasing Xian, Xue Xian rose from his reclined position, smoothing the creases in his attire, while Xian, blushing, hurried into the room. "What is happening?" Seeing the maid's flustered demeanor, Xue Xian snapped impatiently. He had already risked considerable consequences while engaging in a semi-friendship with Xian, and now this chaos erupted. Was it impossible for him to enjoy a single day of peace? "Your Highness, the second prince has engaged in a brawl with the son of Marquis Nalen," the maid said, her face flushed and breathless. Xue Xian thought to himself, this marks the 3rd incident this month. What on earth is he attempting? Is he trying to establish himself as a ruler by fighting the nobility of Tiando? Frustrated, he wished he could whip this troublemaker. The maid promptly acquiesced, and Xue Xian hurriedly followed her out. What has transpired? After a while, Xian, her expression composed, returned to the courtyard. Noticing Xue Xian had vanished, she furrowed her brow but quickly dismissed the concern. In Tiando City, she felt assured that no harm would befall him. With nothing pressing on her mind, she decided to return to her room for cultivation, allowing no one to disturb her. Meanwhile, Xue Xian rode in a carriage, departing the prince's residence alongside the maid. As the carriage galloped through the streets of Tiando City, the distinctive swan emblem caused onlookers to part ways. Their eyes filled with curiosity as they watched the carriage pass. Observing the maid outside, Xue Xian spoke with a frigid tone. "Do you know why they are fighting?" The maid replied honestly, "I do not know. I simply encountered them and feared for their safety, so I rushed back to inform your highness." Hearing this, Xue Xian felt exasperated. At the very least, you should grasp the situation. Is he not merely flailing about like a headless chicken? If it is due to that Nalen brat, I would not even need to contemplate. I could just deliver a swift kick. He mused, bullying his brother? One must consider the master when striking a dog. If it is indeed his brother's fault, I should prepare a reasonable argument. For one must ensure they're justified before delivering a blow. I am not the type to act recklessly. Nearby, Xue Qinghe exclaimed. So this is how you coerced us into cooking that day. Not far from the Hall of Spirits in Tiando City, a contingent of soldiers clad in silver armor parted the gathering crowd. In the center stood two young men, one being Xue Qinghe, while the other, around 15 or 16 years old, donned noble attire, exuding an air of refined elegance. This was Nalan Xiao, the son of Marquis Nalan Tianqing and one of the four talents of Tiando City. Standing tall, Nalan Xiao regarded the panting Xue Qinghe with a composed demeanor. Second prince, do you wish to continue this altercation? His tone was light, devoid of arrogance, and his face bore a gentle smile that evoked no animosity. Xue Qinghe, spitting out frustration, clenched his arms tightly, suppressing the pain. Come at me then. Do you believe I fear you? With disdain etched across his face, his eyes blazed with determination. His muscles taut with excitement, the gentility of nobility dissipating in an instant. A surge of indomitable spirit erupted from within him, elevating his presence, as his three soul rings shimmered, ready to unleash an attack. Among his peers, he seldom faced defeat, even against his elder brother, Xue Qinghe, who was a year his senior. Having now attained the Soul Master realm, he was resolute in facing any challenge. What if you're 3 years older and possess a soul power 6 levels higher? That does not equate to absolute strength. I shall not lose. With so many witnesses, how could he back down and maintain his standing in Tiando City? The dignity of a soul master sometimes outweighed life itself. As the impending clash drew near, the city patrol commander felt akin to a restless ant on a hot stove, overwhelmed and uncertain. One was the notorious second prince of Tiando City. The other was the recognized scion of the esteemed Nalan family. Offending either was a precarious endeavor. Witnessing Xue Qinghe's fervent battle spirit, Nalan Xiao's eyes narrowed, and his own fighting spirit surged. However, just as he prepared to engage, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, causing his brow to furrow. With a discerning gaze, he glanced at the Hall of Spirits nearby and, sensing an unusual vibe, retracted his soul weapon, solemnly advising, Your Highness, it would be prudent to avoid drawing the attention of outsiders. If you wish to spar, you are most welcome to visit my residence. With that, Nalan Xiao intended to depart, feeling an unsettling aura in the vicinity. Yet, Xue Qinghe, fueled by his intense fighting spirit and the weight of previous setbacks, would not let him leave unchallenged, igniting his second soul ring in an instant. Just as he was about to strike, a sudden whooshing sound reached his ears. Turning his head, he was met with the sight of a large net soaring towards him. Before he could react, the enormous net enveloped him instantly. In a state of panic on the ground, Xue Qinghe's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the approaching figure. What are you doing? I am being attacked. And instead of helping, you turn on me? Ignoring Xue Qinghe's outburst, Xian's gaze swept over the Hall of Spirits before settling on Nalan Xiao. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Nalan Xiao offered a polite nod, a smile gracing his face as if nothing had transpired, and he departed unhurriedly. This fool, Xian muttered, his frustration mounting as he observed Xue Qinghe glaring at him. How could he be so dim-witted as to fall into such an obvious trap? Someone, apprehend this impostor posing as a prince, and let him experience the warmth of Tiando prison. Xian commanded angrily. The patrol commander was taken aback. An impostor prince? I am but a simple scholar. Please do not deceive me, Your Highness. Xue Qinghe, utterly bewildered, exclaimed, What is this? How have I become an impostor prince? So, I am not myself? Chapter 52. Heart like ashes, Xue Qinghe cried out, Brother, what are you doing? Upon hearing he was to be imprisoned, he was utterly flabbergasted, writhing like a caterpillar, his face flushed with indignation. Nothing much, just that the food in Tiando prison has been rather good lately. And I thought you might enjoy a taste. Xian replied, nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. Xue Qinghe protested, Good food in prison. I cannot believe your nonsense. Do you think me foolish for not being as well-read as you? His face reddened as he glared. I wasn't the only one fighting on the streets. Why am I the only one being apprehended? Are you truly still my brother? At this moment, Xue Qinghe felt his sanity fraying. Recently, I was assaulted, and just as my elder brother arrived, he shockingly chose to assist an outsider and even intended to send him to prison. Is this truly a matter befitting a human being? What is this? Upholding righteousness over kinship. Are you genuinely pleased with this? Observing the furious demeanor of Xue Qinghe, Xian shook his head with a mix of disbelief and indignation, asserting, "How could I possibly be your elder brother?" Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe froze, as if he had misheard, staring at Xian in astonishment. However, the words that followed plunged him further into despair. "If I were to acknowledge you as my brother, I fear others might think me lacking in intelligence, easily deceived like a fool." "Xian statidernisli," Xue Qinghe exclaimed. "Are you implying that I lack intelligence, akin to an imbecile? If you have the skill, then release me, and let us duel one-on-one. Do you still refuse to accept this, requiring me to enlighten you further?" With a disappointed shake of his head, Xian retrieved a magnificent golden hammer from his storage ring. The hammerhead resembled a barrel, and the handle was as thick as an arm, instilling a sense of dread with its formidable presence. With a resounding thud, the hammer struck the solid granite street, causing it to crack and even sink slightly beneath the weight. Kicking the hammer's handle, which remained unmoved and vibrated with a low hum, Xian donned a congenial smile, exclaiming, "Behold my hammer. What do you think of its craftsmanship? This strike requires no payment, entirely complimentary, and includes additional bonuses such as a dark wooden box, a round ceramic jar, accompanied by the sound of drums and firecrackers. In short, it is a complete service." Xue Qinghe's lips twitched violently. "I'm at a loss for words." His expression shifted from purple to black, then to white, ultimately revealing a bitter smile. "Ah, dear brother, you have always been just in your dealings. I wholeheartedly agree. Conveniently, I have a friend in prison, so I can reminisce with him." Did he believe this was a plea for mercy? No, he was simply moved by Xian's profound reasoning. As a prince, violating the imperial laws and engaging in brawls on Tiando Street tarnishes both the empire's and the royal family's dignity. Over time, if the law remains unexecuted, the nation will fall apart. And how could he face his ancestors? Thus, he resolved to reflect upon himself in prison, to remind all commoners in Tiando City that even a prince must face justice. At this moment, he finally understood his brother's intentions. The pain inflicted upon him was, in reality, a deeper anguish for his heart. Indeed, it must be so. Upon hearing Xue Qinghe's words, Xian's expression grew colder. "So, my intention to send you to prison for reflection was merely a familial visit?" Xue Qinghe whimpered. "Why do my eyes brim with tears? It is because my love for this land runs deep." His countenance appeared desolate, when suddenly a radiant figure appeared before him, with deliberate steps and a goddess-like grace. The delicate figure emanated an aura of purity and light, illuminating the surroundings. "He is here! He is here!" With a sense of desperation, Xue Qinghe called out, "Third brother, please persuade our elder brother to let me off this time." Indeed, the newcomer was Xue Qinghe, who hastened to arrive upon receiving the news. Observing Xue Qinghe's restrained posture, Xue Qinghe's lips twitched slightly, then glanced at the enormous hammer on the ground. "This is undoubtedly our elder brother. No one else could impersonate him." Disregarding Xue Qinghe's pleas, Xue Qinghe leaned closer to Xue Qinghe, whispering, "Elder brother, the situation seems peculiar. It appears that the other party is not targeting Nalan Tianqing." In silence, Xian shook his head, signaling Xue Qinghe to remain discreet, then turned his attention to the city patrol commander. "Why are you still standing there? Take him to prison, and do not release him without my command." "Yes." The commander immediately clasped his fists, preparing to escort Xue Qinghe away, when suddenly the crowd parted. A young woman dressed in palace attire approached, flanked by soldiers. "Father!" Upon seeing her, Xue Qinghe's eyes lit up, clearly recognizing her identity, and warmth surged within him. Indeed, his father cared for him more than his elder brother and third brother, who were rather cold-hearted. After a slight bow to Xian and the others, the woman produced a golden decree from her sleeve. His Majesty decrees that the second prince, Xue Qinghe, as a member of the royal family, has disturbed the peace of the people and shall be sent to prison for processing. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's mind went blank, as if 1,000 wild horses had galloped through his thoughts. "Please do not inquire about my identity. I long for nothing more than to lie quietly." He collapsed onto the ground, his eyes vacant, as if his very soul had been stripped away, leaving only an empty shell. His once fiery heart felt shattered, doused with cold water, and ultimately pulverized. Xue Qinghe felt utterly disillusioned, pondering what had gone awry in this world. Had he forsaken it, or had it forsaken him? It appeared that even his father was aware of the situation. Hearing the decree, Xue Mingtong's expression hardened, but he soon relaxed. Matters large and small in Tiando City could not escape the emperor's notice. As Xue Wuji was taken away, he initially thought this was the worst outcome, until he heard the cheers of the surrounding populace, which left him in a state of confusion. Was he truly so detestable? Noticing Su Xian preparing to leave, Xue Mingtong asked, "Elder brother, are you not going to the palace?" Su Xian replied, "You go to the palace. Did my second brother provoke you?" With a fierce glare at Xue Mingtong, Su Xian took up his massive hammer and approached, causing Xue Mingtong to hastily retreat. Patting Xue Mingtong on the shoulder, Su Xian said earnestly, "Put more effort into this matter, and strive to secure the position of Crown Prince." Xue Mingtong muttered, "Why do I suddenly feel that the Crown Prince's position has lost its allure?" Chapter 53. Father, this truly is a splendid sword. Was it the actions of the Spirit Hall, or the Star Luo Empire? On the way home, Su Xian pondered the underlying motives behind these events. At that moment, Nalan Tianqing was leading 2 legions, totaling 100,000 men, in negotiations with the Baloch Kingdom and the Star Luo Empire to resolve the border conflict from earlier in the year. The Spirit Hall might indeed use this situation to instigate turmoil for Nalan Tianqing, plunging both empires into war and weakening their military might. It was this grave concern that prompted Su Xian to confine Xue Wuji, as he presumed that the Night Emperor harbored similar thoughts. However, upon reflection, this situation seemed trivial. 2 teenagers engaging in a mutual battle, ultimately crying for their elders to settle the dispute? How ridiculous! Xue Wuji held pride, and Nalan Xiaojiao was no fool. He understood the gravity of the situation, which is why he would not have sought a truce earlier. Unless the Nalan family were to be eradicated by the royal family or Nalan Xiaojiao were to perish, it would be unlikely for Nalan Tianqing to harbor rebellious thoughts. Furthermore, the proximity of the 2 to the Spirit Hall raises suspicions. It is unlikely that the latter would engage in its cunning schemes so close to its own doorstep. However, this very distance compels one to question if the Spirit Hall is inciting discord. Speaking of the Star Luo Empire, despite its military strength surpassing that of the Heaven-Do Empire, even to the extent of potentially annihilating it, the delicate balance between the 2 empires is maintained for a reason. Neither wishes to give the Spirit Hall an upper hand. Therefore, igniting conflict would yield no benefit for them. Otherwise, they would not be engaging in peace talks. It is indeed perplexing. Su Xian feels a throbbing headache and wishes he could utter a phrase akin to Yuan Fong. What is your take on this? Or perhaps there is only one truth. Yet he lacks such profound skills. The matter at hand pertains to the stability of the border. A single misstep could lead to the spread of war, especially with Nalan Tianqing still within the borders of the Baloch Kingdom. Uncle Xue Ming and his father Xue Ye's aspirations for the throne have faltered. Although the kingdom and the Heaven-Do Empire appear cordial, tensions run high within the heart of the land, with both sides refraining from overt hostility. Should Nalan Tianqing incite chaos, it would not only please the Spirit Hall, but Xue Ming would also find it advantageous. This is indeed a formidable weapon. Is this fellow devoid of intelligence, or has his wits been devoured by a dog? Gritting his teeth, Su Xian harbors grave doubts regarding Xue Wujie's intellect. Why choose to confront Nalan Xiao among all adversaries? Isn't this a recipe for disaster? Furthermore, given that Nalan's rank significantly exceeds his own, isn't he simply inviting trouble? Indeed, he is asking for a beating. Redirecting his course, he heads towards the prison. As he gazes at the nearby mansion, Su Xian refrains from entering and decisively states that this matter involves the stability of the empire and the peace of hundreds of thousands, if not millions of citizens. He cannot remain indifferent. Yes, your highness. Upon arriving at the Heaven-Do Empire's prison, Su Xian has just disembarked from the carriage when he notices 2 carriages arriving, escorted by soldiers. Xue Ming and Emperor Xue Yi emerge from their respective carriages, and the atmosphere becomes profoundly somber. Your Majesty. The crowd hastily bows. Emperor Xue Yi disregards them, casting a fleeting glance at Su Xian, his expression inscrutable yet somewhat dark. Even upon seeing his foe, Su Xian, his countenance betrays no hint of triumph, but rather a sense of foreboding, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. If the Spirit Hall is indeed involved, the ensuing complications shall be far from simple. Come forth, he beckons Su Xian and the others, hastening into the prison. Remember to conduct yourself appropriately. Su Xian reminds Xue Ming as he hesitates. Alas, to secure his brother's ascension to the throne, he has truly worried himself to pieces. Xue Ming, why do I feel a sense of disdain towards the title of Crown Prince? Within the prison, in a lavish cell reminiscent of a hotel, a figure stands with its back against the wall, exuding an aura of deep resentment, its face reflecting despair, as if lamenting. The heart of a child is burdened, and the child wishes for solitude. As footsteps echo, Xue Qinghe raises an eyebrow and casually approaches the dining table. It's acceptable to lose face, but never to lose dignity. The prison fare is surprisingly delectable. No wonder my elder brother suggested I come here. His intentions are truly commendable. The prison is exceptionally tranquil, making it an excellent place for seclusion and cultivation. Alas, one cannot reside here indefinitely, for one must eventually return to the outside world. This is my first visit to such a place in this lifetime, and perhaps it shall be my last. I may even find myself nostalgic for it in the future. With his back to the cell door, Xue Qinghe casually gnaws on a chicken leg, displaying a nonchalant demeanor, a sense of solitary mastery enveloping him. Indeed, exuding an air of sophistication. Outside the cell, witnessing Xue Qinghe's demeanor, Emperor Xue's expression darkens profoundly. This truly is my son. How did I not realize how adept he is at putting on a escapade? Xian, shower, please commence your performance of self-destruction. Do not cease. Emperor Xue grits his teeth, his tone icy as he admonishes, if you find the prison to your liking, I can arrange for you to remain here for 1.5 years before you emerge. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's eyes widen in surprise. A wave of immense joy washing over him. Father, I am wronged. He cries out, looking at Xue Yi, his tears flowing freely. Unmoved, Emperor Xue's gaze is sharp as a sword, piercing and chilling. You would do well to recount the events in detail. My patience is limited. A tremor of fear courses through Xue Qinghe as he realizes that playing the victim is futile, and he promptly divulges the entire story. I broke through to the Soul Sovereign level yesterday. He pauses, glancing at Emperor Xue's expression, before continuing somewhat despondently. I happened to encounter Nailin Shao on the street and wished to challenge him. To my surprise, he was unwilling. The 4 greats of Heaven Do are all outsiders. And now that I have ascended to the Soul Sovereign, I must bring glory to the royal family and claim the title of great. Father, all of this has been for the good of the royal family. With heartfelt sincerity, Xue Qinghe appeals innocently, yet sorrowfully. His earnest intentions have ultimately been in vain, causing him to sob. So, there was no one else inciting discord. Trembling with rage, Emperor Xue forces this question through gritted teeth, his gaze ablaze. For the royal family, I swear, it seems you would relish our dynasty's downfall. Even Xian and Xue Ming, upon hearing this, are left speechless, particularly when they observe the flicker of pride in Xue Qinghe's eyes, as if 1,000 steeds were galloping past. What gives you such superiority? Do you realize you nearly caused a catastrophe? Did your brain get wedged in the door, only to be extinguished by your own folly? Indeed, Xue Qinghe nods, then notices Emperor Xue scanning the area as if searching for something, prompting him to ingratiate himself. Father, what are you looking for? With a swift motion, Emperor Xue's fury escalates, and he draws his sword. Father, what a splendid sword! Xian and Xue Ming. Brother, we shall mourn for you for 3 seconds. The road to hell is far, and we cannot accompany you. Chapter 54. Be gentle, do not inflict external injuries. Originally, I thought that my defiance and financial mischief were already perilously bordering on self-destruction. It was only upon witnessing Xue Qinghe that I realized I had been overly naive. Look at him. Not only does he jeopardize the stability of the empire, but he also dares to insult Emperor Xue openly. Now, that is true talent. Father, my younger brother is still young and naive. Please show him mercy. As he sees Emperor Xue drawing his sword against Xue Qinghe, Xian hastily intervenes, his gaze filled with brotherly affection. As the elder brother, he simply cannot stand idly by while his younger sibling faces such peril. He truly cannot bear it. Wah! Suddenly, a heavy thud resonates as Xue Qinghe crashes to the ground, and Xian quietly retracts his foot. Father, it is all my fault. I failed to keep an eye on him, allowing my younger brother to run amok. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. With profound loyalty, Xian clings to Emperor Xue's arm and delivers another kick. Boom! Just as Xue Qinghe rises, intending to scold Xian, he is once more knocked down. his head spinning. On a snowy night, Xue and Xue Tong exchanged exasperated glances at Xian, their eyes brimming with disdain. Is this what you call brotherly affection? Words of kindness on your lips, yet your actions are ruthless. After Xian's antics, the great Emperor Xue, speechless and helpless, dropped his sword, rubbing his forehead, feeling a pang of frustration in his liver. How do you end up with such two imbeciles? Don't misunderstand. I just had a cramp in my leg. Xian sheepishly scratched his head. As the elder brother of Tiando, how could he ever resort to striking his younger siblings? His leg was uncooperative, and the other party kept encroaching upon him. What could he do? However, the sensation was indeed exhilarating, almost addictive. With a gleeful chuckle, Xian kicked Xue Wuji a couple of times, feeling much better. Initially, he had thought Xue Wuji was a victim of the spear hall, but it seemed he had brought this upon himself for the sake of a title among the four greats. He disregarded the frontline situation and engaged in a brawl with Nalan Xiao. Was this the action of someone with a functioning brain? The deceitful expressions and the waste of his precious time stirred a need for retribution within him. Watching Xian pummel Xue Wuji brought a sense of satisfaction to both Xue and Xue Tong. Their earlier concerns had been unfounded, as this fellow remained oblivious to the severity of the situation. Not punishing him would not quell my anger. Taking a deep breath, Xue suppressed his indignation. From this day forth, you shall reflect in your cell. Without my command, you are not to emerge. With that, the emperor turned and left, fearing that if he continued to gaze upon Xue Wuji, he might truly lose his temper, especially with another cunning and unscrupulous individual present. As Xue departed, Xian raised an eyebrow at Xue Tong, who instantly understood. Directing his gaze towards Xue Wuji, he felt a surge of desire to act, especially since Xue Wuji had always put on airs in front of him, though his restraint had previously held him back. Now, the two of them turned their attention to Xue Wuji, their faces adorned with amiable smiles as they slowly approached him. Xue Wuji's face turned pale. Disregarding his anger at being struck, he retreated in sheer terror. What do you want? Don't come any closer. I want to hold back. Second brother, I thought you loved to fight. Today, we shall help you practice, Xue Tong chimed in. Stand still and let us give you a good beating, or this will not be settled. Cracking their knuckles, Xian and Xue Tong pressed forward, cornering Xue Wuji against the wall. They could tolerate his lack of intelligence, as it provided them a sense of superiority. However, instigating trouble without a brain was entirely unacceptable. Don't push your luck. I've broken through to Soul Master. Xue Wuji began to protest, but before he could finish, Xian and Xue Tong pinned him to the ground, his face making intimate contact with the floor. Let go of me. What the hell are you two doing? Suddenly feeling a chill, Xue Wuji realized his shirt was being pulled off, and panic surged within him. No way. You two wouldn't dare help. Rape. A wave of revulsion washed over him as he struggled fiercely, his sharp cries echoing through the prison. Yell all you want. It only excites me further. Wait. Oh no. Xian felt goosebumps rising and quickly stuffed Xue Wuji's sock into his mouth to silence him. Third brother, the shirt is too short. Let's take off his pants and tie his hands, Xian suggested. Good idea. Xue Tong readily agreed, swiftly removing Xue Wuji's trousers to bind him. Xue Wuji grumbled, you two will pay for this. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted their plans. Upon seeing Xue returning, Xue Wuji's eyes lit up with hope as he squirmed and whimpered, desperate for his father's attention. Father, Xue Tong began to explain, but Xue simply cast a fleeting glance before picking up his sword and departing without hesitation. Xue Wuji lamented, oh, the struggles of my heart. As Xue left again, Xian and Xue Tong stared in bewilderment, momentarily lost in thought. Before they could gather themselves, Xue returned, striding purposefully towards Xue Wuji. Seeing his father approach, Xue Wuji's eyes welled with tears, knowing deep down that his father still cared for him. Wait, father. You should untie me, not step on me, he cried in dismay. Xue responded with a firm kick to Xue Wuji's backside, cursing as he did so, leaving Xian and Xue Tong utterly dumbfounded. Your mother will be here shortly. Don't inflict any visible injuries that will cause her distress. Be gentle. So he learns his lesson. Xue departed as swiftly as he had come, leaving behind a succinct yet profound statement. Xian and Xue Tong exchanged glances. awed by their father's prowess. Xue Qinghe, despondent and tear-streaked, looked at them pitifully. Big brother, for the sake of our brotherhood, could not go too hard on me? Fear not. We shall be gentle. Xian replied with a smile, covering Xue Qinghe with a blanket. Their approach to brotherhood was always sincere. Soon, anguished cries filled the prison. You really are hitting me. I want to let this go. Be gentle. Where are you kicking? Third brother? In the prison, as Xue Qinghe curled up in the corner, his clothes in disarray and his pale skin marred with bruises. He resembled a victim of mistreatment. Xian couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Yet, truth be told, he had relished the experience, feeling a hint of addiction. Second brother, despite our actions, we truly act in your best interest. Xian couldn't help but say. Do you think reasoning will suffice? Wrong. We shall compel you to understand through action. Xue Qinghe glared at Xian, tears streaming down his face. For my own good? I thank you for that. You were the loudest when you were hitting me. How dare you say such things? Xue Mingtong stepped back, visibly shaken. Big brother, please commence your performance. I shall observe in silence. What, do you not believe me? Upon witnessing the pained expression in Xue Qinghe's eyes, Xian felt a deep ache in his heart. In this era, speaking the truth seems to elicit disbelief. Are you aware that Nalan Tianqing is currently negotiating with the Star Luo Empire? Engaging in conflict with Nalan Xiao at this juncture would only provide an opportunity for others to exploit. Should Nalan Tianqing be provoked into rebellion, countless lives within the empire may be thrown into turmoil due to your actions. Thus, my father and I decided to confine you, considering the greater good of the empire, to prevent further missteps. After speaking, Xian covered his eyes with his right hand, his expression a mix of grief and helplessness. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's dim gaze suddenly sparkled with a hint of clarity. After careful reflection, he seemed to realize the validity of Xian's words. He slightly raised himself, his tear-filled eyes gazing at Xue Mingtong. Third brother, is what my elder brother said true? Xue Mingtong exclaimed, damn. Did I not say I would merely watch the drama unfold? Why involve me? Xian retorted, honestly, you still doubt my words? I shall remember this. Vengeance must be sought. Glancing at Xian, Xue Mingtong sincerely replied, second brother, what eldest brother said is indeed true. Everything hinges on the front lines, and we cannot afford any disturbances at this moment. Encouraged by Xue Mingtong's cooperation, Xian continued, do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you nearly caused? Just now, you audaciously insulted our father. Had I not intervened, he might have executed you. Though I struck you twice, the pain was mine to bear. Speaking earnestly, Xian wiped his eyes, which reddened in an instant, tears streaming forth. Damn, my strength was unwittingly excessive. It would have been better to use an onion. Xue Qinghe interjected, when did I ever insult our father? Sobbing, he lamented, I am more aggrieved than Douluo. I thought it was merely a common contest. I never anticipated the consequences. With a downcast expression, his features contorting with despair, Xue Qinghe wiped away his sorrowful tears, feeling utterly despondent. It dawned on him that he was the only one unaware of the circumstances. What a tragic fate. Therefore, you must acknowledge that your reckless actions, disregarding the lives of the common people, warrant punishment, Xian gently urged. Indeed, Xue Qinghe nodded, his voice choked with emotion. Alas, such an innocent child. I would feel guilty not to punish him. Observing how easily Xue Qinghe was swayed, Xian found it rather disheartening. With such limited intellect, there was no sense of accomplishment in his manipulation. No wonder he met his demise in the original story. It was not without reason. Having reached this point, Xian's countenance hardened, and the authority of the elder brother erupted from within him. So, do you still feel wronged regarding our earlier actions? Xue Qinghe silently shook his head, though he sensed something amiss deep down, unable to articulate it. Meanwhile, witnessing Xue Qinghe's sudden capitulation, Xue Mingtong could not help but admire Xian's cunning. Truly, elder brother, your shamelessness is unparalleled. I can only aspire to such heights. Why does that statement feel somewhat peculiar? Clearing his throat, Xue Mingtong continued to address whether Xue Qinghe is at fault. Undoubtedly he is. However, did elder brother truly need to be so enraged? Are you still holding a grudge from the last time he disrupted your visit? Shivers of dread. Well, knowing one's wrongs and seeking to amend them makes one a good child. You should stay here for a while. After all, You mentioned that the food is splendid and the environment comfortable. Consider it a retreat. With a heartfelt pat on Xue Wuji's head and under his bewildered gaze, Xian departed from the prison. Ah, how invincible! Yet, I feel a twinge of loneliness. Perhaps I shall return home to rest with my beloved wife. As Xian exited, the prison fell into silence. Turning to Xue Mingtong, Xue Wuji asked vacantly, "Third brother, what are you still doing here?" "I allowed elder brother to leave first. Otherwise, the carriage would not be able to move," Xue Mingtong replied, unflinchingly. This was not out of fear, but rather a demonstration of respect for elders and care for the young. Ignoring the self-destructive antics of Xue Wuji, Xian took a carriage straight back to the residence. Upon entering, he sensed an odd atmosphere. It was not prophetic, but rather an instinctive feeling. Upon reaching the grand hall, 3 pairs of eyes turned to him, and Xian felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. "Elder brother, you have returned," Xue Qinghe exclaimed. Bounding over with a bright smile, wrapping her arms around Xian's leg, her crescent-shaped eyes gleaming with joy. "Kur, why are you out of the palace today? Does your aunt know?" Xian lifted her and playfully pinched her cheek, smiling as he inquired. "Mother permitted me to visit elder brother. I did not sneak out," Shuaiku explained, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Xian. "Ha, my little Kur is the most obedient." While teasing her, Xian stepped into the grand hall. "She came to find you. Handle it as you see fit." Xianren also approached, her expression impassive as she took Xue Ku from Xian's arms. Casting a side glance at Yu Tianmin with a hint of annoyance, a sour odor wafted in, causing Xian to momentarily freeze, looking innocently at Xianren. Although Yu Tianmin was indeed strikingly beautiful, their relationship was entirely innocent. He could not fathom why she would harbor jealousy upon the arrival of a beautiful woman. "No, tonight, I must properly address this, allowing you to understand me intimately." Chapter 56. Why must you force my hand? Taking a careful look at Yu Tianmin, Xian was momentarily captivated. She was indeed stunning, with an ethereal beauty, her long, alluring eyes exuding an air of cold elegance mixed with an undeniable dominance. Her skin was as radiant as snow, and her shapely figure conveyed a mature allure. The delicate collarbone and long legs, partially obscured by her flowing skirt, rendered her utterly captivating. It is no wonder Yu Tianmin was hailed as the most beautiful woman of the Royal Academy, even surpassing Xianren in allure. However, this was merely due to Xianren current disguise. In truth, even in her blossoming state, she could not be compared to Yu Tianmin. One smile can captivate a city. Another can enthrall a nation. This phrase aptly describes the original Xianren. Thus, Xian's principle became clear. Any woman not as beautiful as Xianren was to be disregarded. What a joke. I am a man you shall never possess. Having just exhausted himself in a scuffle, Xian was disinclined to engage in roundabout conversations with Yu Tianmin and stated directly, "Did Meng Xinji send you?" In response, Yu Tianmin nodded slightly and then spoke in a voice as smooth as melting ice, yet imbued with a cold undertone. "The formation of the battle team is nearly complete. To be frank, I do not support your inclusion, Your Highness. Although Meng Jiaozi claims you possess great strength, the disparity between the Soul Master and the Soul Sovereign will be magnified in team competitions. This year, I harbor no desire for my team to falter, Your Highness. Do you comprehend?" Ultimately, Yu Qianmin's gentle gaze transformed into one of icy coldness, as frigid as eternal ice, devoid of any courtesy, even towards the Empire's Grand Prince. At the age of 22, Yu Tianmin, a level 48 Soul Master and captain of the Royal Fighting Team, could have easily graduated from the Royal Academy given her age and soul power. Yet, she chose not to. Her aim is to vanquish the Spirit Hall team in the 5-year Soul Master competition and erase the humiliation of a previous defeat. Understanding this heavy responsibility, Xian felt a surge of gratitude and was tempted to grasp her hands. "You don't wish for me to join the team?" he exclaimed. "Do you think I desire it? I am merely ensnared by your committee. That old coot, Dream Machine, is truly wicked, having read the original work. I never anticipated such cunning. It's not merely that he is old and cunning. He seems utterly unyielding, showing no concern for his own happiness in later life." Xian blinked his wide eyes, gazing at her with naive anticipation. "Yu Tianmin, I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. Perhaps you should discuss this with Dream Machine and spare me from joining the team, lest I hinder you. Look at me. I am merely a soul master. Should it come to blows, before he could finish, a pair of delicate hands rested upon his shoulders. Husband, are you tired? Shall I give you a massage? Asked Xue, a faint smile gracing her lips. Xian is complexion build. Darling, let us not create a ruckus. I am striving for the opportunity to remain by your side. Understanding Xian's intent, Xian felt somewhat helpless. It seemed she was resolute in having him participate in the Soul Master competition. Did she intend to introduce him to her formidable mother, Bibi Dong, or Douluo? Well, if he were to visit her family, as her husband, he must offer support, especially since no dowry had been provided. Moreover, he preferred the comfort of a bed over the cold floor, particularly if it meant sharing it with someone special. The choice was evident. Clearing his throat, Xian reorganized his thoughts, shedding his previously feeble demeanor, his expression suddenly turning serious. You Tianmin, it appears you have forgotten that matters concerning the Royal Academy are dictated by the Empire. You are merely the captain. Upon hearing this, Yu Tianmin's face grew stern. Her expression bewildered as she regarded Xian. How dare you utter such words and expect to retract them? Are all men so shameless? Meanwhile, Xian's massage softened in intensity. Xian's countenance relaxed as he gazed intently at Yu Tianmin, radiating an air of defiance. To refrain from flaunting my prowess for even a day would render my life devoid of joy. I had intended to interact with you on a level of normalcy, but that seems impossible now. You believe your level 48 Soul Master status makes you formidable, yet to me, it is merely a trivial matter. With a slight smirk, Xian regarded Yu Tianmin with disdain. Do not speak of one-on-one. I would fearlessly take on 7, especially under the cover of night. Confidence is commendable. Yet it seems your highness is overly arrogant. Perhaps a reminder is in order. Yu Tianmin stared coldly at Xian, her soul power surging like a tidal wave. Their eyes locked, sparks ignited between them, and the atmosphere brimmed with tension. 3 minutes later, at the back of the royal palace's fighting arena, 2 figures stood resolute atop the platform, a gentle breeze sweeping through, carrying away the fallen leaves. The air was thick with an aura of impending conflict, as if 1,000 swords were poised to strike. With a piercing gaze, Xian declared, the victor claims all, the vanquished kneel in submission. Should I prevail, I shall become the captain of the royal fighting team, and you shall all heed my command. Very well, Yu Tianmin replied without hesitation, confident in her ability to win. However, if I emerge victorious, you must comply with the Academy's directives. Even if it means being a reserve, you must undergo training. Facing Xian's dominating gaze, Yu Tianmin remained undaunted, exuding poise and confidence, her icy glare devoid of emotion. Without hesitation, Xian nodded and gestured for Yu Tianmin to proceed first. As a lady, you should strike first. A glint of indignation flashed in Yu Tianmin's eyes, feeling the sting of humiliation. You, a soul master, should initiate the attack first. I would not wish for anyone to lose and refuse to acknowledge it. Let the duel commence. Xian responded. Well then, the script has unfolded, and I am quite satisfied with your performance. Since you insist I go first, I shall not hold back. With a mischievous grin, Xian retrieved 3 capture cannons from his storage ring and, with a resounding boom, launched 3 massive nets towards Yu Tianmin. And thereafter, there was silence. On the ground lay a creature resembling a mummy, emitting a heavy, mournful sound. Why must you force my hand? Xian sighed, shaking his head. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to seize it. Do not blame me. Chapter 57. The Shameful Continuation. You shameless fiend. As the seal was lifted, Yu Tianmin's face turned a deep shade of purple, her once bright eyes now filled with fury. Her gaze locked onto Xian, and if looks could kill, he would have perished 1,000 times over. Yu Tianmin never anticipated that this duel would conclude in such a manner. Although her martial spirit is not human. You are indeed a coward. Why resort to underhanded tactics instead of facing me directly? Anger, defiance, and unwillingness brewed within her, leaving Yu Tianmin feeling utterly humiliated and speechless. This isn't mere shamelessness. It's a lesson in the harsh realities of society. Xian shrugged nonchalantly, for history is written by the victors. Apologies, but it appears that I have triumphed. Release me if you dare. Let's fight again. Yu Tianmin exclaimed, her eyes wide with indignation, her teeth clenched, with visible blood seeping from her gums. I could release you and engage in another bout, but Xue Xian paused, a wicked grin adorning his face. His gaze filled with mischief. But what? Yu Tianmin inquired, her heart racing. As long as you admit that you cannot bear to lose, we shall begin anew. Xue Xian replied, a relaxed smile gracing his features. You are the one who cannot accept defeat. Your entire family cannot accept it. Yu Tianmin retorted fiercely. Losing is losing. Remember, the captain of the royal fighting team will be my husband. Just then, Qian Ruxue joined them on the fighting platform. Her gaze toward Yu Tianmin filled with mockery and triumph. With that, Qian Ruxue paid no mind to Yu Tianmin's murderous glare, joyfully wrapping her arms around Xue Xian. Husband, you are truly formidable. The delightful sensation of her presence sent a shiver down Xue Xian's spine, and he hastily waved his hands. Let us keep this discreet. We can discuss it later tonight. As he spoke, Xue Xian subtly glanced at Yu Tianmin, feigning shyness, for they were not alone. Yu Tianmin seethed, damn it. Suddenly, an unexpected disturbance caused Granny's back to twitch. Staring at Xue Xian, Yu Tianmin's face flushed crimson. A mixture of embarrassment and anger mingled with disbelief, as if it were their first encounter. What nonsense are you spouting? I won't pay you any mind. Her face was as red as a cherry dripping with dew. Qian Ruxue fiercely pinched Xue Xian's soft waist, her eyes wide with indignation, and then, like the wind, she hurriedly left with Xue Qinghe. Ouch! That was quite a pinch. A sharp pain shot through Xue Xian, causing him to rub his lower back, easing the discomfort slightly. Ah, this wife of mine is becoming bolder by the day. If this continues, chaos will surely ensue. A wave of melancholy washed over him, and he felt a pang of sorrow. He had traversed into this world too early. If only he had waited until the original plot unfolded, he could have wielded his treasured artifacts to assert his authority. Alas, all he could do now was reminisce. What a pity. Yet, as he pondered, a disquieting thought crossed his mind. If he had arrived later, he would have been in Qian Ruxue's position. A man's heart trapped in a woman's form. How utterly useless. A shiver ran down his spine, and he felt a profound sense of loneliness. Observing Xue Xian lost in thought, his expression shifting like clouds, Yu Tianmin regarded him with an odd look, suddenly feeling an urge to distance herself from him. But regrettably, she found it impossible to do so. What are you staring at? Noticing the peculiar look in Yu Tianmin's eyes, Xue Xian immediately realized she was scrutinizing him. He glared back, irate. Who is interested in your nonsense? Yu Tianmin promptly turned her head away in disdain. Ugh, another local, not from the northeastern region. Xue Xian grumbled. What is the matter? If you can't handle losing, just say so. I'm not the type to deny you a chance. Seeing Yu Tianmin's outraged expression, he rebuked her. You are the one who can't handle it. She shot him a fierce glare, and though unwilling to accept it, the truth was undeniable. Yu Tianmin had to concede. I admit defeat. Each word was punctuated, as if forced out from between clenched teeth, her gaze ablaze with fury directed at Xue Xian. Oh, are you still unwilling to accept it? Xue Xian raised an eyebrow, disdainfully remarking, haven't eaten? Speak louder. I can't hear you. Veins bulged on her forehead, and her countenance turned icy, filled with murderous intent as she gritted her teeth. I said I lost. That's the spirit. I commend your bravery in expressing your true feelings. Xue Xian was thoroughly pleased, effortlessly claiming the position of captain of the Royal Combat Squad. Now, let the arrangements for future competitions be dictated by me. Yu Tianmin exclaimed. Which of your eyes saw me speaking from the heart? Not only deceiving others, but now yourself as well? What a disgrace. I have already admitted defeat. You should let me go. Yu Tianmin spoke with a tone of reproach. Rest assured, I keep my promises. With that, Xue Xian retrieved the capturing cannon and retracted the energy net. Suddenly, Yu Tianmin sprang up, delivering a swift kick towards Xue Xian, her eyes gleaming with indignation. Though she had conceded, it didn't mean the matter was settled. At such a short distance, let us see how you evade. The corners of her mouth curled in a smirk, as if anticipating Xue Xian's cries of agony, a thrill coursing through her. But could reality align with her desires? It seemed that a surge of energy erupted from Xue Xian's body, and before Yu Tianmin could comprehend, she was sent flying. Blood trickled from her lips as she gazed at Xue Xian in horror, her mind swirling in confusion. However, what ensued next left her even more bewildered. Oh dear, my stomach, it hurts so much. Xue Xian clutched his abdomen, his expression one of profound agony, appearing as if he could no longer endure, slowly collapsing. "You Tianmin. Little one, do you have many questions?" Before she could react, 3 energy nets burst forth once more. This scene was hauntingly familiar. Yu Tianmin, in the same predicament, facing the same fate, she fell once again, her gaze fixed in disbelief on Xue Xian, who seemed utterly unfazed as he stowed away his soul-guiding cannon, then winked at her playfully. In that moment, he bore no trace of pain. "You shameless scoundrel." Yu Tianmin's composure began to unravel, her eyes blazing with fury. "Shameless? Apologies, the truly shameless is yet to come." Xue Xian smirked, then once more clutched his belly, howling, "Help! Is anyone there? I've been injured by an assassin." "Assassin? I'll stab you in the face." Yu Tianmin's expression darkened, akin to having been drenched in ink, feeling wronged and aggrieved, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. "Please, for the love of all that is good, be a decent person." Chapter 58. Will you not consider letting me compensate? Boom. Within mere seconds, the arena was surrounded by the prince's guards, sealing off any escape. The spears glinted coldly, the soldiers' expressions as frigid as ice, exuding an air of lethal intent. Yu Tianmin was swiftly restrained, her expression mirroring that of Xue Qinghe, devoid of hope. "My husband, are you all right?" Qian Rinxue tossed Xue Qinghe to another for care and dashed toward them, her heart racing upon seeing Xue Xian lying in agony on the ground. As 2 guards approached to assist him, Xue Xian forcefully broke free, collapsing directly into a warm embrace. "Cough perfect. Xue, quickly help me back. My body is in excruciating pain." He swiftly grasped Qian Rinxue's waist, his face pale, crying out in distress. "Don't move. I'll take you back right away." Seeing his wan complexion, Qian Rinxue's eyes welled with tears, and she hurriedly carried him away. As Xue Xian departed, Yu Tianmin began to struggle, her expression frantic. If news of the first prince's assassination spread, it would cause a tremendous uproar. Even more infuriating was the fact that she and T even touched the guy. She was completely innocent. Though she was unfamiliar with Douluo, she felt far more wrong than Douluo ever could. In the courtyard, bang! The bedroom door swung open as Qian Rinxue rushed into the room, cradling Xue Xian, and just as she was about to lay him down on the bed, an overwhelming force struck, causing her to tumble onto the bed. More accurately, she fell into Xue Xian's embrace. Upon seeing the mischievous grin on Xue Xian's face, Qian Rinxue instantly understood. "Ah, you dare to trick me again." She pouted, her small fists landing on him in a flurry of indignation. Though vexed, the worry etched on her face gradually faded, a smile of relief surfacing at the corners of her mouth. Xue Xian seized both of Qian Rinxue's hands, pulling her forcefully onto himself. Their bodies melded together, Qian Rinxue lying flat against him. "Xue, keep your voice down. Don't let anyone else hear." Their gazes locked. The warmth of her delicate form in his embrace sent ripples through Xue Xian's heart, and he cautiously placed his fingers over her lips, gently urging her to be quiet. Your complexion flushed visibly, and Qian Rinxue's heart raced with an accelerated rhythm, the last remnants of anger dissipating. Feeling 2 hands encircle her waist once more, Qian Rinxue cast a reproachful glance at Xue Xian, yet she refrained from resisting. "What are you up to this time?" she inquired, resting her hands against Xue Xian's chest, her large, glistening eyes brimming with curiosity. Xue Xian offered no reply, instead savoring the sight of his enchanting companion, his gaze infused with sweetness and infatuation. Her clear, luminous pupils, gently arched willow-like brows, and long eyelashes quivered slightly, revealing her bashfulness. The flawless porcelain of her skin was touched with a delicate blush. Her golden hair cascaded languidly over her shoulders, exuding an aura of youthful innocence, akin to a celestial being gracing the earth. With a smile gracing her lips, she radiated an unparalleled elegance. What captivated Xue Xian even more were her lips, soft and delicate like rose petals, slightly upturned in a playful yet alluring manner, exuding an irresistible charm that felt both enticing and unattainable. At that moment, the distance between them was merely a breath apart. Noticing Xue Xian's gaze intensifying with fervor, Qian Rinxue felt a flutter in her heart and playfully pinched the soft flesh at his waist, feigning indignation as she said, "You haven't settled the score from earlier when you tricked me, and now you're up to no good again." With a cough, Xue Xian's mind cleared, banishing any impure thoughts. He cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness before revealing his intentions. You truly hold a grudge. Upon grasping Xue Xian's plan, Xue burst into laughter, internally mourning for the unfortunate soul. What can I do? After all, he had Tianmin trick me. Xue Xian shrugged innocently. Suddenly recalling something, Xue Xian cautioned. Make sure to handle this discreetly. Do not alert the emperor. We shall resolve it privately. Of course, Xue replied without hesitation, though her mischievous gaze remained fixed on Xue Xian. Xue Xian's expression turned serious. However, how many gold coins do you intend to offer to silence me? She teased, winking at him. Money is far too mundane. As husband and wife, we shall employ a more intimate approach. Xue Xian resolutely countered. An intimate approach? Xue's face reflected confusion, and before she could regain her composure, her pretty face was already leaning closer. Her mind momentarily blank. She felt as if time had frozen. After a brief pause, Xue finally snapped back to reality and indignantly pushed Xue Xian away. How dare you? I have yet to settle the score for your earlier deception, and now you are bullying me again. Just wait until I teach you a lesson. With that, she seized a soft pillow and unleashed a flurry of playful strikes upon Xue Xian. Ouch, be careful. If you hit my hand again, I'll be incapacitated. He protested. I refuse to believe your nonsense. I will not be tricked again. Look, my hand is moving of its own accord. You have no shame. Let go of me. I would like to, but my hand seems to have a mind of its own. Shameless. Release me at once. Not a chance. Risain, Qianren suela yetap Susian. Her cheeks flushed, a serene and sweet smile adorning her face as she gently warned, if you don't let go. News of the assassination attempt in the manor will surely spread. All right, you win, Xue Xian conceded, generously releasing Xue, though not before giving her a playful tickle at the waist, which elicited a delightful giggle from her. Remember, when it comes to compensation, you must share half of it with me, she stated with mock seriousness. Don't you already have millions? Is the manor's expenditure truly that high? Xue Xian questioned, bewildered. That is different. That was given to you. This is something I earned through my own efforts, Xue asserted, shaking her head, her stubborn little mouth pouting slightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement and thrill. I don't care how the money came about. I am simply bringing wealth to the manor. Xue Xian exclaimed in disbelief. So your talent lies in tricking me? Impressive. I thought I was shameless. Yet here you are, a worthy opponent. He offered a thumbs up to Xue, feeling a sense of camaraderie with those he had previously deceived. This is all your fault. Remember, not a single coin less. Xue raised an eyebrow, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Xue Xian pondered, why does the thought of the gold coins I am about to acquire suddenly feel less enticing? Have you considered letting me repay you in kind? I'm quite amenable to that. Ugh. With Xue's arrangements, news of the assassination attempt on Xue Xian did not spread, as everyone in the manor was fervently seeking opportunities to prove themselves and escape their servitude. Ensuring discretion was maintained. Initially, Xue Xian believed that after confronting the dream machine, the other party would reconsider their approach. To his surprise, the very next day, a beautiful envoy was sent to placate him. Little did they know, he had once been known as the knightly champion of 15. Did they truly think one beauty could suffice? To teach this old fool a lesson, Xue Xian felt it was necessary to outsmart him once more, ensuring he understood the appropriate number of individuals to send in the future. No, it was not about teaching him a lesson. It was to make him realize that challenging him was futile. Otherwise, he would find himself needing others to pool resources for a coffin. Would it not be better to save some money for a comfortable retirement? Alas, such considerate young souls are indeed rare. Xue, fetch me some purple grapes and tomato juice. Xue Xian commanded with authority, confident in his expertise in confrontation. Upon hearing this, Xue couldn't help but mourn for the dream machine, lamenting why it chose to provoke this particular individual. Hadn't she already been subdued by his antics? Sighing internally, Xue resolved to maintain her composure when it came time to divide the gold coins. At the Royal Academy, the dream machine leisurely savored fragrant tea in his courtyard, basking in contentment while awaiting news from Tianmin. Despite hearing of Xue Xian's remarkable abilities, he had no doubt that Tianmin would prevail, given their respective martial souls and soul powers were not on the same level. The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, a top-tier beast martial soul, at level 48 in the Battle Soul sect, there was no way she could lose. Today's youth have become increasingly audacious. Perhaps a lesson would do them good. Reflecting on Xue Qian's audacious claim of defeating 7 opponents, the Dream Machine shook his head in amusement. Don't even talk about defeating 7. You can't even handle 1. He could almost envision Xue Qian returning with his tail between his legs, ready to train, which only made him chuckle further. Words may be powerful, but they won't save you from defeat at my hands. Do you think the title of Vice Chairman of the Royal Academy is merely for show? At that moment, a servant rushed in, looking quite flustered. Master Ming, the Crown Prince has sent someone to see you about an urgent matter. Oh, finally! The Dream Machine's eyes sparkled with delight, a proud smile breaking across his face. Truly, he could not be more proud of his student. In a moment of excitement, Dream Machine's face radiated joy, reminiscent of a triumphant general returning from battle, exuding an air of authority. The servants, taken aback, cast a glance at him, but quickly bowed their heads and stepped aside upon meeting his gaze. Shortly thereafter, a man dressed as a servant entered the courtyard. He appeared rather ordinary, yet his eyes were small and shifty. My lord, it is terrible. The Crown Prince has been assassinated. Upon seeing Dream Machine, the man was instantly overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he rushed forward and clutched Dream Machine's leg. Dream Machine could have easily evaded him, but at that moment his mind went blank. His very soul seemingly drained away. An assassination. His lips quivered, and a sense of foreboding enveloped him. Was the attack meant for him? No, this must be a misunderstanding. With a swift kick, he dislodged the man and, his heart racing, dashed toward the Crown Prince's residence. He could not fathom that Tian men from the Blue Electra Tyrannosaurus clan would commit such a foolish act. There had to be some other reason behind this. It must be said that Dream Machine was a good teacher, still concerned for Tianmin's well-being. However, he could not have anticipated that he was, in fact, the mastermind behind the assassination, unwittingly heading straight into a trap. As Xue Qian would put it, he was simply a fool with too much money, lacking any sense of accomplishment in being deceived. At the Crown Prince's estate, in the rear garden, an intense battle unfolded. Xue Qian faced 2 opponents, showing no signs of being at a disadvantage. He glanced at Qian Ruxue and Qin Yao, a smirk of pride gracing his lips. He knew he could handle a 2-on-1 situation without difficulty. After all, he had earned his reputation through skill, not mere luck. Savoring a purple grape, he declared, I still hold the dealer's position. You two have no objections, I presume? None at all, Qian Ruxue and Qin Yao responded, glancing at their cards with dismay. Sensing defeat approaching, I wager 500 gold soul coins. My brother will win. Xue Qinghe's eyes sparkled as she enthusiastically pushed a pile of coins towards Xue Qian. Although she was unfamiliar with the game's rules, her intuition told her she was about to profit. Looking at the 500 gold soul coins before him and then at his excellent hand, Xue Qian suddenly felt a sense of unease. Ruffling Xue Qinghe's hair, he lamented, Kur, when you grow up, you will undoubtedly become a wealthy woman with no worries about marriage. Originally, he had hoped to enjoy the thrill of winning money while passing the time. However, he had won every round and yet found himself at a loss. What kind of logic was this? Those hundreds of coins were won by him. Even though he had over 10 million coins, a coin was still a coin. Noticing something amiss, Xue Qian turned his head curiously. He saw Qian Ruxue pouting in displeasure, casting a longing glance at her cards. His heart softened instantly. Leaning his head on her shoulder, he playfully nudged her cheek, intending to say something. But she gently pushed him away. Be serious. Kur is still here. Qian Ruxue chided, her face flushed with embarrassment. Who was just now pretending to be pitiful and seeking comfort, only to push me away now? Women, it is no wonder you are my wife. Fine. Once they are gone, I shall act seriously, Xue Qian replied, maintaining his composure while pinching her soft cheek. Qian Ruxue's face turned crimson, a mixture of shyness and indignation as she glared at Xue Qian. I heard nothing. I am merely here enjoying this dog food. Truly, this is not easy to digest. Qin Yao remarked, quietly munching on snacks nearby. Xue Qinghe, with her bright eyes, looked back and forth between Xue Qian and Qian Ruxue, then silently retrieved her own little treasure chest. Her instincts warned her that her brother and sister-in-law were acting strangely, and this round could be risky. Little sister, you wound me. Do you think I would sacrifice fairness for my wife? In the rear courtyard of the Crown Prince's residence, joyful sounds filled the air. Thanks to Xue Qian's leniency, Qian Ruxue and Qin Yao had significantly improved their skills and managed to hold their ground. My apologies, but I possess only one card left, Xue Qian declared, raising an eyebrow at Qian Ruxue with a hint of pride. Furrowing her brow, Qian Ruxue instinctively glanced at her cards, feeling conflicted. As the dealer, she could not afford to lose so easily. Wild card. Spotting the 2 cards in her hand that could take control, she decisively played the big and small kings. 3 fives. With a fierce glimmer in her eyes, Qian Ruxue's expression turned commanding. Don't. Su siempre te Steve. Clearing his throat, he suddenly coughed as he noticed Qin Yao's movements. What are you doing? Qian Ruxue asked, noticing Qin Yao's furtive glances, fearing they were plotting together. Nothing at all, Xue Qian replied nonchalantly, shaking his head, secretly signaling Qin Yao when Qian Ruxue was not looking. Neither do I. Qin Yao understood immediately, smiling as she shook her head, secretly envious of the crown princess. Yet, some things were beyond the reach of a mere maid. Sequence 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, just 1 card left. With determination, Qian Ruxue clutched her too tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her cheeks flushed with fervor. Xue Qian could not keep up. There was nothing he could do. His wife was simply too formidable. As for Qin Yao, after receiving Xue Qian's hint, she shook her head again. Playing games with the crown prince and princess, with wins and losses, was already a tremendous honor. She knew better than to overreach. I won as the dealer. Seeing both of them concede, Qian Ruxue quickly threw down her cards, as if fearing they would change their minds. Oh, I was left with only 1 too, and you still managed to win. How dull. As they reveled in their game, a carriage raced through the streets of Tiando City, arriving at the crown prince's estate. Dream Machine, with a worried expression, rushed inside without a word, inquiring with a maid before storming into the rear courtyard. His heart felt as though it were being fried in hot oil, fearing that Xue Qian might be in danger. Otherwise, he would never be able to clear his name. After all, it was Yu Tianmin he had summoned to temper Xue Qian's edge. If this all led back to him, he would be the true mastermind. What if Yu Tianmin pushed him under the bus? He would truly be in a dire situation. Upon arriving in the rear courtyard, his heart sank even further. In a moment of triumph, I emerged victorious once again, eagerly demanding my due. After all, money was no object. Your Highness, I jested. Should I lose again, I might find myself devoid of funds. But worry not, for whatever you lose shall be accounted as mine. We can settle it later at the treasury. Thank you, Your Highness. With excitement radiating from my face, I gathered the coins from the table, my demeanor akin to that of a spirited treasure hunter, leaving Dream Machine in a state of utter bewilderment. What in the world? Have you been attacked? I cursed under my breath, my instincts suddenly heightened, warning me that this was no trivial matter. Oh, look who has decided to join me in the bowl, I observed, my eyes sparkling with recognition. It was clear that this was someone naive with a surplus of wealth. Take Kura with you. Things might get a bit bloody from here. I waved dismissively at Qin Yao, maintaining my composure despite Dream Machine's unexpected arrival. Indeed, there was a certain art to the act of deception. It required no elaborate performance. Merely inducing a sense of panic in the other party sufficed. All right, Qin Yao nodded, glancing at Xue Qinghe, who was fast asleep in her rocking chair, clutching a hefty pouch of gold, unable to stifle a smile. Your Highness, you truly are adorable. Thankfully, as a soul master, she bore the weight with ease. As I bid farewell to Qin Yao, Dream Machine snapped back to reality, approaching us with a look of incredulity. Your Highness, weren't you attacked? He stammered, his mouth agape as he stared at me. Indeed, I was attacked. Can't you see my current agony and fury? I can only find solace in this game, I replied, blinking innocently, my gaze unwavering and serious. You cannot fathom how formidable that female assassin was. She nearly claimed my life. I clutched my chest with my left hand, feigning distress, while my right hand deftly popped a grape into my mouth. Ah, such sweetness. My heart aches. Dream Machine could only stare in disbelief. I can't believe I fell for your trickery, he exclaimed, his patience wearing thin. Could you not display a modicum of decorum and take this more seriously? Show some respect for me. The mention of the female assassin, coupled with my antics and the absence of Yu Tianmin, left Dream Machine acutely aware that it had indeed been duped. An assassin? I'll give you an assassination. Your Highness, Yu Tianmin is certainly not an assassin. Rather, she was sent by me to test your abilities. There must be some misunderstanding Dream Machine retorted, feeling quite frustrated. Oh, so it was a directive from the dream seat. I thought she was here to assassinate me. I feigned enlightenment, a smile creeping onto my lips. Perhaps we should release her. I can confront her directly, Dream Machine suggested, taken aback by my nonchalance regarding the assassination. He had expected me to press for answers. Was it possible he had overthought the situation? We could discuss a release later. The dream seat sent someone to harm me without cause. Surely, this requires an explanation. I stated, my tone suddenly grave. Your Highness, you appear unscathed, Dream Machine remarked, knowing full well I would not let this go easily. Wait, I waved dismissively, unconcerned. In these times, who truly laments the loss of a pound or two of blood? I took a swig of freshly squeezed tomato juice, deliberately refusing to swallow. I spit it out, pointing at the bloodstains on the ground, my eyes wide with innocence. Dream Seat, do you see this? I coughed up blood. How can this not be serious? Dream Machine was at his wit's end. You are blatantly slandering me. He roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Slander? That's quite the term. But I shan't stoop to such tactics against you. What can you do about it? I teased. Dream Seat, should you persist like this, I may just call for assassins again. I helplessly raised my hands, grabbing a purple grape and smashing it against my forehead, blood immediately flowing. Dream Machine, I think I finally understand the situation regarding the assassin. This is too much. Are you threatening me? He demanded, his voice dripping with indignation. I undertake all this for the honor of the Tiando Empire. Do you not fear that your actions will dishearten the Royal Academy students? With blood-red eyes, Dream Machine could no longer contain his outrage, erupting into a furious tirade. He had devoted himself tirelessly to the Academy, sacrificing for the glory of both the Empire and the institution. Yet here I was blatantly undermining him. Seeing his sudden outburst, I drifted away, cradling Xian Ruxue in my arms. My dear, it seems we've gone too far, I mused hesitantly. This is not my concern. You did this, and I'm merely responsible for distributing the spoils. Xian Ruxue replied playfully, her bright eyes glimmering with mischief. Alas, my dear wife, you truly have grown callous. I lamented, feeling quite dejected. You've changed, becoming so mischievous. With a pout, I felt a sense of despair, lamenting that my own wife seemed to be led astray by my antics. Xian Ruxue smiled. Who told you to always bully me? Do you now regret it? Regret? I'm afraid not. There is no room for negotiation on this matter, I declared, pinching her cheek playfully. I shall continue to tease you. You'll never escape. You are utterly devoid of tenderness. She huffed, her cheeks flushing as my words left her flustered. As I gazed upon her, her eyes flickered, long lashes quivering with every heartbeat, her face a lovely shade of red. She appeared almost irresistible. Suppressing my desires, I gently embraced her, inhaling the delicate fragrance of orchids that enveloped her. A wicked smile graced my lips as I leaned closer, whispering, So you long for my affection, yet when night falls, you deny me the pleasure of holding you close while we sleep. You. She shot me a glare, her alabaster face flushed with indignation, resembling a blooming rose, vibrant and alluring. With eyes aflame, she was mortified and furious. Though she often denied me the comfort of her embrace before slumber, she knew full well I would be clinging to her like an octopus come morning. Hadn't my intentions been clear enough? Humph, you insolent fool. I shall not allow you to share my bed tonight. Let us see how you fare. While I and Xian Ruxue engaged in our playful banter, Dream Machine found himself in a tumultuous state, his face shifting from crimson to violet, then to a deeper shade of black. His inner thoughts spiraling into a torrent of curses. My emotions have erupted like a tsunami or a flash flood. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation first? How can you leave me here while you indulge in flirtation? This is truly outrageous. I, Dream Divine Machine, have risked life and death for the Empire, only to find myself in such a predicament. Truly, the heavens are unjust. Cough, cough, the turbulent waves of soul power alerted Su Xian and his companion, who, noticing Dream Divine Machine on the brink of a breakdown, quickly cleared his throat. Dream Chair, please do not be so agitated. I was merely jesting. Dream Divine Machine replied, Jesting? Do you dare to jest with me? I could easily make a fool of you. Taking a deep breath, Dream Divine Machine fixed a cold gaze upon Su Xian, clearly still seething with anger. Why was I summoned by the prince? Like an enraged lion, his voice resonated with a low but explosive intensity. as if he could erupt at any moment. Xian shrugged, looking at Dream Divine Machine with an odd expression. Did I not mention that I was attacked? What? Did you not say it was a joke? At this, Dream Divine Machine's mind momentarily went blank, struggling to comprehend. Wasn't it just stated that it was in jest? He questioned in confusion. Oh, Xian, suddenly understanding, waved his hand dismissively. When I said I was spewing tomato juice, that was a joke. Everything else, however, is quite real. Dream Divine Machine exclaimed. What the hell? So you still insist I plotted to assassinate you? Then what is this nonsense about jesting? Do not glare at me. It was you Tianmin who attacked me after conceding defeat. If not for my quick reflexes, that tomato juice on the ground would truly be my blood, Xian replied, feigning innocence. You Tianmin lost? Ignoring Xian's other comments. Dream Divine Machine's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at Xian. You Tianmin, a level 48 Soul Emperor, had lost to a level 37 Soul Master. This must be a joke. Could it be that this fellow has grown so powerful? If you Tianmin knew of Dream Divine Machine's thoughts, she might very well explode on the spot. Powerful? What nonsense. It's all mere schemes. She caught me off guard. Taking a deep breath, Dream Divine Machine's astonishment momentarily overshadowed his rage, softening his tone. Your Highness, even if you Tianmin did attack deliberately, can it truly be classified as an assassination? Upon hearing this, Xian smirked. Then pray tell, how would one define an assassination? Dream Divine Machine fell silent, unable to respond. Your Highness, perhaps you should consider how to absolve you Tianmin. After all, she is from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Realizing Xian intended to be unyielding, Dream Divine Machine felt somewhat helpless, yet he had to mention you Tianmin's sensitive identity, prompting Xian to weigh the implications. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Are you threatening me? At this, Xian's eyes narrowed, coolly regarding Dream Divine Machine. He was always one to respond better to gentle persuasion than forceful tactics. Having just compromised by saying it was a joke, he still respected Dream Divine Machine's age and contributions. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. As for the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, what of it? With two powerful level 9 fixed soul-guided cannons, he could easily overcome them. Had he not been so benevolent at heart, he could have swept across the continent with ease. Seeing Xian display no fear left Dream Divine Machine stunned. This was not how he imagined the scenario would unfold. Goodness, that is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, one of the top 3 sects. Your Highness, are you truly this defiant? Does your father know? If Emperor Xue were to hear Dream Divine Machine's words, he would surely shake his head in disbelief. He knew nothing of this matter, nor did it concern him. He was merely preoccupied. Chapter 62. Is there no hint of nobility? My dear Prince, I do not intend to threaten you. I merely wish to remind you. Uncertain of Xian's erratic behavior, Dream Divine Machine pondered for a moment before taking a step back. You need not remind me of that. Instead of considering my well-being, you might think about how you intend to compensate me, Xian stated, his gaze fixed coldly upon Dream Divine Machine, leaving no room for debate. Compensation? What compensation? Dream Divine Machine was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. How did the conversation shift to compensation? Seriously, you do not comprehend this? No wonder you'll never become the director. How pitiful. Xian regarded Dream Divine Machine with disappointment. The old man clearly had no understanding of the harsh realities of society. With a piercing gaze, Xian, sounding much older than his years, remarked, though you Tianmin may not have intended to attack, she nearly caused me serious harm, and she is one of your own. Do you not think you should take responsibility for this matter? But your Highness, there was no injury, Dream Divine Machine defended, the corners of his mouth twitching. Indeed, there was no injury, Xian nodded. He had initially considered inflicting a wound upon himself to garner sympathy, but realized that for such a trivial sum, it was not worth the effort and ultimately abandoned the notion. However, pausing slightly, Xian's expression turned serious. No injury does not equate to an absence of responsibility. I have refrained from escalating the situation out of respect for you, Dream Chair. Each year, those who claim to have unintentionally attempted to assassinate my father end up in mass graves. Does it truly make a difference whether one is injured or not? Dream Divine Machine, does it make a difference? Of course it does, and a significant one. Others are engaging in deliberate assassination attempts. Regardless of whether His Majesty is injured, he faces dire consequences. But this situation is different. Yu Tianmin never intended to assassinate anyone. She likely acted out of a moment of anger. And how powerful the title of assassination can be relies solely upon your words. Sighing deeply, Dream Divine Machine finally grasped the situation. He had likely sent Yu Tianmin to suppress Xue Xian, who was now taking the opportunity to make things difficult for him. How absurd! Can you not refrain from being so petty? Where is your dignity as the crown prince of the Douluo Empire? Where is your esteemed virtue of being humble and well-loved by the people? Now all of that has gone to the dogs. Your Highness, just tell me what you intend for me to do, Dream Divine Machine said, utterly exasperated, surrendering to the situation. Of course, compensation is in order. Do you expect me to offer you my flesh? Xue Xian retorted irritably. Dream Divine Machine nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? I would never agree to that. Fuming, his chest heaving, Dream Divine Machine's face turned crimson. However, considering it was merely a matter of compensation, this was the least of his concerns, and he could accept it internally. Then how much gold does your Highness desire? Wait a moment, let me calculate. Seeing Dream Divine Machine suddenly capitulate, Xue Xian couldn't help but smile, beginning to tally the gold coins Dream Divine Machine currently possessed. As a Soul Luo and the director of the Royal Academy, his monthly stipend was around 40 to 50,000 gold coins, totaling 500,000 a year. Having served as chair for a decade, that amounted to several million gold coins. He was practically swimming in wealth. After subtracting his expenses, he likely still had 100,000 left. Xue Xian suddenly had an idea, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he adopted a congenial demeanor. I see you're also a victim of circumstance. Let us settle on a friendly price of 99. 99? Upon hearing that figure, Meng Xinghe was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain his composure. The amount was simply too paltry. He wouldn't even consider making a trip to Qinghe Courtyard, let alone venture into such places. However, a visit to a hotel to converse with a few wayward young women and guide them to become true ladies would cost nearly the same. Observing Xue Xian's beaming face, radiating the charm of a kind-hearted individual, Meng Xinghe seemed to grasp the intent. This was a subtle invitation for him to save face. A clever tactic of feigned humility to stir the elder's ire, only to later extend an olive branch in an attempt to win his favor. Your Highness, your maneuvers are indeed impressive, yet regrettably, I have seen through your cunning scheme. You merely seek my support to bolster your ascent, and I shall dangle the bait. Curious to see how you will respond. 99 is truly insufficient. While Yu Tianmin's oversight was unintentional, it almost resulted in your injury. I propose a sum of 1,000 instead. Meng Xinghe jovially declared, feeling embarrassed to even consider producing 99 gold coins, as that would be utterly humiliating. What? Xue Xian exclaimed, startled by this revelation. He excitedly grasped Meng Xinghe's arm, his emotions surging as he exclaimed, Truly, you are the esteemed Dream Dean. To openly offer 10 million gold coins is a testament to your wealth. I had presumed you possessed merely over 1 million gold coins, hence the request for 99,000. Yet you have amassed so much more. Dream Dean, you are indeed a paragon of society. Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust regarding your financial dealings. Gripping Meng Xinghe's arm tightly, Xue Xian's eyes glimmered with tears, overwhelmed with excitement. It was his first encounter with someone so generously offering him wealth. How could he not feel elated? Such a benevolent person. One is never too many. 99,000. 10 million. Meng Xinghe's pupils constricted sharply, his complexion turning pale as he indignantly retorted, Your Highness, what do you mean by 99,000? Did you not say 99 gold coins? How do we leap to 99,000? And when did I ever engage in any wrongdoing? Please refrain from making baseless accusations. Upon hearing this, Xue Xian's expression darkened, suspicion etching his features. Was Meng Xinghe attempting to retract his offer? To think of me as merely a prince, demanding such a trifling sum. Does he not respect the royal lineage, or perhaps even me? We are all members of the upper echelons. Who would dare speak of sums less than 1,000 gold coins? Do you not feel embarrassment? I am left feeling utterly deceived. 99 gold coins? Am I jesting with you? We are among the elite. Is it too much to expect some decorum? Alas, these old men, once they have donned their trousers, they forget their manners. After a fervent half-hour of intense negotiation, Meng Xinghe, maintaining an amicable demeanor, graciously presented Xian with 500,000 gold coins. Upon departing, he wore a radiant smile, as if he had just received divine wisdom, his spirit thoroughly uplifted. The preceding remarks were laden with irony, yet they held a kernel of truth. These were the sentiments Xue Qinghe would impart to his grandson 20 years hence, as a new era dawned upon the continent, ushered in by an ordinary deity, one who would foster a fresh paradigm. Here are 2 golden cards. Let us each take one. Observing the similar values, Xian handed the card with a greater sum to Qian Ruxue, who accepted it with a bright smile, showing no reluctance. Her delicate complexion glowed with a rosy hue, and her sparkling eyes twinkled with curiosity as she inquired, "By the way, when did you set up these formations within the estate?" The recent scene of Xue Qinghe being bested by the layers of formations was still vivid in her mind. She had not anticipated Xian had installed such defenses, and felt relieved he was not a villain. Since the day you moved in, if one intends to harbor a beloved, one must ensure the surroundings are secure. Xian replied, tenderly caressing Qian Rushue's soft, resilient cheek, a smile gracing his lips. Hiding a beloved? A sweet sensation enveloped Qian Rushue's heart, her lips curling into a subtle smile as her ears flushed with warmth. This fellow intends to keep me as a pampered pet. Women's thoughts are often whimsical, changing in an instant. In that fleeting moment of joy, her earlier annoyance dissipated, and she feigned indignation, her large eyes fixed on Xian, expressing concern, honestly. With such a grand palace, how many are you planning to hide? How many I can hide depends on your consent. Dear wife, Xian boldly replied, gazing directly into her eyes, his clear pupils reflecting a magnificent figure, like a gentle stream flowing through one's soul. Qian Ruxue felt a shiver of delight as a faint blush illuminated her exquisite skin. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled with a barely concealed joy, shyly avoiding Xian's gaze. Gripping her gown tightly, the once proud and rational Qian Ruxue found her cheeks flushed, her capacity for reason all but vanished. Remember, you were the one who stated there could only be one mistress in this estate. Her ruby lips parted slightly as she spoke softly, her tone as sweet as honey, seemingly capable of melting Xian's heart. Of course, I have never deceived you. As Xian caressed Qian Rushue's golden, lustrous hair, his voice resonated with certainty. Indeed, at his words, Qian Ruxue instinctively nodded, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Suddenly, she shyly lifted her head, catching a glimpse of Xian, and unexpectedly burst into laughter, shattering the warm, tender atmosphere. What is the matter? Xian raised an eyebrow, mildly displeased. After finally establishing a romantic mood, why was she laughing now? You see this bruise on your forehead? One might think you've truly been assaulted. Qian Ruxue chuckled, her concern evident as she retrieved a white silk handkerchief from her sleeve, intending to clean his injury. The sight of a prince exhibiting such a cheeky demeanor amused her, a curious sensation blossoming within. In the past, such a character would have irked her greatly. Now, he was someone she cherished, a rather ironic twist of fate. Yet, what was it about him that captivated her? Was it his audacity, his cunning, his shamelessness, or perhaps his unabashed nature? As her eyes scrutinized Xian, Qian Ruxue found herself engulfed in a haze of confusion. She could not fathom the reason, yet she simply yearned to be in his company, for it filled her heart with joy and warmth. What are you doing? She inquired, her brows furrowing slightly as she noticed Xian grasping her hand. Do not use a handkerchief. Utilize something else to wipe. Xian replied with utmost seriousness. Something else? Qian Ruxue's face was a canvas of bewilderment. Xian, with a mischievous grin, gestured towards his lips, his gaze burning with fervor as he stared intently at Qian Ruxue. No, she exclaimed, her complexion turning crimson as she outright rejected his audacious request, preparing to depart. However, Xian was unwilling to let her leave so easily. He seized her and pulled her into his embrace. Are you certain you don't want to? This is grape juice. It's quite sweet, he tempted her. No, you just sweated profusely. It's not sweet at all, Qian Ruxue countered once more. Very well, I shall bathe in the hot spring. Surely that is acceptable? Xian took a step back, then cradled Qian Ruxue as he headed towards the bathing area. Why are you dragging me along to bathe? Put me down, she protested. It's merely a way to conserve water. Besides, it's getting late. We might as well wash together. I don't mind. So why should you? Qian Ruxue, You obviously don't mind. Your heart is undoubtedly elated. How shameless. Observing the flushed face of Xue as she fled in embarrassment. Xian felt a pang of disappointment. Indeed, people from other realms seemed oblivious to the importance of conserving water, a habit quite regrettable. Without the interference of the dream god machine, Xian enjoyed a leisurely few days, either playing in the estate with Xue or training chefs. Xue Qinghe had become utterly enchanted with the estate's culinary offerings, and even when Yang Fei visited, she refused to leave, ultimately prompting Xian to stay. A 6-year-old boy named Xue Peng also arrived at the estate, sharing Xue Qinghe's passion for food, but Xian promptly sent him away. After all, the inner courtyard was filled with women, and having a young boy there was too conspicuous. Furthermore, this lad would squabble with Xue Qinghe over food, causing her to cry. Hence, Xian chose not to keep him. There is no room for indulgence for one who had once been an emperor. One must cultivate resilience from a young age. 4 days later, Captain Wei returned, accompanied by more than 100 members of the Yu family. I have long heard of the crown prince's straightforward nature. I, Niu Gao, truly feel as though we have met too late, Niu Gao said, his face beaming with sincerity as he opened his arms to offer Xian an embrace. Xian's eyes flickered, and he quickly sidestepped. An awkward expression briefly flashed across Niu Gao's face before he continued with a smile. I wonder what kind of structure His Highness wishes to construct. Rest assured, since I have received a substantial reward, I shall certainly fulfill my promise. I'm not boasting. Whatever His Highness desires to build, the Yu family is capable of accomplishing, Niu Gao declared proudly. Upon hearing this, Xian's demeanor shifted. He hesitated before asking, "May I inquire how much you have received from me? Could it be that His Highness intends to retract the reward of 100,000? That is absolutely out of the question." Niu Gao's expression turned wary. 100,000? Xian exclaimed aghast. You fool, Wei Changfeng. How could you be so reckless with money? Taking a deep breath, his eyes blazing, Xian stormed outside. Before long, a furious bellow resonated. Wei Changfeng. You wasteful fool, return my gold coins. Niu Gao. Who am I and where am I? Fortunately, he had placed the money in Longxing City. Indeed, foresight proved beneficial. Chapter 64. Life is a play, all dependent on performance. Tell me, how on earth did you squander 100,000 gold coins? Are you an idiot? Brandishing a sword, Xian glared at Wei Changfeng with a menacing intensity, his eyes bloodshot, itching to strike down. That was 100,000 gold coins. With that sum in the system marketplace, I could purchase dozens of level 9 soul guiding devices. Originally, he thought he was extravagant, but now he realized that the true prodigal was this man. Given the Yu family's current circumstances, offering 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins for labor to construct an entertainment complex was more than sufficient. They had no fear of rejection. Yet, 100,000 gold coins had been squandered. I entrusted you with a card for 100,000 gold coins, and you simply threw it all away without bargaining? Do you not feel a twinge of pain spending my money? 100,000 gold coins were his final trump card, a safeguard against Niu Gao's potential refusal. In other words, it was his final line of defense, beneath which lay a landmine. While one could tread upon it, it would explode instantly. Employing such an exorbitant price for the Yu family was an unbearable loss he could not accept. Ugh, you have unwittingly wasted an additional 50,000 gold coins. Converted to system gold, that amounts to 500 million. 500 million! I am tempted to cleave you in two for being such a wasteful fool. Gazing at the sword in Xian's hand, Wei Changfeng instinctively swallowed hard and began contemplating how to respond. If he were to reveal the truth, admitting that he was intimidated by the cunning stratagem and had unveiled all three, ultimately allowing Niu Gao to see the base price, he would likely meet his demise or face financial ruin. However, should he lie and be discovered, given the Crown Prince's current temperament, forget it. I cannot afford to provoke you. I shall speak the truth. Cough, cough. Your Highness, you are unaware that when I unveiled the first stratagem, I was utterly captivated by your cleverness. Given the Yu family situation, using money as a lure is undoubtedly a masterstroke. Enamored by your astuteness, I could not help but reveal the remaining 2 stratagems. Your Highness, this is all my fault for being so enamored with you that I was eager to see your remaining ingenious ideas, allowing Niu Gao to seize the opportunity. I have wasted your money in vain, and I deserve 1,000 deaths. As he spoke more passionately, Wei Changfeng grew increasingly emotional, tears streaming down his face. Remorse consuming him as he wished to atone with his life, a sight that astonished Xue Qian. I never imagined you acted so foolishly out of admiration for me. It is truly touching. Do not idolize me. I am but a legend, and you cannot emulate me. And do not imitate me. I am merely an actor, and you cannot replicate that. Alas, while the world may be intoxicated, I remain sober. While all may be impure, I alone am clear. Life truly feels as lonely as snow. After indulging in his narcissism, Xue Xian's expression turned serious, the previous display of emotion vanishing. With clear eyes tinged with disdain, he raised an eyebrow at Wei Changfeng. Enough of the theatrics. Do you not feel pain pinching your own leg? Upon hearing this, Wei Changfeng froze, instinctively retracting his hand, gazing at Xue Xian in bewilderment. Though he maintained a calm facade, internally he was a flurry of panic. The ruse had been suddenly unmasked, and the other party was a prince? What was he to do? Urgently waiting for a resolution. Wei Changfeng, I previously thought you quite serious. I never expected you to be such a talented individual, Xue Xian said with a smile, patting Wei Changfeng on the shoulder, his disdainful gaze now tinged with a hint of admiration. To speak absurdities with open eyes and to deceive oneself in such a shameless manner. There exists none other than him. Life is akin to a performance, reliant solely on one's acting skills, and such theatrical talents are indeed rare. However, this is not a self-praise, but merely a statement of fact. Regrettably, to display his acting prowess before me is akin to a novice attempting to showcase their skills in front of a master, an exercise in futility. The Academy Award is undoubtedly owed to him, though he remains humble and refrains from voicing it. Yet, one must exercise their imagination. No need to flatter excessively here. Simply deposit 50,000 gold coins into the treasury. Xue Xian is iniquivocally. What? Frightened by his own astonishing strategy. I perceive you're merely intimidated by the gold card, completely unaware of what lies within your own pouch, thus hastily opening it in search of solutions. To have the audacity to claim it is due to one's own merit. This shamelessness is indeed his singular success. In this era, what is most lacking? Talent. Just so happens that the city of entertainment requires such audacious, theatrical talents. Xue Xian has no reason not to forgive him. Upon hearing this, Wei Changfeng felt a weight lift from his heart, despite the pang of pain. Although 50,000 gold coins appear substantial with his cultivation, it wouldn't take him half a year to earn it, especially given the lucrative opportunities within the prince's residence. Without further ado, Xue Xian swiftly returned to the Grand Hall. The great black bull, Yo Gao, was still waiting for him, which is not the manner of hospitality. Even before his arrival, hearty laughter resonated through the air as Xue Xian, brimming with excitement, stepped inside. Senior Niu, rest assured, I have complete faith in the craftsmanship of your esteemed clan. To enlist your services for 100,000 gold coins is undoubtedly the most advantageous affair in the world. With a grand gesture, Xue Xian exuded an air of extravagance, a sense of boundless wealth emanating from him. There was no alternative. The money had already been spent, and he must maintain his bravado, lest others perceive him as a fool. By the heavens, does your conscience not ache? Witnessing Xue Xian's audacious demeanor, Niu goes liebstwicht. His expression darkening, at a loss for how to respond. Just moments prior, he had observed Xue Xian's painful display as he rushed out, lamenting the extravagant cost. Clearly feeling the price was exorbitant. Now, to hear him extol their virtues while acting ostentatious, does he take him for a fool? It is nothing short of blatant humiliation. Had it not been for the spirit of craftsmanship, he would have long since taken his leave. Regardless, the money shall not be refunded. Your Highness is truly overly complimentary. However, the construction expertise of the Yu family is indeed unparalleled on the continent. This price is fair, and we shall not disappoint your Highness's expectations. With a slight reorganization of his words, Niu Gao smiled reassuringly. Fair price? Are you not aware of your own worth? To be told you are overweight, yet you still breathe heavily. Do you grasp the concept of humility? Xue Xian shot Niu Gao a disdainful glance. The die had been cast, and he could not alter it. After all, the loss was not his to bear. Senior Niu, here are the blueprints for the entertainment city I intend to construct. Please take a careful look. Producing the schematics from his storage ring, Xue Xian handed them over to Niu Gao, for the commencement of the entertainment city now rested upon him. Merely ordinary buildings? This is a trivial matter, Niu Gao thought to himself, realizing that the money would be easily earned. Aside from the peculiar style, it posed no significant challenge. Oh, why can't I encounter something more challenging? Chapter 65, Xue Qinghe. I'm finding this exceedingly difficult. The chosen location for the entertainment city lies to the east of Tiando City, in a relatively prosperous area. The land was a gift from his maternal grandfather, Nangong Yinshan, ostensibly for his granddaughter, Xian Xue. In this land where every inch is worth its weight in gold, the ability to secure a plot of 1 square kilometers speaks volumes of the Nangong family's wealth. With the arrival of the Yu family, the construction of the entertainment city could officially commence. A task Su Xian entrusted to Niu Gao. The craftsmen in the city had already been assembled, eagerly awaiting this day. As for Su Xian, he would oversee the operations from the mansion, nurturing his health and gathering his energy. In the backyard, as Su Xian lounged in a chair, leisurely fishing, Xian Xue smiled gently and remarked, "Are you so at ease in trusting them with the task? Aren't you worried something might go awry? Professional matters should be left to professionals. My presence would only serve to confuse matters, unable to offer any real assistance." Su Xian replied candidly. The construction of the entertainment city is not particularly difficult. It is not a formidable fortress, but rather standard high-rises, built by the Yu family. Such talent is underutilized. I see you are simply seeking to shirk responsibility, finding excuses. Xian Xue teased, her lips curling into a smile. Is it appropriate to speak of my husband in such a manner? I see your rear end is getting a bit itchy. Su Xian jested, feigning indignation. You dare, instinctively creating distance. Xian Xue's cheeks flushed crimson, her sparkling eyes glaring at Su Xian, baring her teeth in anger. You know I detest being provoked. His expression becoming serious, Su Xian replied with utmost gravity, indeed. I shall ignore you. Upon hearing this, Xian Xue's heart quivered. She was well aware of Su Xian's intentions. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, she tossed a parting remark before attempting to leave. In a flash, the figure on the chair vanished. Wrapping his arms around Xian Xue's delicate waist, Su Xian leaned close to her ear, whispering tenderly, "Now that you wish to depart, do you not inquire whether I would allow it?" A warm breeze enveloped her, as if soft fur were teasing her earlobes, causing Xian Xue to feel a delightful shiver. Her face flushed with warmth. Instinctively dodging, she turned her shy gaze back at him, indignantly exclaiming, "Release me. I am somewhat fatigued and wish to rest." "Very well, I shall escort you to rest." With a smirk, Su Xian lifted her effortlessly into his arms. "What do you intend to do?" "I shall not acquiesce," Xian Xue replied, a mix of shyness and anger. "What nonsense are you thinking? I am merely a bored individual," Su Xian retorted, bringing Xian Xue to lie beside him in the chair. The chair was quite spacious, ample enough for two to rest, adorned with a plush blanket, designed with curves allowing both sitting and reclining, exceedingly convenient. This was Su Xian's design, tailored specifically for the entertainment of couples. "Sleep if you are tired. I shall keep watch over you," ensuring Xian Xue was comfortably arranged beside him. Su Xian spoke with a smile. Initially fearing Su Xian would tease her again, Xian Xue finally felt at ease. With a soft glance at him, she leaned against his shoulder, resembling a docile, golden-haired kitten, her face graced with a gentle smile that warmed the heart. Suddenly recalling something, Xian Xue added, "Mother mentioned she wishes to find you a teacher, so you can study under them and not waste your talent." "A teacher?" Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, swiftly recalling someone. Indeed, in terms of demeanor and aura, that person resembled Xue Qinghe the most. Perhaps his parents wished to have him learn from Ning Fengji, subtly guiding him to alter his nature. While termed a teacher, it was also a veiled gesture of goodwill and an attempt to draw him closer. Ning Fengji, though of high status, is not a support-type soul master, and it is unlikely that the other party would freely impart their knowledge. Their interaction resembles a tranquil exchange between teacher and student. I hold you in esteem as a mentor, while you treat me as a guest. Nevertheless, I must bow to this teacher for the greater good of the empire and the balance of the continent. There can be no refusal. Indeed, it is not merely the wealth of Ning Fengji that draws my interest. Did my mother mention that he belongs to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Su Xian inquired, his breath quickening. How did you know? Qian Rinxue immediately raised her head, her gem-like eyes brimming with curiosity. She had just left the palace and had not spoken of this matter to anyone. Just a guess. With my intellect, this is a trivial matter. Su Xian shrugged nonchalantly. I don't believe it. Qian Rinxue shook her head resolutely. Such things were not easily surmised. Looking around, she lowered her voice and hesitantly asked, You haven't, by any chance, placed someone in the palace, have you? Su Xian, in your eyes, am I such a despicable and insidious person? He looked at Qian Rinxue, his heart aching. Don't ask me. You know the answer in your heart. Qian Rinxue stuck out her tongue playfully. Indeed, I am truly innocent and adorable. You have quite the discerning eye. Su Xian readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's expression stiffened, staring blankly at Su Xian, her disdain almost palpable. Wife, you truly wound me. Su Xian exclaimed. All right, I do have someone in the palace. His name is Tang Jia. He shrugged, somewhat helplessly. Alas, for a time traveler. The original author is the greatest informant. This is no deception. He thought to himself, realizing his innocence was still intact, yet there were those who did not believe him. Upon hearing the name, Qian Rinxue immediately understood that Su Xian was fabricating stories and was too lazy to probe further. Stretching her limbs, she leaned against Su Xian and fell asleep, having played late into the night and just returned from the palace. She needed a good rest. Seeing Qian Rinxue's eyes close, Su Xian reached out, embracing her shoulder, his head lazily resting on the chair, savoring the delightful sensation of blooming flowers around him. Your Highness, this is dire. After a while, Qin Yao rushed over, her face filled with panic, as if a grave incident had occurred. However, upon seeing the state of Su Xian and Qian Rinxue, she immediately lowered her voice, fearing to disturb them. Su Xian gently adjusted Qian Rinxue to lean against the chair before standing up. What has happened now? He inquired, frowning and lowering his voice. The Nalan family has been murdered, Qin Yao replied, her face pale and filled with fear. Upon hearing this, Su Xian's expression turned peculiar. Could it be that he truly had the gift of foreboding? He silently mourned for Xue Qinghe, realizing that this fellow had an exceptional knack for getting into trouble just after being released from prison. Truly remarkable. Big brother, you must save me. Before Su Xian could gather his thoughts, Xue Qinghe approached, his face filled with despair as tears streamed down like pearls from a broken string. Just out of prison, and already in such trouble. It's too much for me. Chapter 66. Does investigating a case not require money? Little brother, if you don't court disaster, you won't meet misfortune. Su Xian said, patting Xue Qinghe's shoulder with a heavy heart, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. What could be done? A fool had caused trouble. Could one truly blame him, akin to a mentally ill person committing a crime? Nevertheless, he was indeed unfortunate, having just been released in the morning. And now the Nalan family had met with this calamity. It seemed he could finally retreat to prison for seclusion. Although Su Xian could easily see that someone was framing Xue Qinghe, others would not share this perspective, especially Nalan Tianqing. Once the news of the Nalan family's slaughter spread, the borders would surely become tumultuous. With such a family annihilated, in a fit of rage, who could predict what actions he might take? It was akin to his mother-in-law, Bibi Dong. It would be strange if she did not darken. Big brother, you must help me. I swear I did not do this. Xue Qinghe clutched Su Xian's hand tightly, tears flowing, his heart-wrenching expression truly pitiful. Little brother, perhaps you should turn yourself in. After 18 years, you can still be a fine man, Su Xian said gravely, patting the back of Xue Qinghe's hand, his eyes reflecting compassion and sympathy. Xue Qinghe. Turn myself in? I am innocent. What nonsense is that? He never expected Su Xian to make light of the situation at such a moment, leaving Xue Qinghe feeling utterly despondent and on the verge of collapse. Alas, is this truly what a brother is like? It's far too difficult for me. Enough. Why is a grown man crying? Let us discuss what has transpired. Noticing Xue Qinghe about to break down again, Su Xian quickly waved his hand. He detested seeing others cry, especially grown men. It made him uneasy, as though he had done something wrong. Seeing Su Xian grow serious, Xue Qinghe hurriedly recounted the news he had gathered. It turned out that someone had just discovered that the entire Nalan family had been slaughtered, sending shockwaves throughout the entire Tiando city. What distressed him further was the rumor that a blood-written message on the wall proclaimed, "This is the consequence of offending me." Damn, this was indirectly pointing at him. and his belongings were found at the scene. Even he began to question whether this was a manifestation of his own hatred. Yet, he was entirely innocent. After hearing Xue Xian's explanation days prior, he had gained clarity and had kept his distance from the Nalan family. Although he enjoyed combat and had made many enemies, he had never sought revenge in private, always acting with integrity. It's a frame-up. This is a blatant deceit. He has no one to turn to. The more he listened, the more Xue Xian's expression grew odd, even feeling an urge to have the fellow arrested. Big brother, you don't think I did this, do you? Noticing Xue Xian's increasingly strange gaze, Xue Qinghe's lips twitched as he exclaimed in horror. Absolutely not. Xue Xian shook his head immediately, just as Xue Qinghe thought he could breathe a sigh of relief. Xue Xian's next words left him questioning his very existence. With your intellect, you could never pull off such a well-executed plan, let alone kill the elder of the Nalan family. A soul saint, Xue Xian asserted firmly. Xue Qinghe. Thank you for your vote of confidence. What is the matter? Seemingly disturbed, Qian Rinxu sleepily opened her eyes, only to see Xue Qinghe's woeful expression, instantly filled with confusion. Nothing serious, just a minor issue. Go back to sleep. Xue Xian waved his hand with a smile. Xue Qinghe's face turned dark. What do you mean, minor issue? This concerns your dear brother's life and death. Is that not more important than your wife's sleep? Is there no humanity in you? Seeing Xue Xian's nonchalance and Xue Qinghe's disheartened demeanor, Qian Rinxu's drowsy eyes brightened, her intuition telling her that something significant was amiss. Has something major happened? Qian Rinxu approached, her gaze fixed on Xue Xian. There is nothing much to say, merely that the Nalan family has encountered troubles. Xue Xian replied helplessly. The Nalan family? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxu's heart tightened, instantly understanding that only such a matter could incite such panic in Xue Qinghe. Moreover, it seemed the situation was quite serious. As if a thought struck her, Qian Rinxu's pupils contracted sharply, her expression dimming, and she appeared somewhat lost in thought. At that moment, a squadron of silver-armored soldiers abruptly stormed into the estate, unmistakably the royal guard, led by the commander Xue Qinghe. By the emperor's decree, apprehend the second prince, Xue Qinghe. No one shall obstruct. Xue Qinghe's gaze fixed upon Xue Qinghe, his eyes sharp and predatory. With a furious roar, two captains immediately seized Xue Qinghe. Surprisingly, Xue Qinghe did not struggle. Rather, he complied quietly, his demeanor extraordinarily calm. The saying that the deepest sorrow is akin to the heart's demise might aptly describe his state. Wait a moment. Seeing Xue Qinghe preparing to take Xue Qinghe away. Susian fastidi interfective. Your Highness, I merely wish to speak with him. Is that not permissible? Xue Qinghe, about to respond, was interrupted by Xue Xian. After a moment's contemplation, he waved his hand, allowing Xue Qinghe to be released. Taking Xue Qinghe aside, Xue Xian's expression grew serious. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to save you. However, you must honestly disclose everything. Only then can I assist you. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe was deeply moved. Gripping Xue Xian's arm tightly, his voice trembling yet resolute. Elder brother, you need not worry. I will speak without reservation. Excellent. Xue Xian nodded approvingly and began his inquiries. Regarding the jade pendant you carry, who had access to it without your notice? Are you suspecting someone from my household? Xue Qinghe's gaze flickered, instantly grasping the implication. However, before he could complete his sentence, Xue Xian interrupted him with a firm tap on the forehead. Just answer the question. Spare me your ramblings. Xue Xian snapped irritably. Aside from a few close maidservants in my household, it seems unlikely anyone else could. Xue Qinghe responded earnestly. Are you certain there are no outsiders who might have inadvertently obtained it? I just got out of prison. How could I? Xue Xian exclaimed, oh, what a delightful surprise. Temporarily setting aside that matter, he continued, upon returning home, did you notice anything amiss, such as individuals who should not be present? Individuals who shouldn't be here? It seems everyone is behaving normally. Upon hearing this, Xue Xian's heart sank. It was highly probable that someone had infiltrated Xue Qinghe's residence. After all, with Qian Rinxu's intelligence, it would be all too easy for the spirit hall to plant spies. One final question. Where have you hidden the gold cards in your household? Not under the bed. Elder brother, why do you ask this? Oh, just a casual inquiry. After all, investigating requires funds. Xue Qinghe replied, I am not very educated and may be a bit foolish. Please do not deceive me. Chapter 67. The Emergence of a Great Brother. Watching Xue Qinghe being taken away, filled Xue Qianghe with profound sorrow. To have such a hapless, naive younger brother was a blessing accrued over several lifetimes. Truly, the first scapegoat of Douluo. If he were to perish like this, who would he find to take the blame in the future? What about Xue Qinghe? This fellow was cunning and harbored ill intentions, making him difficult to deceive. As for Xue Beng, he feigned ignorance yet ascended to the throne. His mind was quite agile, and it would be challenging to trick him a second time. Given Xue Qian's volatile temperament, he would undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges in the future. Hence, it was imperative for Xue Qinghe to make a grand entrance, unflinchingly bearing the blame. Furthermore, having just extracted the little treasure from that fellow, Xue Qinghe was now captured again. Fear not. During your imprisonment, I covered your meals and spent your money to prevent devaluation. Alas, I am simply too generous. This is rather unfortunate, considering both factors. Xue Qian felt it was his duty and necessity to rescue him. However, he first needed to retrieve the funds from his estate. After indulging in these thoughts for a moment, Xue Qian regained his composure and approached Xian Rinxue, who was lost in contemplation. As your husband, some matters are better left untroubled. I will handle it. He gently embraced her waist, speaking softly. It was entirely reasonable for Xian Rinxue to be concerned, as this was, after all, her brother. On one hand, there is my brother. On the other, the future dowry for my wife. How vexing. Monologue, Xian Rinxue. How dare you not only covet my body, but also my power? How utterly despicable. I shall ensure you sleep on the floor. Upon hearing this, Xian Rinxue's heart trembled slightly as she gazed up at Xue Qian's sincere expression, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. However, after a moment's reflection, she quickly reassured herself. He could not possibly know her true identity and was likely referring to Xue Qinghe's situation. Are you confident in capturing the culprit? Xian Rinxue asked, feigning composure. Not particularly. Xue Qian shrugged, responding candidly. Are you jesting? He merely watched dramas and anime. He could not summon the likes of D. Renjia or Conan. Being an ordinary person without an all-powerful system, his chances of success were slim. However, he resolved to take risks, for at least if anything happened to Xue Qinghe, he would have no regrets. Xue Qinghe, do you truly believe what you're saying? Hearing Xue Qian's honesty, Xian Rinxue couldn't help but chuckle. Her internal worries somewhat alleviated. Stay safe at the estate. I must attend to matters. Ruffling Xian Rinxue's hair, Xue Qian said with a smile. Return early. I shall let you sample my culinary skills. Xian Rinxue's expression shifted, her watery eyes fixed on him, still harboring some concern. All right, but before tasting your cooking, I shall first evaluate the sweetness of the one who cooks. Upon hearing this, Xue Qian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he lightly pecked her cheek. Quite sweet indeed. It seems your skills are not lacking. With a mischievous grin, he waved goodbye to Xian Rinxue, swiftly departing before she could react. This fellow. Watching Xue Qian's retreating figure, Xian Rinxue felt helpless, stamping her foot in frustration, yet unable to suppress a smile. In the royal palace within the study, Emperor Xue Yi paced restlessly, his expression dark as a stormy sea, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, ominous and terrifying. The entire family of a marquis had been slaughtered. This was a blatant declaration of war against the empire. Emperor Xue Yi was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly the work of the Spirit Hall. The ability to silently assassinate everyone, including a soul saint, could only be attributed to them. After all, other sects were stationed outside of Tiando City, and there were no grievances between the empire and the three major sections. The only possible adversary, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, had a negligible chance of involvement. Spirit Hall, do you truly believe the royal family is easy to bully? Emperor Xue Yi gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage, his fists trembling with suppressed fury. Despite his anger, Emperor Xie found himself somewhat helpless. The annihilation of the Nailin family not only implicated the front lines, but also pointed fingers at Xue Qinghe, compelling him to make a choice. If the true culprit could not be identified swiftly, it would not only cause unrest at the borders, but also instill fear among other nobles. If the empire could not safeguard its nobility, how could they protect the royal family and the empire? Without the support of the nobles, coupled with turmoil at the borders, the royal house would truly be in jeopardy. Although there existed a viable solution to the dilemma, he would resort to it only as a last resort. After all, Even a tiger does not consume its cubs. Your Majesty, you must save Wuji. He is your flesh and blood. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the hall, and Nangong Ling stumbled in, her expression frantic and disheveled. At that moment, she was merely a distressed mother, not the exalted empress. Upon seeing her, Emperor Xue felt an even greater pang of anguish. Before he could collect himself, Nangong Ling faltered in her stride and collapsed. Empress! Panic surged within Emperor Xue as he rushed to catch her, his heart aching at the sight of her pained expression slipping into unconsciousness. Someone quickly summoned the imperial physician. Fetch the imperial physician for me. In an instant, his voice roared through the palace like a fierce tiger. Meanwhile, Xian remained oblivious to the turmoil within the palace, having just arrived at Xue Wuji's residence. However, as soon as he disembarked from the carriage, he encountered the last person he wished to see, Nangong Xiu, his aunt. As frigid as ice, it was only natural. Her presence ensured that his father would remain at ease. What brings you here? Upon seeing Xian, Nangong Xiu's brow furrowed, and she quickly barred his path. The palace was now heavily guarded, and even the household staff were forbidden from leaving. As the crown prince, it was best for him to distance himself from this matter, lest he be misinterpreted as complicit. I wish to enter and take a look, Xian stated plainly, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it upon Nangong Xiu. His Majesty has decreed that no one may enter. What do you intend to do inside? Nangong Xiu retorted darkly. To investigate, of course. Am I to plunder while the flames rage? Xian replied with irritation. Investigate. Nangong Xiu paused, staring at him with disdain. You haven't even matured yet, and you wish to emulate others in solving cases? Could your tongue be any more venomous? Xian shot back. Chapter 68. The investigation commences. Sigh. Dear brother, it's not that I lack effort, but rather the motivation. Xian felt a sense of resignation as he regarded Nangong Xiu. Their interactions were always fraught with misfortune, and it was even more exasperating that she was his aunt. Had it been anyone else, he would have dealt with them harshly. Confronting the protagonist directly, such individuals seldom met a favorable fate, which perhaps explained her current single status. I cannot abandon that fool. Xian conceded, stepping back to inquire. Have all the suspects in the residence been apprehended? All individuals within the residence have been detained and are awaiting His Majesty's next command. Nangong Xiu replied earnestly. I understand. After a nod, Xian chose not to engage further with her and proceeded toward the palace in his carriage. As he approached, he learned the distressing news of Nangong Ling's collapse and hurried to the inner palace. Father, is mother all right? Upon seeing Nangong Ling, who appeared pale and wan on the bed, Xian's heart clenched with anxiety. Rest assured, your mother merely suffered fright. After all, concerning Wuji's situation, Emperor Xue, equally troubled, found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to address the crisis. If father trusts me, I can investigate this matter, Xian proposed. His gaze fixed intently on Emperor Xue. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Emperor Xue inquired, Do you have confidence in this? I must caution you. This situation cannot be prolonged. It must be resolved swiftly, or it will spiral into chaos. Although Tiando City and the Balik Kingdom are distant, news travels in just a few days. And, through special channels, even faster. A fire cannot be concealed. While I have already dispatched personnel to the borders, who knows what Nayland Tianqi might do? Truthfully, I lack certainty, but I will endeavor to do my utmost. Xian responded earnestly. Very well, this is my token. Proceed as you see fit. After contemplating Xian for a moment, Emperor Xue produced a jade pendant from his sleeve and handed it over. Currently, the nobles within the city are in a state of alarm, and as this concerns the life of a prince, no one is willing to wade into this murky water. Nodding seriously, Xian accepted the token and then retrieved a plant from his storage ring. This is dragon grass leaf. It has restorative properties. It would be beneficial for mother to consume some. You mischievous boy, always thinking of your mother first. Emperor Xue shot him a disapproving glare, though a smile of appreciation graced his features as he carefully accepted the dragon grass leaf. I shall take my leave now. After casting a lingering glance at Nangong Ling, Xian addressed Emperor Xue before turning to depart. You have 3 days. After 3 days, I expect an explanation regarding Tiando City. Suddenly, Emperor Xue's voice resonated once more, his unwavering gaze fixed upon Xian, filled with expectation. Xian posed momentarily, grabbing nothing, his mind already racing with thoughts of the task ahead. An explanation? To eliminate Xue Qinghe? Or to find a scapegoat? In any event, bloodshed seemed inevitable. With a silent sigh of resignation, Xian felt the weight of his responsibilities grow heavier. At Xue Qinghe's palace, upon his return, Nangongqiu's expression darkened as she addressed him. What do you want now? This matter is now under my full responsibility. I must enter, Xian stated firmly, producing the token before stepping boldly into the residence. I said to step aside. Do you not understand? As Nangongqiu attempted to block his path, Xian's expression hardened, his gaze cold and devoid of emotion. Like an ancient glacier, an icy wind swept through, causing Nangongqiu to shiver. Her expression one of shock as she regarded Xian, finding him strangely unfamiliar. Ignoring her, Xian strode into the residence, leaving Nangongqiu in a state of bewilderment. Inside and outside the residence, guards had taken control, with soldiers stationed every few steps, and the servants moved about with trepidation. As he rummaged through Xue Qinghe's hidden treasures, Xian summoned an elderly man from within the household. This elder, known as Xue Qinghe, was a distant relative of the Xue family, who had been appointed as steward due to the thinning of their bloodline. Your Highness, you must save the second prince. I have watched him grow. He would never commit such an act. Xue Qinghe's expression was wrought with worry, his aged visage reflecting deep concern, and he began to kneel before Xian, who swiftly grasped his arm to prevent him from doing so. After a moment of reassurance, Xue Qinghe understood Xian's intentions. He patted his chest and hastily promised to cooperate, his willingness to sacrifice himself eliciting a sense of concern from Xian, who feared he might inadvertently harm himself. Old Lin, I need you to investigate these two matters for me, Xian whispered into Xue Qinghe's ear, outlining his instructions. The matter of the jade pendant was orchestrated by someone within the estate. Even if he left the manor, he could not escape the lockdown of the entire city of Tiando. Regardless of whether he fled or remained, flaws would inevitably surface. Xian sought a conclusion to facilitate his next steps. Rest assured, I shall know how to proceed, Xue Qinghe replied. His expression darkened upon hearing of the traitor within the estate, his fury almost palpable. Proceed discreetly, and do not alert the enemy, Xian cautioned. Understood. Without further delay, Xian boarded the carriage and, under Nangongqiu's watchful gaze, set off towards the eastern part of the city. At that moment, within a residence bearing the plaque of Douluo, an elderly man with white hair and an ethereal presence lay on a bed, his body swathed in white cloth, suggesting he had sustained grave injuries. However, his complexion radiated vitality, and he bore a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned about his condition. Beside him stood another elderly man, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaunt cheeks and disheveled green hair betraying his ordinary appearance. Yet, only a truly formidable soul master could comprehend the terror he embodied. Douluo, a titled Douluo, Old Han, I recall once stating that you would die before me. I did not expect it to become true so swiftly, Douluo remarked with a teasing tone, his face alight with mockery as he regarded the elderly figure on the bed. Bah, I am still very much alive, the elder retorted, his annoyance evident, though the pain from his injuries caused him to draw in a sharp breath without uttering a sound. Go on, let out a few cries if it hurts. I'll one-T mock you for it, Douluo jested, a smirk gracing his lips. Shut it, the elder snapped, his irritation palpable. Father, the crown prince has arrived and wishes to pay you a visit, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly interrupted from outside, accompanied by a knock on the door. Douluo and the elder exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with unease. After a moment's contemplation, the elder chuckled. I wager he has come regarding the poison incident. Indeed, Douluo, hands clasped behind his back, nodded in acknowledgement. While Nalan Jun was directly killed, most of the Nalan family succumbed due to the poison's debilitating effects. In all of Tiando City, none possessed a deeper understanding of poison than him. Moreover, there was the gravely injured Old Han. However, he had brought this upon himself. Contemplating this, Douluo resolutely declined, his cold and domineering voice resonating from within the room. Tell that lad, I'm not available for a visit. Upon hearing this, the visitor, Gudu Wu, was momentarily taken aback, feeling helpless against Douluo's notorious temperament. After all, He was the crown prince. It was inappropriate to refuse him entry. I say, you old poison master, can't you let me take my revenge? Old Han glared at Douluo in frustration, his pallor betraying his pain and anger. You brought this upon yourself. Let us not forget that the scorpion poison originated from you. Douluo shot back, his eyes narrowing in disdain. How can I be blamed for that? I merely sell poison. Old Han retorted, his agitation palpable, almost leaping from his seat, if not for the pain that restrained him. Is that so? Does anyone else in Tiando City possess such poison? Douluo inquired the ICD. Cough. That must be a compliment, right? It is indeed a compliment. Old Han responded, eager to deflect the blame. Outside, Xian's face darkened as he learned that Douluo refused to see him. So, you think you're all that because you're a titled Douluo? Do you not know that when the sky falls, it is always the taller ones who bear the brunt? If it weren't for Douluo's influence in Tiando City, Xian would have made him taste the consequences of his arrogance. My apologies, Your Highness. My father is simply like that, Gudu Wu said resignedly, bowing to Xian before departing. A chill wind swept through under the autumn sun, causing Xian to shiver involuntarily. Wait, I am the protagonist. How can I be turned away? Was he destined to engage in yet another round of dramatic confrontations? He reminded himself to remain calm, to avoid anger at all costs. As Xian pondered how to coax Douluo into welcoming him, a melodious voice, as sweet as a lark, suddenly rang out from behind him. Who are you? Loitering in front of my home. Yenner, do not speak carelessly. This is the crown prince. Before Xian could turn around, a scolding voice echoed, and he found himself face to face with a graceful young woman holding the hand of a girl aged around 8 or 9. Xian's expression shifted, his gaze fixated on the girl, lost in thought. She had a delicate oval face, her youthful innocence still apparent, yet she emanated an air of aloofness. Her petite figure hinted at a future beauty, and her strikingly green eyes bore an unusual intensity. Your Highness, I'm terribly sorry. Yenner did not recognize you just now. That was quite rude. The woman quickly apologized upon noticing Xian's scrutiny of her daughter, Douluo. You are the crown prince, Xue Qinghe? Douluo blinked her vivid green eyes, a blush suddenly blooming on her flawless face as she curiously inquired. Xian thought to himself, what the heck? A 9-year-old girl blushing? Does she not realize how easily that can be misinterpreted? This is a matter of life and death. Fear not. I have already pledged my heart. Do not mistake my handsome visage for affection. My fiancé, you would surely have your head. There is no need for such concern. It is entirely normal for young Miss Douluo not to recognize the crown prince, Xian replied, regaining his composure and smiling as he waved his hand dismissively. Since you have come to the Douluo family, why not come in for a visit? The woman suggested with a gentle nod and a smile. That is quite unnecessary. Xian quickly shook his head. Having been turned away earlier, he would not shamelessly enter now. He required an apology from Douluo first. Indeed, I must say, young Miss Douluo appears somewhat unwell. She seems to be afflicted by poison, Xian remarked, his expression growing serious as he turned his attention to Douluo. What? The woman turned pale upon hearing this, her legs trembling slightly in fear. Douluo's bright green eyes widened with alarm. Her lips pressed tightly together as her complexion drained of color. Your Highness, this is no jest, the woman exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic and a hint of anger. She could not bear the thought of losing her only daughter. I misspoke. The poison may be hereditary. If I am not mistaken, it likely relates to the toxic arts practiced by the esteemed Douluo. Xian kindly corrected himself. Upon hearing Xian's words, the woman's complexion turned even more ashen. The implication of her hereditary condition suggested that her future offspring would also be afflicted. Are you all right? Seeing the woman's legs buckle beneath her, Douluo was startled and hurriedly supported her, her face a mask of concern and trepidation. Douluo's eyes were rimmed with red, tears glistening and threatening to spill over. Clearly shaken by Xian's words. Do not worry, my lady. This poison is not insurmountable. If discovered promptly, it is merely a trivial matter. Observing the woman's sudden and intense reaction, Xian quickly offered words of comfort. At his reassurance, the woman's eyes sparkled with hope, and she sprang up, grasping Xian's sleeve tightly, exclaiming, Does your Highness mean to say there's a solution? Indeed. Xian nodded earnestly, then feigned a sigh. I initially sought out Elder Douluo to negotiate this matter, but alas, it seems he does not hold me in high regard. Pointing towards the grand entrance, He expressed his disappointment, lamenting how someone as well-meaning as he could be turned away. Alas, such heartbreak! The woman was at a loss for words. It was no wonder Xian had appeared so troubled earlier. It was as he had said. "Please, your highness, wait here. I shall consult with the elder." Understanding Xian's intent, the woman apologized and quickly ushered Xian into the estate. The matter was too grave. She could neither afford to gamble on the possibility that Xian was speaking in jest. 3 minutes later, in front of the Douluo residence, an uncanny atmosphere enveloped the scene. As Douluo and his companions stared intently at Xian, their expressions a tumultuous blend of anger, astonishment, and confusion. "Boy, if you dare to speak recklessly, do not blame me for taking your life." Douluo's gaze turned cold, his pupils morphing into slitted, serpentine eyes, as a torrent of soul power surged forth. He had just meticulously examined Xian and found nothing amiss. A chilling gust swept through, penetrating to the very bone, causing su siento involuntarily. An even more harrowing sensation washed over him, akin to navigating a fragile vessel amidst tempestuous seas, with monstrous waves crashing before him. The overwhelming sense of helplessness and impending doom instilled a newfound respect for the formidable power of a titled Douluo within him. Facing the four menacing figures, Xian felt a sense of resignation. After all, he was a genuinely benevolent person. Was it truly necessary to be so guarded against him? "If Elder Douluo does not believe me, just look at the expressions on your faces," Xian spoke plainly. Douluo and Douluo exchanged startled glances, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. At that moment, Xian continued, "Elder, your prolonged mastery of poison has altered the color of your eyes and hair to a verdant hue. Your son, Douluo, has not delved as deeply into this craft. Hence his eyes are green while his hair bears a tinge of purple. As for Xian, her eyes have begun to take on a greenish tint, yet her hair remains purple, indicating she has only recently commenced her training." At his words, the four fell silent, Douluo's parents gazing at Douluo with palpable dread. They had initially thought these changes were merely a natural consequence of their rising strength, but now the reality was terrifying. With a slight lift of his chin, Xian noted their shocked expressions and recognized their newfound belief. He seized a moment to deliver his ultimate revelation. "If my assumptions are correct, Elder, your condition is likely deteriorating, particularly under the full moon. The experience must be quite unpleasant." The impact of his words struck Douluo like a thunderclap, transforming his expression dramatically. This was a secret he had not even shared with his son, Douluo. "This is not the place for discussion. Let us retire to my study." Douluo's face regained its composure, responding with an air of indifference. However, Douluo and his wife, as well as Xian, noticed the fleeting change in his demeanor, their hearts sinking with fear. It was all too real. Xian's face turned pale, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls. How could a 9-year-old girl endure such a shock? With tears welling in her eyes, Douluo's mother held Xian's head in her hands, wishing she could bear the burden for her. "Do not worry, my dear. His Highness can see the truth. He must surely have a remedy," Douluo reassured her hastily. "Elder Douluo seemed rather dismissive of me earlier. Perhaps we could revisit this matter when he is in a better mood?" Xian shrugged, responding with a hint of resignation. Upon hearing this, Douluo's expression darkened, his teeth grinding as he glared at Xian, wishing to rend him limb from limb. Under the weight of 3 piercing gazes, Douluo felt immense pressure, especially as he beheld his granddaughter, Xian, in such a pitiful state, guilt gnawing at him. "Boy, I apologize. Will that suffice?" Douluo said through clenched teeth, his face contorted with barely contained rage. Xian nodded in satisfaction, but then feigned disappointment. "Elder, surely you could display a bit more sincerity? Is it too much to ask for a simple word of courtesy? Do not fear, and grandfather will save you." Douluo's eyes blazed red with a desire to kill, but just as he opened his mouth to speak, his daughter-in-law's voice reached his ears. Seeing the tender, vulnerable expressions of the mother and daughter softened Douluo's heart. With a resigned sigh, he regarded Xian with a complex mix of emotions. "Since you have come, let us speak further within the estate." At this, Xian's face lit up with a knowing smile, his smug expression making Douluo wish to strike him. How utterly infuriating! Is this truly the demeanor one would expect from Grand Prince? Upon entering the study, Douluo could no longer contain his impatience. "Your Highness, Now is the time to reveal how you intend to address this issue. He understood his situation better than anyone, feeling utterly powerless and desperate to ensure that his 9-year-old granddaughter would not suffer similarly. Let us not rush. First, you must hear my conditions. Xian waved his hand, signaling for calm. Gritting his teeth, Douluo gestured for the others to remain silent. Your Highness, please proceed. Whatever I am able to fulfill, I shall not refuse. Excellent. Now, that is the spirit of a good grandfather. Xian beamed. My first condition is regarding the Nalan family's affairs. I require your assistance in uncovering the truth. Consider it done. Without hesitation, Douluo agreed, leaving Xian taken aback. Wait, you will not even consider the implications? Xian asked incredulously. In his recollection, Douluo possessed an eccentric and unrestrained personality, typically indifferent to trivial matters. No need for that. Please proceed with the second condition, Douluo replied with a haughty demeanor, confidence radiating from his countenance. In a while, I must travel to Soul City to participate in the Soul Master competition. I would appreciate your support there. Xian remarked with a peculiar expression. Do you take me for a mere enforcer? Douluo's expression darkened, his voice rising in anger. No. Merely a show of presence. You need not lift a finger. Besides, you would hardly stand a chance against the other title de law. You would merely be a source of embarrassment. Xian hastily waved his hands, adopting a sincere demeanor to explain. He was to meet his future mother-in-law. Appearing overly assertive was essential. Although Douluo was dubbed the weakest title de law in one-on-one combat, he still held the title de law status. As for engaging in combat, Xian deemed it preferable to handle matters himself to avoid tarnishing his own reputation. Merely a display? A source of embarrassment? How dare you? Douluo's fury erupted with an enraged shout. In an instant, a torrent of green, poisonous mist surged from his body, spiraling forth like a tempest. Father, please. Seeing Douluo make a move, Douluo and his wife were immediately alarmed, exclaiming in unison. Douluo, startled by their cries, felt a pang of regret. It was too late to retract his actions. The violent poison was about to engulf Xian. At that moment, a sudden purple radiance illuminated the scene, as if the poison had encountered its nemesis, halting abruptly. The purple light quickly receded, and a faint white glow vanished as well, revealing Xian unharmed before everyone. Old Poison Master, if you're keen on fighting, let us choose a secluded spot another day. I can entertain you at my leisure. He jested with a glint of coldness in his gaze. Had he not been reluctant to stir up chaos in Heaven-Do City, especially in light of Xue Qinghe's situation, he would have certainly put Douluo in his place after the earlier affront. With an expression of astonishment, Douluo's demeanor turned stoic, his eyes cold and sharp as blades. You, a mere soul master, dare to challenge me? Truly, you overestimate yourself. Your sharp tongue may serve you well. I hope that day you do not plead for mercy. Xian shrugged, offering a friendly warning. Unfazed by the exchange, Douluo regarded Xian with a dismissive expression, a glimmer of murder in his eyes. What a joke. Were it not for my need of you, do you think you would have a future? He disregarded Xian's bravado, filtering out the bold claims. A dignified title de law defeated by a soul master? Such a notion was absurd. Oh, so you acknowledge your dependence on me. I would have thought I was the one seeking your favor, Xian retorted with a sarcastic arch of his brow, before waving his hand impatiently. Enough. It seems you are rather indifferent to this matter and lack a resolution. I shall take my leave. With that, he prepared to depart, his nonchalance causing the expressions of the four to twitch in dismay. Stop right there. A shrill shout shattered the air, and a fierce gust swept through the room, sending decorations askew. Xian was nearly knocked off balance by the force, turning to glare at Douluo. You think you can command me to halt? Who do you think you are? Were we not in Heaven-Do City? Do you believe I would fear you? Douluo was taken aback. You dare refer to yourself as I for me? His fury was palpable. I swear, Father, please, for the sake of the Douluo family, just endure this, Douluo interjected, alarmed at the escalating tension between the two. This matter concerned their entire lineage and even had ramifications for future generations. They could not afford to quarrel over trivialities. Upon hearing this, Douluo glanced at Douluo and Yin, his furious countenance softening with a complex warmth. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed his rage, his vibrant green eyes dimming. Observing this, Douluo exhaled in relief and approached Xian with an apologetic smile. Your Highness, I hope you can understand my father's temperament. I implore you to show him some respect, considering his status as a title Douluo. Douluo, filled with remorse, gestured for Xue Qinghe to sit down. Let us discuss this matter calmly. As for your two conditions, the Douluo family agrees. I wonder if you have any additional requests? Compared to Douluo's obstinate disposition, Douluo's demeanor was more affable, likely due to his noble status. Truly, you're a skillful negotiator, Douluo. You are fortunate to have encountered me. Otherwise, your lifespan would be considerably shortened, Xue Qinghe remarked, playfully patting Douluo on the shoulder, his admiration evident as he shot a provocative glance at Douluo. However, at that moment, the attention of the four Douluo family members was elsewhere. Your Highness, are you implying that I have only a few years left to live? Douluo's heart sank, his complexion paling dramatically. Like a thunderclap, the revelation struck Douluo and his wife, Xue, causing them to blanch in horror as they stared at Douluo. Even Douluo, a titled Douluo, trembled, feeling a chill run through him, as if he might collapse. Indeed, Xue Qinghe patted Douluo reassuringly, casting a sidelong glance at Douluo, inwardly reveling in his amusement. Your family's lives rest in my hands. If you possess the audacity, do continue your antics. Observing Douluo's ghostly pallor, Xue Qinghe elaborated, your father cultivates poison arts, presently. He has the strength to contain the toxic outbursts. However, you have been tainted since birth, and the poison within you is far more potent. Should you continue your training, it is likely you will meet an untimely demise. In the original narrative, Douluo's sorrow from losing loved ones stemmed from a toxic outbreak, a realization that his toxic legacy could be passed down to his descendants. Consequently, when confronted by Tang San, even a titled Douluo like him had to relent, for he had but one granddaughter remaining. As these words echoed, a heavy silence enveloped the study. The four Douluo family members exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. Their pale faces reflecting their deep-seated dread. No one understood the terror of the phosphorescent snake's venom better than they did. Should it erupt, there would be no hope for salvation. Your Highness, can you save my father? Tears welled in Douluo's eyes as she stepped forward, her gaze fixed intently on Xue Qinghe, filled with both fear and hope. Do not worry. Although your grandfather may lack in character, your father is quite decent. I would never stand idly by, Xue Qinghe replied with a smile, adding a touch of salt to Douluo's wounds. Douluo was incensed. How dare you question my character? With a fierce glare directed at Xue Qinghe, he heaved with indignation. If you have finished your conditions, will you not share the solution with me? Who said I had concluded my conditions? Upon hearing these words, Xue Qinghe immediately shot back with a fierce glare, his emotions surging with intensity as he unleashed a torrent of reproach upon Douluo. Just take a moment to reflect on your thoughts. When I pointed out your questionable character, you still believe I am in the wrong, do you? The lives of your son and granddaughter, in your heart, are merely a trivial matter that requires you to make a couple of trips? If you're willing to risk your own life, that's one thing. But is it acceptable to treat the lives of your granddaughter and son so casually? Or perhaps you think you can withstand the poison. Believing their plight does not concern you. Agreeing to these two simple conditions is already an act of great benevolence on your part. Alas, old poison master, despite your martial soul being a serpent, could it be that your heart is as cold as ice? As he spoke, Xue Qinghe clutched his heart in anguish, feeling a profound pain wrench at his soul. What a jest! Are these two conditions even worth mentioning? One must not be so selfish in life. Upon witnessing Xue Qinghe's fervor, Douluo's complexion darkened to a deep purple, his body trembling violently, unable to utter a single coherent word. Notably, as he observed the dubious expressions on the faces of Douluo and the others, Douluo felt an internal explosion of despair, a chilling sensation washing over him. What the hell? I am not this kind of person. With a heavy heart, Douluo finally recognized his error under Xue Qinghe's relentless argument and vehement condemnation, and he once again proposed 3 conditions to Xue Qinghe. Indeed, family is of utmost importance. Everything else pales in comparison. There are merely a few conditions after all. I, Douluo, care deeply for my son and granddaughter. Indeed, they are merely a few conditions, he lamented, feeling a sudden surge of tears. Not out of sorrow, but merely to moisten his eyes. Now, can you finally disclose what your plan is? Douluo glared fiercely, his emerald eyes glowing with a fierce light. If looks could kill, Xue Qinghe would have been reduced to ashes. He had never felt so humiliated. Threatening his family's lives was one thing he could endure, but instigating discord within his family for a few conditions, suggesting that he undervalued their lives? How could a human commit such an act? This propensity for unjust accusations must surely be a hereditary trait of your royal lineage. Investigating the annihilation of the Nalan family and traveling to the spirit city, was there anything simple about it? Believe me, I can make it seem effortless. What made Douluo feel even more despondent was that Douluo and the others actually believed him. What the hell? Are you all truly family? Or are we the only ones who are? Of course, I am a person who honors my commitments. Seeing the fury in Douluo's eyes, Xian smirked slightly and nodded. The Douluo family, due to their blue-scale, serpent martial soul, inevitably absorbed toxins during cultivation, compounded by their training in poison arts. Thus, from birth you, Douluo, have harbored poison within you. The higher the cultivation level, the more toxic the poison becomes, and the toxicity inherited by future generations only increases. Much like the old poison master himself. Pausing for emphasis, Xian clasped his hands behind his back and gazed upward at the ceiling of the hall, articulating with depth. The Douluo family cannot abandon cultivation. Spirit power and poison are intertwined. Therefore, the most effective method is to transfer the poison acquired from cultivation to other areas. Transfer? Douluo's expression hardened. Sensing he had been led astray, his anger boiling over as he shouted, "Even I cannot extract the poison from my body, let alone them. Are you deliberately toying with me?" "Alas, old poison master, you are still too young," Xian remarked with a shake of his head, his demeanor exuding a sense of superiority that made Douluo wish to strike him. "Young? I could very well be your grandfather. I did not say it could be extracted entirely, unless your Douluo family ceases to use poison altogether. I refer to transferring it into spirit bones. Ignoring Douluo entirely." Xian turned to Douluo and Douluo, pausing momentarily on Douluo. If he were to alter the plot in such a manner, could Douluo possess a spirit bone? And would the Shrek 7 monsters still stand a chance? It appears I must venture into the ice and fire yin-yang, to add some challenges to the journey of the 7 monsters. Oh, how delightful. I must remain modest. Meanwhile, upon hearing Xian mention spirit bones, Douluo's eyes lit up, nearly slapping his own thigh in excitement. How'd I never think of this before? This is a monumental oversight. Basking in the brilliance of his own insight and the astonished glances directed at him, Xian could not help but feel a swell of pride. What a thrill it is to possess such abilities. Indeed, it was a stroke of genius, old man. You focused solely on detoxification and overlooked this method. At that moment, an elderly voice suddenly resonated from outside, and the door to the study creaked open. "Old fool, are you tired of living?" Douluo scolded as he watched the frail old man stagger into the room, gesturing to Douluo to assist him. "Cough. I am more aware of my own mortality than you are," the old man retorted, then fixed his gaze upon Xian. "What was that thing you had on you just now?" His murky eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. His pallid complexion flushed with fervor as if he had encountered a divine being. Taken aback, Xian blinked in surprise and stammered, "Wait, who exactly are you?" In his recollection, he had never seen this person before, nor had he heard of any relatives or friends of Douluo. "I am Xuan. As for my reputation in the spirit master realm, I can barely claim the title of a poison master," the old man chuckled, appearing calm, though Xian's heart was in turmoil. "You are a poison master?" Xian's pupils constricted, shock mingling with delight as he felt a surge of elation. What a twist! With the 2 titans of the poison world present, dealing with the Nalan family situation will be a piece of cake. Although merely a soul sage, the poison master was both feared and ostracized in the spirit master realm for his expertise in poison crafting. Even a soul Douluo would hesitate to engage in battle with him. Additionally, he was revered for his formidable detoxification abilities derived from his Snow Lotus martial soul. A poison master, the first supportive spirit master capable of contending with spirit masters of equal rank. He truly was a remarkable figure. "It seems that my lord is already aware of me. What an honor," Xian smiled. "Senior poison master, you are far too humble. Your name is known throughout the continent." Xian quickly interjected, waving his hands. "Not at all." Seeing Xian and Han engrossed in conversation, appearing as kindred spirits, Douluo's inner frustration reached a boiling point. "What the hell? I'm a poison Douluo. He is just a poison master. Can't he see that he should be the one groveling before me? Could you please enlighten me, my lord, about what you possessed just now that could instill such fear in the poisonous creatures? Xue Han inquired, his curiosity piqued. It is merely a medicinal herb, nothing particularly special. It simply has the ability to resist all poisons, Xian replied casually, his eyes narrowing. Xue Han's breath quickened with anticipation. Might I ask if you could show it to me? At this, Douluo's expression shifted, but Xian simply shook his head. No. In an instant, a bucket of cold water poured down from above, leaving Xue Han momentarily stunned. Damn, not even a glance? His gaze shifted slightly, yet Xue Han remained undeterred. How about this? I will resolve the issues with the Nalan family, and in return, you grant me that medicinal herb. What do you say? The recent emergence of the fragrant and enchanting immortal-grade item had not only stirred the poisonous creatures he raised, but it also caused his martial spirit, the snow lotus, to tremble. It was a treasure, an absolute treasure. Hence he had rushed over regardless of his injuries. Upon hearing that Xue Han could handle the Nalan family affairs, Xian's eyes brightened. However, upon hearing the request, he hesitated. The potency of the fragrant and enchanting immortal-grade item was too formidable. He would rather bear it himself forever than simply part with it. Just as the two were at an impasse, the voice of Douluo suddenly resonated. The culprit behind the Nalan family's misfortune has already been captured by me. Your first request has been fulfilled. As he spoke, Douluo smiled slightly at Xue Han, his eyes gleaming with pride and cunning. Haven't you always claimed that you are unmatched in the art of poison? If I haven't acquired this treasure, do not expect to obtain it easily. You old bastard. I will fight you. Xue Han's eyes turned blood red as he shouted and charged forward. Clatter. Sound of falling. Ouch. My back. Someone help me up. The crowd remarked, you truly are something. Chapter 73. Douluo, you penniless wretch. At the entrance of the Douluo family, a figure stood momentarily still when suddenly a gust of cold wind swept through, causing Xian to instinctively shiver and awaken. Wasn't the case supposed to be solved just like that? Glancing at the figure lying on the stretcher carried by soldiers, Xian felt as if he were in a dream, turning back to the Douluo family with a bewildered expression. He had come seeking assistance in investigating a case. He had seemed to have transformed into a resolution abruptly. Could it be that as a man, he was simply that swift? What a chilling thought. Besides Xian, the stretcher bore a man clad in black brocade, his complexion a sickly green, almost luminescent, his body slightly twitching as if enduring great pain. The man was named Fan Jinxiang, a sensitive attack type, Soul Duo, who was rumored to have joined the Spirit Hall, though the Spirit Hall would never acknowledge him now. Indeed, he was the one responsible for the Nalan family's plight, having procured the poison from Xue Han. However, fortune had not favored him. While attempting to eliminate evidence by killing Xue Han, he encountered Douluo, who was searching for Xue Han. With his soul Douluo strength, he managed to endure a minute under the effects of their poison. In the end, he ended up in his current state on the stretcher. Had he not been powerful, he might have already succumbed. Sighing, Xian shook his head in resignation. Sometimes having too much luck could be a torment, as one could never truly experience the satisfaction of achievement. Xue Qinghe remarked, Achievement? You old fool. I'm still locked up in a cell. And you talk of achievement without a twinge of conscience? You all wait here. I have some matters to attend to. Reflecting on this, Xian once again stormed into the Douluo family, realizing that amidst the merriment, he had yet to perform a good deed. As a good person, one must provide timely assistance in others' times of need, which is the duty of a fine young man in the 21st century. However, having offered assistance, surely he should receive some compensation. After all, he was merely a cheap laborer of the system. Life can be summed up in 2 words, poverty. In the study, Douluo and his companions were deep in thought regarding the matter of soul bones. Even Douluo, a titled Duo, found himself with a headache at that moment. The Douluo family suddenly required 3 soul bones. Those were 3 soul bones. Even he, a titled Duo, had yet to find a suitable soul bone for himself and possessed only one. However, he could not simply choose any soul bone. Once bonded, it was a lifelong commitment. What are you back for? Just then, Xian pushed the door open again, and upon seeing him, Douluo coldly snorted in annoyance. Oh, I heard you needed soul bones, so of course I came to discuss business, Xian replied earnestly. The expressions of the 4 darkened immediately. Heard? Is that what you call this? Douluo's eyes lit up, suppressing his anger as he asked urgently. Are you saying you have soul bones? Of course. What else could they be? Xian narrowed his eyes and carelessly waved his hand, speaking with a sense of pride. These are quite inexpensive. A 10,000-year soul bone costs merely hundreds of gold coins, and a 100,000-year one only 1,000. Even the most expensive external soul bone does not exceed a few thousand gold coins. Alas, I regret to say that I have only about 50 of them. They will soon be gone. Even if you possess soul bones, they probably aren't what we need, Douluo sneered, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Are you provoking me? Xian shot him a sidelong glance. When faced with provocation and taunts, the best response was to strike back hard, leaving no room for further words. This is a 30,000-year black mamba, snake body soul bone. This is a 50,000-year purple crystal rattlesnake skull bone. And this, a 100,000-year ice extreme abdominal snake body bone. Xian nonchalantly produced the soul bones from his storage ring, his casual demeanor resembling that of someone retrieving coins, leaving Douluo and his companions momentarily stunned. Such extravagance in equipment was simply overwhelming. As the 3 soul bones lay within the study, the atmosphere became palpably tense, the 4 gazes nearly bulging out of their sockets. 3 soul bones, both skull and body bones, all belonging to serpentine creatures. Was this tailor-made for them? Even Douluo felt a slight reddening in his eyes, his breath quickening with an inexplicable urge. Cough, cough. Relax, it's just 3 soul bones. What is the big deal? Noticing Douluo's predatory gaze, Xian hurriedly stowed the soul bones away. This old man clearly intended to snatch them. How shameless. As the soul bones vanished, the 4 were momentarily stunned, quickly regaining their composure. Douluo and the others exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling, as if silently urging Douluo to make a decision. There was no escaping the fact that these were 3 soul bones. Douluo's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression inscrutable as he appraised Xian, contemplating his next move. In the end, he abandoned the idea of violence and theft, his instincts warning him of the complications involved. Speak, what do you intend to do? Though he found Xian quite disagreeable, he knew that under the current circumstances, he had to relent. Nothing much, just buy them with money. Xian shrugged and replied directly. Although Douluo still owed him 3 favors, which could potentially drain his resources, Xian was not one to be overly greedy. The 3 favors would be reserved for critical moments, such as persuading Douluo to undertake a self-destructive assault with a 9th-level soul-guided cannon, and the like. In summary, whatever could be accomplished with soul bones was not a trivial matter. A sincere merchant, I have never engaged in unscrupulous dealings. Purchase with money? Upon hearing this, the 4 members of the Douluo family were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Xian, clearly taken by surprise. That piece of the 10,000-year ice extreme viper's skeletal remains. How much gold do you intend to pay for it? Douluo, regaining his composure, fixed his burning gaze on Xian, his eyes filled with an intensity that seemed capable of melting him. Not much, just 15 million gold coins. Xian replied with a slight smirk. Upon hearing this, Douluo's brows furrowed, while the price appeared reasonable. He was compelled to admit that he truly could not produce such a sum. Douluo and the others, aware of their family's financial situation, held their breath, refraining from interrupting Douluo. Is it possible to buy on credit? Douluo suddenly asked, his cheeks reddening. Xian, what? You impoverished wretch. You can't even muster over 10 million gold coins? Chapter 74. Are you planning to rob someone? Observing Douluo's flushed face, Xian's lips twitched violently, as if a stampede of 1,000 wild horses raced through his mind. For heaven's sake, I've stripped down, and you tell me you have no money? You, a dignified titled Douluo, can't even produce over 10 million gold coins? Why don't you just find a tofu to crash into? Douluo, witnessing Xian's horrified expression, felt his own frustration and anger boiling inside him, yet he could not express it, leaving him utterly vexed. He lacked the support of a grand sect, and had always walked alone, compounded by the constant use of precious medicinal materials to suppress toxins. Where would he find the wealth others possessed? How much do you have now? With a resigned sigh, Xian took a step back to inquire. Around 10 million, Douluo replied. Indeed, a lack of funds can thwart even the most valiant of heroes. Even the imposing Douluo felt his tone soften under the circumstances. Hearing this, Xian's expression darkened. Perhaps it was best to move on. If you're interested in the other 2 soul bones, we can continue our discussion. 10 million gold coins? Although he had acquired it from the system for a mere 1,500, he could not allow himself to sell it at such a loss. This would equate to a loss of 5 million gold coins. 5 million gold coins, when converted, would amount to over 3,000 pieces of 10,000-year soul bones. If he were to resell them, it would mean a significant loss. What a calamity! 4 to 5 billion gold coins. And then to exchange. This loss would haunt him for a lifetime. Therefore, he could never lower the price. Upon hearing this, Douluo sighed deeply, finally grasping the importance of money. How much do you plan to sell that 50,000-year amethyst rattlesnake skull for? Douluo ventured. 8 million gold coins. Xian replied without hesitation. Deal. I'll buy this soul bone, Douluo declared through gritted teeth. Though he was out of gold, with his capabilities, he could easily earn it back. Missing out on a soul bone could mean a loss forever. Then this. Xian's lips curled upward, his fingers rubbing together, the intent unmistakable. Here you go. Douluo, expressionless, produced 2 red gold cards from his belt. Upon receiving the cards, Xian's smile broadened as he scrutinized the amount, noticing there was even an extra 20,000. Without further ado, he accepted them. This soul bone is now yours. Xian cheerfully handed over the 50,000-year piece to Douluo. Subsequently, he displayed the 30,000-year piece, filled with anticipation, and suggested, if you could somehow gather an additional 500,000, we could discuss it further. Xian blinked his large eyes, brimming with hope, his expression that of someone deeply considerate for them, leaving Douluo and his companion speechless. What? Are you emerging from a money pit? Douluo shook his head, his expression troubled. He truly could not produce 500,000, yet he did not wish to miss out on this soul bone, fearing Xian might sell it to someone else. 500,000 gold coins? I'll buy this soul bone. Just as Douluo was wrestling with his thoughts, a familiar voice resonated once more. The poison doctor, Xian, re-entered the scene. He glanced at Douluo, seemingly still preoccupied with the earlier incident, before turning his attention to Xian. Here is 500,000 gold coins. This soul bone belongs to me. Soul Ancestor, producing a gold card without room for dispute. As a poison doctor, he could earn money through selling toxins, treating patients, and selling medicinal materials. He was not short of funds. And in fact, he was wealthier than the title Douluo. Truly, the esteemed poison doctor exuded grandeur. Xian admired him greatly, and without showing any sign of disturbance, he accepted the gold card. Then the soul bone is yours, esteemed poison doctor. As Xian began to hand over the soul bone, Douluo seized him. Wait! Douluo's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Xian. Old man Han, what do you want with this soul bone? Don't blame me for turning against you. The scarcity of serpent soul bones was staggering. Serpents lacked limbs and typically only produced torso and skull bones. This soul bone was of immense importance to the Douluo family. As an old comrade, knowing it concerned his family's very survival, how could Douluo not be enraged by this interception? The fragrant and delicate items were merely a competition between the two, a playful jest among old friends, but the significance of a soul bone was entirely different. Step aside. Do as you wish. Xian nonchalantly brushed Douluo's hand away and directly took the soul bone. I'm not as cold-hearted and ruthless as you, Douluo. Xian shot Douluo an exasperated glare, then approached Xian. A warm smile instantly spread across his face as he gently took her arm. Little Yin, I gift you this soul bone as a present. Just remember not to learn any of those bad habits from your grandfather. That old fellow is no good. Xian seemed to harbor some lingering resentment, taking another jab at Douluo. However, Xian now held a black soul bone. Seeing Xian actually gift the soul bone to Xian, not only Douluo, but even Xian was taken aback. That was a soul bone worth 500,000 gold coins. How could one simply give it away? Old man Han, Douluo's nose suddenly felt a bit sour. He was at a loss for words, his emotions complex. Stop right there. I'm not done with you regarding earlier. Xian cast a sideways glance at Douluo, his simmering resentment undiminished, his stubborn and proud demeanor exuding a certain endearing quality of an old child. Yinner, you should quickly thank your grandpa, Xian. Noticing Xian lost in thought while holding the soul bone, her mother, Xue, gently nudged her to remind her. Thank you, Grandpa. Xian snapped back to reality. Her bright eyes filled with gratitude as she gazed at Xian, her face radiating surprise and appreciation as if struck by a sudden windfall. Chuya and Douluo looked at Su Han with gratitude, their eyes slightly reddening, unable to contain their emotions. My back still aches a bit, so I won't linger here with you. Seemingly unaccustomed to such scenes, Su Han leaned on his cane, one hand on his waist, and slowly made his exit. Father, perhaps you should. Douluo wanted to step forward to assist, but seemed to remember something halfway and returned to Douluo's side, whispering. Upon hearing this, Douluo furrowed his brow slightly, and his expression shifted like the changing skies, revealing an inner turmoil. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation, as if having made a certain resolution. Wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly, he said to Su Xian, and in an instant his figure vanished. Douluo, you wouldn't possibly send him to rob, would you? Su Xian's face was filled with horror, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing his eagerness. Douluo interjected, what the hell? Robbing? Does the Douluo family have no shame? Chapter 75. Father, you insulted mother. After waiting a while at the Douluo residence, Douluo finally returned. His expression complex and difficult to describe. Here are 15 million gold coins. Now hand over the soul bone, he stated, his face devoid of emotion as he produced a diamond gold card. Wait, this money isn't obtained through robbery, is it? I cannot accept stolen money. Su Xian questioned warily, hastily stowing the diamond card away. Douluo exclaimed, what the hell? I have never encountered such shameless individuals. Hand over the soul bone. He barked, clearly annoyed. He had sacrificed a significant favor for this 15 million gold coins. The memory of Ning Fengji's ostentatious display of wealth instantly ignited his ire. Is it just because you have money that you feel superior? Keep it for yourself. Su Xian threw the soul bone over casually, as if discarding trash, causing Douluo's eyelids to twitch as he hurriedly caught it. Could you be a bit more careful? Douluo scoffed. Su Xian shrugged indifferently, about to leave when suddenly he seemed to recall something and turned back. Observing Douluo cautiously securing the soul bone, Su Xian felt exasperated. Am I the kind of person who steals things? He licked his lips and casually remarked, I've been working on Entertainment City recently. Once it's built, there will be treasures auctioned off. You can come and take a look then. Treasure auction? Douluo was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, you wouldn't happen to have more soul bones, would you? Keep a low profile. We're not even close yet. Su Xian guap dismissibly. Yet his face betrayed a sense of pride, leaving Douluo in a state of confusion. Good heavens, 3 soul bones already, including one that's 100,000 years old. And you still have more. Douluo exclaimed. As a title Douluo, I possess only 1 soul bone. Forgive me for feeling utterly envious. Honestly, right now I am genuinely tempted to rob you, he stated seriously, staring intently at Su Xian. Upon hearing this, Douluo and the others immediately tensed, holding their breaths in silence. At that moment, Douluo sighed. But my instincts tell me that if I act rashly, I may end up regretting it. This statement left Douluo and the others in shock, staring at Su Xian as if they had heard the biggest joke of their lives. A dignified, titled Douluo afraid of Soul Master? Ignoring their incredulous expressions, Douluo focused on Su Xian, recalling the earlier challenge to a duel. He shook his head subtly, his conviction growing stronger. This young man must have a formidable title Douluo backing him. Otherwise, he could not possibly possess so many soul bones. Could it be him? A figure suddenly flashed in Douluo's mind, causing his heart to tremble, yet he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, that person was unlikely to support the Tiando royal family. Robbing is not a good thing, especially when it involves stealing, Su Xian replied earnestly. Well, I should be heading back now. Old poison, you ought to earn more money. Make sure you don't let the external soul bone of the green scale serpent emperor be auctioned off to others, he said, waving a hand at Douluo with a smile, and suddenly, a surge of light enveloped him, whisking him away. External soul bone. Douluo clenched his fists tightly, watching the direction in which Su Xian had vanished, his eyes igniting with a fervent flame. Douluo was also taken aback, swallowing hard, and hesitantly reminded, Father, if there is truly an external soul bone, we won't be able to bid for it. Bang! In an instant, it felt as if a torrential downpour had drenched him, followed by a chilling breeze, leaving Douluo feeling cold all over. Why must you say such things? The fiery desire he had just ignited was abruptly extinguished as he thumped Douluo on the forehead, shouting irritably, Damn it! Do you not realize how financially strained I am? Nonetheless, The allure of the green scale serpent emperor's external soul bone was too tempting to relinquish. He could not afford to give it up. Must I, as a title Douluo, truly resort to robbery to survive? A sudden thought sent shivers down Douluo's spine. As a proud title Douluo, even if you were to face poverty, he would never. Robbing does seem to provide quick money. If I disguise myself, surely no one will recognize me. A peculiar notion took root within Douluo, rapidly spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, Xian arrived at the imperial palace with Fan Jinxiang and recounted the events to Emperor Xue. Upon hearing that Xian had solved the case so effortlessly, Emperor Xue felt as if 1,000 grass-mud horses were galloping through his mind. What the hell? This luck is a bit excessive. Isn't it? Emperor Xue felt a mix of joy and bitterness, waving his hand dismissively. All right, I will handle this matter. You may return. Return? At this, Xian grew furious. Father, I have achieved a great merit for the royal family. Will you not reward me? Emperor Xue raised an eyebrow, immediately on guard. What do you want? Cough. How about you just give me 100 million gold coins to spend? My demands are not high, Xian suggested with a sly grin. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xue stood up from his throne, pointing at it and declaring earnestly, Come, this throne I shall bestow upon you. My demands are modest. You need only honor me with 100 million gold soul coins each year. Father, it's still not dark. Why are you starting to speak nonsense? Xian's pupils dilated as he questioned suspiciously. To become emperor? You must be dreaming. And 100 million gold coins each year? You must be out of your mind. Emperor Xue slammed the table, bellowing, Since you know it isn't dark yet, why are you here, spouting nonsense? Xian retorted, Oh, not bad. You've learned some tricks. However, Father, were you just cursing Mother? Emperor Xue's furious demeanor suddenly froze, fear flashing across his face. He quickly waved his hands. You must have misheard. I said nothing, merely jesting with you. Oh, so it was a joke? Then let us continue discussing rewards. Xian prompted sincerely. By the heavens. Rewards? You're going too far. I have yet to settle the 300,000 gold coins affair with you. Emperor Xue's eyelid twitched as he shouted angrily. Father, you just jokingly insulted Mother, Xian reminded him flatly. Emperor Xue could only stare in disbelief. I must say, what else can you do besides this sentence? Chapter 76. An Irresistible Face. Fan Jinxiang was handed over to the Emperor of the Snowy Night. And it seems that the grand spectacle causing panic in Tiando City is on the verge of conclusion. Indeed, as soon as Xian returned to his residence, the Emperor's decree began to circulate wildly throughout the city. The essence of the proclamation was that the perpetrator of the Neyland family's tragedy had been apprehended. The motive stemmed from a vendetta between Fan Jinxiang and both the Neyland family and the royal family, leading to the massacre of the Marquis of Neyland's estate, with the blame meticulously placed upon the second prince, Xue Wuji. Now that the assailant is captured, peace has seemingly returned to Tiando City. Notably, Xian's contributions were not mentioned in the edict, which instead expressed gratitude towards Douluo. With the capture of the culprit, everything settled into a state of calm, and the spirit hall appeared to be completely uninvolved, as if they were external to this affair. While it was obvious to the emperor who was orchestrating the chaos, he could only swallow his anger, not to mention that Fan Jinxiang was on the brink of death, nearly irretrievable. Even if he identified the spirit hall as the instigator, what would it matter? Should the situation escalate, the royal family would find themselves in a precarious position. If they failed to impose severe punishment on the spirit hall, their authority would be utterly diminished in the eyes of the common people. Yet, if they were to strike against the Spear Hall, how would the matter conclude? The royal family had no title d'or to rely upon. Despite the assistance from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, they would still bear the brunt of the consequences. Thus, the Emperor of the Snowy Night had no choice but to remain silent, though silence did not equate to indulgence. He would likely find ways to undermine the Spirit Hall from behind the scenes. However, such matters were of no concern to Xian. The Emperor had his own strategies. Simply put, he was cunning. In the pavilion, Xian was enthusiastically recounting his impressive exploits to Qian. After all, good fortune is a component of strength. Your luck seems quite remarkable, having managed to capture the murderer so effortlessly, Qian remarked, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Yet her expression bore an undertone of bitterness. Indeed, the poisoned Douluo must have played a role in this. I assume you employed some means to persuade him. Qian continued. Although she had never met the poisoned Douluo, she had heard much about him. His solitary and eccentric nature made it difficult for him to interact with others. Despite the prince's title, it held no sway before a titled Douluo who would not assist the royal family without reason. I sold him some soul bones, which also earned me a bit of profit, Xian replied nonchalantly, pouring some tea for Xue, a brew made from medicinal herbs that nourished and beautified. You have soul bones? Xue's lips parted in astonishment, her delicate face radiant with disbelief. First celestial herbs, then formations followed by defensive masks, and now soul bones. Was she truly destined to become a wealthy matron devoted to her family? Yes, quite a few. They might not require them, Xian nodded. However, upon uttering this, he immediately realized he had misspoken. He possessed inherited soul bones, rendering others unnecessary. Xue instinctively nodded before abruptly awakening to shake her head in denial. Pouting her soft, delicate lips, Xue feigned anger as she glared at Xian. How can I not cultivate now? Why would I not need soul bones? Well, if you desire them, feel free to choose some to keep. Let us proceed to the study, he said with an affectionate smile, taking her slender hand and leading her to the study. With a flick of his wrist, the floor was suddenly strewn with numerous soul bones, around 50 perhaps. I must be dreaming, Xue gasped. Yes, I must be dreaming. Otherwise, pinch me to see if it's real. Staring at the multitude of soul bones, she was momentarily dazed, her eyes vacant as if her soul had drifted far away. All right, in response to her request, Xian felt compelled to oblige and pinched her cheeks, playfully teasing her. There was no denying that Xue's visage was simply exquisite. Her skin, as flawless as jade, complemented by her striking blue eyes, appeared ethereal and enchanting, like a fairy. Each time Xian beheld her face, an inexplicable urge surged within him, wishing to cradle it tenderly, fearing it might be swept away by the wind. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly curious about Xue's original appearance, wondering just how breathtakingly beautiful she truly was. Alas, she showed no signs of revealing her true self, so he decided to keep it a surprise for her. Otherwise, his parents would surely be startled to death. Perhaps I should wait until after marriage, when we have children. Then, there should be no issues. Let go. You're hurting me, she protested, swatting Xian's hand away, her cheeks flushing with indignation as she caught sight of his mischievous grin. You asked me to pinch you. Xian defended. You should do as I say, she replied, her expression still filled with irritation. All right, I happen to have something for you. Gently ruffling Xue's hair, Xian led her to a soul bone before him. These are external soul bone wings. Since your martial soul is the white goose, with these, you shall be able to fly. External soul bones? Xue's expression shifted, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at the pristine, crystalline wings before her, her heart racing with excitement. Douluo had once told her that she would one day possess a complete set of soul bones, with the only missing piece being the external soul bones. To her surprise, she had encountered them at last. Are you truly giving this to me? Xue asked incredulously, staring at Xian. Of course, you need not worry about me. I have another set of external soul bone wings for myself. Keep this one for yourself. Xian statit blandly. Xue's martial soul was the six-winged angel, which already possessed speed. Combined with the external soul bone wings, she would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Xian had selected the white marsh falcon for her, while he retained the peregrine falcon for himself, though the latter was swift. His own martial soul was a swan, utterly useless. Seeing Xian gift her the external soul bones left Xue at a loss for words. Her heart swelled with warmth. Yet she felt a twinge of trepidation. Are you perhaps unsure how to express your gratitude and require my guidance? Xian teased, pulling Xue into his embrace, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. At the sight of his grin, Xue, unsure of his intentions, suddenly smiled back, gently rising onto her toes to meet him. Xian's pupils dilated as the sensation of her soft, delicate skin, akin to a freshly cracked egg, surged through his senses, momentarily halting his thoughts. After several moments, Xian finally regained his composure, instinctively wrapping his arms around Xue's back, as if wishing to meld her into his very being. He initiated a passionate embrace, with deep, heavy breaths resonating between them, their faces flushed as though intoxicated. Chapter 77. Seizing Wealth and Dividing Land. Minutes later, Xian Rinxue lay languidly atop Xu Xian's chest, the rosy hue on her cheeks still lingering, her face akin to a ripe peach, ready to drip with sweetness at a gentle touch. Her water-like eyes narrowed into crescent moons, her delicate, perky nose resting against Xu Xian's body, and a sweet, charming smile graced her lips, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. A pair of hands gently caressed her beautiful, smooth golden hair, and Xian Rinxue's expression grew increasingly tender in content, resembling a tranquil pool of autumn water, warm yet serene, casting aside all worldly distractions. Slightly lifting her head, a complex emotion flickered in Xian Rinxue's eyes. "Why are you so kind to me? Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Don't move, just lie still." Perceiving Xian Rinxue's restlessness, Xu Xian, dissatisfied, playfully tapped her on the head. She pouted, but ultimately complied and lay down obediently. "You still haven't answered my question." Noticing Xu Xian's relaxed demeanor, as if he hadn't heard her at all, Xian Rinxue scratched his belly in annoyance, reminding him, "Let it be. If I get deceived, so be it. Would I blame you for that?" Grasping Xian Rinxue's fingers, Xu Xian placed them on his chest, his eyes still blissfully shut, seemingly indifferent. Seeing Xu Xian's unguarded expression, Xian Rinxue was torn between amusement and irritation. However, the delight on her face betrayed her true feelings. This foolish man moved her deeply, and guilt welled up within her, especially concerning today's incident with the Nalan family. She understood all too well that the spirit hall was behind it, and feared that their discord would deepen, leading to irreparable consequences. After a moment of inner turmoil, Xian Rinxue, with a fearful swallow, whispered, "Actually, my name isn't Xue. I am from the spirit hall. You promised you would forgive me, right?" As the last words fell, it felt as if all her strength had been drained, and she slumped into Xu Xian's embrace, her palace dress soaked through. Holding her breath, the world seemed to quiet down, the silence almost eerie, as a cold wind swept in, chilling her to the bone. Subconsciously hugging Xu Yan's waist, Xian Rinxue felt that this was the only way to find a semblance of warmth. Unfortunately, after a while, there was still no response. Confused, she looked up only to see Xu Xian sleeping soundly, like a dead pig. "You!" Xian Rinxue's face flushed with anger, and she felt a surge of frustration. She had been terrified just moments ago, and he had the audacity to fall asleep. Had her words been in vain? What a lazy and foolish fellow. This was his own doing, so she bore no blame. Pouting discontentedly, Xian Rinxue lay back down, letting out a long, relieved sigh. She had truly been frightened. With the matter of the Nalan family resolved, Xu Xian leisurely stayed at home with Xian Rinxue, also continuing to attend to affairs of the entertainment city. Xue Qinghe had come to express his gratitude, but his face was strained, as if he wished to say something but held back, clearly aware of the incident involving him. Xu Xian kindly reassured him that the culprit would be found within 20 years. Then, with a dark expression, he left silently. Perhaps this was the trust shared between brothers. One day, warm sunlight poured down, enveloping the lake in a shimmering aura of colors. With his hands crossed beneath his head, Xu Xian lay on the grass by the lakeside in the back garden, his eyes half closed as he occasionally glanced at the splashing Xian Rinxue. His expression one of pure contentment. Everyone believed that traversing realms was delightful, and now he too felt it. Indeed, it was quite comfortable. "Husband, look at that fish. It's so adorable. Why don't you try to catch it?" Xian Rinxue cheered, pointing at a golden carp in the lake. "Are you certain it's the fish that's cute, and not sweet and sour carp?" Xu Xian teased, turning slightly with a smile. "Isn't all carp? They're equally adorable." Xian Rinxue blinked her big eyes mischievously. "All right, you're beautiful, so everything you say is true," Xu Xian replied, speechless. "Then shall we have sweet and sour carp for lunch?" Xian Rinxue exclaimed with delight. "You should practice some simple dishes. Otherwise, I fear I might lose my sense of taste one day." Xu Xian quickly waved his hands, recalling the disastrous debut of her culinary skills, not wanting to be her experimental subject again. "Are you saying my cooking is terrible? Then you can cook for yourself." Xian Rinxue stormed over, looking down at Xu Xian with indignation. "Then let's teach you how to make sweet and sour carp today." Xu Xian replied helplessly. "Hee. Let's hurry and catch that fish." Xian Rinxue smiled brightly. "All right." While Xu Xian was happily fishing by the lake with Xian Rinxue, Nangong Ling brought a unique guest to the residence. The newcomer wore a white robe, leaned on a staff, and had an air of elegance and composure. His handsome features and bright eyes seeming capable of seeing through one's soul. Upon learning that Nangong Ling and Ning Fengji had arrived, Xian and Xue immediately put down their fishing rods and hurried to the main hall. Xue Qinghe, you should meet Sect Master Ning. Nangong Ling beckoned to the two. Greetings, Sect Master Ning. They both bowed slightly, but Xian's gaze began to wander over Ning Fengji, his eyes brightening. Look at this resplendent outfit adorned with emeralds and jade, this dazzling crystal crown, and this staff embedded with white diamonds. Wow. This is the attire one would expect from a true tycoon. No doubt, we must seize the wealth of the wealthy and benefit the common folk. Noticing Xian's unusual expression, Ning Fengji's brows furrowed slightly, sensing the feeling of being eyed by a hungry wolf. Nangong Ling seemed to sense something amiss as well, and quickly spoke up. Cough, cough, Qinghe, this is a teacher specifically sought by the empress for you. You will follow Sect Master Ning to learn and cultivate. Disciple pays respects to the teacher. Without a moment's hesitation, Xian placed his right hand on his chest and immediately bowed. Do you think he seeks riches from the seven-treasure glazed tile school? No. He seeks the long-term peace and stability of the empire. It was merely a matter of apprenticeship. No matter the perils ahead for the empire, Xian would resolutely forge ahead. Seeing Xian agree so readily, Nangong Ling was slightly taken aback. Hadn't he always wanted to stay at home with Xue and not engage in learning? Why was he so quick to agree today? Very well, Your Highness. You shall be Ning's first disciple. It is an honor to be able to teach you, Ning Fengji said, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, appearing entirely genuine. The seven-treasure, glazed tile school, and the Douluo Empire had always supported one another. Becoming the prince's teacher could further strengthen their ties, providing benefits without drawbacks. Teacher jesting. It is indeed my honor, Xian replied, his admiration for the title of teacher flooding his heart like an unending river. Seeing Xian's enthusiastic demeanor, Nangong Ling's expression turned a bit peculiar. Something feels off. Xue, I can tell by his eyes that he is the one about to be taken advantage of. Chapter 78. Learning is the source of wealth. Teacher, I believe that the transportation between Douluo City and Seven Treasure City is quite inconvenient. How about I stay in Seven Treasure City for a while to better absorb your teachings? Seeing Ning Fengji's expression shift due to his flattery, Xian felt a surge of delight but maintained a serious demeanor. What you say is indeed reasonable. Having just accepted a disciple, it would be inappropriate for me to return to Seven Treasure City tomorrow. Ning Fengji thought for a moment, then turned to Nangong Ling with a smile. He could not make this decision himself. After all, Xian was a prince. Moreover, he was quite curious about how Xian managed to persuade the esteemed title de law, Donggu Bo, to borrow money from him. Indeed, Ning Fengji had long been aware that Xian had visited the Donggu family. After all, he could not ignore the movements of such a powerful figure. According to intelligence reports, only Xian had been to Donggu Bo's residence that day, and it appeared he had not left, which piqued Ning Fengji's curiosity immensely. Feel free to go. When the time comes, I will speak with your father. I assure you he will have no objections, Nangong Ling said. If the Snowy Night Emperor had known Nangong Ling held such thoughts, he would have been deeply moved. This was what true partnership looked like. Objections? No. He would rather keep his distance from this troublesome son. Otherwise, he would surely be driven to madness. Nodding, Xian gazed at Ning Fengji with fervent anticipation. If that is the case, I can accompany you if you return today. Learning fills me with pride. Learning drives me to madness. Learning brings me joy. No one can hinder my quest for knowledge. Indeed, he could hardly wait. Countless gold coins seemed to rain down upon him, each one calling out for its master. He could not let such wealth go to waste. Xian vowed to ensure these coins achieved their true purpose in life. That's not urgent. There's nothing pressing within the sect. I can return tomorrow without issue. Observing Xian's enthusiasm, Ning Fengji felt a sense of comfort, although something about it felt slightly unusual, though he could not quite articulate why. Then I shall accompany you tomorrow, Xian quickly responded. Very well. Having sent Ning Fengji off like a well-behaved child, Xian turned to Nangong Ling, who seemed resolute in her decision to stay. Mother, do you have any further matters to attend to? Speak honestly, are you scheming again? Nangong Ling inquired with an impassive gaze fixed upon Xue Qian. By all that is holy, I truly intend to study. I cannot believe you doubt me, mother. At her words, Xue Qian felt a pang of sorrow, his eyes glistening. He was genuinely seeking to learn the essential lessons of life. How could the act of transferring another's wealth into his own pocket be deemed a scheme? Be more cautious. The Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, while not intimately connected, is indeed a cooperative ally. We cannot sever that bond. With a solemn reminder, Nangong Ling departed, undeterred by Qian Rinxua's attempts to keep her from interrupting the two. Seeing Nangong Ling's concern, Xue Qian felt a tinge of emotion, yet lamented her lack of understanding of the current situation. Were the so-called allies. Only everlasting interests remained. Who could predict what the future held? Nonetheless, the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect was undoubtedly a treasure trove, wealthy beyond measure. Thus, if a few million or even a billion were to go missing, surely no one would notice, right? After bidding Nangong Ling farewell, Qian Rinxua approached Xue Qian, her expression slightly anxious. Are you truly planning to go to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect? Are you not afraid I will leave you alone in the manor? Noticing Qian Rinxua's worried demeanor, Xue Qian took her hands and playfully replied, Not at all. Who would care? Avoiding Xue Qian's intense gaze, Qian Rinxua pouted and turned away. Her stubbornness adorably evident. I have heard that the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect has many beautiful ladies. What if, before Xue Qian could finish, Qian Rinxua's sharp gaze interrupted him. With a stoic expression and a voice as frigid as winter's breath, she warned, If you dare to look even once more, I will ensure you sleep on the floor forever. If I am to sleep on the floor, you shall accompany me. It simply depends on whether you are willing. Xue Qian teased, his face brushing against Qian Rinxua's. You. Even after numerous encounters with Xue Qian's charming advances, Qian Rinxua still found herself overwhelmed by his fervent gaze. Her cheeks flushed like a blooming flower, eyes glaring at him in a mix of embarrassment and anger. Quickly say whether you are willing, or I shall strike again. Xue Qian threatened playfully. You dare. Qian Rinxua retorted, baring her small fangs. Do you believe I would not bite you? Her body slightly swayed. Qian Rinxua felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Her skin flushed crimson, her fiery gaze fixed on Xue Qian. Will you answer me? Xue Qian pressed, fingers poised to act. You. Qian Rinxua's face was aflame. Her feelings towards Xue Qian were undeniably complicated. She was bewildered by her own affection for him, feeling he lacked any regard for her delicacy. All right, I agree. Is that satisfactory? With a roll of her eyes, Qian Rinxua seemed wary of his next move, ultimately surrendering to his whims. That is more like it. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. You are agreeable to that, yes? Xue Qian inquired with a satisfied nod. Qian Rinxua paused, her eyes brightening with surprise. You intend to take me with you? Couples should not be separated. If I do not bring you along, whom shall I torment in the future? Xue Qian grinned mischievously, raising an eyebrow at her. Then I shall not go with you. Pouting, Qian Rinxua displayed her adorable yet stubborn demeanor. Enough of this. Go prepare your things. We must depart tomorrow, Xue Qian advised, gently pinching her cheek. Oh, Qian Rinxua nodded, instinctively preparing to gather her belongings. However, after taking a few steps, she abruptly halted, sensing something amiss. What's wrong? Xue Qian inquired with curiosity. Nothing. As dinner was served, with sweet and sour carp just brought to the table, two clumsy figures entered together. Upon seeing Xue Qinghe and Xue Mingtong, Xue Qian couldn't help but suspect these two might have planted spies within his residence, given their uncanny punctuality. Xue Qinghe appeared exhilarated, as if under the influence of a stimulant. Brother, you're truly going to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect to study? Though Xue Mingtong did not speak, his eyes mirrored Xue Qinghe's enthusiasm, albeit more subtly concealed. Xue Qinghe, having been deceived in the past, wished to keep his distance from Xue Qian. As for Xue Mingtong, he likely still harbored aspirations for the throne, thus seeking to gauge the situation. Of course, it was possible he genuinely came to bid farewell, but Xue Qinghe's excitement made it difficult for Xue Qian to entertain that notion. Observing Xue Qinghe, Xue Qian's eyes brightened. He had found the perfect scapegoat for the task at hand, just when he needed it most. Indeed, unrestrained, I believe you should consider studying at the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, for remaining at the Royal Academy may indeed limit your horizons. Xue Qian remarked with an air of sagacity. My brother, I find the Royal Academy quite satisfactory, Xue Qinghe responded, his body trembling slightly as he waved his hands dismissively. Are you jesting? He would rather face death than set foot in the seven-treasure glazed tile school. He cherishes his days of happiness too much. Observing Xue Qinghe's aversion, Xian felt a tinge of disappointment. Why could they not extend a little more trust among brothers? Alas, it seemed he would have to employ some cunning to persuade him. Otherwise, he would never fall for it. All right, let us sit down for a meal together, Xian said, noticing the two standing there, silent and motionless, and he spoke with mild irritation. In an instant, two figures darted past, and Xue Qinghe and Xue Mingtong had taken their places at the table, sitting upright with an extraordinary demeanor. Bring me some cutlery, Xue Qinghe commanded imperiously. 2 sets, Xue Mingtong added simply. Indeed, they have come merely for a meal, Xian thought to himself. Upon learning that Xian intended to visit the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Yang Fei brought Xue Qinghe to the residence. This girl insists on accompanying you. And as her mother, I am powerless to refuse, she lamented, stroking Xue Qinghe's small head. Ever since she has been here for a few days, her appetite for freedom has grown. She cries daily to leave the palace. Upon hearing that Xian plans to depart from Heavendo City, her tears flowed incessantly. She seems to regard her own mother as inferior to her half-brother, Xian. Kur, are you crying again? Xian crouched down, gently rubbing her cheek and teasing her with a smile. Xue Qinghe pouted defiantly. I am not. Seeing her adorable expression, Xian couldn't help but chuckle and tempt her. Would you like to visit the seven-treasure glazed tile school? At his words, Xue Qinghe opened her mouth to respond, but paused, glancing at Yang Fei. Her face filled with grievance, as if to say, my mother won't let me go. Yang Fei remarked, oh dear, you are learning to manipulate your mother now. With a smile, Xian continued, if you wish to go, I will speak to your mother and persuade her to allow you to join us. All right? Yes, yes. Without hesitation, Xue Qinghe released Yang Fei's hand and rushed to Xian's side. Seeing Xue Qinghe's eagerness, Yang Fei shook her head helplessly, feeling a pang in her heart. Alas, I have raised her for nothing. Xian smiled gently. Auntie, if you are at ease, I can take her along. After all, Xue will be going too. Besides, Ning Rongrong and Ku'er are of similar ages and can keep each other company. It is not good for Ku'er to remain in the palace all the time. With Xian's words, Yang Fei had no grounds to refuse, and that evening, she allowed Xue Qinghe to stay, while she returned to the palace to pack her belongings. The following morning, the three of them set off towards Seven Treasure City in the royal carriage. Seven Treasure City was not far from Heavendo City, and a 2-hour journey was sufficient for their arrival. While not as grand or expansive as Heavendo City, Seven Treasure City thrived due to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, with various businesses flourishing within. The group arrived at the residence of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school and was accommodated in a VIP suite. Corruption, chef corruption, Xian exclaimed. Astonished by the room adorned with various gemstones, the very floor laid with jade. The claims of the emperor's wealth are nothing but deceit. There is no alternative. We must seize the riches from the wealthy and abolish the exploitation of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, restoring the hard-earned money of the common folk. Yes, I shall seek out the location of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school's treasury and indulge in the thrill of transporting gold coins. Yaoer, please tidy things up here. I will take them out for a stroll. After instructing Qin Yao, Xian led Qian Rinxue and Xue Qinghe on a leisurely exploration of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. The Seven Treasure glazed tile school was built amidst the mountains, almost encircling the entirety of Seven Treasure Mountain. The robust walls, standing 50 to 60 meters high, separated the inner sanctum from the outer disciples' quarters. The architecture harmoniously blended with the mountainous terrain, appearing to float among the trees from a distance. Yet upon closer inspection, one would find the structures remarkably flat, as if erected on a plain. As a prince and a disciple of Ning Fengji, Xian enjoyed the highest privileges, residing in the core architectural complex atop the mountain. While wandering through the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, the trio undoubtedly attracted many gazes. Such was the allure of their presence. With an enchanting beauty by his side and a charming little girl in his grasp, coupled with Xian's princely good looks, their picture of familial bliss evoked envy among countless handsome men and beautiful women. In modern parlance, it could be described as openly flaunting affection in public, an act fraught with peril. Do you think they are family? It looks so warm, one girl remarked, noticing the resemblance between the young girl and the youth. I truly admire that guy. He is simply outrageous. Goodness, you don't mean it. That girl looks to be at least 3 or 4 years old, while the boy can't be more than 15 or 16. ISNT that ugh. Outrageous. Indeed, how scandalous. Noticing the peculiar expressions and barely audible whispers from those around him, Xian furrowed his brow. This was his first visit to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Could it be that his reputation had already spread far and wide? Yet, he prided himself on being a low-key individual. Could they not exercise a bit of restraint? With a resigned shake of his head, Xian suddenly felt that being too conspicuous was not necessarily a blessing. They must be envious. Just then, a delicate voice, youthful and vibrant, chimed in. Are you newcomers? Ning Rongrong? Xian ventured cautiously, gazing at the girl clad in a white dress, her skin fair as snow, resembling a fairy. It was not that Xian was unable to recognize her. Rather, Ning Rongrong appeared drastically different from her animated depiction. As she was only 2 years old now, her skin was as smooth and delicate as milk, her cherubic face round, with bright, expressive eyes beneath distinct brows, resembling a princess from a fairy tale. You know me, but I do not recognize you, she replied, scratching her head in confusion, her expression adorably innocent. Xian was taken aback. Indeed, the beauties of the Douluo world mature quickly. She is merely 2 years old, yet speaks so fluently. This young lady is the imperial prince, a newly accepted disciple of the master. The nearby maid interjected quietly, bowing slightly to indicate her respect. Father's disciple? Then does that make you my junior brother? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to her maid. The maid fell silent, but Ning Rongrong took it as affirmation. With uncontainable enthusiasm, she brandished her tiny fists, feigning indignation. Little junior brother, I will protect you from now on. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I shall teach them a lesson. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong attempted to pat Xian's head, only to realize she was too short and ended up patting his thigh instead. Xian was left speechless. Are you a jester sent by the monkeys? A cute little child speaks of self-protection? My goodness. Although you may become one of the wealthiest ladies in the future, you are merely 2 years old now. How could a noble prince find himself in such a dismal predicament? It sends shivers down my spine. Equally awkward is Ning Rongrong's maid, whose face flushes crimson. Yet she dares not laugh, suppressing her mirth. Nearby, Qian also bursts into laughter, her shoulders quivering slightly. Big brother, Heir will protect you in the future. Just then, a voice filled with defiance and hostility rang out. There stood Xue Qinghe, clenching her tiny fists, her face adorned with vigilance as she glared at Ning Rongrong, seemingly fearful that her toy might be snatched away. Xian exclaimed, "What is happening? Why has the atmosphere shifted so abruptly? Are my feelings not being considered?" He sighed. Let us wait until Heir grows up. After all, she is his little sister, and Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort. He affectionately ruffled Xue Qinghe's little head, saying, "Yes, yes." Xue Qinghe nodded resolutely. Upon seeing someone contesting for her belongings, Ning Rongrong's temper flared. With hands on her hips, she indignantly declared, "I am the young lady of the Seven Treasure glazed tile clan, and here, I am in charge. The little junior brother belongs to me. I don't need your protection." My brother is a prince, and I'm a princess. Who needs your protection? Xue Qinghe retorted without holding back. I don't care. Here, I'm the most important one, and you all must listen to me, Ning Rongrong asserted imperiously. Witnessing the two little girls poised to clash, Xian felt as though 1,000 alpacas were galloping through his mind. He could accept 2 beautiful girls vying for his attention, even if he were to be outdone. He wouldn't feel too much loss. Yet, the sight of 2 adorable little girls in conflict conjured the image of a beloved toy being unceremoniously discarded into a stinking ditch. In a moment of distraction, Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong had already started to roll up their sleeves, and had it not been for someone intervening, a delightful little brawl would likely have ensued. Enough! Stop this commotion. Xian's expression turned serious as he feigned authority. Upon hearing his words, Xue Qinghe's flushed face trembled, tears welling in her eyes, presenting a heartbroken and aggrieved look as she obediently approached Xian. Ning Rongrong's complexion also paled, and she bit her pink lip, indignantly shouting, "You dare to yell at me? Do you believe I want to have my father teach you a lesson?" Her fiery gaze was directed at Xue Qinghe, full of fury. Throughout her life, no one had ever dared to raise their voice at her, and she felt deeply humiliated. Despite her anger, Ning Rongrong's words felt as soft as cotton candy, and paired with her little adult demeanor, even the strongest heart would be softened. Xue Qinghe found her amusing, reaching out to ruffle Ning Rongrong's hair, realizing that she was indeed a little witch, already displaying her true colors. "Let go of me." Ning Rongrong shook her head vigorously and swiftly escaped from Xue Qinghe's grasp, her expression turning even more furious. Seeing Ning Rongrong's blushing and flustered demeanor, Xue Qinghe could hardly contain his laughter. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly noon. He lifted the sulking Xue Qinghe into his arms, teasing her, "It's time to return. Big brother has prepared delicious food for you." At the mention of food, Xue Qinghe's angry and pitiful expression vanished in an instant. She wiped away the tears from her eyes, eagerly nodding her head, clearly excited. She flashed a smile at Xian, who immediately took hold of Xue Qinghe's arm, and the three of them departed together. Having seen all that the seven-treasure glazed tile clan had to offer, only a few forbidden areas remained unexplored. Xue Qinghe was not in a hurry. He would take action later in the evening. As Xue Qinghe ignored her and walked away, Ning Rongrong's anger intensified, vowing to have her father punish him. However, recalling Xue Qinghe's earlier delighted expression, she became curious about what delectable treat could have elicited such excitement. No, that fellow's cooking must be terrible. The little chubby princess must never have tasted the delicacies of the seven-treasure glazed tile clan to be so thrilled. Indeed, that must be the case. Suddenly inspired with an idea for revenge, Ning Rongrong's eyes brightened as she hurriedly chased after them. Upon returning to the courtyard, Xue Qinghe instructed Xian to watch over Xue Qinghe while he went to prepare a meal. He could not help it. He was quite particular about his palate and could not tolerate other foods. "Your big brother said to eat less candy." Xian smiled gently as she noticed Xue Qinghe munching on a candied hawthorn. "Sister-in-law, you're eating it too. Why are you telling me?" Xue Qinghe pleaded, her eyes squinting in delight as the sweet and fruity flavors danced in her mouth, her cheeks puffed out. Upon hearing this, Xian's expression stiffened, unsure whether to put down the candied hawthorn in her hand. "Well, this does taste quite good. I wonder how he came up with this recipe. It's rather enjoyable." She licked her lips, swallowing before taking another bite, her face glowing with delight as she slyly retorted, "You and I are different. You're still young. And eating too much will give you cavities." "I don't care." Xue Qinghe resolutely rejected her, chewing vigorously with a stubborn expression. Seeing this, Xian could only shake her head helplessly. She could not outwit the little girl and decided to leave it to Xue Qinghe. Moments later, a small figure slowly entered the room. "Wow, this candy is truly delicious. I'll ask my father to buy more next time." She was cradling a pile of sweet treats in her arms, strutting proudly with an expression full of delight, munching away as she walked, looking every bit the little glutton. Chapter 81. The Adorable Little Girl. This scene feels strangely peculiar. Just as Xue Qinghe finished preparing the meal and stepped out, he was met with an odd sight that made his face twitch. Goodness, what a sight to behold! On the soft carpet, Ning Rongrong clutched a pile of snacks in her hands, her eyes eagerly fixated on the candied hawthorn in Xue Qinghe's grasp, drooling incessantly. "Can I trade you these for just one?" "Just one will do." She circled around Xue Qinghe, her sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. "No way. I'm tired of these. They don't taste good." Xue Qinghe pouted, her eyes filled with disdain. However, upon noticing Xue Qinghe's return, Xue Qinghe frantically hid the candied hawthorn behind her back, her face filled with embarrassment. Did I not tell you to eat less of these sweets before meals?" Xue Qinghe said, somewhat discontented. "I only had 2. The rest were eaten by sister-in-law," Xue Qinghe stated with a serious face. Coughing, Xian nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring at Xue Qinghe in disbelief. "Child, why are you speaking such nonsense?" At these words, Xue Qinghe turned to Xian with a peculiar expression, causing her to lower her head in embarrassment. "Now we have another little glutton in the house." Xue Qinghe smiled silently, knowing that with Xian's cultivation, no matter how much she ate, it would not affect her health. Thus, it was merely a matter of her indulgence. "What's going on here?" Xue Qinghe inquired, gesturing towards Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong. Curiosity piqued. It was not merely a candied hawthorn. Qian could not help but chuckle and promptly recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that Ning Rongrong had brought an assortment of snacks, seemingly eager to flaunt them before Xue Qinghe. However, Xue Qinghe paid her no mind, savoring the delightful taste of the candied hawthorn. Ultimately, out of curiosity, Ning Rongrong began to pester her incessantly, resembling a child in her persistence. Upon hearing this, Xian was also amused, reflecting on the notion that what one cannot attain is always deemed the best. This sentiment, prevalent even among adults, is even more pronounced in children. Xue Qinghe had grown weary of palace delicacies, although the seven-treasure glazed tile school was affluent. Their cuisine could hardly rival that of the imperial kitchens. The sourness of the candied hawthorn was appetizing, aiding in digestion, thus making it an enjoyable treat for Xue Qinghe in the short term. Ning Rongrong attempted to barter her ice cream for it, but Xue Qinghe was not so naive. "Kur, give her a skewer. It's time for dinner," Xian called out with a smile, gesturing towards Xue Qinghe. Upon hearing the mention of dinner, Xue Qinghe's eyes lit up. She eagerly nodded and swiftly handed the candied hawthorn she had hidden behind her back to Ning Rongrong before dashing back this way. Looking at the candied hawthorn in her hand, Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, the treat suddenly seeming less appealing, yet she still took a bite. So sweet. Her eyes sparkled with delight, resembling a crescent moon, her face radiating joy. "Miss, the master and lady must be getting anxious. We should return," a maid urged, her expression fraught with concern. "You go back first. I'll stay here for a bit longer." Ning Rongrong waved her hand dismissively, stealthily making her way to the dining table, her intuition telling her that the food here was far more enticing. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong approach, Xue Qinghe, seated on a chair, warily covered her pockets. "What do you want?" "I've given you the candied hawthorn. There's nothing else." In response, Ning Rongrong did not answer. She bounced on her small legs, gazing longingly at the dining table, yet she was still too short to reach it. Observing Ning Rongrong's endearing antics, Xian and Qian exchanged amused glances. Xian lamented the absence of a camera, for a simple snapshot could fetch a fortune in the years to come. "All right, if you wish to eat here, then let us do it together." As Ning Rongrong began to climb onto a chair, Xian quickly lifted her and placed her atop the seat. "I want chicken leg too," she pouted, glancing at Xue Qinghe, who was gnawing on a chicken leg. One could only wonder how Ning Rongrong, 10 years hence, would react to this scene. Considering her proud and mischievous nature, Xian felt a twinge of anticipation. As Xian served some dishes for Ning Rongrong, he entrusted Qin Yao to look after them while he and Qian sat together. "You seem quite fond of children," Qian remarked, thoughtfully placing some of Xian's favorite dishes on his plate, sharing a knowing smile as she observed Xue Qinghe and Ning Rongrong. Though children have many needs, they're the easiest to please. Unlike adults, who may have a singular desire, yet remain perpetually unsatisfied, often greedy, Xian replied earnestly. "That is indeed true." Qian nodded instinctively, finding wisdom in his words. Much like her mother, whose only desire was for the spirit hall to reign supreme, a goal that required countless conditions and demands to achieve. Seeing that Qian had not grasped his point, Xian awkwardly smiled, choosing not to elaborate. However, the conversation had already taken a turn. One could not slow down now. "Someday, we will have children of our own, will we not?" Xian spoke with deep affection, his smile contrasting with the earnestness in his gaze fixed upon Qian. Boom! Like a deep-sea bomb detonating within his heart, Qian body and soul trembled, her thoughts thrown into disarray. "Just eat your meal. How can you silence your mouth?" she snapped, shoving a piece of meat into Xian's mouth, her flawless cheeks blushing as if set ablaze. "All right, let us eat," Xian replied meaningfully, relishing the delicious food he had prepared, a look of contentment gracing his face. "By the way, do you prefer boys or girls?" Xian whispered, lowering his voice. Qian glared at him, mortified. Let's eat. No more talk of that." Xian hurriedly waved his hands, returning to his meal, transforming into an obedient child in an instant, which only served to further frustrate Qian. After Xue Qinghe, Xian had yet another little girl to dote upon. Indeed, food was the proper medium for communication with children. This dish is delicious. It tastes so different," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, voraciously devouring her meal, exhibiting none of the demeanor of a noble lady, but rather that of a little glutton. Even Ning Fengji, who had come searching for her, was momentarily taken aback by her behavior. However, after sampling some dishes, he found himself speechless. Alas, he had initially intended to invite Xian for dinner, hoping to introduce him to the others from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Now, it seemed he needed to reconsider his approach. Chapter 82. The Absurdity of Royal Bloodlines. In the stillness of the night, the pure white moonlight cascaded from the heavens, filtering through the window into the room. On the bed, the opaque purple curtains were drawn, and within, illuminated by the soul guide's glow, the ambience appeared exceptionally bright, contrasting with the darkness outside. "What is this?" Qian Ringshu inquired curiously, eyeing the aquamarine, luminescent triangular object in Xian's hand. "This is the vast ocean's universe shield, an artifact of the sea god, which I procured from the old man," Xian replied in a hushed tone. "The sea god?" Hearing this, Qian Ringshu's expression shifted dramatically. Xian, startled by her sudden exclamation, quickly covered her mouth. "Wife, keep your voice down," he urged anxiously. He was about to embark on a heist. While one could rob openly, such an approach would undoubtedly lead to a confrontation with a title Douluo, contradicting his principles and royal identity. He had always advocated for harmonious prosperity. If he were to rob brazenly, could this golden goose continue to lay its eggs? Robbery, too, requires strategy, much like a cunning bandit who permits the townsfolk to cultivate their crops. Therefore, not only must he avoid outright theft, but he must also exercise restraint. After all, following the auction, most of the wealth belonging to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would be his. A day or two's delay mattered little. "Let us aim to secure 50 million for now." "Oh." At his words, Qian Ringshu nodded eagerly, her eyes still fixated on the vast ocean's universe shield, filled with curiosity and gravity. "Watch closely. If anything goes awry, do not panic, understand?" Xian warned seriously, locking eyes with her. He recalled that when Tang San had recognized the artifact, there had been some unforeseen incident. Though the details eluded him, he remembered it was caused by the sea god. Alas, it was unfortunate that the system could not be exchanged. Otherwise, he could have obtained a copy of Douluo continent to discern the situation. "Rest assured, I am well aware," Qian Ringshu replied earnestly, her focus entirely on Xian, fully attentive. "This is the dragon grass leaf, which aids in recovery. And this is the 8-tiered ginseng king, also remarkably effective for recuperation." For the sake of caution, Xian took out the remaining half of the dragon grass leaves and a grade 8 ginseng king, handing them over to Qian Ringshu. Observing Xue Salam Dimina. Qian Ringshu's expression grew increasingly anxious. She gazed at him with a lingering look, suggesting perhaps it would be better to reconsider, since he already possessed an abundance of gold coins and could afford to let this go. "Do not worry. Nothing significant will occur," he reassured her, gently patting her hand. He then lightheartedly added, "Have you forgotten? I promised you that before marrying you, I would never." Before he could finish, Qian Ringshu immediately covered his mouth, her face a picture of panic, fearful he might utter that word. "I will not permit you to say that," she declared resolutely, her clear eyes devoid of any impurities. A warm current flowed through Xian as he pinched Qian Ringshu's cheek, then took a deep breath, focusing his gaze on the Han Hai Qiankuan shield. This powerful artifact, procured from the Snow Knight Emperor, should not be allowed to gather dust. If memory serves, it should recognize its master through blood. With a swift motion, he sliced his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the shield, then settled into silence, awaiting a response. Qian Ringshu held her breath, her eyes fixed intently on the shield. 1 second, 3 seconds, 15 seconds, half a minute. Finally, unable to contain her curiosity, Qian Ringshu looked up, questioning. "Are you sure this is how it works? You're not mistaken, are you?" Xian too felt a twinge of doubt. He distinctly remembered it required blood for recognition. Why then was there no reaction? Could it be that the sea god's consciousness was dormant, or perhaps in a state of autumn slumber? Damn it, is there no sense of professionalism? Even if I do not wish for the sea god's position, a simple acknowledgement would suffice. Just as he thought this, a creaking sound echoed. Xian muttered, "I'm not sure if I should say this." Realizing someone had entered, both he and Qian Ringshu's expressions turned serious, instantly alert. He slightly parted the bed curtains and peered towards the entrance. A small figure tiptoed into the room, looking timid, as if even the slightest noise might frighten her half to death. What was her purpose here? Recognizing Ning Rongrong, Xian Rinxue was taken aback and whispered, "What's she doing here?" "I don't know. Let us observe," Su Xian replied. Outside, Ning Rongrong moved stealthily, glancing around as if searching for something. "Didn't Xue Qinghe mention that she had a lot of delicious food? Why can't I find any?" She pouted, her expression a mix of grievance and frustration. After searching again and confirming the absence of any treats, Ning Rongrong, in a huff, decided to leave and planned to inquire with Xue Qinghe the next day about where everything was hidden. Watching her depart, Su Xian and Xian Rinxue exchanged bewildered looks. "What the hell? We thought something serious was afoot, but she was just here to sneak a snack." Su Xian exclaimed, "Wow, you are the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Couldn't you exhibit a bit of decorum?" Xian Rinxue teased. Despite the absence of guards in the courtyard, the fact that Ning Rongrong managed to sneak in was quite an accomplishment. Who knows how she got here? Su Xian shrugged, bored, as he lowered the curtain and resumed contemplating the Han Hai Qian Kuan shield. It was evident that it required blood for recognition. Perhaps it was due to the inadequacy of his own bloodline. His expression shifted dramatically as a realization struck. "No way. That can't be." He immediately shook his head, unwilling to accept this truth, though his expression grew increasingly distressed. Tang San's bloodline contained the essences of Tang Hao and the Blue-Silver Emperor, along with the effects of the celestial herbs, seemingly linked to his 4 soul bones. Thus, the dual factors of bloodline and potential played a significant role. However, he too was not lacking. Bloodline, a supreme royal lineage. Celestial herbs, 2 types absorbed. Soul bones, 1 external soul bone. Soul power, approaching a breakthrough to level 40 with a bit more energy absorption. Well then, it appeared that in every aspect, he was at a disadvantage. Claiming royal bloodline seemed absurd, and his blood not meeting the standard was somewhat understandable. "I want to curse. I'll just express my frustration. Indeed, you are not mistaken. This book has once again been launched. Ahem, let us return to the main topic. It is indeed time for the pitiful segment. Husband, our household is out of rice. Why has no one subscribed or donated yet?" Xian Rinxue lamented. "What the heck? You spendthrift. I've given you so many gold coins. And you say we're out of rice?" Su Xian retorted. "It's just that we have so many gold coins that our granary is overflowing, leaving no space for rice," she explained. "So, are we left with just gold to eat?" Su Xian quipped, raising an eyebrow. "Ahem, at this moment, we should be portraying our hardship. We have no gold, right?" Xian Rinxue nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Su Xian said, "Good. Go fetch a broken bowl. While it's still daytime, let us teach everyone how to beg for a living." A minute later, Xian Rinxue returned with a dilapidated bowl. Looking at the golden bowl in her hands, Su Xian was speechless. "Wife, at this rate, no one will empathize with our plight." Xian Rinxue pouted, "But indeed, this bowl is the most broken we have." Fueling his indignation, Su Xian declared, "I announce our attempt at garnering sympathy has failed." As soon as he finished speaking, a slipper flew through the air, knocking him to the ground. The author, brandishing an axe and wearing a fierce expression, approached menacingly. "You better put on a good show of hardship. If the results are poor, don't blame me for making it difficult for you." With that, the author glanced at Su Xian meaningfully. Su Xian exclaimed, "Damn it, are you forcing me into a corner?" Please subscribe. Chapter 83. The Magnificent Power of Displaying Affection. Bloodlines are inherited from one's parents, and Su Xian currently had no means to enhance his. Thus, he could only focus on improving other aspects. "Wait a moment. I will absorb an external soul bone and then try again." Waving his hand at Xian Rinxue, he retrieved the wing of the sky feather falcon. This soul bone, aged over 50,000 years, contained formidable energy, and the attributes it provided were substantial. The last time, Su Xian opted for the dark gold terraclaw. He intended to use it as a medium to absorb other soul bones and facilitate their evolution. There was no alternative. After all, the dark gold terraclaw soul bone had the least age. Observing Su Xian's stubborn determination, Xian Rinxue was momentarily taken aback before responding. "Then go ahead and absorb it. The earlier an external soul bone is absorbed, the better it is for enhancing the soul bone. When you acquire your 4th spirit ring, they can also be upgraded." Su Xian nodded earnestly, then began the absorption process, while Xian Rinxue stood by, vigilant against any unforeseen incidents. The Celestial Feather Falcon. In terms of soul beast classification, pales in comparison to the dark gold fearsome claw, possessing far less ferocity in its energy. Upon absorption, its power was swiftly subdued by the energy of the dark gold fearsome claw, with the excess force flowing into the dark gold fearsome claw's spirit bone. On the bed, Xue Qian's right palm emanated a golden glow, flickering as if revealing the shape of a claw. Complementing this, a white luminescence surged from his back, seemingly enveloping something. As Xue Qian's swan martial spirit was also awakened. At 3 in the morning, Xue Qian finally completed the absorption of the external spirit bone wings. However, to his surprise, only one wing appeared on his back instead of the expected 2. The pristine wing exuded a sharpness. Its flowing curve surpassed that of swans, with tightly packed feathers lacking the uneven texture typical of swan wings. Even the tail feathers were firmly fixed in place, neither excessive nor lacking. It seemed that this external spirit bone had fused seamlessly with his martial spirit. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch the now tangible shoulder. And Qianren Xue's eyes brightened as she instinctively spoke. It should be so. Xue Qian nodded, feeling both the martial spirit wing and the presence of the spirit bone wing, confirming their integration. Rather than fusion, it seemed the external spirit bone had remodeled the martial spirit to meet its requirements. In addition to acquiring a spirit bone skill, Xue Qian sensed a significant enhancement in his dark gold, fearsome claw spirit bone. Let me try the vast sea and sky shield again. Keep an eye on it for me. With that, Xue Qian once more drew a drop of blood onto it, only to find, all right, still no reaction. Xue Qian felt an urge to curse. Is the sea god discriminating against royal bloodlines? As the ruler of the ocean, can't you show some respect to the rulers of the continent? Damn, this is blatant regional discrimination. I refuse to believe it's unresponsive. Anger ignited within him, causing Xue Qian's eyes to redden. He despised anyone challenging his patience. Oh, sea god, you've successfully roused my fighting spirit. Xue, you should sleep. Tonight, I shall deal with this fellow. Xue Qian declared with determination. I'll keep watch over you. I'm not tired anyway. Qianren Xue shook her head, her eyes pure and clear, tinged with concern amidst deep affection. It'll be hard on you. Embracing Qianren Xue, Xue Qian felt a warm glow within, suddenly wishing to hold her forever, never letting go. Sensing his emotions, a faint smile graced Qianren Xue's lips, her face radiating serene happiness as if forgetting everything else. After a while, Qianren Xue gently nudged Xue Qian. All right, let go, otherwise dawn will break. Just a little longer. There's no rush. Xue Qian stubbornly insisted. All right, just a moment. You promised, she replied. 15 minutes later, seeing Xue Qian still unresponsive, appearing as if asleep, Qianren Xue could only accept his embrace with a resigned expression. You two little rascals are truly infuriating. Suddenly, a deep, exasperated male voice echoed, and the vast sea and sky shield began to emit a shimmering aquamarine glow. Subsequently, it abruptly struck Xue Qian's forehead, causing him to faint instantly. Damn it, I merely wish to gauge your potential, and you flaunt your affection in front of me. Have you considered the feelings of this lonely old man? Husband, are you all right? Startled by the voice, Qianren Xue turned to see the vast sea and sky shield on Xue Qian's forehead, her face paling in alarm, especially when she saw blood pouring into the shield. She grew frantic, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remove it. You're the descendant of that angelic goddess, aren't you? Rest assured, I mean him no harm. The sea god's voice resonated again, piercing Qianren Xue's mind like an arrow, his commanding words carrying an irresistible force, igniting an impulse to submit. A golden shadow flashed behind her, awakening Qianren Xue. Knowing the entity was the sea god, she remained uneasy and fed Xue Qian a dragon grass leaf. As for the method of consumption, of course, orally, sugar-free, 999, time passed without her notice, and eventually, Xue Qian stirred awake, his head throbbing as if struck by a fist, his body feeling utterly drained. Right, the vast sea and sky shield. Suddenly recalling, the drowsiness in his eyes vanished, and he attempted to rise, only to find himself firmly restrained, his back just inches from the bed. Gazing at Qianren Xue, who was tightly holding him, her ethereal face gently resting against his arm. Her slumber was so natural and sweet that Xue Qian found himself momentarily entranced, then smiled and lay back down. Who needs a vast sea and sky shield? Who needs a bicycle? The world is vast, but the wife is paramount. Yes, he too felt drowsy and decided to sleep a while longer. I'm truly exhausted. I feel I need a day or two to recuperate. Or I might not recover. Gently cradling Qianren Xue, Xian closed his eyes once more, his face serene, a faint smile gracing his lips. The sea god-esque consciousness. Damn it, I've logged off. Chapter 84. How a Wealthy Woman is Cultivated. When Xian and Qianren Xue awoke, it was already midday, roused by Xue Qinghe's persistent calls. After sending Xue Qinghe away, the two began to tidy themselves. What on earth happened last night? How did I faint? As he adjusted his clothes, Xian curiously asked, genuinely unable to remember the last events of the previous night. You might want to take a look at the mark on your forehead. While arranging her hair ornaments, Qianren Xue said, glancing into the mirror. My forehead. Xian was taken aback, then moved behind Qianren Xue, peering through the mirror to discover a blue diamond-shaped mark on his forehead. The vast sea and sky shield. Upon seeing this, a wave of immense joy surged within him. Wow, this treasure has finally acknowledged me, truly worthy of my prowess. From now on, everything will be so much easier. For instance, sneaking into widows' homes, breaking into noble ladies' chambers, infiltrating beautiful women's rooms, drunkenly collapsing on their beds. Cough, cough. Forgetting I'm a righteous person, I would never engage in such lewd and shameless acts. With a thought, a blue light shot forth, landing steadily in Xian's hand. It seems it truly recognizes you as its master. Seeing the vast sea and sky shield in Xian's grasp, Qianren Xue couldn't help but smile. If Xian could inherit the sea goddess position, and I could inherit the angel goddess, then our union would be flawless. Tonight, we can visit the treasury of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Xian raised an eyebrow in response. Is this what they call a thief's unyielding heart? Qianren Xue covered her mouth, chuckling teasingly. Of course. Otherwise, how would I steal your heart? With both hands enveloping Qianren Xue, Xian leaned closer to her, gazing in her eyes through the mirror, and remarked, Humph. I knew you would resort to sweet talk. I have no desire to hear such word from you. Whether you wish to listen or not, you must endure it for a lifetime. Do you not agree? Having completed their preparations, it was now midday, and Xian and his companion were set to visit the couple, Ning Fengji and his wife. The previous night's banquet had primarily been a gesture of courtesy from the Empire, a mere encounter between powers, and they had not had the opportunity to meet Ning Rongrong's mother. Their current visit, however, was simply to pay respects to their teacher's wife, a matter of propriety and decorum, especially given their royal background. Naturally, gifts had been meticulously prepared. Upon entering the grand hall of the guest house, an eye-watering sight greeted Xian, who could only shake his head in exasperation at the sight of the two little girls, Xue Qinghe and Rongrong. The duo was sprawled on the ground, absorbed in their play, with diamonds and rubies bouncing in their hands, colliding against the walls and floor, producing a cacophony of sounds that made Xian's face twitch. Goodness, these two are truly little heiresses, while others play with glass marbles. They're using diamonds and rubies. My word. I've won again. This one is mine. Xue Qinghe exclaimed joyfully, running over to pocket the diamond that belonged to Ning Rongrong, her face beaming with delight. This time, I shall not lose, Rongrong declared, her little face serious as she retrieved a sapphire from her pocket and placed it on the ground, her eyes fixed on the marbles while muttering incantations of miss under her breath. Xian mused, do not tell me these are Ning Rongrong and Princess Xue Qinghe. My heart cannot bear it. Let her teach Xue Qinghe to play. You need not worry about being scolded by your aunt, Qianren Xue quipped, unable to suppress a smile. Children will always indulge in play. They shall mature with time. With a nonchalant reply, Xian approached Xue Qinghe. My dear, where did you acquire that ruby? He inquired. Yang Fei had no sons and doted on Xue Qinghe. Yet such a flawless and radiant ruby must be worth a substantial sum, far too valuable for a child to play with. It was given to me by Sister Rongrong. She said she brought it to play marbles. Xue Qinghe replied, her eyes fixated on the ruby in the distance, oblivious to her surroundings. Xian exclaimed inwardly. What on earth? Playing marbles with such treasures. A wave of existential doubt washed over him. He found himself at a loss for words, yearning for silence. Observing Xue Qinghe, he could not help but feel a tinge of envy at the thought of how a little heiress was being cultivated. Slightly older than Rongrong by 5 months. Xue Qinghe had just turned 3, and this marble game was akin to minting money. indeed, a few thousand gold coins per second. Not wishing to disturb Xue's newfound wealth, Xu Xian departed the hall with Qianren Xue. In a nearby garden, for figures conversed leisurely, particularly an elderly man with dark hair, his expression one of indignation. Fengji, why have I not seen that clever little Rongrong these past few days? Where has she scurried off to? Duoluo drummed his fingers on the table, a hint of boredom in his tone. She is merely indulging in play, Ning Fengji replied with a gentle smile, unfazed by the query, which only served to frustrate Duoluo further. That is hardly an explanation. Rongrong is only just over 2. Is she to be left to play and not cultivate her skills? Nearby, a noblewoman in a purple gown smiled, savoring a cup of tea brewed from flowers she had cultivated herself. With her graceful features, delicate willow-like brows, bright eyes, and a gentle demeanor, she exuded warmth and kindness. Unlike the haughty elegance of Nangong Ling, she resembled a serene spring, poised and unhurried. This lady was Wen Xian, Rongrong's mother and Ning Fengji's wife. The Princess Xue Qinghe has arrived, and being of similar age to Rongrong, they seem to get along quite well, she explained with a smile. Yet, upon mentioning compatibility, she hesitated slightly. The 3 men present exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the implications. Soul Luo and Duoluo could not help but chuckle, with the former teasing, so she is a princess. No wonder Rongrong can play with her so freely. It appears she has met her match. The room erupted in laughter. Even Ning Fengji coughed awkwardly, feeling a tad embarrassed. Alas, the other children of the 7-treasure glazed tile school were both intimidated by Rongrong's status and unable to withstand her spirited nature. Thus they dared not engage with her. Only a royal princess could play with her so freely. Lord and lady, His Highness has arrived, a maid announced as she rushed in, her demeanor respectful. Understood, Ning Fengji nodded, turning to Wen Xian. This young man is my new disciple. You did not meet him yesterday. Come, let us greet him together. Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow, then looked at Soul Luo and Duoluo. If you have the time, perhaps you could offer some guidance as well. I believe you would be more suited for it. Indeed. Chapter 85. I am but a heart, incapable of combat. Teacher. Soul Luo is a senior and a distinguished title Duo. There is no need for him to engage in combat, lest we disrupt the harmony. Xu Xian quickly interjected upon learning of the proposed sparring match. What a jest. I am merely a soul master, not a spirit Duo. How could I possibly contend with a title Duo? I am but a mere soul who wields a swan spirit, devoid of any soul bones. No, wait. Should I unleash my spirit, the attached soul bone wings would be exposed. Xu Xian gasped. No sparring, absolutely not. Having just bled last night, he was still recuperating and could not possibly engage in a fight. Fear not, it is merely a casual spar. Allowing me to observe your spirit utilization and soul technique synergy, Ning Fengji reassured. Rest assured, I shall only employ my soul master abilities against you. Feel free to showcase your skills, Soul Duoluo added. Feeling the pressure of their expectations, Xu Xian realized he could not refuse. However, life often demands one to face challenges, or rather, to embrace them. Thus, he resolved to decline. Teacher, to be candid, to engage in a spar with a title Duoluo is an unparalleled honor and opportunity. Such an occasion is rare and precious. It is not that I do not cherish it, but there are circumstances. With eyes as clear as crystal, Xu Xian spoke with genuine sincerity. Oh, Ning Fengji raised an eyebrow, and both Soul Luo and Duoluo turned their attention, curiosity piqued. Meeting their gazes, Xu Xian's expression flickered briefly with an imperceptible pain. Last night, I encountered some issues during my training, and my body is still weak. It would be unwise to exert myself further. As he spoke, he coughed. Even he could not discern whether his words were truth or fabrication. Upon hearing of Xu Xian's training mishap, Ning Fengji's expression grew serious. Approaching Xu Xian, he scrutinized him closely. The inner doubts he had harbored were now dispelled. No wonder he felt something was amiss. Xu Xian was pale, bearing a hint of illness. You are severely drained. It is indeed unwise to engage in combat. Gazing intently at Xu Xian, the sharpness of his eyes seemed capable of cleaving him in two. Subsequently, the Soul Luo nodded, offering a reminder. The swordsmanship demands a harmonious unity of spirit and energy, and it was evident to him that Xu Xian's current state was irregular. Rest assured, teacher and seniors, I'm quite all right. I merely need to recuperate for a while. Otherwise, I wouldn't have arrived so late for a visit. I simply overslept, Xian explained with a forced, awkward smile. Given that, you should return to rest. Set aside your training for now. It's of no consequence. Ning Fengji, as a teacher, was unconcerned and instead showed consideration by suggesting that Xian take his leave. In that case, I shall take my leave, he replied with a slight bow. Upon seeing Ning Fengji nod with a smile, Xian departed with Xue. As they watched Xian's figure fade from sight, Ning Fengji turned to the sword Douluo and spoke thoughtfully. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Although he indeed appears unwell, his earlier demeanor suggested a strong reluctance to engage in sparring, as if he were concealing something. The sword Douluo replied, standing tall and exuding an imposing presence, particularly with his remarkably bright eyes. Indeed, what you say aligns with my own thoughts, Xue remarked as she walked alongside Xian, unable to suppress a sigh. At times, I find myself questioning whether your words are truth or fabrication. As long as what I say to you is the truth, does it not suffice? Xian responded with a disarmingly sincere gaze. Who knows? Xue retorted, somewhat incredulously. Soon enough, you shall find out, Xian replied casually, leading Xue back to his residence. The two small creatures were still engaged in their play on ground, appearing as though they were prepared for a battle until dawn. However, it was evident that their little pouch was nearly overflowing. Xian chose not to interrupt their fun. Having a peer of equal standing who is unafraid of you is a fortunate circumstance for the royal family, so he allowed them to continue their game. After all, victory belonged to their own kin, and given Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo's fondness for Ning Rongrong, they would hardly mind the treasures amassed. Perhaps wealth indeed breeds such audacity. Thus, who else could he possibly deceive if not them? His conscience bore no pain whatsoever in that regard. I shall return to my room to rest. If you feel tired, you may also take a break, he suggested after lingering in the courtyard for a while. Suddenly feeling fatigued, he nudged Xue's shoulder and spoke. Last night, due to the Hanhai Qinghe cover, he had expended considerable energy. Even after consuming some dragon grass leaves to regain strength, his body still felt somewhat weak. With significant actions planned for the night, it was imperative for Xian to conserve his energy, allowing his body to fully absorb the effects of the dragon grass leaves, ensuring he would be ready for the evening. If you're tired, just go to sleep. Why are you pushing me? Xue replied, somewhat annoyed. Ahem, isn't it to help you recover more quickly? Xian raised an eyebrow in jest. Xue, you think I'm naive enough to be easily deceived? Very well then. I'll return to my room, she said, casting a disapproving glance at him, as Xian shook his head and sauntered toward his bedroom. Xue felt a waning interest and soon found herself feeling drowsy. I only slept for 9 hours earlier, yet I still feel a bit weary. She yawned before retreating to her room for rest, her fatigue overwhelming her. Time flew by, and soon it was the second night at the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. The night sky was adorned with a crescent moon, and in the stillness of the night, the school appeared exceptionally tranquil. Even the previously inaudible chirping of birds became increasingly distinct. Should anyone approach, simply press this device. It contains my voice. Xian instructed as he handed Xue a soul guide device, in which he had recorded a message for her, ensuring that if a disturbance arose, Ning Fengji would not be suspicious. Be careful, Xue said, her expression still tinged with concern as she watched Xian prepare to leave. Rest assured, with the Hanhai Qinghe cover, I shall be fine. Even if I am discovered, I have the soul guide and formations at my disposal, Xian reassured her, then promptly activated the Hanhai Qinghe cover, enveloping his form. Seeing Xian suddenly vanish startled Xue. She felt as if something loomed above her. Just as she contemplated moving, the familiar voice echoed, and then his face emerged. Stay quietly in your room. I will return shortly.